This guy just woke up and got punched right in the face. But instead of being scared, he is grinning like a total idiot. This was 16 years ago. Which means he is in deep trouble. What is wrong with this dude? He must be crazy. Haiksu eyed Tayan warily, then decided to take his game far away. Man, you really want to get punched? No sooner had Haiksu finished his sentence than he ate a punch straight from Tayan. Tears started flowing. The game was on. If it is 16 years ago, that means Tayan might just be waking up too. Kim Tayan, a dude who has been around for 35 years and still hauling gear for the awakened ones. During a hunt, he unfortunately ran into Asmodeus, an SS-class monster that wiped out the entire crew, leaving only Tayan standing. Just when Tayan was about to reunite with his ancestors courtesy of Asmodeus, a self-proclaimed king appeared. He froze time and space, granted Tayan powers, and then zapped him back to the past. Not only that, but he also returned right when Haiksu and his band of awakened wannabes were about to give him a serious beating. Haiksu's friends jumped in to attack Tayan when they saw him getting hit. They thought they could take him down easily, just like before. But nope. This time, with just a few basic moves, Tayan had them laid out on the floor. 35 years of not awakening. And he made sure to prepare himself for everything he could, from daily physical training to learning every bit of info about the abyss and monsters. He mastered various skills. He even trained in real combat. So there is no way he would lose to these clueless punks who can't even pull off basic moves. Speaking of the abyss, ever since it appeared, it has changed the world completely. This is where monsters that only existed in myths started showing up. After the abyss was discovered, humans awakened extraordinary powers. And with those powers, they fought monsters and explored the abyss's potential. Consequently, judging a person is no longer about their character or effort. It is all about their rank and awakened strength now. If someone has a high awakening rank, they will live the good life. But for regular folks who can't even unlock their character stats at 35 like Tayan, they are stuck living in poverty, looked down upon, and serving as minions for the awakened ones. But that was the story of his past life. In this life, Tayan awakened at 19. And he is going to seize this chance to rise up. Back to the main action. While Tayan was feeling smug for teaching those bullies a lesson, Haiksu had recovered from that surprise punch. What? Awakening? Kim Tayan, you are dead meat. Forget that. Haiksu activated his power to harden his body with rock, then charged in to attack Tayan nonstop. Tayan relied on his quick reflexes to dodge successfully and took the chance to counterattack Haiksu. But he forgot one thing. That guy's skin is tough as nails. In the end, he got hit back, injuring his arm. Before Tayan could regret it, Haiksu landed another punch that sent him flying back, crashing into a nearby wall. Haha. Even if you are trying to play it cool, know your limits. Alright, you are awake now. You pathetic, unawakened loser at the bottom of society. What do you plan to do now? Are you going to keep running like you just did? Or are you planning to just flail around with those lame skills of yours? Haiksu swaggered over to Tayan, eyeing him like he was some kind of bug. Tayan did not respond, lost in deep thought. Every awakened has a skill and a rank. Starting from rank F, they are just like any ordinary person. The highest rank is for individuals battling in the territories of creatures known as monsters. The abilities and physical skills of an awakened are magnified many times compared to an average human. The F-rank hunting skill he possessed was completely unknown and the lowest of the low. By all luck, Tayan had no chance against Haiksu, who was C-rank. Yet somehow, he felt like he would not lose to him. Slowly rising from the wreckage, a thick aura radiated from Tayan, making Haiksu feel uneasy. What the hell is going on? No way. Have you really awakened? But you are just a lowly Kim Tayan. Tayan was just as shocked by the power surging through him. Is this hunting? He could feel the magic flowing into his will. I do not know what is happening. But if I can just kill Tran, everything will be over. Haiksu confidently charged in, trying to sneak attack Tayan. But with just a flick of Tayan's hand, he stopped him in his tracks. Slowly, the layers of stone on Haiksu's skin began to flake and shatter. Even he could not withstand the power from that flick. Getting knocked back and losing consciousness, Tayan's system immediately announced. The hunt was complete. Thanks to catching his prey, your rank has changed to E, and you have learned a new skill. Stone Smash. Hell yeah. Tayan took the kids who bullied him to the nurse's office. With only Tayan awake, the teacher asked him how everyone got hurt, and he replied, "We fell down the stairs." Somehow, she did not ask any more questions and let him go. Awesome. I have awakened and even got revenge on Haiksu. The real question is about hunting. With that thought, Tayan fell into deep contemplation. A rank that usually takes a lifetime to change has increased after just one battle. It is only rank, yet I have power that surpasses rank. I can steal the skills of those I defeat. Why did that guy? The king, give me such power. Why did he awaken me? Countless questions flooded his mind. But ultimately, there was only one thing he had to do. Learn about hunting. Just as he sorted out his thoughts, Tayan arrived at his uncle's house after his parents passed away. He had moved in with him. So for Tayan, his uncle's house was also his home. It has been a while since I have been home. Uncle will be late. Should we look up information on similar skills? Tayan cheerfully walked in the house, only to find Wang Jiezhong, his uncle's son, kneeling before three strangers. Wang Jiezhong, why are not you in school? Tayan's gaze fell on the overturned money box in front of him, and he immediately got the picture. Fuming quietly, Wang Jiezhong, you little punk. Before I came back, I remembered he always wanted to team up with those bullies. He stole all the money from the house and caused a huge mess. I never thought today would be the day. One of the three strangers spotted Tayan and questioned Jiezhong. Who's this? Jiezhong stood up and whispered to the blonde guy, who looked like the leader. I was wondering who that was. Turns out he is related to Jiezhong. If you do not want to take a beating, it is best to stay out of this and pretend you do not know anything. We will take the money and be on our way. The blonde guy stepped closer to Tayan, threatening him, then patted his head, saying, are you still asleep? After a moment of silence, Tayan grinned wickedly and replied, perfect. I was just about to test it out. What? Just as the blonde guy finished speaking, he received a loving punch from Tayan. After knocking the blonde guy down, Tayan began activating his hunting skills, only to get an unexpected notification. Hunting function cannot be performed. What? Hunting did not activate. While Tayan was still reeling from the confusion, the blonde guy retaliated, and he and his buddies started using their skills, teaming up to take down Tayan. Binding, poison, bleeding. All three C-rank skills were aimed straight at Tayan. A loud explosion echoed, kicking up a cloud of dust. While the blonde guy and his crew thought they had wiped Tayan out, his system's voice suddenly rang in. Skill activation detected. Binding, poison, bleeding confirmed, thanks to some mysterious power. Resistance successful. It just suddenly stopped working, then arbitrarily disabled the skills. I do not know what is going on, but I am sure he is strong. Tayan emerged from the dust like a god, then swiftly grabbed the blonde guy and slammed him to the ground. After finishing the job, Tayan looked down at the three unconscious thugs on the floor and thought, well, it is time. I guess I learned a couple of things. The stat window is only visible to awakened beings. Status window. Kim Tae, 19 years old. E rank. Strength A. Stamina 6. Speed 5. Mana 10. Weakness 71%. Magic 10 out of 10. Hunting skill E. Target selection for awakened being confirmed. Mana 5. Stone skin. Body enhancement. Mana 1. Details about awakened beings are recorded here. It is detailed, but not everything. First off, the mana required to activate the hunting skill has been available all this time, yet it did not trigger. Hunting skill. Target selection for awakened being confirmed. Mana 5. In other words, according to the description, it requires mana, but to activate the hunting skill, there has to be some other factor at play besides just mana. Additionally, the skill's passive effect is not mentioned in the description. It grants resistance and nullifies skills related to negative status effects like poison or bleeding. Well, we will find out what is right or wrong in time. More importantly, Tayan sighed deeply and shot a glance at Jiezhong, who was kneeling before him, asking, what are you doing? At that moment, Jiezhong finally dared to lift his head, tearfully pleading, bro, after seeing that side of you, I am really impressed. Hong Jiezhong, your cousin, will self-reflect on my actions. Please, just let me off the hook this once. Whether it is licking your shoes or barking like a dog, I will do whatever you ask. To make his words more convincing, Jiezhong started barking. Tayan rolled his eyes, internally scolding, what a pathetic guy. I have known this guy was cunning since back in the day, but who knew it would come to this? Whatever. I want to stoop to his level. Besides, there is an urgent matter to deal with today. Remembering something, Tayan said, just let him off this time. Jiezhong's face lit up as he asked eagerly, really? You mean it? Tayan laid down a condition. In exchange, Jiezhong had to come with him to wrap this up. Jiezhong perked up, looking curious as he gazed at Tayan. As night fell, in a sealed-off area, three people stood before an energy cage surrounding a rift gate, continuously spewing out monsters. The rift gate is a phenomenon where monsters appear when a crack suddenly opens, creating a path to the abyss. Left unchecked, it could lead to a dungeon disaster. Tayan adjusted his glasses, glancing at the rift gate, and sighed. It has been 10 years since I have seen a dungeon crack. The sudden appearance of the gate allowed a horde of monsters to flood through, wreaking havoc on humanity. A long-haired girl spoke up. If we just stand by and do nothing, a dungeon disaster will happen soon. The red-haired girl worriedly asked, should we evacuate the nearby areas? Tayan confidently replied, no need. I have got my B-rank barrier skill ready. Besides, this rift gate is only C rank, which means the strongest monster that comes through will be a C rank monster. In other words, even if a sudden crisis occurs. Suddenly, the barrier behind them was shattered by a monster, and the two girls in the team shouted, Captain. The captain turned around, kicked the heads off the monsters, and asserted, B ranks like us can handle this easily. At the same time, Taeyong and Jijong had already taken off towards the rift gate. On their way, Jijong kept jumping, saying, is not it fine over there already? You said there would be control personnel there. Right. That is good. Right. Taeyong raised his voice. Shut up. No more bro. He continued, you are right. Based on preliminary mana estimates, it is a C rank rift gate. On the other hand, the control personnel are B rank, so they should not have any issues dealing with C rank opponents. Jijong exclaimed. Exactly. That is what I meant. But what if it is not really a C rank dungeon? Taeyong's words made Jijong, who was still jumping, suddenly freeze, his eyes wide with fear. The crack in the gate. The captain sat next to a monster, deep in thought. It is strange, how could these low-level monsters tear through his B-rank barrier? Could it be that the mana emanating from here is higher than his own rank? Captain. There is something coming through the gate. Hearing the shout, the captain turned around to see a monster much larger than the previous ones stepping out of the crack. The captain's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the creature. No way, that is a colossal rank monster. It roared right as it appeared, shattering the B-rank barrier and releasing the monsters lurking behind it. The captain stood frozen, staring at the massive creature in shock. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, and smoke and fire engulfed the area surrounding the crack. Meanwhile, Jijong was running after Taehyun, asking, dude, let us say you are right, but this is ridiculous. How do you know all this stuff? They did not see any sign of monsters, so they did not even order an evacuation. Because I have been through this before. Taehyun thought to himself. Then replied, it is my gut feeling. My instincts tell me so. You are bluffing. Don't tell me you are gonna burn me. Before Jijong could finish, distant screams pierced the air. Run. It is the crack. Help me. Jijong turned back and saw a horde of monsters chasing after the civilians. And his heart dropped. Taehyun remained calm, saying, remember what I told you to do. Right. If you remember, then do it. Jijong anxiously asked, what about you? I will handle those bastards and catch up with you right after. As he spoke, Taehyun activated his skill and headed toward the monsters pursuing the people. Meanwhile, in a tall building, a man anxiously looked down at the chaotic streets and turned to say, things are getting worse, just like you said. The crack that was supposed to be fee rank is actually a rank, and there is no backup available because everyone else is busy conquering dungeons and exploring the abyss. The only way to resolve this crisis now is with an rank awakener. You are our only hope, please help us. Our last hope. And Hyun, hearing this, and Hyun Su bit his lip, tears streaming down his face as he said, everyone, just hold on. The hero. Me and Hyun Su is on the way. And Hyun, a rank awakener. The last hope. Traits. Puberty syndrome. While Taehyun was fending off the monsters, he was also experimenting with his hunting skills. Just as I thought, failed hunts are due to exhaustion levels. If exhaustion exceeds 70%, the skill will stop working altogether. Most skills activate based on how mana is utilized. But that does not mean you should only worry about mana. When it comes to exhaustion, the level of exhaustion increases with each skill used or physical activity. And the higher the exhaustion, the weaker the skills become, making physical movement feel heavier. Unfortunately, there is a lot to worry about. I discovered that if I absorb the life energy from a dead monster, I can restore my mana, making it easier to use my skills. Quietly, Taehyun activated his hunting skill again. The system announced that the target's life had ceased, so mana could no longer be restored. You successfully hunted and restored your mana, Taehyun whispered in joy. And the good news is, the system announced that your rank has changed to D. Hunting. From a rank to D. Stone skin. From a rank to D. Taehyun grinned with excitement, thinking to himself, the more I use hunting, the more I level up. At this rate, I could reach ranks or even S. I might just be the first SSS ranker ever. Before long, the monsters in this area were completely wiped out by Taehyun. Now, should I head back to Hongzi? Before he could finish his thought, a loud noise suddenly erupted behind Taehyun. He turned around to see a massive rank monster crashing into a skyscraper behind him. Next, Tayan saw Hyosu appear in the air above the colossal monster. He raised his sword, glowing with golden light, ready to strike down the beast. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "You filthy monster. I am going to make you pay for the lives you have taken, this warrior of justice. And Hyosu will deliver your punishment." Tayan watched with 1 part appraisal and 7 parts awe as he looked at Hyosu. Gigantic monster, of course, was not just going to sit there and wait for death. It rose up and swung its fist at Hyosu. But that was just a desperate struggle. Hyosu's full force strike was something it could not hope to block. A pillar of golden light shot up high. The giant monster was taken down by Hyosu. Watching the whole process, Tayan marveled at how easily he could destroy an rank monster. This must be an rank awakened one, who handled the rift gate by himself before I even reincarnated. And Hyosu, he is as strong as the rumors say. At that moment, Hyosu struck a pose he thought was super cool and said, "You stupid monster. You just died by my justice sword." Tayan internally added, "And he is as foolish as the rumors too. But wait, why isn't Hyosu here? Before I reincarnated, I remember he had a bloody battle with a giant brain on the other side of the city." Hyosu stood atop the massive monster, clasping his hands together in prayer for the suffering citizens, hoping everyone could find peace. Tayan was about to say something but froze. The system announced the skill perception activated, and Tayan was horrified to see someone suddenly appear behind Hyosu, stabbing through his ribcage with a sword. Hyosu spat out a mouthful of blood. Startled, he turned around and shouted, "What?" The mysterious figure grinned, saying, "Gotcha." And Hyosu, at that same moment, in a brightly lit room, Jijong stood with a furrowed brow, watching Nung asleep on the sofa, wondering, is this really okay? Tonight, many people will die, one of whom is our school nurse, Choi Nung. She is going to die trying to save people instead of evacuating. Can you use your sleep skill to put everyone to sleep? Then make Choi Nung sleep and evacuate her to safety. I will handle the rest. Remembering Taeyang's words, Jijong wondered, how could Taeyang know all this? Or is there a logical explanation for this? But there is really no other way to explain it. Right. A moment later, Jijong thought of something and exclaimed, "Right, Taeyang. Big bro Taeyang has awakened a skill that lets him see the future." No way. Seeing the future. That is amazing. Insane. Just totally nuts. Back to Taeyang. He was forcing a smile while thinking, damn it. Something's really off here. Hyan-Soo clutched his chest and questioned, "Who are you?" "Spill the beans." The mysterious figure did not respond but grinned, saying, "Getting hit in your weak spot and still being alive. That is impressive, and a rank really is on another level. Ah, this hunt is about to get wild." Hyan-Soo did not know who the mysterious figure was, but Taeyang did. This mysterious figure is the B-rank villain Hen Sang-do, with B-level skills and stealth. Those who awaken and commit crimes are called villains. Among them, the B-rank villain Hen Sang-do is a crazed murderer, roaming around killing people in excitement as monsters flood out of the broken gate. Taeyang thought to himself, but he was sure he had never encountered him before the reset. The future changed because of me, you bastard. You are a villain, and I will punish you with these very hands. Hyan-Soo was too big, charging at Sang-do with his weapon, but he barely took a few steps when the ground suddenly shook beneath him. The giant shield monster he had just taken down was thrashing about again. Hyan-Soo gasped, "What? A giant snail?" Sang-do cackled, "Haha, that regeneration is insane. Definitely a level a monster." Hyan-Soo had no choice but to ignore Sang-do and focus on fighting the giant snail. "It is pointless. I will leave that bastard monster to an Hyan-Soo." With that, Sang-do flashed a bloodthirsty grin and turned to look at Tae-Hyan not far away. "Well, I did not think I would have an audience here. Haha. Awesome. The more the merrier. Here we go." As he spoke, Sang-do charged at Tae-Hyan to attack. Sang-do's blade aimed straight for Tae-Hyan's neck, but was blocked by a layer of stone skin. Just like that, Tae-Hyan smirked sarcastically while kicking Sang-do in the face, sending him flying backward. Overconfidence got him hit. Sang-do growled angrily, "Damn it. Turns out you are a fake awakener." Tae-Hyan cracked his shoulders and walked towards Sang-do, B-rank villain. "And Sang-do? The psycho going around killing people, using stealth skills. You. Right. What a stroke of luck. Running into you." As he spoke, Tae-Hyan activated his stone skin on both arms and waved provocatively at Sang-do. The two rushed into battle, with Tae-Hyan using his stone skin to absorb Sang-do's slashes. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. Neither could touch the other. After a few exchanges, Sang-do suddenly stepped back with a sinister grin. "You are pretty strong. With that kind of confidence. Who knew this sword would not work on you? I do not know how much you know about me, but I bet you think you can beat me because my attacks do not affect you. Right, but kid, You should know that the world does not work the way you think it does. With that, Sangdu grinned wickedly and vanished right before Taehyun's eyes. Taehyun warned himself. Stealth. He is hiding. But he must know that one T change a thing. Your attacks are useless against me. With a fierce shout, Taehyun spun around and threw a punch. Are you sure about that? Sangdu's voice echoed in Taehyun's ear as his figure suddenly appeared behind him, swinging his sword down with ferocity. Taehyun jumped in surprise, quickly raising an arm to block. But this time was different. A deep gash opened up on his arm, sending a thrill through him. Sangdu laughed maniacally while dashing around Taehyun at high speed, relentlessly slashing with his sword. Meanwhile, Taehyun could only stand there, arms crossed, bracing himself for the blows. Sangdu taunted. Do you even know how many awakened ones I have hunted down? Just a bunch of delusional fools thinking their skills are unbeatable. Your weakness is showing. You are frustrated and just want to run away. Are not you? You should know this before you kick the bucket. Every skill has its weakness. After a storm of attacks, Taehyun was covered in even more wounds. He spat out a mouthful of blood, lamenting to himself. Who would be thought the shield spell had such a flaw? It does not completely block attacks. Strong attacks will shatter the stone, and the broken pieces will be replaced by weaker ones. He targeted this skill's weakness right from the start. But as I thought, I can definitely go toe-to-toe with him, even though he is a B-rank opponent, because my physical skills are above that. Taehyun grinned through gritted teeth, suggesting, let us wrap up this test here. Sangdu replied with confusion. What? Then he burst into laughter and charged at Taehyun, driven to the edge. Are you going crazy? Taehyun calmly asked. B-rank villain Han Sangdu. Do you even know why I wanted to see you? Haha. What the hell are you babbling about? It is because I want to steal your skills. Without hesitation, Taehyun unleashed his hunting skill. Instantly, a sense of dread surged through Sangdu. He paused, thinking, what the hell is this sinister mana? Has this bastard been hiding his true power all along? But then, remembering his own skills, Sangdu regained his confidence, grinning as he charged at Taehyun. You idiot. I do not even know what skill this is, but you think you can hit me when you can't even see me. Taehyun used his hunting skill to create a barrier around the two of them and replied, didn't you just say that every skill has a weakness? I figured that out after tearing through a few monsters. Among those monsters, there were a few kings that slipped out of my sight, but in the end, the hunting skill devoured them all. Simply put, no matter where you hide or run, the hunt will catch you. To prove Taehyun's words, several tentacles suddenly appeared in the barrier, targeting the invisible Sangdu. What? Before he could even scream, Sangdu was captured by the tentacles. At that moment, Taehyun raised one hand, making a squeezing motion. Instantly, Sangdu's body was torn apart by the tentacles. In another battlefield, whereof Hung Love and Hyun Soo are locked in combat, a vast area has been reduced to rubble. Right now, Hyun Soo is sprawled on the ground, cursing under his breath. If that damn villain had not ambushed me, the hero of justice, the undefeated warrior, even I, and would not underestimate death. Across the way, Hung Love is slowly advancing toward Hyun Soo, growling menacingly, fists raised to smash down where he lies. But as the dust settles, Hung Love is taken aback to find Hyun Soo missing from the pit. Just as it is trying to figure out what is happening, Taehyun suddenly appears nearby, dragging the unconscious Hyun Soo along. What the hell? Why are you sprawled out on the ground like that? That monster is ridiculously strong. No wonder. Anyway, this makes things easier. With that thought, Taehyun activates his hunting skill once more. He grins at Hung Love like it is a juicy piece of prey. The dawn is rising, signaling a new day ahead. At a house in the neighborhood, a middle-aged couple opens the door to find Taehyun and Ji Jeong standing there. Jae Jeong, arms behind his head, is grinning and says, Dad. Haha. Taehyun politely greets them. Hey. Uncle. Is everything alright? Seeing both of them safe, the couple bursts into tears, exclaiming, oh my god. We were so worried you had been taken by monsters. Ji Jeong laughs and reassures them. It is nothing. Right, bro. It has been a while since I have been home, so I guess you did not know. But our house looks like a tornado hit it. Ji Jeong babbles. It is nothing. Right, bro. Taehyun chuckles softly and replies, I am not sure either. Media outlets have also started reporting on the rift incident from last night. Breaking news. A massive rift has appeared after 10 long years, following government directives. The warning for the rift has been completely lifted, due to the possibility of another eruption. The government has ordered nearby schools to close for a week, and news about the survivors is gradually being released, allowing the public to breathe a sigh of relief. The footage shifts to the first trio who survived the rift, now in the hospital receiving treatment. The team leader keeps murmuring. It is not C rank. It is a rank. That is what the confused survivor is telling the police. When I woke up, I found myself here. Just for height. He stands before a group of reporters, shouting to the citizens. I am not the one who took down the giant brain. The real hero is someone else. However, the whereabouts of the giant brain remains unknown, and the identity of the villain who attacked the people has yet to be determined. The public is very anxious that safety measures may not be effective. The next update. Tayan, with a slight smile, looks up at the tunnel entrance ahead and murmurs, "Good. At least no one mentioned me. Alright then, let us move on to the next phase." Personal profile name, Kim Tayan. 19. Rank, E power. 15 stamina. 20 mana. 40 weakness. 5% magic, 40% skill. Hunting D. Target capture mana. 10 body armored. Body enhancement mana. 3 stealthed. Can hide oneself mana. 5 now I've got 3 skills. The stealth skill is definitely a huge win. But at my current level, it is tough to use all 3 skills, because using skills recklessly can drain my mana instantly and increase my debilitation. That could be a dangerous move, and the best prevention for this is the mana recovery potion, which can restore mana and vitality when used. But those potions are pretty pricey. I will have to go grind for some cash. And to grind, I need to have a legal permit. Actually, using skills without permission is already considered illegal. I am left with just one option, to explore the uncharted dungeons. With a plan in mind, Tehil stepped into the tunnel. As he squeezed through a secret narrow gap, Tehil found himself in a vast space. A whole bunch of red eyes immediately fixed their gaze on him. Turns out, this is a monster den, led by 3 spider elf sisters of the B rank. The 3 spider elf sisters gasped in shock. Another human dared to come here. How did you find us? Haha. Let us incapacitate him and throw a party. Tehil looked at the 3 monsters grumbling. Their B rank was not high enough to change his status. Do I really have to absorb such weaklings? The 3 monsters yelled, enraged by Tehil's taunt. How dare you? You arrogant lowly human. Do you even know what situation you are in? We will eat you alive. They all opened their mouths and unleashed their paralyzing skills toward Tehil. Laughing triumphantly. Haha. How does that feel? Do you feel your body going numb and unable to move? Tehil showed no fear, nor did he try to dodge. He simply stood there, grinning like a maniac, and activated his hunting skill. System notification. Successfully resisted a negative effect. Just as I thought. Your skills are pretty useful. As Tehil's voice faded, he unleashed his hunting skill towards the horde of monsters. Soon, the tunnel echoed with the pitiful cries of the monsters. Before long, the cries gradually subsided and finally stopped. System notification. You have successfully hunted, successfully absorbed a new skill. Paralysis. Meanwhile, at the 10 Awakener player building in South Korea, in a room with 3 people, Vice President of 10 Korean Awakening Gamers, Gok, Commander of the False Reapers, and S-rank player, Jua, President of 10 Korean Awakening Gamers, and also an S-rank player, Jijin, standing before these 2 S-rank players. Tiguk felt the pressure, thinking, the 2 best Awakening Gamers from 10 players. Legal Awakening Gamers authorized to use their skills for tasks like exploring deep dungeons. Eliminating traps. Currently, there are 5 strongest players in Korea, mostly holding the balance of power among Awakening Gamers. The largest player guilds in Korea include 10, the Warriors of the One Source, Alchemist guilds, Sorcerers, and informants specializing in False Reapers, and the authorities managing the players, including the 4 major guilds. Namely 10, stand before me. And here's he smiling at Jingyi. It has been a while. President. Jingyi spoke up, thanking her for coming, knowing she is busy. Have you found anything? ES smile faded, and with a serious look, he asked. You mean the Cunning Guild? The Cunning Guild, a criminal organization formed by the most ruthless villains. All members wear gold rings with 3 skulls engraved on them. He handed Jingyi a file and said, this contains the recent movements of the Cunning Guild, and a list of players they are targeting. But I doubt you called me here just to personally hand over the documents. So what is the deal? Jingyi took the file and smiled. Well, I just wanted to get your opinion on this. He curiously asked. My opinion, Missy. When did you start evaluating players? He skeptically replied. Obviously when I turned 19. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and said, President, do not tell me that. Jingyi laughed and asked, do you think a high school student can take on monsters? Back to Taehyun. His backpack was now stuffed with volcanic rocks. He sat atop a monster pile, dialing a number. Hello. Is this one of the 4 great alchemist guilds? Well, Here's the deal. I want to buy some fire water. Because of the Watergate incident, the school was closed for 7 days. Taking advantage of that time, Tayan trained hard, smashing through several dungeons, using mana stones and monster cores to craft potions and gear for trading with the Alchemist Guild. But the biggest achievement in these 7 days, he successfully leveled up to a C rank awakened. After the closing order was lifted, Tayan returned to school. The rumor of him defeating Bihiksu had spread like wildfire throughout the school. Most students were in shock, but there were also quite a few who worried for Tayan. The situation had escalated to the point where an S rank awakened was definitely involved. Lee Jung-jae could not let this go. Sure enough, on the very first morning after the school reopened, he and two goons showed up at Taehyun's classroom. Just a little background on Lee Jung-jae. He is the third generation of the Tetsan conglomerate, the one funding the Kachung Tetsan, and the infamous bully at Tetsan High. Plus, he's the one who ordered Bihiksu to pick on Taehyun before he awakened. Now, Lee Jung-jae sat across from Taehyun, acting all buddy-buddy, saying it has been a while since they last met. Taehyun shot back. Who are you calling a friend? Just keep your trash talk to yourself, punk. Who do you think you are talking to? One of Jung-jae's lackeys yelled, and was about to lunge at Taehyun when Jung-jae knocked him back with a punch. Don't you see I am talking here? Jung-jae reminded his goon, then turned back to Taehyun with a smile. Kim Tae, I bet you are feeling pretty proud after taking down Bihiksu. However, Jung-jae unleashed his power, glaring at Taehyun while threatening. You should know who you are standing in front of. Right. You would better listen while I am still being nice. This is the power of an S rank awakened. Impressive? But you know, I am curious about how you will handle a real challenge. Taehyun thought to himself. His hand was getting ready to unleash a skill when suddenly a female voice rang out. Lee Jun. That is enough, stop it. Lima Jang said as she slowly approached Jung-jae and Taehyun. She used a skill to immobilize the arm of Jung-jae's goon who was trying to block her. Then shot a look at Taehyun, reminding him, Kim Tae, and you too? That is enough. Taehyun stayed silent but secretly agreed. Lima, the class president, a rich heiress, sister of Jua Hee-wang, an S-rank awakened, a model student with a bright future ahead, from a noble family, destined to be an S-rank player. She has countless titles and is expected to earn many more. The catch is, she is incredibly stubborn and does not back down easily, just like now. When Lee Jung-jae was acting all friendly like he genuinely wanted to chat with Taehyun as a friend, she did not hesitate to bluntly say, Friend. What about the punch to his face then? Jung-jae's fake smile vanished, and his eyes sparked with anger as he shot back. Lima. Watch that mouth of yours. Got it. Jang was not afraid to clash, saying, I will use force if you do not leave. Shut up and get lost. After staring each other down for about 5 seconds, Lee Jung-jae sighed and relented. Fine. Let us call it here. I am not looking to start a fight in this classroom. However, Jung-jae conjured a fireball and shouted, You think that is the last word I am going to say to you? Jang immediately began to gather energy, preparing for battle. Just as both sides were ready to clash, the bell rang, followed by an announcement from the school's broadcasting system, informing everyone about the media club meeting. A special class organized by the Players Association is happening in the main hall, so all students quickly gathered there. A special class, the Players Association, Jung-jae muttered, then smiled at Taehyun and Jang, saying, You guys are lucky, before turning and walking away. You are noisy. No need to thank me. Jang gradually retracted his power and said to Taehyun. But at that moment, he was no longer sitting there. While Jang was still in shock, Taehyun stood at the door urging him. What are you doing just standing there? Didn't you hear the announcement about gathering in the main hall? I'm heading out now. Jang looked doubtfully at Taehyun as he left. How could he move without her noticing? Has he always been like this? Before long, all the students had gathered in the main hall. While everyone was speculating about this special class, Taeguk stepped up to the podium. My name is Go Taeguk, representing the management of the Players Association. I am here for 2 reasons. First, to apologize for the association's delay in dealing with the rift. And second, to announce changes that will affect you players, the ones who hold the future of the association in your hands. A murmur of chatter began to rise from the audience. Are they testing the players? What does that have to do with us? Isn't he the eligibility age 19? We won't be able to participate this year anyway. Not letting the students ponder for too long, Taeguk quickly explained. You might think that, but of course, I am here to inform you because this will now concern you. Due to the recent opening of the podium, the number of monsters in the dungeon has suddenly increased. The Awakener Association has realized that we are lacking manpower. Therefore, through these trials, we will begin recruiting candidates. Even high school students. High school candidates will be selected based on skills, evaluation scores, academic performance, and attitude, while other students were excited about this news. Taeguk, with the mindset of a 35-year-old uncle, just smiled faintly, secretly thinking, these selections may seem open to all students. But the selection process had already been underway. Using Taeguk's skill, the insight ability, he could observe the overall capabilities of those he looked at. If he focused even more, he could see the status windows of the individuals standing on the podium. Taeguk spoke while scanning the students with insight, internally marveling. The quality of candidates here was much better than in other places. They could become excellent players. But the most surprising thing was when Taeguk's gaze landed on Jonggi with a score of 1924 and a Jang with a score of 2335, pretending to have sent me a list of promising candidates. Who would have thought there would be so many untrained potential awakeners like this? I need to go back and write a nomination letter to the association right away, Taeguk thought to himself, feeling a bit amused. Just then, Jong raised his hand to speak, addressing the so-called awakened ones. He mentioned that we were informed about the player audition. But are not there still unsuitable candidates here? I mean, this trial is only meant for those who have the potential to become players among the awakened. Right, in other words, I do not think those who have not awakened should have to hear these harsh words. Jongji glanced at Taeguk before continuing with a smirk. Strength is not the only thing that makes a strong player. It is also about the level of awakening, the ability to handle situations, and a broad knowledge of the abyss. To become a player, one must acquire complex skills to a certain level, but ultimately, those stats can only be achieved by the awakened. What about those who have not awakened? They are just pouring salt on a wound. Right, they have nothing to base their judgment on. You came all this way to see if I have awakened or not, Taeguk pondered, as if reading his mind. Jong challenged him with a grin. What is it going to be? If you have awakened, then prove it. A few other students chuckled, glancing over at Taeguk. Only a Jin, standing at the front, was furious, ready to confront Jongja. But then thought about how Tayan would find it troublesome. So he turned away instead, with nobody opposing him. Jong pressed on, saying to Taeguk, I hope you will kick those pathetic non-awakened idiots out of here as soon as possible. This place is not for them. Taeguk replied politely. I get what you are saying. But whether they want to participate or not is up to them. Kim Tayan, are not you ashamed? Someone like you should not even be a candidate here. Or are you just not interested in this awakening trial? Jongji continued to jab, clearly enjoying himself. Taeguk stood on the platform, secretly disdainful of Jongji's arrogant attitude. Here's a supposed rank player bullying others. Pathetic. But it was exactly that attitude that piqued his curiosity about Taehyun. Why is this nobody, who has not even awakened, drawing attention? Or is it just plain jealousy? Let us see what potential this kid has. As Taeguk used his keen eye to assess Taehyun, he received shocking information that left him momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Taehyun remained unfazed by Jongji's attacks. Indeed, if he could not prove he was awakened, he would not even be able to dream of participating in this association's selection. But to get nominated, there is no need to reveal his true strength. Thinking this, Taehyun decided to play along with Jongji's taunts. You are right. I really have been careless. Why would someone like me, who is not awakened, ever participate in this selection? I am just here to be a hindrance to you all. So I will take my leave. You guys can lock yourselves in here for your wonderful training session. Taehyun raised his middle finger as a farewell gesture before turning and walking away. Taeguk was still in a state of confusion, wondering why his powers had no effect on Taehyun. This had never happened before. Not even on the chairman's day or with anyone else. So why was it different with this kid? Taehyun, as if reading Taeguk's thoughts. Just before stepping through the door, Taehyun paused, looked back at him, and flashed a creepy smile. Instantly, Taeguk's vision revealed Taehyun's stats a mind-blowing score of 096. After leaving the hall, Taehyun headed to the library to search for more information. But it was not long before Jung Jae's crew showed up. Jung Jae's looking for you. Come with us. If not, Taehyun scoffed in response. What? Did you open a restaurant or something? That question put Taehyun on high alert. The guy saw this and decided to take him out for a good time. Jung Jae sends you this message. You are a pathetic little bastard. Do you want to suffer even more? Isn't she already suffering? And do not worry too much. Either way, we are dragging you to Jung Jae. Boom, boom, boom. The once peaceful library suddenly turned into a battlefield, with things crashing and breaking everywhere. Taehyun grabbed one of Jung Jae's goons lying on the floor, lifted him up, and said, Don't he make me ask twice. Where is he? Moments later, Taehyun was at the gym, the meeting spot Jung Jae had chosen. As soon as he spotted Taehyun, Sealhunt, and a rank player and Jung Jae's right-hand man, activated a skill and reported back to Jung Jae. This is surprising. What do you think? After this kid showed up, I received some debuff skills. But they did not activate. With resistance like that, he must be a rank 2. Jung Jae grinned as he got his answer and said to Tayan, "But I guess you have awakened, if that is the case. Should we have a little chat? My words might sound a bit rude, but I do not intend to hit you. Actually, I want you to be my underling. I plan to establish a group after graduation under the name of the T-San Corporation Hair. But even if I am a genius, I can do everything alone. You get what I am saying? Right, for talented people. Not like that idiot Hugh Soo, but real talents. Like you right now, Kim Tae. So Kim Tae-hyun, let go of your grudges and come work for me. You will have money and fame. I will make your family rich." Tae-hyun cut it, interrupting Jung Jae's cold pitch. "You are rambling too much. Money, fame, and wealth. Lee Jun, you have crossed the line." With that, Tae-hyun activated a skill to kick, declaring war on Jung Jae. Jung Jae sighed in regret. Right, immediately, he unleashed his power and declared, "Just as I thought, a stray dog needs to be trained." Seal Hondu saw this and quickly created a barrier around the field. This is a skill that covers the space with magic. Those outside cannot sense the magic within it. It is, he declared. With this, no one can interfere in the young master's fight anymore. Right after that, Jung Jae charged in like a storm to attack Tae-hyun, but it seems like his kicking skills are not doing much against Jung Jae. Just a single punch from him had Tae-hyun spitting blood. Haha. Have you finally realized the gap between us? Jung Jae is feeling on top of the world and keeps dishing out punishment to Tae-hyun. Hondo watches from the side, secretly feeling sorry for Tae-hyun. Kim Tae-hyun has a high-level body enhancement skill and is in a rank awakened, with combat skills and willpower far exceeding his classmates. It is hard to find anyone in this school who can match him, but today, his opponent is a genius. So there is no way he can win this fight. You might as well give up and surrender. Just then, Hondo could not hide his shock, his eyes wide as he watched the unfolding scene. The tables turned. Tae-hyun was shifting from defense to counterattack, finally landing a punch right in Jung Jae's face. No way. The young master is losing in a one-on-one showdown. Hondo gasped in disbelief. Jung Jae was sprawled out on the floor, screaming in agony. That bastard Kim Tae-hyun. What did you do? Why can't my body move? Hondo was even more shocked. He can move. Isn't body enhancement the only skill Kim Tae-hyun has? What kind of monster is he? Finally, it is working, Tae-hyun proudly said. He had accumulated a total of 3 skills. Stone Skin, Challenge, Invisibility, and Paralysis. You are not using all your skills from the start. C-rank paralysis won't easily overcome S-rank resistance. And invisibility can be used when attacked from a distance. Fray is a last resort and should not be used so openly. So Tae-hyun's goal was to wait for the right moment to use paralysis in close combat. Skills that cause effects are more effective with direct contact than from afar, which is why each punch carried damage combined with continuous paralysis effects. Not even S-rank resistance can immunize against it. You have been paralyzed. You have completely resisted it. You have been paralyzed. You have completely resisted it. Jung Jae's system kept repeating the notification until it finally registered that you have failed to resist paralysis, leaving Jung Jae unable to move, letting Tae-hyun continue to unleash his fury until he collapsed to the floor. Kim Tae-hyun is also a genius. In this duel, he even surpassed the young master. But the battle, Hondo watched Jung Jae with apprehension. Suddenly, Jung Jae burst into laughter and said, "I admit your strength, Kim Tae. I guess I underestimated you. Otherwise, there is no way I would lose to a loser like you, so from now on, let us fight seriously." With that, he pulled a small stone from his pocket and crushed it. Instantly, a massive skeleton engulfed in hellfire appeared behind Jung Jae and began to merge with him. As the enhancement process completed, Jung Jae launched an attack on Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun managed to leap high just in time to dodge, then unleashed a counter kick. But to Jung Jae, it felt like just a tickle. The moment it made contact, the stone on his hand shattered, and he was sent flying backward by an overwhelming force. That is the true form of the master's skill, Heart of Flames. Normally, it is tough to unleash the full power of the master, with rank strength and high-level skills. He needs some serious backup. Just now, the master used a mana gem synthesized from refining monster cores. Originally a monster's core, it temporarily boosts the mana within the user as body. With that support stone, the master can fully tap into his S-rank power. The problem is, Hondo thought anxiously, the master is pushing it too far. You need to stop. Are you trying to kill him? Plus, that much magic in your body is just too much. Your blood vessels will burst from the uncontrollable magic of overdrive. A fiery arrow shot straight at Hondo, holding the reins. After one guard dared to order me around. This loser insulted me. You want me to let him off the hook? Jung turned to Taeyong, putting everything into a wild strike. screaming. You piece of trash, Kim Taeyong. This is not good. Just as I feared. The master is losing control. His mind in chaos. How can he escape that overdrive state? Hondo rushed to the crater made by Jun's punch, anxiously calling out. Kim Taeyong, are you still alive? Give up and run. I will stop the master. So hurry up. Just then, Taeyong rewarded him with a punch. Run. What are you talking about? You think you can call this fight off after starting it? No surprise here. I admit this rank is strong, so from now on, I will take this seriously. Taeyong downed a few potions, instantly restoring his stamina and mana, while also activating his hunting skill, ready to show Rikid Junj what a real party looks like. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the New Player Association in Korea, after hearing the report, Lee Jin-gai was left in shock. 1900. 2300.
Yep.
Lee Junj is 1900. Lima Jiang is 2300. There is no doubt both of them are awakened to his rank. The other staff were equally stunned, starting to murmur, even at his rank. For someone not yet trained to have a power level of 1900 is insane. That is clearly the level of an A-rank player. He is on par with the top player from Japan. Lee Jin-gai burst out laughing. Finally, we have a player who can match the top player in Japan. The top player. Taeguk thought. The top player. The leader of the players in Japan. A monster with stats exceeding 2500, first appearing at age 19. She shocked the entire world of Awakeners. Exactly. Even that monster just barely surpassed 2500. How can he compare to someone whose awakening stats just started? Remembering Taehyun and his stat of 5096, Taeguk shivered, beginning to doubt himself. It is just an illusion. A rank. They must have miscalculated the stats. Anyway, I need to check this myself. Back to our main character, Jung Jae, who is slowly being devoured by Taehyun's hunting skills. As he struggles, he can't help but scream in disbelief. How could this happen? How can I lose to a loser like you? Kim Tae. I am the heir to the T-San conglomerate. I am his rank. Damn it. You have to die. I am Lee Jung Jae. It does not matter to me if you are an heir or whatever rank you claim to be, because this is the power of a king. And with that, Taehyun amplifies his hunting prowess. An earth-shattering explosion occurs, engulfing the entire gym in flames. It is astonishing. Taehyun watches San Hondo with excitement. Just moments ago, he had risked his life to save Jung Jae while he was being pulled in by the hunting skill. If not, the Jung Jae would have already booked a one-way ticket to meet his ancestors. Thankfully, the young master was saved. Hondo breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously asked Taehyun, "What are you planning to do?" The young master is the heir of the T-San conglomerate. How do you plan to handle this?
Wait.
Who started this mess anyway? Can we talk some sense here? Besides, am I really the one who should be scared of your threats? Don't worry. I have no intention of killing him. But you all should be prepared to pay a price for this mercy. Hondo was a bit confused. Price? Let us. After all, he is the heir of the T-San conglomerate. Taehyun stroked his chin thoughtfully and suggested, should not we ask for $1 billion in compensation? Outside, a loud noise and aftershocks from the explosion caught everyone's attention, and they immediately rushed outside to see what was happening. Students looked at the gym engulfed in flames and debris scattered everywhere, their fear starting to rise. What is going on? Is there a monster attacking? Lima Jiang silently denied. The magic in this terrifying fire must surely be the power of Lee Jung Jae. But who is he with? Could it be? In a Jiang's mind, she pictured Taehyun being tormented by Jung Jae. Everyone step back. Just stay here. Do not go in there. It is dangerous. While she was warning the students, Lima Jiang zipped past her like a gust of wind and bolted straight into the gym. I was wrong. I should not have let those two be alone in the gym together. This is all my responsibility. Kim Tae. Please. You have to survive. Lima Jiang rushed into the flames, her heart ablaze. But what she witnessed was completely opposite to what she had imagined. Taehyun was standing tall, while Lee Jung Jae lay motionless on the floor, covered in wounds. While Jiang was still in shock, Taehyun called out, just in time, I need a witness. Oh no. I need someone to carry him. Please carry him to the infirmary. Oh no. To the hospital. Okay. Jiang finally snapped back to reality, quickly running over to help Jung Jae, then turning to question Taehyun. How did it end up like this? Taehyun shrugged and said, I do not know. When I got here, he was already lying here. I think he fell down the stairs. Fell down the stairs. Jiang looked skeptically at Jung Jae, who looked like he was about to kick the bucket. Taehyun pretended not to see and kept asking for favors. Since I had no clue what was happening back home, just do not mention that you saw me here. Alright, I will take off now. With that, Taehyun made his exit, leaving Jiang behind with Jung Jae. Once he got a good distance from the school, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. With Lima Jiang there to handle Lee Jung Jae, Now all he had to do was wait and see how the Tayan Corporation would react. If nothing comes up, then it seems like the issue is settled. Tayan opened his status window to check things out. Thanks to defeating Lee Jung-jae, he had gained a new skill, but this one was not in his data. Charm level 5. Heart of the Monarch. Company C. Increases the strength stats of party members. Mana 10. Charm. A celebrity-like allure. After hunting Lee Jung-jae, he gets this. It is really puzzling. Plus, instead of absorbing the Flame Heart skill, he ended up with the Heart of the Monarch. Increases the strength stats of party members. Even that Lee Jung-jae has this skill. But hey, this is not too shabby. A skill that affects all party members is rare. No matter what its level is, it can be used with various skills and combined with whatever skills he wants. The Heart of the Monarch's skill is way better than he thought. After counting his loot, Taehyun was about to head home for some rest when a convoy blocked his way. Found you. Student Kim Taehyun. Jieg Taegik stepped out of the car, exuding a dangerous aura. His expression cold as he said, I have a lot to ask you. Let us start with this. What were you doing in the gym? Taehyun's brain started racing. Why the hell is Jieg Taegik here? The gym, was he talking about what just happened? Or the stuff in the hallway? Which one was it? Jieg Taegik, a member of the Awakening Association, had very few chances to talk to this guy directly. But what if he knew about the trouble he stirred up and started acting? He had to give it a shot. Thinking quickly, Taehyun decided to probe him. If it is about the gym, you are referring to the explosion. Right. The explosion. Taegik pondered for a moment and glanced towards the fire coming from the school. Are you talking about that fire over there? That is nothing. Other agencies will handle it. But I have not received your answer yet. What were you doing in the sports room? Not aware of the explosion. Well then. Taehyun smirked arrogantly and replied. I thought you would already know about that. You guys must be looking for me to join the military recruitment. Right. Hit the nail on the head. Taegik awkwardly replied with a forced smile. Recruitment. How dare you speak so boldly? What is up with that? Isn't this still not enough? Taehyun said as he unleashed his power, deliberately showcasing his abilities once again. But this time, not only Taegik but even his companions felt that immense power. Moreover, Taegik's recorded stat was not 5,096 anymore. It had jumped to 5,214. Leaving him stunned and in disbelief. It was even stronger than before. Sure enough, that previous number was not just a fluke or an error. Kim Tae. Who the hell are you? Meanwhile, Lee Jung, an S-rank player and chairman of the Tayan Corporation, after hearing Hondo recount everything, asked a question. So to sum it all up, the only son of the family got injured, and a hefty compensation is just a tea price. They want me to handle this quietly. Hondo knelt on the ground, and Jun explained, It is my fault. No matter what you say. Lee Jung-soo interrupted, acting like he actually wants to leave. Haha. That kid's a powerful little ghost. Quite entertaining. But we will have to compensate for what he did. Right. With that, Lee Jung-soo snapped his fingers, and two mysterious shadows appeared. Hondo panicked at the sight, saying, Chairman, it seems the other party is still young. This is too extreme. Shut it. I can't stand the sound of barking dogs. Back to our main guy. As soon as Taehyun got home, he dove headfirst into the gym, aiming to bulk up for the upcoming military recruitment. Lee Jung burst in through the door, his face a mix of shock and excitement. Recruitment. You said you were going to join the military. In a month, Jae-jong finally snapped back to reality and, with a mock salute, greeted Taehyun. Indeed. You are the god of Chungmu-gong. Taehyun did not even bother to respond, his mind racing. The Tayan group would not let this slide. Now Taeguk has eased up on his suspicions. There is just a month left, so during this time, I just need to focus on training. And everything will be sorted. Right then, he got a call from that person. Outside, the Black and White brothers, two renowned B-level assassins skilled in stealth, sent by Lee Jung, had arrived at Taehyun's house. Why is the Association's Awakener guarding this house? For real. Little White controlled the Association's Awakener while saying, that guy must be one of the participants in this military recruitment. They are really interested in promising candidates. Big Black replied while scouting the area. Little White chuckled at his brother's words. Promising candidates. Still, that kid is just a rookie with no real-life experience. Right. Haha. Exactly. Being skilled without experience just makes you a useless brat. Let us show everyone what a true Awakener looks like. Big Black chuckled and turned to Little White, only to see him getting punched by a stranger, who then grabbed him and dragged him out onto the balcony. Who the hell are you? Big Black shouted in anger and rushed in to save his brother. Flashback a few hours earlier. Taehyun realized that demanding a massive compensation from the Tayan group would not be easy, and that San Hun-du could not handle it alone, so he did not make things difficult for him, just asking him to do his best in negotiations, while also requesting two things. After the promise of the Awakener, a contract is drawn up by the Awakeners using magic. In case of a breach of contract, a random permanent penalty will be imposed. And only then did Tayan feel secure enough to lay down his conditions with Hun-du. As for the gym incident, it was almost handled immediately. Media outlets reported that the fire at Taesan High School's gym was caused by a gas explosion, and there were no victims. As for the second part of the agreement, right after finding out that old man Dong-soo sent someone to eliminate Taehyun, Hun-du secretly called Taehyun to inform him about the situation and provided details about the two assassins. Back to the present. After getting caught off guard, the enraged Daehak charged in with guns blazing, attacking Taehyun at lightning speed. But no matter what he tried, Han's weapons could not even touch a hair on Taehyun's head. After dodging for a while, Taehyun finally switched gears and started to counterattack. He swung his arms to grab Daehak but failed. Daehak used his stealth skill to vanish right before Taehyun's eyes, then circled around behind him, striking down with full force where Taehyun had just stood, and thought that after this blow, Taehyun would be done for. But suddenly, his voice rang out. "Hey bro. I heard your special skill is stealth. Just as I thought. Nothing special about it at all. Besides that stealth. What else can you guys do?" Without missing a beat, Taehyun kicked Daehak from behind, sending him crashing to the floor. Meanwhile, someone was calling Chairman Ji Jinghui to inquire about the recruitment process for new participants. This time, they surely would attract awakeners from all over the country. Who do you hope will come in first? And rank from Bizon. Please. Haha. No way that would happen. That guy is outstanding. But if we are talking about the most anticipated person, that would be your sister. Right. The chairman humbly replied. Oh no. It is not that big of a deal. Haha. You are as picky as ever. Who are you looking forward to the most? Is it your sister? Yep. The chairman candidly replied. Until I heard something very interesting. Hearing this, Jinghui could not help but feel curious. Interesting. Besides rank, there is someone the chairman personally has to come speak to. The chairman has to come personally. Aren't you curious? Who is this person that would make the chairman want to come and talk? Back to Taehyun. After trying to use his bait skill on the two brothers but failing, he stared at them. Then back at his baiting hand, feeling utterly confused. Why is this happening? It was not until the system check that Taehyun realized the problem was that he just did not have enough stamina left. Overloaded. His bait skill could not activate temporarily. And he thought, oh no. Oh no. His mind raced with ways to boost his stamina, but every method required some serious food. Taehyun, you really left yourself no way out. The next day, ignoring his little brother Jae-jong's advice, he was determined to head to the Blackhead Training Center to train. The reverse attack manager, hoping for a defense, saw the skinny Taehyun brothers looking a bit awkward. But that awkwardness quickly vanished like the wind when he pulled out the Ultra VIP Pro Black card from the Gold Association. How can a kid have a card from a high-level awakener? Or is it really him? That guy is always sure to stir up some trouble. What is going on now? Seeing Yura floundering like that, the strongest member, Kang Chun, with his rock-hard abs, swoops in to save the day. He is Kang Chun, a powerhouse from Blackhead, a killer with some serious muscle skills. Taehyun has been through countless rice cakes, but only now is he hearing such a ridiculous name. Some folks nearby witnessing Kang Chun show off to the newbie are whispering, sensing he is about to dominate this rookie. Haha. Have you felt the chill from my name yet? If you guys head home now, I will let it slide. What are you even saying? You weakling. Taehyun, cool as a cucumber, challenges Kang Chun, making him furious. Without a hint of fear, you propose a bet the loser pays a year's membership fee. Kang Chun, enraged by Taehyun's challenge, immediately accepts. With a whoosh, both dive into the virtual system, ready to battle it out before a crowd that can get enough of the drama. This system is the Virtual Potter Training Ground. It is a virtual reality similar to Abyss, a hardcore training course requiring players to take down B-class monsters and reach the goal in the shortest time, while carrying a maximum weight. Everyone thinks Taehyun going up against Kang Chun is at a serious disadvantage. The chubby Kang Chun now seems pumped like he is on steroids, swinging his arms wildly to take down monsters in the system. He is yelling Taehyun's name as he fights, each hit landing with a bang. His lifting power is off the charts. While he is laughing like a maniac, Taehyun rushes past him, leaving a trail of monster corpses scattered everywhere, leaving Kang Chun dizzy. With just a few signature moves, Taehyun obliterates the monsters into tiny pieces. Kang Chun watches in disbelief, his jaw dropped and sweat pouring down like a waterfall. The ground is shattered, and the only one left standing is Kang Chun, wide-eyed, staring at Taehyun who towers over a mountain of monster bodies on his back. He flashes a victorious grin, demanding Kang Chun pay up and skedaddle. Soon after, the day everyone was waiting for arrived the test day for the Awakened. The stadium was packed with people, and the Awakened Association had revamped the test, allowing young newbies to join in. Besides the audience watching, there are key players in this battle. The unbeatable Iron Fist in close combat, a rank Hong Jung-guk, a martial artist known for excellent combat skills, and rank Lee Ji-san, who is not easy to defeat either. There is also the unstoppable Simjin Bok from Bizen, SS rank, and the prestigious Saintess Lim Ah-jang. There are also many talents have signed up for the competition. The crowd pushed and shoved so hard that reporter Kim E rank could not squeeze through the crowd and ended up sitting on the ground, crying. Just then, Taehyun appears, exuding an air of cool confidence, chuckling at the overwhelming scene. With only a minute left before the test starts, Taehyun feels the need to build his image first. Amidst the bustling crowd, Ah-jang spots Taehyun and is utterly shocked. She heard he had awakened, but could he really have transformed this much in just a month? Hong was left wondering, with so many questions left unasked, when the announcement for the official start of the competition blared through the speakers. After the introduction, the rules were laid out. Look at the numbers behind you. Everyone, that is your contestant number. The challenge for this round is to collect 5 contestant numbers, including your own. Losing your contestant number means you are out of the game. This is a battle for numbers. You only have 1 hour for this round, and you are free to use any skills, including killing. Before the host even finished speaking, the ground beneath the contestants shook violently, splitting apart. The first round officially kicked off in utter chaos. Teacher Ah-jang, standing alone, became the target as a group charged toward her to snatch her nameplate. But how foolish! Little one, with a swift punch, she knocked them down like a bunch of bugs. The judges, watching through the glass, were impressed by her skills. Truly a goddess among mere mortals. Other contestants were no joke either. The competition this time was way tougher than previous rounds. Among them, the one everyone was eager to see was Bizen's Shin Junbok, rank C. The judge observed the situation while commenting. It had been 20 minutes since round 1 started, yet no one could get close to Shin Il-bok. Overall, he and Ah-jang were the standout contenders in the judge's eyes. Only Tae-guk had his attention on Taehyun. He was sure that a guy like him would breeze through this test. But just a second later, Tae-guk panicked as he realized he was blocked by a wannabe awakened one, frozen in place and not fighting back, leaving him utterly disappointed. He silently chastised himself for overestimating him. Surely he was using the skill Stone Skin to deal with the wannabe awakened from Ah Hong Jung-guk. Stone Skin is a low-tier skill compared to the other. Taehyun intentionally distracted his opponent, then suddenly struck, leaving his opponent feeling like they were on a roller coaster ride. After a month of training, the traces of his brutal training were still evident. His powers still had some gaps, but he had improved by pushing himself to the limit of his body's endurance. In a battle reaching its peak, he poured all his strength into the attack, knocking the A-rank opponent out cold at his feet. Taehyun, now proudly claimed the registration number 02, and Tae Hong-guk over here could not help but feel satisfied on his behalf. The way he trained in this massive survival battle is remarkable. Kim Tae, this bold audacity is impressive. But now comes the real challenge. His strength has been significantly drained after that last fight. Now, it is best to conserve energy and gather the registration numbers of weaker opponents. Tae-guk calculated in his head for Taehyun. Unexpectedly, contrary expectations, he sought out C-rank awakener Sin Junbok, looking even more reckless than before. Junbok's lightning strike caused a thunderous explosion that shook the ground. Taehyun swiftly dodged, planning to strike back out of nowhere. But little did he know his opponent was no slouch. Both of them were as quick as lightning, neither willing to back down. This rang from Bizen, Thunder God Sin E1 Bok. I never imagined it would be this troublesome. His entire body was surrounded by crackling lightning. It not only allowed him to block every attack, but also packed a punch with a shocking range, whether near or far. How can he break through this, when he still has not harnessed that brutal power? Facing the relentless barrage from his opponent, Taehyun hesitated for a moment. E1 Bok arrogantly unleashed a bolt of lightning at him, reveling in Taehyun's panic as he turned and ran. He chased him down closely, relishing the thrill as he bombarded him with energy blasts. Watching Taehyun scream in pain was pure satisfaction for him. It hurt so much. I can take it. Taehyun was furious and tried to fight back, but it was futile. E1 Bok was relentless, the force of his attacks splattering all around, leaving Taehyun with barely any strength left to resist. At this point, nearly everyone had already run for their lives. I thought only that guy would make this awakening test interesting, but I did not expect to find another interesting toy right here. E1, full of energy, aimed directly at Taehyun and fired. A rock flew at him like a bullet, smashing right into his face and drawing blood. He stood there, stunned, questioning how Taehyun's attack could hit him like this. Taehyun was now throwing massive stones with all his might, knocking E1 Bok out cold. Indeed, The stone skin skill could not withstand the wrath of the thunder god, not to mention surpassing it. Even enhancing it to its limits would result in being crushed upon contact. But here, in this awakening battle arena, everything changed. This arena was built from some incredibly sturdy material right from the start to ensure it could withstand the powers of awakeners. Unlike stone skin, it would not lose its shape even when shattered, so when Tayan uses this as a weapon, it can withstand even the wrath of the thunder god. Shinai Wonbok is definitely in for a world of hurt at the hands of Tayan now. Shinai Wonbok collapses, blood gushing out, crashing to the ground amidst the horrified gazes of the onlookers. A mere C rank taking down S9. Unreal, you know. He is actually pretty impressive. He really knows how to get everyone on the edge of their seats. Taegut chuckles to himself. Taehyun has now collected all the contestant numbers. All that is left is to wait for the competition to wrap up. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a shard of ice shoots straight at his leg in the blink of an eye. Countless icy blasts swirl around him, encasing him completely. Approaching from a distance is Ah Jang, her icy demeanor leaving Taehyun utterly stunned. How is this happening? Wait. When did Ah Jang start watching the match? He's confused, thinking to himself that with great power comes great responsibility. Having power without responsibility, that is just plain violence. Taehyun, you are really strong. You beat Sin-un Bok in a way no one saw coming. Lee Jung-jae fell the same way. Right, she suddenly erupts, her eyes filled with hatred as she charges at him. A flurry of ice attacks rains down, so overwhelming that he can T-dodge. Even if he uses stealth now, it is pointless. Ah Jang continues her assault, throwing punches and kicks, saying, I believed in you while you were in the arena. You said you were different from the likes of Lee Jung-jae. You also claimed you would not act recklessly for personal gain, did not you? But watching you fight makes it clear. You are the one responsible for taking down Lee Jung-jae and even Baek Hyuk-soo. Sharp icy shards shoot up from his hands, piercing through him, blood spilling out as the ground shakes under the terrifying force of Ah Jang. Seeing him down, she demands he withdraw from this awakening competition, or she will expose his skills. What are you even worth? You could not stop Lee Jung-jae's brutality, power, responsibility. Merit. What you really want is just to bring me down. Then maybe using this life and death competition as a stepping stone would be better. Don't act so lowly anymore. Taehyun stumbles to his feet, his lips quivering with pain. If you are saying that, then Ah Jang has nothing more to say. Channeling her rage, she conjures a staff, vowing to end him with it. Because Taehyun's protective shield has shattered hundreds of times, it has lost its original function. Even if he uses stealth now, it will be quickly countered by the widespread attacks. The heart of the Emperor has boosted his power levels and is in activation mode, but he still lacks the stamina to turn the tide. The destructive force remains sealed, and Taehyun does not have the energy to paralyze like he did against Lee Jung-jae. Right now, he has no other options left. Thinking quickly, Taehyun charges directly at Ah Jang, a seismic shockwave and thick fog enveloping the area, leaving everyone clueless about the outcome. As the mist lifted, everyone gasped at the sight of Taehyun pinning Ah Jang down, kissing her wildly. She was just as panicked, completely confused about what he was doing to her. In that moment of desperation, what Taehyun aimed for was the kiss. Or rather, it was the paralysis technique. After successfully using his skill from a closer distance, it was much more effective than when using it from afar. That is why he mixed paralysis into his blood for Ah Jang to swallow. And of course, considering the resistance of an S-rank awakened, this felt like a high-stakes gamble. Luck was on his side, as she was truly paralyzed. Finally, Taehyun succeeded. He joyfully wiped the blood off his mouth and slowly stood up. The time for the first exam had just come to an end. After the first exam ended, all injured contestants received immediate care from the medical team. Although Ah Jang was paralyzed, she still passed the exam because she was not robbed of her entry number and did not lose her fighting ability. As for Taehyun, he only stole 7 entry numbers. But defeating Sin-hyun Bake and Ah Jang caught the attention of many other contestants. They whispered and admired him from behind. He was lost in thought when suddenly, Hyun Biki charged at him, screaming like a madman. He was still in his medical outfit, vowing to take revenge for the last blow. Everyone was thrilled at the prospect of a fight, eager to see Hyun Biki take down Taehyun. Distracted by the commotion, Hyun Bif turned and threw a punch towards the crowd. Hey Taehyun, let us have a fair fight. I will show you who is really on top. In the heat of the moment, suddenly a wave of deadly energy swept over them, causing the ground to tremble violently like an earthquake. Hyun Bos was knocked unconscious on the spot by falling debris. Only Taehyun remained conscious and realized the source of that deadly energy was S-rank awakened Park Sung-jin. He was one of the top awakeners in the association, and would soon become an SS rank awakened. Taehyun remained unfazed in the face of danger, while Sung-jin waved his hand again, causing the ground under Taehyun to sink. He strained to hold his ground, silently assessing his opponent's strength. Impressive? This kid can still take it. Even seasoned awakeners can't handle that. Sung Jin found Taehyun's resilience amusing, and his attacks became more forceful. Suddenly, nurses and doctors rushed in to intervene, forcing him to halt his assault. With everyone else knocked out, Sung Jin approached Taehyun, intrigued, and asked for his name. Team Taehyun. C rank. The one who just defeated Sim Hyoan Bifok and Ah Jang. It has been ages since I met a kid this interesting. He chuckled, promising to meet again soon as he stepped closer to Taehyun. Taehyun stared at his retreating figure, his expression a mix of confusion and intrigue. Moments later, everyone gathered to prepare for the second round. Sung Jin instructed all contestants to pass through the gate in front of them to determine their ranks before the monsters would appear. Everyone's trembling in fear, sweating bullets. Every 5 people crossing that gate will form a team, exploring the dimensional rift with the designated supervisor. Every action you take during this exploration will be evaluated. Essential items like weapons and supplies will be fully provided by the association. And now, each person will step through the gate in order. Sung Jin announces that this second test is a classification round. Even amateur awakens without experience won't face any major challenges entering the D-level dungeon. This classification test is not the apocalypse. The first apocalypse world was discovered inside the D-level dungeon. The second testing ground for the awakens. Many lives were lost, including those who first discovered it, making it impossible to break out of this dungeon. If only we could prevent it beforehand. That would be great. No one believes my baseless claims. Even when the truth comes out, I will still be the only one under suspicion. It is annoying, but I will just focus on my own business. As long as I am not in the first exploration group, I have got plenty of ways to survive. You got this? Just be confident. Who could have guessed that in the end? Taeyong would be assigned to the group with the Major Haka supervisor, the first to discover the apocalypse in the dungeon. This level is like a total loss for Taeyong. Inside, there are countless fierce monsters, but the group quickly dealt with them. This earns Major Haka some serious praise. Taeyong is still bitter about being assigned to the team that first discovered the dungeon. It seems everything is tied to that Major Haka artifact he is wearing. The one the first discoverer had. There is only one of its kind. Boosting strength, stamina, speed, and magic tenfold. The apocalypse in the dungeon is definitely S rank. I want to survive if I get pulled into this. No matter what, I have to find a way to keep the apocalypse under wraps. Taeyong quietly calculates, faced with a maze of paths crisscrossing in front of everyone. Just as Major Haka is about to vote on which way to go, Taeyong bolts off in a dangerously fast direction, leaving the others behind in shock. No matter what, he would choose a different path when retreating, buying time so they would not discover the apocalypse. He pushes through the forest and river without a moment's pause, but plans do not always go as expected. A blinding apocalypse has been waiting right in front of Taeyong since this afternoon. And now, the first to discover the apocalypse is none other than him. What a twist. This is insane. I have been running around like a madman. How did I end up back here? Taeyong thinks in panic. The others are curiously moving closer to the apocalypse, and Taeyong shouts for everyone to back off. He wants Major Haka to report this outside, but the guy is too reckless and wants to venture in instead. I know what you are trying to say, Taeyong, but I sense the magic inside this gate is not too dangerous. After all, this is just a low-tier dungeon. I am an Akama rank awakened. The association prepared this gate as a special case. Being able to explore it could mean our scores improve significantly. Hearing him speak made Taeyong feel like losing his mind too. Everyone was going against his principles. And just like that, the singer turned on him, criticizing him for not following the crowd and only doing things his way, while the others joined in, pointing fingers at him, leaving him completely stunned. Despite him begging for mercy, the guy snapped his fingers and sent everyone into that hellish abyss. When they opened their eyes, they were bewildered to find themselves in a low-tier D-class prison with crumbling old architecture. The frightened crowd was panicking and whispering, but the singer ordered everyone to silence and look ahead. Only Taeyong knew what was really going on. The appearance of an A-class creature and a death knight left the singer speechless, and he turned to urge everyone to prepare for battle. But it was too late. Buddy. Those things were already charging at them, their deadly aura piercing through the air. The force of the singer's attack barely scratched their enemies. The scorching flames spread everywhere as they tried to coordinate their assaults. And thankfully, they managed to take some of them down. They wore expressions of disbelief, panting heavily as they dared the monsters to come at them again. Little did they expect that less than a minute later, another group of Death Knights showed up. This time, their presence felt even more dangerous and violent. Everyone was frozen in shock, and Taeyong sensed something was seriously off. Damn it. Every time they took down a monster, more seemed to flood in. Everyone was completely exhausted. If this keeps up, they will all be wiped out. And the singer was panicking at the thought. But Taeyong remained calm, Sensing that this place was too strange, the way he saw Taeyong's calm demeanor despite the chaos surprised him. The kid had been fighting hard and showed no signs of fatigue at all. Meanwhile, this double gate was extremely dangerous. If Taeyong's abilities had not been significantly enhanced, he would not have made it this far. Is he really just a C-class awakened player? He silently assessed him in his mind. While it is just my guess, he does not seem like an ordinary Death Knight. I need to check this out right now to know exactly what kind of monsters we are dealing with. Taeyong said this and instantly turned around. Charging straight at them with his blade drawn, the battle began, and he skillfully dodged their fierce attacks. Then lunged straight at the leader who had been standing there like a statue. This place was a trap, showcasing an illusory space, and the enemies were a strategy to drain the strength of intruders. Hearing Taeyong say this, the others were terrified. If this is just an illusion, how fierce could reality be? When Ma Jo-hak asked him how he knew this was an illusion, Taeyong admitted he was not sure himself. But one thing was certain. Those monsters here were not easy to defeat. We need to get out of here before we all get killed. He turned his back and walked away, ignoring the dazed look in Ma Jo-hak's eyes. The illusion had vanished, but the situation was far from improving. With the appearance of the double dungeon, the entire prison space had completely changed. Wounds from the battle against the illusion monsters are getting worse by the minute. They can't just sit around waiting for a rescue team to save them. Their last glimmer of hope is to find the exit of the dungeon at all costs. After a lot of effort, they finally discover a locked door that feels a bit risky. But really, what is more dangerous than dying here? They might as well go all in. The door swings open, and in front of them stands a pile of Death Knights waiting. Surrounded by countless skulls, it is a scene straight out of a nightmare. Flames burst to life, illuminating the entire room. The hideout of these monsters. Up above, the Lord of the Death Knights, the Master of the Apocalypse Dungeon, laughs maniacally, threatening to wipe out Taeyong's entire group. The Death Knights, without a word, charge forward. Weapons drawn, ready to take them on one by one. It seems they want to face off against each member of the group individually. A few members start to panic. Realizing they are out of energy, how can they possibly take on these monsters in a solo fight? Everyone, stay calm. Our goal is to escape, so facing off one-on-one is not necessary. Taeyong shouts. A couple of guys in the group, overwhelmed with fear, try to turn back toward the exit. But in the blink of an eye, the Death Knights swing their swords and send them flying back, blood splattering through the air. Taeyong, wide-eyed in horror, tells the supervisor to find a way out while he buys them some time. Unexpectedly, the supervisor does not listen and pushes Taeyong aside, charging forward on his own. I have always wanted to be an S-rank awakener, but no matter how hard I train, I just can't seem to reach that goal. That goal feels farther away and nearly unattainable. But this is my chance. If I can defeat this double-headed bug, I will finally be recognized as an S-rank awakener. How things play out today will be decided right here. With that said, the supervisor presses on, drenched in sweat, facing the monster head-on. As he fights, he tells Taehyun to run before it is too late. He will hold them off. Don't he worry. I won't go down easy here. This is the role of a supervisor like me. Ma Jo-hak puts all his strength into it, straining to push the energy outward. Taehyun stands frozen in fear, glancing around at the heavy injuries surrounding him. In his day, a thunderous explosion erupts, forcing him to turn back. What he sees is Ma Jo-hak crushed beneath the blades of the Death Knights. A truly pitiful sight. His body is soaked in blood, and flames are raging around him, making Taehyun unable to look for long. Everyone here has fallen victim to their attacks, except for him. The monster pulls the bloodied sword from Ma Jo-hak and points it at Taehyun, challenging him. In this eerily silent atmosphere, Taehyun is sweating bullets, afraid to even breathe. Suddenly, he notices the ring of the supervisor, Ma, lying on the ground. Just as the monster's sword is about to strike down, Taehyun manages to dodge and run. I need to wear that ring to boost my strength, hoping to awaken my hunting skills. There is no other choice right now. It is not the time to think. Please activate the sage's ring. You just slipped the ring on while pleading with it. Elash. A surge of power erupted from the ring, sending shockwaves that forced those knights to play catch-up. The power from it inflicted damage like a tidal wave, as flames erupted in an explosive display. The sage's ring was activated, boosting all stats by 10. Taehyun's hunting skills were activated as well. The power was immense, bursting forth uncontrollably, and nothing could hold it back. Taehyun dodged and maneuvered, fresh blood from the soldiers splattering everywhere. It would take about 10 seconds to fully activate the hunting skill successfully. I can trust that with the skills I have honed so far, I can completely defeat them. With the experience I have gained from past battles, I will survive this showdown. Taehyun chanted as he unleashed all his fighting spirit to go solo against them. After a chaotic burst of smoke and fire, a sword of energy descended from above, Slicing through them, Tayan dealt with the trash soldiers. And now it was time for him to face the incredibly dangerous final boss. Just as he paused, countless blades rained down on him like a storm. Startled, he dashed and dodged, blood streaming down his face. But the boss was not letting up. It kept pulling him closer, its killing intent palpable, as if it wanted to end him right there. With a thunderous crash, amidst the thick black smoke, Tayan, drenched in blood, lay defeated beneath its heel. I want to ask you one last thing before I finish you. Where did your strength come from? He asked as he stomped on Tayan's head, causing him excruciating pain. The system noted that Tayan was resisting some of the boss's pressure thanks to an unknown power, slightly easing the oppressive force on him. You really are different from the usual wannabes. But do you really think you can withstand my pressure that is weighing down on you? I will ask again. Where does your strength come from? He pressed on relentlessly, the pain shooting through Tayan's head making him dizzy. In that haze, memories of those who fell for him flashed before his eyes. Everything I have still is not enough to beat him. What do I need to do? Who is the true master of the power that granted me this king's hunting skill?
Well,
When I gained this power, was I able to understand the language of monsters? Is this strength just a coincidence? Or is there a plan behind it that I am still unaware of? Everything remains shrouded in darkness. In the midst of confusion, a warm voice spoke in his ear. Before Tayan's eyes appeared a radiant light, along with the words of a man stating it was all due to his will and perseverance. Those qualities make you strong. You do not need to think or change anything. You just need to grasp the power of royalty that I have given you. As soon as those words ended, Tayan found himself back in the present. The arrogant boss, seeing Tayan's silence, assumed he was scared and immediately raised a hand to finish him off. Out of nowhere, an indescribable surge of power radiated from Tayan, leaving even the boss dumbfounded. The magic within Tayan was rising to unimaginable heights. The boss, furious and charging in, was in for a rude awakening. Tayan had returned, stronger than ever. With one hand, he blocked the attack, and with the other, he unleashed a force that sent the boss flying back 10 meters. The boss could not believe that someone like Tayan could be this powerful. It was beyond his wildest dreams. Tayan, wanting to say more, simply flicked his wrist, and that boundless power obliterated the boss into dust. This power Tayan wielded was no ordinary strength. It was the might of a king. The battle concluded with Tayan showcasing a new skill, elevating his knightly prowess to a whole new level. Meanwhile, a swarm of reporters gathered outside the dungeon's entrance, buzzing with fear about the overwhelming force they had just witnessed. At this rate, everyone was bound to meet their doom. Maybe I should sneak in and check it out myself, Sungjin thought, sweating bullets. Just then, the dungeon suddenly opened. Tayan stepped out, covered in blood, like a god, his eyes wide with shock. I almost did not make it back. He chuckled sarcastically. Thanks to Taehyun's efforts, the dungeon crisis was resolved, and all the students escaped safely. The results of the second exam would be based on their scores before evacuation. The bodies of the victims were found and returned to their families. The higher-ups decided not to reveal the identity of the one who solved the dungeon issue, fearing Taehyun would become a target for the media and other hunters. Sungjin and Taehyun understood that the chairman's decision was made with good intentions. What do you think? How high has Taehyun leveled up? The chairman asked, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Sungjin felt that if he could handle an S-level dungeon, his skills must be at least on par with an S-rank player. Meanwhile, Teog thought Taehyun's actual level was much lower. It was hard to gauge his true strength, so that means there is a good chance he will reach national-level strength, the chairman said, his voice resonating with anticipation. At that moment, Taehyun was lost in a very strange dream. He found himself trapped in a dark abyss teeming with monsters. In the distance, he saw the figure of a king using his hands to eradicate the beasts, restoring beauty to the land. After leaving a message that he would wait deep at the bottom of the abyss, the king slowly faded into light, leaving Taehyun utterly confused. Waking up from the dream, he was drenched in sweat, his breath coming in rapid bursts. Was it a dream? It felt much more real than any dream. What did that mean? A predator that even S-rank monsters had to be wary of, and understanding what the monsters were saying, so many questions flooded his mind. I guess I just have to get stronger and dive into that abyss, Taehyun reassured himself. Now that he had reached B rank, with these stats, he was getting close to rivaling S-rank players. The pressure of a sovereign. That must be the powerful skill that had oppressed me back then. At this rate, I will soon reach national-level strength. You are feeling confident, thinking no one's watching. But the familiar sound of a crowd outside the door makes Taehyun break out in a light sweat. The door swings open, and guess who walks in? None other than that pesky rival of his. She quickly hauls him into the car, heading straight to their destination. While she claims she just wants to check on him, the real reason is to drop some major news about the third awakening exam. The third exam is a life or death challenge just like the first one. But here's the twist. Everyone outside can watch it live. This means your skills will be exposed, and all the guilds will be eager to scout you. thinking a low-level awakener might just take down even S rank. So I am making you an offer you can refuse. All the fame and fortune you want. I will give you everything. Join the Night faction. She extends her hand toward Tayan. Her eyes filled with hope. The tension in the air is as thick as a taut string, but is quickly shattered by Taehyun's blunt refusal. Ignoring her panicked expression, Taehyun hops out of the car and walks away, despite her desperate promises of giving him everything he desires. Don't get me wrong, I have no special reasons here. What is so different about other guilds or conditions? I just do not like it, so I'm saying no. I am out of here. Taehyun scoffs and turns his back. Striding away, little did he know, she was right behind him, blocking his path with an intense gaze, demanding to know who he really is. A rookie awakener turning down an entire guild. Seriously? Do you have no reason at all? That is just unbelievable, but I will forgive you this time. In fact, I am quite impressed. Taehyun toyed with her, and just then, the mention of his little sister, Ah Jang, made her freeze. I know all about it. Even the name that was snatched away. With a half-smile, Taehyun's words sent chills down her spine, and a wave of ominous energy surged around him. Though she was born Lim Ah Jang, the family name Lim Chang Jang was once tied to a powerful clan grooming her to be the heir. But after that daughter was born, the name Lim Ah Jang was stolen, leaving her an outsider, leading her to change her name and become an awakener. Very few know this truth, and hearing Taehyun hit the nail on the head infuriated her, her hateful glare tightening around his throat. But he quickly pushed back with his mysterious strength, advancing until she could not handle it. Retreating in fear, Taehyun took a cabinet stance, inching closer to her, and said, Donnie, push your luck. Big Sis Ah Jang. The third Awakener's test takes place in a place that looks like an ancient arena. It is a public event, unlike the previous two, so crowds have gathered since early on to watch the spectacle. She blended in with the crowd, disguised as a regular person, eager to see the fight unfold. Taehyun's relatives, aka Ji Jang's parents, were a bit worried about him. His cousin Ji Jang, who also runs his fan club, was absolutely convinced that he would wipe the floor with everyone in one blow. Porter Kim was also present, determined to write a solid article. Her previous interview got scrapped because they labeled Taehyun as just a low-level awakener. If she does not find someone to interview this time, she is going to get fired, as she sobbed quietly. Reporter Kim sensed something was off in the atmosphere here. All the higher-ranking awakeners, veterans, and promising candidates were fixated on one person, Taehyun. Could it be that everyone was aiming to take him down? Just how strong must the opponent be? She wondered briefly. The official test began, and all the contestants shot glares of hatred at Taehyun, who exuded an unprecedented calm confidence. The match was fierce, with every blow striking visually impactful. Everyone targeted Taehyun, wanting to take him out first. But unexpectedly, Taehyun single-handedly faced them all off, overpowering the crowd with his fierce aura in the blink of an eye. They were tossed aside like rag dolls, sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, clumps of vines from the ground wrapped around him. This was all the work of a guy with tattered clothes and a sickly green hue, who was now laughing maniacally, challenging him. Bring it on. Taehyun's got this covered. He quickly broke free from the vines, kicking that guy face first into the dirt. Taehyun, with his fierce spirit and knightly resolve, continued to fend off each attacker, remaining cool and collected. His fiery aura made the audience below feel nauseous. They thought he was absolutely insane. Words could not even describe it. After the cloud of dust cleared from the battle, Taehyun let out a sigh of relief. Unbelievably, one girl remained standing, Lim Ah Jang, still undefeated. When Taehyun brought up their kiss from before, she blushed furiously, heat radiating from her as if a volcano was about to erupt. Ah Jang pointed her staff at him, fuming that it would not happen again this time. Moments later, just as Taehyun had predicted, she collapsed at his feet again. The outcome remained the same. But honestly, she truly was a tough opponent, Lim Ah Jang. The third round wrapped up beautifully, with victory. Of course, going to him, the chairman personally called him to the prize room, congratulating Taehyun for becoming S-rank awakener. I honestly never thought the third round would end so simply. It is not like he conquered the hellish double dungeon by chance before. Taehyun, do you have plans to join the Korean Awakener Association after this test? What do you think about working with our awakening organization? His words left Taehyun utterly stunned. So much had changed. Despite his accomplishments in this association's test, he felt he still lacked the strength to become a high-level player. But they had invited him to join the association as an official member. If he joined, there would be countless opportunities for growth, plus substantial support from the association. Yet, joining the association would also come with many restrictions on his activities. In the end, Taehyun chose to decline the chairman's invitation. He slammed the table in shock, never expecting to be rejected so outright. The reason is actually quite simple. Instead of joining some association or organization, even with their backing, I would be way too restricted in my actions. I think it is better for me to go solo as a lone player. Tayan sipped his tea and replied. The chairman suddenly burst out laughing like he just got shocked, feeling Taehyun's confidence radiate. So I have a proposal. Instead of joining an association, how about you become a member of the Asian Awakener tournament? He made his point clear. At the Asian Inter-Association tournament, Taehyun would once again dominate the virtual world. Each country has 5 representatives chosen from associations or guilds across Asia, competing by hunting demons and monsters. But to be selected as a national representative, players must hunt a certain number of monsters and contribute to the country. You need what is called merit value. It sounds easy, but I just became a player. To catch up to the merit value of those who've been grinding for years, I will have to hunt stronger demons or monsters. However, the dungeons will be announced in Korea within a month. Even if I wipe them clean, it still won't be enough merit value. I can't level up quickly either. Indeed, even if it is dangerous, I have no choice but to step in there. Tayan boldly stepped into the dungeon ahead, in a certain castle. The chairman of the Tayan group was blowing up at his servants because his hair was in the hospital. Meanwhile, the one responsible for that mess was running around carefree. Just then, a guest from the Evil Association came to see him. Furious and now having to entertain a guest, he fumed quietly. A thick aura of malevolent energy wafted through the room. The deputy leader of the Evil Association stepped in, his eyes filled with malice, urging him to calm down. Taehyun, just coming out of the dungeon, saw someone waiting for him at the door. I will guide player Taehyun to the auction. The A-class player of Alchemist. I am Pak Ganwon. It is an honor to meet you. He was babbling like a broken record, even admitting he was a fan of Taehyun, leaving him speechless. This is the biggest auction in Asia. Eastport. It boasts the largest scale in Asia with the most valuable auction items. Plus on-site translation support. Eastport has many advantages. But the best part is obviously the security. When members of the association participate in the auction, it is our responsibility to escort them there. Just like I am now. Because Wildport frequently changes. You can enter without permission. Perhaps that is why there have not been security issues for decades. Pak Ganong chattered away, confirming this place is indeed considered the most secure. However, today, this place will face an attack from the demon cups. He thought silently. At the auction, the MC was introducing the Phoenix position item. Taehyun is still waiting for the attack from the cups demon to claim its due. The only problem is that there is too little information. The news before the regression only reported heavy damage to ex-Poi. The culprit behind the attack is a cups demon, Narendra Naru, who managed to put him down. Taehyun ponders and then calls Ganong, asking who was responsible for the general security today. Before he could finish, the notorious demon Ryohei Izaka, a cups player from Japan, stormed toward Taehyun. He is also in charge of general security here. But you have to be careful, for his own gain. He could kill his teammates. Among players, he is known as the demon. Ganong whispers to Taehyun, while Izaka reaches out to greet him. But as Taehyun grabs his left hand, a jolt of electricity runs through his body. Izaka bursts out laughing, savoring Taehyun's frustration. Everyone around is also struggling to breathe under the electric shock. Damn it. If we fight here, it will endanger innocent people, Taehyun thinks. Sweating profusely, Izaka suddenly lets go of his hand and hugs him tightly, whispering in his ear. You know, just because you are S-rank does not mean we are on the same level. I do not know why you are here, but stop wasting time and get lost. With that, Izaka, satisfied, turns his back and walks away, leaving Taehyun fuming with frustration. Two groups of awakened players accidentally face each other at the gateway of the portal management office. The group led by that bald guy looks ready for a fight, drawing their swords to take on their foes. Meanwhile, in a nearby cave, the unidentified S-rank awakened Narendra Naru uses dark magic to control his ferocious beasts. Corpses are scattered at his feet, the stench of decay filling the atmosphere. The current situation is quite complicated. An unexpected figure has appeared at the auction house. The rising S-rank player from Korea, Taehyun, is present, something we did not anticipate. What will our next move be? His lackeys rush in from a distance, asking in a panic. Naru remains confident, feeling that Taehyun is just a minor issue. If they meet, he will make him call on the landline. No one can escape the wrath of the divine. Naru threatens. At a skyscraper by the sea, a terrifying explosion occurs, leaving everyone at the conference severely injured. Ganong shouts in fear, stating that the situation is incredibly complicated, and they need to move quickly from the auction house to safety. Truly unexpected. The attack happened so fast. All the explosions erupting throughout the auction house seem like a terrorist attack. Meanwhile, the S-rank evil spirit, the main culprit and target, still had not shown up. But right now, The most important thing was what I needed to do. Tayan witnessed a massive explosion before him, feeling confused and anxious. All around him were countless screams creating a chaotic scene. Gunfire from the terrorists mixed with thick clouds of smoke. They shouted orders for everyone to freeze, dropping any valuable items to the ground. Anyone who dared to resist would only meet their death. But before he could finish his sentence, his head was severed from his body, blood splattering everywhere from Tayan's attack. He had to move quickly. The situation here was dangerously intense. You need to quickly report to the Awakened Association so they can send help immediately. I will handle this myself, confidently declared, the aura of bloodlust radiating from his hands like a raging tide. Over on this side, the vicious awakened ones were using brute force to seize the auction items for themselves. A brutal, blood-soaked battle is raging once again, after wiping out the security team. They have finally reached the one-of-a-kind Phoenix blood artifact. This is the item that Neru desperately wants from this auction house, and its effects are nothing short of terrifying for high-level awakeners. Their power can skyrocket with just this one item, taking them to a whole new level. Now we just need to wrap this up and hand over the artifact. The leader thought smugly, but fate had other plans. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted, sending them flying dozens of meters away. An unknown assailant ambushed them, and they had a stealth skill that caught them completely off guard. They were taken down by the overwhelming bloodthirsty aura like insects. The notorious leader thought he had Tayan under control with his energy chains. But little did he know, Tayan simply flicked his wrist and shattered those chains, a mischievous grin lighting up his face as he stared them down. Meanwhile, in the management office at the auction house's teleportation gate, everyone was restrained by the monsters, their hands and legs bound tight. Munio, the mastermind, was extremely pleased as everything was going smoother than he anticipated. The revival of that position would proceed without a hitch. Now, all that is left is to grab the Phoenix blood, and we are golden. Before he could finish, one of his subordinates rushed in, announcing that Daki's group had found the Phoenix blood, but was currently facing some issues. From the other end of the line, Tayan's powerful voice resonated, introducing himself as the one who took the Phoenix blood from Daki's group. If you want it back, come meet me right now. I will be waiting for you here. You filthy rank loser. Nero's blood boiled at this, his eyes filled with a vengeful fire, vowing to take down Tayan. Back at the auction house, corpses lay scattered around as Tayan chugged the Phoenix blood with vigor, holding the vial in his hands. He felt a surge of strength. His stamina had increased significantly, and his magic power had spiked as well. The vial glimmered with life. Truly the Phoenix blood was extraordinary. Its effects were unmatched. Previously in the dungeon, after wearing those fake artifacts, the boost was not even close to this level. With a satisfied grin, Tayan thought, now that I have downed this Phoenix blood, that loser has nothing left to steal from me. Just then, footsteps approached, expressionless, and his lackeys entered, surveying the scene of chaos and dead bodies. One henchman stepped forward to check. Is there anyone left alive? Another one, sweating profusely, replied, there was a major incident here earlier. The security team was called down, and now look at this mess. The culprit must have escaped. Laughter erupted among the henchmen. What are you talking about? Are you even paying attention? A scheming, dark smile appeared on his face as he coolly said, the one responsible for all this is right in front of us. His voice echoed in the dim basement. I knew you were here. Kanao Tayan. A pair of legs glowing with purple light appeared. Well, Tayan stepped into the light. I have used my stealth skill. How did you still notice me? The two stood facing each other, tension crackling in the air. Speak with that arrogant tone. Stop beating around the bush. What is a noose rank like you doing lurking around here? Everything happening here is your doing, is not? Tayan replied. What are you talking about? You are the head of security at this auction house, and yet you ask me. Where were you when the terrorists attacked and killed the bidders? Ryo smirked slyly. Of course I have my reasons. You do not need to understand. Tayan's eyes narrowed as he looked at him, so that is why it felt so strange to me. With all these high-level security around. Tayan reached into his pocket and pulled something out. Every corner had someone watching, and before the terrorists struck, countless bombs had already gone off in this auction room. I can only guess that someone had to place those bombs. It turned out to be just as I thought. Just as the terrorists attacked, the bombs exploded, and a glowing dagger slowly appeared in Tayan's hand. How perfectly coincidental. You really know how to play the game. Being an old-school rank, who would be thought that a spy working with them would be the head of security? Ryo lowered his head slightly. Grinning wickedly, he opened his mouth, radiating a golden light. You seem smart, but even the smartest can be foolish. Didn't I tell you to keep your distance and not bother me? You did not remember. With that, he vanished, leaving only trails of golden light. Kim Tayan gripped the dagger with his defensive stance. He appeared suddenly with the dagger in hand. But Tayan was on guard and managed to block his attack. Hand over the item you stole right now. His face twisted with malice. Tayan smirked, deflecting the blow. Oh really? If you are so good, why do not you take me down and get it back? The two fought fiercely, golden flashes dazzling the onlookers. Soon, all that could be seen were two white figures amid swirling red sparks. Small stones fell. The box split in two. The henchman shouted, "This is not good. We need to retreat quickly. We can't interfere with two ranks going head-to-head. Plus, everyone knows about Riho and his notorious reputation. If we stay here carelessly, we might end up dead." Even his teammates have been taken out by him. Tayan unleashed his skills to attack. Inside, he felt a hint of doubt. This guy's fighting style was a bit different from what he knew. His attacking and countering techniques seemed quite unique. While I rely on my instincts in the situation, he adapts based on predictions and sounds. This guy is no joke. He can recognize my movements and predict the right moments to strike. A flash of golden light zipped by, catching Tayan off guard. Riho suddenly delivered a blow that sent Tayan flying. He was injured in the arm and spat out a mouthful of blood. I think, even though we are both at rank and have similar mobility skills, when it comes to real combat, there are definitely differences in our levels. But no matter what, here I... Tayan, suddenly jumping up, leaving my subordinates shocked. Whoa. Up there. Tayan's hand reached out like a demon from hell. Not even needing to use any hunting skills at this moment. His subordinates were pulled up with their terrified screams. His hand, like a hellish demon, controlled the subordinates, killing them with their dreadful wails, displaying unimaginable power. Tayan called out, "Where's that demon sword?" Azaka Ryuhai. That sinister laughter echoed again. "You little brat with your decent fighting skills. You may be good at hiding, but in a big space filled with so many obstacles, I can easily pinpoint you by sound. Ryuhai, you are up on the roof. And now you have finally shown yourself in front of me, as payback for what you did before. Let us see you take this demon sword strike straight down on your head." Ryuhai, with those lazy red eyes and a sword in hand. Tayan struggles to defend himself as two masked guys stand guard downstairs. They bolt the second they see Ryuhai punch through the floor they were watching, always crashing through layers. Debris flying everywhere. Ryuhai stumps on Tayan's chest, pointing the sword right at him. Suddenly, he looks panicked. "What? How can you block my demon blade?" Tayan grins, his arms glowing with chains that bind Ryuhai's sword. He smirks, saying, "Even if you are in rank, you are still a fool, thinking your skills can match mine." Ryuhai's face is filled with disbelief. That bastard. After attacking those Tepzai outside and showing himself, he did not do it to escape. He did it to lure me in. He was ready with those binding chains, waiting for my attack to lock me in and prevent my escape. Tayan unleashes a punch, the chains still on his arms, saying, "Where do you think you are going now?" The chains fly straight at Ryuhai. "You bastard. How could you do this to me?" He screams in disbelief. The glowing punch hurtles forward, smashing right into Ryuhai's face, bending it in a ridiculous way. Blood spilling from his mouth. The building has been blown apart, creating a massive, dark gash that is terrifying. Inside the ruined auction house, Izaka Ryuhai and his minions are bound by glowing chains, heads bowed in defeat before Kim Tayan. The light from the chains saps the strength from his followers, leaving their faces drained. They are furious, disbelieving, struggling to break free from the chains but utterly powerless. Izaka Ryuhai stands there, those glowing chains wrapped around him. Unyielding, his face twisted with defiance, fury simmering behind his eyes. Kim Tayan stands there, staring him down with a smirk full of contempt. I never thought a high-ranking player from Japan would end up as an accomplice to those fools. Ryuhai can take the humiliation. His face contorts in anger as he rises, roaring, "You are the reason my plan failed." A foot crashes into Ryuhai's face, the impact making him gasp in pain. After the brutal kick, Ryuhai is sent sprawling far away, groaning in agony. Kim Tayan's voice rings out. "You have said enough. Accept your defeat." Tayan glances at his loyal followers, who are anxiously looking at Izaka Ryuhai, while they watch him tumble away. In shock and fear, they gaze at Izaka Ryuhai, shouting anxiously, "Are you okay, Lord Izaka Ryuhai?" Tayan glares back at them and demands, "If you know what is good for you, tell me where that bastard Narendra Naru is hiding." Izaka Ryuhai was struck by a brutal blow, lying helplessly on the shattered tiles, eyes tightly shut, as Kim Tayan's voice echoed in his ear. "If you talk, you might get a lighter sentence. If not, no big deal. The guilds have already been alerted, and they will be here at the auction house any minute now. Of course, when the awakened guilds roll in, you will end up just like that jerk at the top." Narendra Naru. Amidst the wreckage, Izaka Ryuhai cracked a drunken grin. You really think they are coming to help us? You are way too naive. Just a rookie. Kim Tayan's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Izaka Ryohei. Wait. What? The sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway, and the base's door swung open. Everyone working froze. Their gazes fixed on the door that had just opened. Faces painted with disbelief. A plump ant, with round glasses and long graying hair, rushed into the office where electronic screens flickered to life. Sweat dotted his forehead as he panickedly shouted, his breath heavy from running. Where are the support teams? We still have not seen anyone arriving at the auction house. This man was the rank 4 guild leader of the Kim Cups Guild. Seo Sang-ik glanced at the two men in front of him. One young, one seasoned, as he assessed the current situation. Do you guys realize how many rare and valuable items are at the auction house? There are tons of VIP customers from Korea and other countries attending. If the awakened guilds do not show up quickly, this auction house won't stand a chance against the robbers. An older man, one eye covered with a patch, sporting a goatee and neatly styled hair, remained calm. Reassuring. Just take a deep breath. We are aware of that. When the terrorist attack occurred, the news spread to all the guilds. The guilds have mobilized their forces. Leading the charge is player Park Sung-jin, accompanied by powerful rank awakened ones. In his mind, he envisioned the supporting forces, and the formidable figure of Park Sung-jin at the helm. Seo Sang-ik panicked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead in disbelief. Why have not they left to support the auction house yet? If there is any issue, contact us, and we will provide full support. That is not a problem. This time, I do not know about anything else. But the biggest issue we are facing has not been resolved yet. We have no way to get to the capital. His hand slammed down on the table, eyes filled with fury. Seo Jang was even more frantic now, sweat pouring down his forehead. What did you say? The man with the neatly tied long hair replied. Those bastards were already prepared for this situation. When they attacked the capital, they immediately moved to take control of the teleportation gate management room. Now, they have seized all control over the gates. All those gates have been locked down completely. This time, Seo Jang could not believe it. Are the gates really locked? That is right. But there is no need to worry too much, he replied in a remarkably calm tone. Fortunately, there are still two rank players at the capital, Izaka Ryohei and Kim Tae-hyun. The image of Izaka Ryohei flashed in his mind, wicked and fierce, with a sword radiating blinding light. The noose rank player, Kim Tae, may be young, but he is already incredibly strong. On the bandit side, there is just one boss, Narendra Naru, who is also rank, and Kim Tae-hyun appeared in his mind with amber eyes, a confident smile, and a red aura surrounding him. He was extremely confident, thinking that all they had to do was wait until they managed to create a new gate connecting to the capital. But he believed that by that time, those two rank players would be able to hold off the situation, buying them time until they could fix the gate. However, the opponent facing those two players, that bastard Narendra Naru, is not ordinary. Accompanying that voice were the sounds of black high heels slowly entering the room. Everyone gasped, turning towards the person who had just spoken at the door. The player Yu Yonkoso was here, a girl with short, edgy hair, a cold expression, and a black suit, standing before them, transitioning to the capital at dawn, where Izaka Ryohei and his minions were tightly bound in chains. Izaka Ryo was kneeling before Kim Tae-hyun. Izaka Ryohei looked up, a smirk on his lips. But you have not considered this. Narendra Naru is far from simple. With his memory manipulation skill and demons, you will die quickly. Kim Tae-hyun asked in confusion. Memory manipulation with demons. Izaka Ryo maintained that mocking expression. That cocky response was spot on. That guy can connect and summon demons from below. Depending on the number of sacrificial items he has, he can summon demons of varying levels. Do you really think you can defeat him? With such a high-level support skill, Izaka Ryo imagined terrifying and powerful demons flashing in his mind. Kim Tae-hyun was a bit shocked and could not believe it. Asking again. You mean he is going to sacrifice items to the demons? Izaka Ryohei grinned wickedly, his expression dark and foreboding. Of course. The thing the demon desires most is a soul, and the sacrifice he is pondering about, it is human. Flash to the guild's office, where Yu Young is the one who just dropped that bombshell. Everyone froze in shock at what Yu Young just revealed, struggling to believe their ears. Even the dumbbass in the corner was like, wait, what did you just say? The other two quickly chimed in, asking about the overwhelming number of hostages and low-level players at the auction house. Those are the souls he can offer to the demon below, to summon a high-level demon. Plus, he is an rank player with plenty of elite mercenaries at his command. Sang-ik was losing his cool, shouting in panic, this is bad. He is going to grab all those hostages and sacrifice them. We need to act fast. This is something we never even considered. Yu Young's emerald eyes darkened as she said, yep. It seems like a disaster is about to unfold at the auction house. The vision shifted to Taeyong, who was ready to confront Izaka Ryohei. His fists clenched. Taeyong's face twisted with fury and resentment. You sick bastard. How could you treat humans like that? As if they are mere sacrifices. Azaka Rihai only laughed louder, his smile turning sinister. You may have beaten me, Kim Taeyong, but you won't thwart Narendra Naruto's plan. This battle was destined. Just surrender already, right now. If you kneel and beg for mercy, while grinning like an idiot, maybe I will take you as my subordinate. Azaka taunted, and Taeyong's expression grew even darker. But if you choose to fight against Narendra Naruto, all that awaits you is a fate of annihilation, your soul as a sacrifice. His laugh echoed ominously as Taeyong slammed him against the wall, raising his fist high. The sun blazed red around the auction house, waves crashing violently against the shore. Inside the containment area, thousands of hostages knelt in despair, watched by terrifying demons above. A figure loomed, staring down at the hostages. A masked subordinate reported to the dark-eyed man with a long beard standing there. Narendra Naruto. It seems Azaka Rihai has failed, the masked subordinate continued. We have sent people to search for him, but we have not found a trace. The Phoenix blood has gone missing with him as well. What should we do now? Narendra chuckled casually. It seems there is a powerful mid-level player around, but that little rat can't do anything against us. They still need to wait for the reinforcements from the guilds, but the gates are closed. His hand reached out, summoning dark streams of energy. The hostages kneeling below were lifted high into the air by the dark aura. The remaining onlookers gasped in horror and despair. The girl's neck was gripped as if by an invisible hand. Narendra Naru manipulated the dark streams to torment the hostages, who could only scream in agony. As for that rat, if it does not show up, we will just stick to the plan, he said while controlling the hostages. The dark light surrounded them even more. Now it is time. Now it is time. The demon realm is about to snag some high-tier souls. Right now, Narendra Naru looks like a genuine monster. His pitch-black eyes have a red glint, a sinister grin like that of a devil, radiating dark, ominous energy. From above, he looms, his aura growing increasingly menacing. The lights are out. The hostages in the dark are even more terrified, panic setting in. The masked guards are on high alert. What the hell is going on? Why is the power out now? Didn't we disable the bombs to avoid blowing up the power plant? In this darkness, how can we see anything? We need electricity to operate the machines. The dark, eerie face of Narendra Naru looms in the shadows. But where did the sacrificial item go? This is definitely suspicious. Narendra Naru is taken aback, staring at nothing but swirling dark lights. The hostages vanished. Suddenly, Kim Tae-hein appears behind him, swinging chains in his hands towards Narendra Naru, catching him off guard. The chain-wrapped punch hurtles straight at Narendra Naru, with his eerie eyes locked onto the incoming chains. Narendra Naru prepares himself. Kim Tae-hein fiercely directs the chain straight at him with raw power. But Narendra Naru is not just some pushover. He dodges Kim Tae-hein's attacks. As Kim Tae-hein closes, he launches a fierce onslaught. Fists and chains aim to ensnare Narendra Naru. He retreats to evade Kim Tae-hein's strikes. Kim Tae-hein growls in anger, his face growing more ferocious with each attack. Kim Tae-hein smirks, delighted by Narendra Naru's expression. His entire being radiates even more light as he prepares to catch this unfortunate soul. Suddenly, from behind Narendra Naru, a strange sound erupts, something sprouting behind him. A tentacle with 3 golden eyes and razor-sharp teeth emerges, and it can even spew fire. An inferno of orange flames erupts fiercely. Witnessing this, Kim Tae-hein's eyes widen in disbelief. Utterly shocked. Unbelievable. It is not just one, but multiple tentacles sprouting from Narendra Naru's back. Their piercing eyes wide open, jaws bared with claws at the ready. They unleash massive fireballs, obliterating the chains that surround Narendra Naru like a cage. A deafening explosion rocks the area, followed by a cloud of black smoke and roaring flames. Debris flying everywhere. In the chaos, a shadowy figure stands, its face obscured, tentacles writhing behind it, staring right at him. Behind, a monstrous entity. How can he be this powerful? He remains standing amidst the fierce flames, unfazed, as if he and the fire have become one. Is he really Kim Tae-hein, the awakened S-class fighter? Are you here to save us? Voices call out from behind. At that moment, Kim Tae-hein turns around, and there they are, the hostages captured by Narendra Naru. Looking at him like a savior, they waste no time, rushing towards him in a frenzy, desperate for rescue, shouting for him to free them. Hurry! Those thieves are coming back. If you save us, we will pay you. They barely finish their sentence before Kim Tae-hein waves his hand, using the chains to lift them up in a glowing white circle. They were chattering so much that they lost focus, when suddenly they were lifted into the air, screaming in panic. Kim Tae-hein suddenly felt something approaching him, and he glanced up above. The monstrous demons, with their sharp claws and fiery red eyes, were diving down towards Kim Tae-hein, who stood below, as those terrifying beasts landed. The spot where Kim Tae-hyun had just been surrounded by them erupted in a blinding flash of light, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. The demons still did not understand what was happening, scanning the cloud of dust and debris with their fiery red eyes, searching for where Kim Tae-hyun was hiding. While they were still looking and had not spotted him yet, flashes of light began to crisscross through the air. Those crisscrossing beams of light were the slashes from the sharp spears that Kim Tae-hyun wielded to attack the demons. He soared into the air, spear in hand, exuding a powerful presence, and the monsters below were sliced into pieces, their remains scattering everywhere. That hand, a handful of sinewy strength, reappeared in the air. Kim Tae-hyun looked like a grim reaper with a skull-like face. Surveying the bodies that had been turned to fragments of the demonic horde, he watched another demon from above go insane, revealing its sharp teeth and glowing red eyes, becoming even more terrifying as they roared angrily. One furry demon, with 2 pairs of glowing eyes, screeched out a sound from the depths of hell. The sound it emitted grew louder and more ominous, just like its eyes. Unexpectedly, the demons that Kim Tae-hyun had just shattered suddenly revived, even more ferocious than before. Lunging at him once again, Kim Tae-hyun was taken aback by the sudden change in situation, his eyes wide in disbelief. Exclaiming, "What the heck?" With a deafening explosion, he vanished from sight, and all that remained where he had stood was a thick cloud of black smoke rising. Both Naru, standing above, and the demons that had just attacked Kim Tae-hyun, gazed at the thick, black smoke before them. At this moment, Naru finally spoke from his high vantage point. "Don't get too cocky thinking you have defeated me. I am sure you have heard of my demonic pact skill. Right, this ability summons based on sacrifices. Of course, I can revive weak little monsters." Naru was feeling smug about his demonic pact skill. He believed it to be the strongest ability that no one could withstand. This confidence was evident on his face, along with a satisfied grin. Those monsters were all around level F, and now they were boosted by my skill. These monsters, empowered by Naru, became even more aggressive as they charged at Kim Tae-hyun, who was struggling to fend them off. With my strength shared among them, they had evolved into something far more powerful. The monsters launched a frenzied attack on Kim Tae-hyun, and he was losing his ability to resist them. They had evolved into something stronger. Naru continued to pour more strength into the monsters to attack Kim Tae-hyun faster and harder. Kim Tae-hyun could no longer hold out and was being pummeled hard against the ground, creating a massive crater. "If you can take down that jerk Ryo-hei, then I will give you some credit," Naru said while watching Kim Tae-hyun slowly crumble, blood spewing from his mouth. "But when it comes to me, you will just fail again." Naru wore a smug expression, reveling in his victory over Kim Tae-hyun, who was awakened at a classis level. Another explosive bang echoed, accompanied by thick black smoke and debris flying everywhere. The hostages watched in horror as monstrous figures charged through the rising black haze. "This is not good. He is..." The hostages, bound and panicked, shouted in unison, thinking Kim Tae-hyun had been defeated. One of them screamed in frustration, "We should have saved ourselves first. Now look at the mess we are in. If we had saved ourselves, at least someone would be fighting those monsters." A voice rang out from a middle-aged man who was also bound, surprising everyone as they turned to look at him. He addressed the captives. "Look, thanks to him, those monsters have stopped attacking us. He has drawn all their attention." It was then that everyone started to realize the truth. All the monsters and masked figures had lost interest in the hostages, focusing their assault solely on Kim Tae-hyun. He was at a disadvantage but did not flee. Perhaps he was stalling to buy time for the other guilds to come rescue us. Kim Tae, with a knife in hand, fought back against the monsters encircling him with the last of his strength. The hostages, still bound, looked at him in disbelief at the bravery he was showing. The middle-aged man continued with a determined tone, saying that all the hostages the old man had intended to sacrifice had been set free by him. He recalled the image of the hostages being suspended by chains, ready for sacrifice. At that moment, he could not hold back any longer. His whole body shook, tears streaming down his face. He choked out. So his original plan was to actively attack and draw the monsters in. The hostages hung in the air, poised for sacrifice. But was it really to ensure our safety? Kim Tae-hyun was covered in wounds, blood soaking his body. Yet he still clung to the knife, ready to fight. The bound hostages felt ashamed of their selfishness. Only thinking of themselves, they cried out, realizing they had misunderstood everything. "Hang in there, Kim Tae. We believe in you. You can win." To give him strength, the hostages could only cheer him on like that. The chains appeared again, wrapping tightly around the monsters, who struggled to break free from the assault. Kim Tae-hyun fought back, soaring up and using the chains to bind the monsters before delivering a powerful blow that finished them off. His eyes widened, shouting, "Okay. Stop yelling. The monsters are turning their attention over there now." The hostages froze, sensing something was off. as if they had just done something insane. One gasped. Ah. Narendra Naru stood nonchalantly, watching the terrifying tentacle spewing fire and the ongoing battle, also wondering what was happening thanks to the giant monsters charging toward Kim Tae-hyun. I am battered and bruised, stepping over the corpses of the monsters I just fought. But I am still pushing through. Kim Tae-hyun does not back down. He keeps charging at them. You monsters think you are tough. I will defeat every last one of you. Come at me. The hostages tied up can only watch in fear, shouting, "Be careful." Kim Tae. Narendra Naru laughs loudly, satisfaction dripping from his voice. His cruel laughter echoing, truly a heroic spirit. Ah. Kim Tae, blood-soaked but resolute, shouts back, "Hang in there. Park 1. This battle will end soon. You can do it." Narendra Naru's dark eyes suddenly widen at Kim Tae-hyun's words. He glances towards the door, where a shadow has just appeared. Who is that? He sniffs the air, sensing someone standing there. When did that bastard show up? Without making Kim Tae-hyun wait, Park 1 unleashes his skills, bright flashes erupting from his palm. Park 1 focuses all his energy into his ultimate move, shouting to Kim Tae-hyun, "Sorry for keeping you waiting. I will get right on it." The scene shift to Azaka Ryohei, bound in chains, lying on a pile of rubble, covered in wounds. Mouth agape, Park 1 is shocked to see Azaka Ryohei in such a tragic state. Park 1 can't believe it. Pointing at Ryohei lying there, he turns to Kim Tae-hyun and asks, "Hey, Kim Tae, what is going on?" "Those guys are with that bastard Narendra Naru. They have infiltrated the security team. I just took them down." Kim Tae-hyun calmly answers Park 1's question. Their footsteps are quick and urgent as they approach, discussing the current situation. "I can't believe I just left for a moment and things have turned out like this." "Alright. This is not the time to chat. We have taken over the gate management room. That bastard is using hostages to summon monsters from there." Kim Tae-hyun explains the details to Park 1. "Now we have to face both the monsters and the thugs. The thugs are easier to deal with." Kim Tae-hyun glances at Park 1 and says, "But if we ignore the monsters, the hostages will be in danger. Those tied up hostages are being watched by those menacing red eyes. They will definitely be killed." Park 1 listens to Kim Tae-hyun's analysis in a panic. Unsure of what to do, he asks anxiously, "So what now?" Kim Tae-hyun replies calmly, "We need your skills." Park 1 is even more surprised, stammering as he asks, "My skills? You mean, I know how to control the gate. But the tricky part is I need to know the exact location of the gate to control it." "You mean, connect the gate to summon the other guilds?" Park 1 questions Kim Tae-hyun, skeptical about using his skills to control the gate. Kim Tae-hyun's expression turns serious. "Not exactly. What I want is..." Park 1 is eager to hear Kim Tae-hyun's plan eliminate the monsters. 3. And multiple gates are activated. The light they emit is blinding. The gates shine even brighter, pulling in the monsters with a powerful force, leaving them unable to resist, only able to growl. The strength of the gate increases, and more monsters are drawn in. Narendra Naru stands high above, staring in disbelief at the terrifying power of the gate. How could this be? Why is it even here? The fire rages, and chaos erupts. What is happening? The gate expands, creating a massive void of darkness, drawing countless monsters into its depths. Baek Ganwon steps through, eyes wide, lost in thought as he gazes up at the chaos above. Earlier, he had wondered if opening the gate would really suck the monsters away. Would it actually work? Now, as sweat beads on Baek Ganwon's forehead, he realizes he is completely convinced. Baek Ganwon stands behind Kim Tae-hyun, who is frozen in shock before the gate he has just opened. With the monsters gone, it is just that bastard Narendra Naru left. If he can defeat him, everyone will be free. Kim Tae-hyun turns slightly, calling out, "Baek Ganwon." Startled, he snaps back to reality. His mission to open the gate is complete. "It is dangerous here now, so you need to get everyone to safety. Fast," he replies urgently. "Right." His calm facade shatters, and he exclaims, "What do you mean? I can fight too." But Kim Tae-hyun, ever composed, smiles and says, "Your job here is done. That bastard is in S rank, so it is a bit above your pay grade. Just go." Kim Tae-hyun then stomps down, shattering the floor beneath him. Suddenly, the air crackles with tension as enemies appear. With two blades ready, he locks his gaze on them and tells Baek Ganwon, "If we are going to take him down, I do not have time to protect you and everyone else." Narendra Naru looms large before him, and Kim Tae-hyun clasps his hands together, a smile creeping onto his face as he looks at Tanyu. "Alright, let us do this." Baek Ganwon can't shake off his worry. He quickly shouts for everyone to evacuate. "All of you, follow my lead this way." Kim Tae-hyun turns back, a hint of concern in his voice. Looks like everyone is starting to evacuate. He then looks up at his opponent. "Now it is just you and me." He charges forward with all his might. He glances at his foe before stopping right in front of Narendra Nehru. The intent to fight sparks in Nehru's eyes as he lunges forward. You think just because we are both's rank our powers are equal? He raises his hands. Flames erupting around him. And bellows. Let us see how you can withstand this. A fireball streaks in the direction Nehru points. He aims directly at Kim Tae-hyun, commanding the flames. You are going to die here today. Punk. As the flames approach, Kim Tae-hyun raises his hands to shield his head. The explosion thundering against the ground. Nehru flicks his wrists, summoning 2 vicious, sharp-toothed demons. Taunting. Even if you save those hostages, you will never escape my monsters. Kim Tae-hyun was now on the ground, his body battered and blood pouring from his wounds. Yet he still spoke defiantly. None of this will help you beat me. He raised both hands, summoning terrifying beasts, and declared before the spot where he lay, this fight will end in my victory. Kim Tae-hyun sat silently amidst the wreckage he had caused, along with his taunts. You dare challenge my patience, and insult the divine. This is your fate. Then, Narendra Nehru's eyes turned red as he growled. You will become my sacrifice. The monsters behind him glared at Kim Tae-hyun with fiery eyes. Suddenly, Kim Tae-hyun slowly stood up, laughed, and said, You have talked too much, old man. Narendra Nehru, with his blood-streaked face. The Kim Tae-hyun grinned and said, You think I will just die like this? Think again. Hearing this, Narendra Nehru's eyes widened in shock. Then, Kim Tae-hyun reached out, and a mysterious red aura surrounded him. This crimson energy surged towards him, causing everything on his side to disintegrate into pieces. They were slowly being drawn into Kim Tae-hyun's overwhelming power. Narendra Nehru stood there, confused, looking up and growling, What the hell? He looked at Kim Tae-hyun, who was just extending a hand, and thought, Is this the full extent of that kid's power? He was hiding his true strength all along. Suddenly, Narendra Nehru burst into laughter, making Kim, who was channeling power, look up in confusion. Wondering what he was up to, Narendra Nehru spread his arms wide, laughing uproariously. While no force dared approach him, Narendra Nehru refused to be defeated here. Clasping his hands together to channel power and said, Kim Tae, no matter how much you hide your strength, you will still become my sacrifice. I will make the most of that body of yours. Got it. In this battle, you think you are the only one hiding your power. This statement shocked Kim Tae-hyun, making him exclaim, Ah! His eyes darted to the side, suddenly drenched in sweat, as if he had seen something terrifying. Oh no, his hand was still out, channeling power, but his head turned to the right, where he saw some of the captives he had rescued. They were shocked to see him and exclaimed, Wait, what? Then they started singing. The body of one of those captives was more horrifying than he thought, slowly being burned to ashes, and the sounds of their anguished cries began to arise. Kim Tae-hyun was still bewildered, looking on in shock and asking, What is happening? Blood from the captives was now on Narendra Nehru's back, forming a shape like a glass of red wine, and he was savoring it. Now all sacrifices would be offered to the gods. That glass of blood kept overflowing with his prayers. May the gods accept this offering. The atmosphere here was now thick with the eerie sounds of Narendra Nehru's terrifying invocations. He looked up, appearing both confused and terrified. Meanwhile, Narendra Nehru kept his head bowed in prayer. And gradually, a green energy began to envelop and obscure Kim Tae-hyun's red aura. A beast formed from his power revealed its sinister maw. And this was this class for creature. This event took place in one of the tallest buildings around, causing a massive cloud of smoke to billow into the sky from that structure. The building was grand and beautifully constructed with all glass windows. But after this battle, one corner lay shattered. Bak Gan-ong stood at the forefront with the rescued hostages, while the rest of them were nothing but a bunch of thieves. Both Bak Gan-ong and everyone else were sweating and terrified. Yet he tried to reassure them, saying that those bastards the thieves were still out there. Armed thugs with weapons slung over their shoulders wore masks that revealed only their eyes. And the leader wondered how these people had escaped from the capital. Something must have gone horribly wrong over there. The thieves continued, Well, they are just a bunch of civilians. We will handle them easily. But before they could finish their sentence, they suddenly cried out in agony, clutching their faces, and even bleeding. Bak Gan-ong and the others stood there, shocked and confused, as the thieves began to disintegrate into dust. Just before they vanished, some of them managed to shout, What is happening to our bodies? Before they screamed in chaos, Bak Gan-ong furrowed his brows, looking up with confusion and fear. Suddenly, debris started to fall from the ceiling above them, causing everyone to panic and wonder, What the hell is going on? He looked out through the glass windows and saw large stones raining down, exclaiming, What the hell is happening here? That powerful shockwave. Bak Gan-ong was probably screaming in despair. What is going on? Meanwhile, Back to the two still in battle. Kim Tae-hyun found himself at a disadvantage. Hanging in midair as this rank law struck him down, he fell deeper and deeper. With that monstrous creature closing in, Kim Tae-hyun plummeted, slamming into the falling rocks. Feeling excruciating pain, Narendra Naru stood above, unleashing a blue fire that engulfed the entire floor. Laughing maniacally, then he shouted, "So it is true what they say about the power of the gods. It is always something different, right?" Meanwhile, Kim Tae, still under the crushing weight of law, gritted his teeth, thinking, this is not good. Suddenly, a chain wrapped around his arm, and with a violent crash, it smashed against the glass of the building. Shattering it, the chain had pulled tight, creating a massive hole. A huge gap formed where the chain had impacted, breaking through to the sky. And it felt like he was being sucked out through that hole. Kim Tae-hyun struggled desperately to hold his ground. His whole body lay against the floor, nearly face down, with just a few inches to spare. He pushed himself up, gasping for breath, asking, "What the hell is this monster's power?" Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he squinted as if realizing something. Right in front of him was a monster radiating a terrifying blue energy. It charged straight at him. But at that moment, his mind went blank. Narendra Naru rode the beast towards Kim Tae-hyun, successfully launching him far away. The wall of the building was hit hard, leaving a gaping hole. Then Kim Tae-hyun was flung outside, screaming as chunks of the wall crumbled around him. Kim Tae-hyun was thrown out, but the monster in Narendra Naru showed no mercy, taunting him. "Now die, you stupid fool." The power of Kim Tae-hyun surged back, igniting a rebellion within him as he yelled out. Tae-hyun Kim lunged forward at Narendra Naru and the monster, unleashing a power so intense it seemed to stagger the beast. He sneered, "You think having that dragon will let you beat me?" But the monster refused to back down, quickly unleashing its own colossal power in response to Kim Tae-hyun. That overwhelming force surged toward him once more. In that moment, he felt frozen, paralyzed by its sheer terror. Instantly, that power exploded, shaking the heavens and the vast ocean alike. Everything around them shattered into tiny fragments swirling in the chaos. Narendra Naru and the beast flew relentlessly forward, cloaked in a green energy that engulfed the entire area. He stood there, smirking, as if it were a casual day, looking at Kim Tae-hyun, who was hanging helplessly against the wall. He said, "Can you believe it? Even after being attacked like that, you are still alive." Chains had wrapped around his limbs, pinning him to that wall. After an intense battle, he was exhausted but still alive, gasping for breath as he looked up. Kim Tae-hyun hung there, head drooping, feeling the weight of his situation. A growl of frustration escaped him as his thoughts turned dark. Damn that guy. At that moment, he felt like a tiny accessory stuck to a massive building, with the S-class core and Narendra Naru observing him closely. His mind raced with thoughts of how infuriatingly powerful Naru was, especially with his army of demons, and that S-class core he summoned. Even with his own S-class strength, it felt futile. Kim Tae-hyun cracked one eye open, trying to assess the situation. But it seemed both sides were already at their limits. Thoughts continued to swirl in his head. If he could summon a core like that, then surely there had to be some kind of limitation to his power. Naru's back was now clearly visible, marked by a dark hole and veins bulging with energy. Kim Tae-hyun focused on Naru's visible veins, thinking, if not, he would already be the ultimate champion at S-class. Kim Tae-hyun lifted his gaze towards Narendra Naru, pondering, I need to find the weak spot in his power and strike back fast. Suddenly, Naru laughed. Looking down, he said, "You dare to underestimate a deity like me? I have already figured out your game." Got it. This statement left Kim Tae-hyun feeling utterly bewildered. Naru continued with a smile. Right now, you are feeling powerless, waiting for the perfect moment to find my weakness and counterattack. Are not you? Hearing this made Kim Tae-hyun sweat nervously. But Naru pressed on. Get it? You are quick on your feet. But suddenly, Naru shouted, his power erupting, shaking the very sky around them. Do you really think your plan can come to life, when I have already seen through it? That horrifying power once again consumed the entire space around them. Narendra Naru and that's class core sword and unleashed their destructive force upon the very building where Kim Tae-hyun was hanging. Kim Tae-hyun was in a state of sheer panic, screaming at the top of his lungs. What the hell? Everyone, including Bucks Ganong, inside the building heard him and rushed to see what was happening. Their faces etched with worry. A closer look revealed that everyone inside was frozen in utter terror. It turned out that the S-class monster had pinpointed the hostages' location and was charging straight at them. Narendra Naru continued to unleash immense power alongside the beast, causing debris to fly everywhere as it shattered the building. Meanwhile, the headquarters was illuminated by lights from all directions. The coordinators were in a frenzy, shouting loudly to urge everyone on. Come on. People. The emergency connection to the Aguang auction house is ready. All the legislators stood in a neat line in front of the massive glowing circular door, following the coordinator's signals. Hurry up. We need to get there. The top priority was to rescue the hostages. The female chief coordinator was sweating profusely, one hand on her earpiece and the other tapping on the screen anxiously. She exclaimed in a panic, but right now, only South Korea connect through that portal. Leading the rescue mission was Captain Park Ji-sung, and his class player with a wealth of experience. However, even he knew that danger lurked ahead, unpredictably waiting for them. Park Sun, at the forefront of the team, casually stuffed his hands into his pockets and said, "It is all good." He then added, "We have gathered some intel on the robbers, and I need to get over there fast to save everyone." His words left the female coordinator wide-eyed, momentarily shocked and speechless. Park Sung-jin then shouted loudly, commanding his entire team, "Everyone, let us move towards Echi-gang. Now." He turned half his face to them, his voice booming. These evil bastards want to get away with this today. The team behind him was more than ready to follow his orders. They would make them pay for their actions. All the hostages had collapsed amidst the rubble surrounding them. At that moment, Park Gan-won, bloodied and bruised, suddenly regained consciousness. Feeling a sharp pain throughout his body, he struggled to open his eyes, taking in the chaotic scene unfolding before him. In front of Park Gan-won was a massive explosion, with a blinding light that nearly blinded him. Kim Tae-hyun had been there all along, extending his arms to shield everyone from the approaching force, prompting Park Gan-won to spring up in alarm. He was worried for Kim Tae-hyun's safety and rushed towards him. "Kim Tae," he shouted. But at that moment, Kim Tae-hyun was standing alone, defiantly facing the force and shouting loudly. Thanks to his own strength, he managed to push that power back, putting space between himself and Narendra Niru's monstrous form. But Narendra Niru refused to back down, laughing maniacally as he declared, "This is your choice." The S-class monster also opened its maw, releasing a wave of power. Then, Narendra Niru proudly laughed as he looked down, saying, "If you want to save everyone, you will have to sacrifice yourself to the infernal flames of the monster." Park Gan-won, witnessing this, realized he had to stand firm against that overwhelming power again, shouting his name in defiance. It seemed that Park Gan-won could barely muster the strength to stand, only able to shout loudly, urging Kim Tae-hyun to run fast. "You had already pushed yourself too far. You do not have to force it anymore if you go down. We want to stand a chance either. So just escape on your own." Just when he thought it could not get worse, Kim Tae-hyun found himself under the brutal force of their enemies, screaming in pain. Yet, deep down, a thought lingered. I must keep fighting. Standing before the monstrous beast radiating power, he refused to lose hope. Facing that bastard Naru, who was controlling everything, felt impossible. As I mentioned before, I need to wait for his weakness to show itself before I can turn the tables. Up there, Narendra Niru laughed mockingly. Kim Tae-hyun stood his ground, struggling to withstand the overwhelming force to protect everyone. He thought, even though I am at a disadvantage now, the more intense the power, the stronger I become. A powerful thought surged through his mind. I can't give up. There are still people here who need my protection. His face was filled with determination and strength to withstand this massive force. His eyes burned brightly as he thought, I might be able to hold on a little longer. But this is not the best strategy. I need to think of a quicker solution. The strongest thought in his mind at that moment was how to save everyone. Suddenly, a trembling voice next to him broke through, sounding like someone needed a little help for the group. At that moment, he felt as if his body had frozen upon hearing that. Kim Tae-hyun quickly turned his head. Curious, he saw Buff Baek-gun struggling to come over to him. Looking up with a puzzled expression, Kim Tae-hyun looked back, wondering, what was that voice? Suddenly, a notification appeared. The Predator's power is being recalibrated. His hands jolted up with a surge of power, leaving him utterly confused. At that moment, his strength amplified with the notification. Predator level upgraded to a. The notification continued, warning that you are unable to control this new power. Your body is currently in overload. Around him, a new wave of power surged, making him grit his teeth in discomfort and think, what the heck is this? The level immediately rose. Predators. Then upgraded to Predators. His eyes widened in disbelief. Narendra Niru looked down from atop that beast. Eyebrows furrowed. Narendra Niru, equally puzzled, looked down and exclaimed, what on earth is happening? His crimson power spread through the space around him, overwhelming even the strength of that monstrous beast. The level was raised once more. Predator says. At this moment, Kim Tae-hyun was engulfed in an intense red power, and the notification still popped up. Predator is at maximum capacity. Your body is overloaded. Then, his body exploded with solid energy, letting out a painful scream. Thoughts raced through his mind. The Predator has reached its highest level. An image of a perfect body appeared in his thoughts. The Predator has indeed reached its highest level. Did the Emperor temporarily bestow this power upon me? He chuckled to himself, flooded with thoughts. But at that moment, he could not control this immense power. His arms felt like they were breaking apart, dripping down like melting ice with the thought, am I really shattering? Is this how I die? His legs were the same, starting to break down, while his mind raced with so many thoughts. I have given it my all this time. Kim Tae-hyen's mind was still swirling with thoughts, but everything had finally reached its limit. Yet, he refused to just fall like this. His body was crumbling too, causing him so much pain that he could not help but scream. At this moment, his body had definitely broken down completely, leaving only his torso. The immense pain overwhelmed him, causing him to slowly collapse face first onto the ground. Up above, Narendra Naru watched, pondering if he had finally surrendered. The sheer power of Kim Tae-hyen forced even Narendra Naru to shield his eyes, lost in thought. But just before collapsing, what kind of terrifying power was that? Kim Tae-hyen had hit the ground, and Narendra Naru was certain in his mind. No matter what, this was a victory for me. Kim Tae-hyen was bleeding profusely, and he remained standing there, contemplating his condition. Perhaps he had pushed a potential within himself to the brink. But ultimately, his body could not withstand that power and shattered. Collapsing, Narendra Naru continued to think. Surely he can rise again. With a frustrated expression, he muttered. Finally, a fool who defies the gods. Narendra Naru stood there, shouting loudly, this is the outcome of facing me. No matter how hard you try, you will meet your death. Then, Narendra Naru and the beast approached him. And suddenly, the beast's claws emerged, out of nowhere. The limbs of the beast fell apart, and the claws they had just shown dropped to the ground. This left Narendra Naru utterly confused. Not understanding what was happening, the rocks around him seemed to be falling, leading him to look down and see Kim Tae-hyen standing firm. Rising again, Narendra Naru's eyes widened with worry. Another beast appeared, radiating an intense red power. Much larger than his own, the red beast was equally formidable, roaring fiercely as it charged towards Narendra Naru. Standing atop his own beast, he looked up, puzzled and anxious. What is this? Kim Tae-hyen's voice suddenly broke through, sounding strange. A divine spirit. Narendra Naru stood there, utterly baffled. Kim Tae, head lowered, replied, what does a divine spirit mean to me? Narendra Naru stood there, drenched in sweat, looking bewildered. At that moment, he was sweating profusely, exclaiming, you bastard. You are not Kim Tae-hyen. Are you? He shouted. Who are you? Looking at him, now wielding that terrifying strength, he yelled, how can you possess such overwhelming power? This is impossible. Then Kim Tae-hyen unleashed his power with an outstretched hand, saying, you should go to hell and ask your deity about this. And, before he could finish, he released a terrifying wave of energy, declaring, you will die right now. Narendra Naru's face tightened, drenched in sweat. And then, he was instantly struck by waves of Kim Tae-hyen's power, tearing him apart. With each part falling away, Kim Tae-hyen stood there, reaching out toward Narendra Naru, who was slumped over on the monstrous beast. A surge of power instantly flooded the space, sweeping away everything, including him and his creature. A notification popped up again. You have learned a new skill. The power to combat demons has been unlocked. In the heavy silence of that dark space, a beam of light suddenly shone down on Kim Tae-hyen like a halo. Kim Tae-hyen stood frozen in the grim and terrifying scene, mumbling to himself, this is where I am fighting that bastard Naru. Suddenly, fiery red chains charged at him from nowhere, as if they had just been heated to an extreme temperature. The chains rushed in, wrapping tightly around him, leaving Kim Tae-hyen no chance to resist. In that moment, he was truly bewildered, completely clueless about what was happening. Before he could grasp the situation, a gigantic rock came crashing down on him with terrifying force. He was thrown back to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, feeling unbearable pain. In that moment, his subconscious panicked, wondering, my skills, the stone skin skill, it has been deactivated. What is happening to me? Somewhere, hands were doing something. In front of Tae-hyen stood a massive, mysterious, and imposing statue. Atop the statue were skulls forming a crown, surrounded by glowing red streams radiating a menacing energy. Tae-hyen arrived at the foot of the statue, acutely aware of a terrifying source of power rapidly taking over his body, making him scream in despair. He mumbled in panic, what about my skills? Amidst the chaos, a cold and cunning voice echoed, the stone skin skill of yours, how could you claim that as yours? Hearing the voice of the mysterious figure made Kim Tae-hyen feel a chill run down his spine. The figure continued, how could those skills possibly belong to you? He replied, confused, if I absorb you. Suddenly, a gigantic mouth, resembling that of a dragon, emerged from a blazing red circle. Awakening latent potential would surely be quite the feast. Would not it? The monster roared, charging at Kim Tae-hyun with terrifying speed. He felt his brow furrow in tension, his heart racing with fear. Suddenly, a bright light flashed, and Tae-hyun jolted awake, his limbs flailing everywhere. His entire body was drenched in sweat. Breathing heavily, but when he looked around and realized where he was, he sighed in relief and muttered, "Was that just a dream? All my wounds are gone. My previously injured hand from the fight is perfectly fine. What is going on?" Just then, Seonjin walked in from outside, holding a bag of snacks, and asked Kim Tae-hyun, "You are awake now?" Tae-hyun was surprised. He realized that the person standing in front of him was his fellow psychic. Seonjin asked, "Do you want to eat something?" as they munched on snacks. Seonjin explained, "This is the apartment the association and the auction house prepared for you. Basically as compensation and a reward for helping us during the recent terrorist incident. Thanks to you, we were able to rescue all the hostages they had taken, and that Sro, fake psychic, has faced justice. That was quite a major incident. But thankfully, because of you, many people were able to survive. You passed out after that battle. A lot of friends and family came to see you, but they have all gone home now. Your family and that little brat of a brother cried their eyes out, and the association director was a bundle of nerves that day." Jin laughed as he recalled the expressions from that day, saying, "Honestly, looking back at those faces just cracks me up. But hey, after that fight, we had someone check your health, so do not worry. You are totally fine. We did not find any lasting effects on your body. I was worried you might be affected by the Kai when fighting that new guy. But everything's okay," Kim Tae-hyun stammered, sweating bullets. "But for some reason, I can't remember anything that happened at the auction house, or even the bloody fight with Niru. What happened back there? What was my fight like?" Jin replied, "Honestly, I did not expect this," and Kim Tae-hyun responded, "Thanks." Jin asked, "You mentioning it makes me curious about what happened to you." Kim Tae-hyun recalled the scene from that day. Seeing Mutter Gun-woong lying on the ground with a terrified expression. In front of him stood a tall, muscular guy with red hair. Tae-hyun continued, "While I was losing to Niru, something happened." "Enro?" Jin asked. "So who took him down at that moment?" Tae-hyun replied, "I can't explain it. When I passed out, the only person who woke up was Mir Gun-woong." At that moment, Gun-woo said, "Hey Tae, what is wrong? Say something." Then, Gun-woong's eyes widened at something. It turned out to be Kim Tae-hyun. But for some reason, he suddenly turned to attack Gun-woong. With just one blow, he made Gun-woong cough up blood and fall right then. Looking shocked himself, "I got taken down in just one hit." "Well, that is enough." Kim Tae-hyun smirked. "Now let us return this body." After saying that, Kim Tae-hyun slumped over, and his hair reverted to its usual brown. While he was down, Jin found it, rushed over, and called out, "Wake up, Tae-hyun." Outside, someone shouted, "Everyone, move quickly. Search for the hostages here." The hostages seemed only a bit shaken. It looked like they did not have any major injuries. But those Joniru monsters were nowhere to be found. And that bastard had vanished in a bizarre way. Seeing that, Jin sighed. "Seriously, Kim Tae. So what on earth happened to you?" "Get back to reality." Jin said that once the hostages calmed down, we asked them about what happened there. They could not remember everything clearly, but they did say you took down Niru and then passed out. Tae-hyun firmly replied, "Well, they are not exactly awake, so it makes sense they would not know much." Jin continued, as Gun-woong, he does not remember anything like you, as if some force took away both of your memories. I guess this could be the aftereffects of facing Niru's Kai. But hey, at least everything turned out alright. So congratulations. And thank you so much. We are still investigating the battlefield, so if we find anything new, I will let you know later. After moving, Tae-hyun thought, could it be that I am affected by that Niru's aura, which made me lose my memory at that moment? Sounds a bit far-fetched, does not it? But I do remember my arm shattering when I tried to hunt. Right. I must have overexerted myself trying to fight Niru. Lost in thought, something suddenly flashed back, a memory of the B-class aura that can summon evil spirits through a connection with Mana Realm 201. Kim Tae-hyun suddenly exclaimed, "What? So this is the skill from Niru that I absorbed after defeating him with the hunt. Here, it only takes 200 mana to activate it. It is a bit different though. Back then, he needed a sacrifice, but right now, I only have 180. While lost in thought, Jin called out to him, "Wait, Kim Tae." He turned to him. Someone's here to visit you. And Taehyun was surprised. It was a girl named Yang, stepping in with a fruit platter. Jin noticed and said, "Someone's here. So I am heading home." Kim Taehyun looked at her, and a mix of complicated emotions stirred within him. Yang spoke first. "I am here to see you." Lim Yang, N's class awakened player, stood in the bustling, familiar scenery of Mgia City, filled with bright sunlight. Snacks and drinks were laid out on the table. The same old boring stuff that Kim Taehyun was not really in the mood for. Suddenly, a strong force slammed the fruit down, smashing the snacks and creating an annoying noise. Kim Taehyun stared in shock, a frown creeping onto his face. Lim Yang, sitting across from him, seemed unfazed by the shift in atmosphere, coldly stating, "I heard you got hurt fighting those bandits. But you look fine now." She eyed the mess on the table. Though slightly annoyed, Kim Taehyun sat down across from her and replied, "I just got a little hurt. But I am doing fine overall. No big deal." Lim Yang picked up a shiny red apple, seemingly wanting to vent her frustration on it, and continued, "I heard you saved a lot of hostages during that terrorist incident and took down a pretty strong monster." "Right." Kim Taehyun hesitated. That part was somewhat true. His anger was turning into strength as he almost crushed the apple, and Lim Yang, with a mix of anger and tension, said, "You also faced Two's class awakened there, did not you?" His glare only intensified the irritation in her eyes, and the apple was getting squished even tighter. Kim Taehyun still did not get her drift and asked, "Is that?" The apple was completely crushed, showing just how frustrated Lim Yang was, and he raised his voice. "I know you are good, but do not think you are the best just because of that. I am going to train hard and catch up to you fast." Her grip was so strong that bits of the apple splattered all over Kim Taehyun's face, and he finally understood where her annoyance was coming from, but he still did not quite get it. Was she angry out of jealousy or concern? He asked, "What exactly did you come here for?" Lim Yang turned away to avoid his gaze, giving a reason he found hard to believe. "I came to see you, of course." Kim Taehyun does not believe it. He is exhausted dealing with this girl. Seriously, should I call security? Meanwhile, across the way, Lima Yang is getting more and more irritated by his indifferent attitude. Gritting her teeth, "Kim Tae, who could know how worried I was about this guy? I was really concerned about whether he was seriously injured. I heard that terrorist attack was pretty massive, with lots of awakened ones involved, which is why I came to check on him. But looking at him now, he seems perfectly fine." She can sense that he is much stronger now, and the awakened power radiating from him is way more intense than before. "I can't figure out what happened to him during that terrorist incident." Lima Yang's anger is becoming more and more apparent, while Kim Taehyun remains stone-faced. Across from her, Lima Yang keeps recalling that incident during their previous exam, the time they accidentally kissed, and she blushes at the memory. But she can't shake off her worries. If you think about it, last time they faced off, he has definitely improved a lot. The distance between us keeps stretching, and she can't help but ask him, "Hey, Kim Tae, how can you?" Suddenly, the sound of footsteps interrupts their conversation, and they both stop. Turning towards the noise, a mix of surprise and anxiety washes over them as they turn to the door. Who could possibly show up at this guy's place? The footsteps grow louder, and their hearts skip a beat, worrying about who might be coming. Kim Taehyun reacts first. Confused, why that person? Lima Yang recognizes who is coming and exclaims in shock. The intruder is none other than her sister, Jua. She is startled too, wondering how on earth her sister ended up here with this guy. What is going on? Lima Yang, not waiting for her sister to respond, she steps forward and fires off questions. Why are you here? How did you get into Kim's house? Then, zeroing in on her point, she presses on. How did you know the password to his front door? Jua Yang regains her composure, sternly reminding Lima Yang, "Please do not call me sister." Jua Yang explains casually. That password was given to me by the Awakened Association. They informed me. Jua Yang suddenly freezes, noticing the two of them are caught off guard. You idiots. Do not ever let your guard down like this. She flashes a dangerously playful smile, then swiftly moves in, trapping Kim Taehyun in a precarious situation. Lima Yang can't react in time. The scene unfolded too quickly. She can only blurt out, What? Taehyun is now completely at her mercy. Seeing this unfold, she rushes forward, wanting to intervene. What are you planning to do? Jua, in control, sneers back. What does it look like I am doing? The smile on Jua Yang's face grows more pronounced as she finds amusement in her sister's worry. I can't help but wonder how I find two ranked individuals having a cozy chat in the same house. What is the relationship here? With that, she teasingly brushes her lips against Kim Taehyun's, and he slowly starts to react. What the heck? Lima Yang, feeling furious, yells. What are you saying? This is unacceptable. It is a crime. But the visibly flushed face betrayed her. Regaining some composure, she shot back. He is still in his teenage years. Seizing the moment while Dueling was distracted, Kim Tae-hyun yanked his hand away, breaking free from her grip and said, "Lead." Dueling jumped at the sudden force, and Kim Tae-hyun continued. "All right. Let us stop this game here. Player Dueling." He shot her an annoyed look, clearly displeased, and asked, "What brings you here? If you think I am joining your guild, the answer is still no." Young shot back. His attitude still irritated her, rubbing her sore wrist. She replied, "Just like the first time we met. You are still as blunt as ever. I am just here to check on you, not for anything else." Then she softened her tone a bit. "I even brought you a gift." Kim Tae-hyun raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Oh really?" Dueling continued. "Yeah. I heard the chairman of the association say you are training hard to boost your strength for the Asian Awakening tournament." "Right." She did not wait for Kim Tae-hyun's response and pressed on, her tone more confident. "What you did saving and defeating 2 Awakened at the Dawn auction was impressive. But looking at the rankings, you are still just sitting at 30th place." With that, she stepped closer to Kim Tae-hyun. "If you want to break into the top 5 to represent in the competition, you will definitely need to put in a lot more effort to rack up those points," she said, placing her hand firmly on Kim Tae-hyun's shoulder. "I have brought you something special." She drew out her words while the curiosity and surprise of her counterpart grew, her hand gliding down to his weapon. Continuing, "The right to break through the dungeon," she explained, her tone bubbling with excitement. "Have you heard of the Fire God's domain?" The eerie scene at the auction flashed back under the darkness. A canoe approached the distant island shrouded in mist, and from afar, you could see the wreckage and devastation on the island. The voice of the demon echoed. "So that is the Dawn auction?" A voice replied. "Yep." As they got closer, the destruction became clearer, ruins and debris everywhere, dust and smoke filling the air. The demon assessed the situation, his emotions unreadable. Just by looking, one could see the complete transformation after the Awakened assault. A few more bomb blasts, and it could be said it was nearly obliterated. He continued observing and asked the close companion, "So after that attack, does Naru know if he is alive or dead?" The other replied, "We still can't confirm anything about him." The crew hesitated, exchanging glances. "This is definitely serious. But do we really need to report this to the boss?" The demon answered, his tone firm. "No need. We can handle the situation ourselves." He was confident. The purpose of the attack on the auction had been achieved. Whether Naru was dead or missing did not matter. After all, they only hired him to do the dirty work. He continued. However, a loudspeaker blared through the darkness from a large patrol boat, radiating an overwhelming presence. The captain's voice boomed. "Stay calm, everyone. You have all been surrounded." The canoe appeared to shrink in the shadow of the massive ship. The captain on the ship continued to announce over the loudspeaker to the illegal intruders that this area was strictly off limits to everyone. Only the Awakened patrol team was allowed here. "If you know what is good for you, drop your weapons and surrender now." But then, there was a loud noise, and in a split second, the massive ship was swallowed by the vast sea. Engulfed entirely, the Awakened patrol team did not even have time to react, as the ship sank to the ocean floor. It was a sudden death that caught them off guard. This would certainly be a mysterious disappearance that would create quite the buzz. The mastermind Mew was behind the incident. The demon had protected his Kano and his crew. His voice echoed with a dangerous blend of deadly curiosity. "After this, I have definitely got my eyes on that Awakened fake." Kim Tae. As he spoke, he executed his awakening, cutting off any chance of survival for the patrol team. Back at the headquarters of the Nightwalker Guild, the air was thick with cheers and excitement as Kim Tae-hyun continued his journey into the top 5. Standing beside him was Jue, who boldly declared that during this dungeon raid, the player Kim Tae-hyun would be joining us. The more she spoke, the louder and prouder her tone became. Everyone already knew that during the auction house terror incident, he played a major role in rescuing the hostages. He could easily be considered the most promising young Awakened in South Korea right now. The cheers became even more passionate as they chanted his name. "Kim Tae. Kim Tae." Jue called for calm to quell the excitement below. Yet Jue always kept her eye on the main point. As he participated in this dungeon raid, "I also considered how to distribute the loot we obtained for our guild and him so both sides could come to a happy agreement." Kim Tae-hyun sighed in relief beside her. That was exactly what he wanted to say. Of course. Dividing the spoils, who would want to take the short end of the stick? Kim Tae-hyun thought to himself. This dungeon raid at the Fire God Temple was a golden opportunity for him. The scene of the Fire God Temple unfolded before him. True to its name, it was a dungeon with an entrance resembling a blazing fire. Kim Tae-hyun could not help but exclaim to himself that this was the second dungeon he had entered since the last competition. His thoughts continued. Previously, before their complete defeat, The Nightwalker Guild had indeed successfully attacked the Fire God Temple, but in return, they suffered tremendous losses, with nearly all the awakened who participated in that raid perishing. It is true that danger comes hand in hand with reward, if I do not successfully breach the Fire God Temple. Of course, the contribution points for the guild will increase dramatically, he calculated silently. However, there was still a tinge of worry. Last time, whether real or fake, his hands had nearly shattered. Now, his strength and stamina still had not fully recovered since being hospitalized, making this dungeon raid much more challenging. With that thought, he glanced at the person next to him. If he attacked alongside the player Jue, and then looked down at the members of the Nightwalker Guild, he suddenly felt a surge of confidence to tackle this Fire God Temple. Fire and the sound of cheers were in Kim Tae-hyen's mind. He was sure they would succeed. The day of the Fire God's Temple breakthrough has arrived, along with the overwhelming enthusiasm of the fans from the Adventurers Guild, waving a flashy banner that completely mismatches the fierce battle ahead, and with it, the chance to soar high and the unwavering confidence of the Adventurers Guild. This breakthrough only has 2 participants, Kim Tae-hyen and Due-yoon. Kim Tae-hyen looks a bit helpless and surprised, while Due-yoon is extremely excited. The crowd outside cheers loudly. We will be waiting for you too. Good luck. Be careful, Captain. Your safety is all on you. Kim Tae, confused, asks. Wait, Due-yoon. What is going on over there? Wait, is it just the 2 of us for this breakout? His tone is filled with dismay. What the heck? Why is it just the 2 of us going in for this crazy mission? Due-yoon casually replies. Well, think of it as a date for the 2 of us. Her voice dripping with charm as she smiles alluringly. Kim Tae-hyen can help but roll his eyes. Are you kidding me? We might die. And you are making jokes. Without arguing for too long, Kim Tae-hyen and Due-yoon head straight into the Fire God's Temple. A dizzying scene unfolds in the cramped dungeon, blue flames engulfing everything like a raging inferno. Due-yoon gazes into the interior, smiling and exclaiming in curiosity. In front of them, the dungeon is submerged in blue flames, vast and endless, with the dry leaves of trees welting from lack of water. She marvels. This is seriously crazy. Look at those dry bushes and those bizarre blue flames. She continues. This dungeon is definitely different from the others. I never imagined it would be like this before. Standing at the edge of the dungeon, Kim Tae-hyen assesses. The last dungeon I encountered was nothing like this. Due-yoon agrees. The last dungeon appeared during the awakening test competition. Due-yoon sits down at the mouth of the dungeon leading deep inside, feeling blank, as if she can't figure out how to enter this perilous pit. She asks Kim Tae-hyen. How are we supposed to get down there? There could be tons of monsters lurking below, still hanging in the air, trying to find a way down. A long tentacle shoots out and wraps around her neck in a flash, catching her off guard. In no time, the tentacle holds her tight, pulling her down, leaving Kim Tae-hyen above stunned as he watches her get restrained. Shouting, "Wait, Due-yoon, now!" Kim Tae-hyen finally realizes, exclaiming in a panic, "This is not good. How did this happen?" He pulls out a knife, anchoring it into the rock wall, and jumps down the pit without thinking, hoping to rescue Due-yoon in time. As he dives down, he hears that Due-yoon has now turned the tables, defeating the giant squid-like monster, the owner of that disobedient tentacle. She turns around, unleashing her awakening ability, causing a shimmering green aura to surround her body, standing out starkly against the blue flames of the Fire God's Temple. After defeating the pesky monster that just pulled her down, Due-yoon shouts to Kim Tae-hyen, "Just jump down. You will be fine." Her tone is full of confident nonchalance. Kim Tae-hyen believe his ears. "You want me to just jump down?" He looks down at Due-yoon falling and sees a multitude of monstrous figures below, each more grotesque than the last, waiting to tear her apart, turning her into a delicious meal. Undaunted, Due-yoon flips herself around, using the force of her fall to strike at the obstacles in her path. The power radiates intensely and overwhelmingly. Those beasts are quickly defeated. Where did she fall to? The monsters are bleeding out. Kim Tae-hyen watches, feeling a mix of excitement and fear, thinking to himself, did she just take down a rank monster with a single punch? He moves cautiously, trailing behind Due, pondering that the last time they met, she must have been hiding her true strength. He silently admires Due. She is the head of the guild for a reason. She might not be the strongest rank, but her power is no joke. Then it hit him. Maybe that is why she only needed 2 people to break through this dungeon. As he thinks this, Kim Tae-hyen activates his awakening ability, determined not to fall behind the girl in front of him. He has to step up his game. Kim Tae-hyen quickly catches up to Due, their teamwork warming up as they take down monster after monster, battling all the way to the abyss's bottom, where a blue light glows, both alluring and dangerous. Due speaks up first, grinning with excitement, finally reaching the bottom, as she cracks her shoulders, as if the bloody slaughter they just went through was just a warm-up for her. Kim Tae-hyen follows closely, stepping over the defeated monsters. Due complains, Surprised that this pit is so deep, Kim Tae-hyun brushes off some blood from his hands, struggling a bit compared to Due, before casually replying, "Yeah." He thinks to himself, the monsters here seem strong, but they are nothing like her, which raises some questions in his mind. In his previous life, with such power, why did her entire guild nearly get wiped out in this dungeon? While Kim Tae-hyun is lost in thought, Due approaches and hands him an item, saying, "Take this." Kim Tae, a black ring is presented to him. Its design simple, almost rough, in a dull black color. The only striking feature is a shield motif. He realizes this is a knight's ring, a unique knight's ring, enhancing the wearer's strength and resilience significantly. He thinks she must have prepared this for him, knowing his hand was still injured. With this ring, he can make up for some of his lost power. Meanwhile, Due is still chattering away, reminding him of the gift she promised him, this very ring, and that tackling the dungeon is just a challenge for him. Kim Tae-hyun feels uneasy. Even though he knows she is the true guild leader, receiving an item of this caliber is. Due does not notice his discomfort and eagerly asks, "What do you think? With that, you will consider joining our guild, right?" Kim Tae-hyun has a different perspective about her now. He reminds himself that he needs to reevaluate who she is. Outwardly, he feigns dissatisfaction, asking, "Why did not you give me this awesome item sooner?" Due did not expect his reaction. Momentarily flustered, "Well," Kim Tae-hyun cuts her off, "if you had given it to me earlier, taking down these monsters would have been a lot easier." Due realizes he has a point and quickly changes the subject. "All right, I have given it to you. Let us move forward." Kim Tae-hyun is not the type to be ungrateful, so he thanks her sincerely. He adds, "But remember, these are just Tepzu monsters. This dungeon is no walk in the park, so let us be extra careful." Kim Tae-hyun seemed to have stumbled upon something big. Excitedly, he exclaims, "Looks like we are getting closer to the heart of the dungeon." Following his gaze, they spot a shrine, likely the source of those eerie blue flames they saw earlier. At the center of the shrine lies an object. It appears to be a central egg, glowing with the same blue light as the flames above. Heat radiates from it, surrounded by smoke, and there are sturdy traps and protective seals in place. While Kim Tae-hyun is curious and thrilled, Due, Kim are on high alert, studying the egg, unable to determine its level of power. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun is focused on the egg, silently trying to figure out what kind of artifact it is. It just looks like an ordinary egg to him. He then pulls out his weapon, ready to probe. After all, this could be the treasure of the boss hiding in this dungeon. He turns to Due and Mir, saying, "We need to observe before we act." But before he can finish his sentence, he realizes Due and Mir, Kim has vanished into thin air. It turns out she darted ahead, her voice echoing in the confined dungeon, distorted and amplified, creating a slightly eerie atmosphere. Kim Tae, shocked by her impulsiveness, shouts, "Wait, what are you doing?" Meanwhile, Due, all pumped up, leaps toward the distant egg, driven by curiosity and bravado. Charging straight at that lone green egg, Kim Tae-hyun tries to catch up, yelling, "Why did you act without consulting me?" and quickly follows behind. As he is about to catch up, just a short distance away from the explosive force she generated, Kim Tae-hyun manages to ask, "Are you okay?" Due, Kim turns back, looking at him with a perplexed expression, asking him, "Wait, are you asking if I am fine?" But then she mischievously replies, "The egg is already broken." That massive shockwave was not caused by her after all. Behind her, the egg is indeed shattered, fragments scattered everywhere, and a flickering blue flame rises from within. Continuing her playful assessment, she guesses the hardness level, claiming it has a shell comparable to its rank monster's defense. Leaving Kim Tae-hyun stunned, she continues, "But since it is just sitting there, attacking it was actually easier than I thought." Then she directly questions Kim Tae-hyun. "What do you think?" Kim Tae, horrified, responds, "Wait, you actually broke it. There is no way it was that easy." A flash of blue light suddenly bursts forth from the broken egg, and Ju Ayong can only ask, "What the?" when a massive explosion shakes the entire dungeon. Ju, caught off guard, exclaims, "What is happening?" Kim Tae-hyun can only gasp, as a voice resonates, "I never expected humans to reach my shrine." Both Kim Tae-hyun and Ju Ayong are taken aback, reminding each other to stay alert. As they turn to the source of the voice of Phoenix, it continues, "I am thrilled that you have come here." Its eyes glow a menacing red against the vibrant blue backdrop, raising a wave of fear in both of them. It goes, "To celebrate your arrival, I will let you both be engulfed in my blue flames." The identity is clear: it is the master of the fire god's shrine, Ensrank Phoenix. With that, it unleashes an intimidating wave of energy, and Kim Tae-hyun and Ju Ayong gasp in unison. A phoenix. The phoenix, A legendary creature with powerful magic and a fierce ability to sacrifice itself, is nearly regarded as immortal. Kim Tae-hyun thought to himself, so it is the master of the divine fire, and that blue flame is its power. Always glowing stronger and enveloping both Kim Tae-hyun and Ju Ayoung, Kim Tae-hyun felt uneasy. He turned to check on his companion, Juat, who was nearly collapsing, shouting, "Be careful. That blue flame in its mind control." Then, as if realizing something, he quickly jumped to dodge Ju Ayoung's attack, who was now under its control. He tried to evade, finding it hard to fight back since Ju Ayoung was his ally. Meanwhile, Juat, now controlled, had a look of pure malice in her eyes as she charged forward with brutal attacks. The control panel lit up, indicating that rank player Ju Ayoung was being controlled by the Blue Phoenix. Kim Tae-hyun still had not noticed the unusual glare in Ju Ayoung's eyes as he continuously dodged her attacks. Confusedly asking, "What is wrong with you?" Juat, now under control, unleashed dangerous punches with all her might. Kim Tae-hyun barely managed to avoid them, still in disbelief. "Why are you attacking me?" The punches and kicks kept coming. He could not hit back. And she was not helping him. What was she doing? Out of options, he had to resort to a last-ditch effort. Using a fake awakening to knock Ju Ayoung out, he struggled to hold her down, shouting in hopes of bringing her back to her senses. "Juat, snap out of it." He tried reasoning with her, hoping Ju Ayoung would break free from the control. He did not want to hit her too hard, fearing she might get hurt if they fought like this. Before he could finish his thought, Ju Ayoung lost control again, rising up, still under the fake awakening, seemingly summoning all her strength to strike Kim Tae-hyun with a powerful blow that caught him off guard. The force was so strong it caused a massive explosion in the dungeon, dust and debris flying everywhere. It seemed Kim Tae-hyun had been knocked down, buried under the thick rubble. But a chain of his fake awakening burst through, reaching for Ju Ayoung. Juat, under control, suddenly showed signs of resistance. Kim Tae-hyun broke free, his voice a challenge. "Before I go back, who was it that shattered the fake guild's attacks against you?" Ju Ayoung was bound and paralyzed by Kim Tae-hyun's chains, unable to move. Kim Tae-hyun was now reacting, using his strength to try to knock out his controlled ally. Juat, as he exerted force, he reassured her, "It is going to hurt a bit, but..." With the rock lifted high, Kim Tae-hyun raised his voice. "Hang in there." He truly knocked Ju Ayoung out, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood and faint. Kim Tae-hyun muttered absently, "The chains and paralysis won't last long, so she will be back to her senses soon." As he spoke, he wiped a bit of dust off his face. He suddenly noticed a pair of eyes watching him intently, wondering, what the hell? The Blue Phoenix had been calmly observing the scene of carnage, its voice dripping with malice. "Is it a problem if I kill her before she wakes up?" The chaotic battle seemed to have no effect on it whatsoever. It continued to chuckle, relishing the moment. "Would you like to try out all the fun toys I have?" Its crimson eyes radiated a deadly aura mixed with a twisted sense of amusement. Kim Tae-hyun witnessed this scene, unafraid and filled with confidence as he replied, "The one who surprises me is you, Lam Fung Hong." He then feigned awakening, radiating a blinding red light, and declared with certainty, "I will kill and escape from here." Kim Tae-hyun secured the unconscious figure with chains attached to him, using a dagger stabbed into the rock face to pull himself up towards the cave entrance they had just blasted through. Naturally, Lam Fung was not going to let them off easy. Just as they climbed a bit, Kim Tae-hyun sharply sensed an attack aimed at them. Lam Fung took advantage, shooting out several streams of green fire at the ground beneath, creating small explosions that sent debris flying into the air. It taunted Kim Tae-hyun. "What did you say? Human, I am quite surprised by your confidence," and curiously challenged, "Show me your strength." It blocked Kim Tae-hyun from continuing his ascent, still holding on to its own power. Then, it jolted as it noticed the dagger that Kim Tae-hyun had embedded in the rock hurtling towards it. Kim Tae-hyun could not hold back. He retaliated, wrapping the chain around the dagger and launching it at Lam Fung. The dagger pierced through its body, yet it remained unfazed. Of course, that attack was like a mere scratch for Lam Fung. It laughed mockingly, saying, "That felt good." Its tone immediately turned serious, but it added, "My body is like fire." Kim Tae-hyun continued to channel all his strength into the dagger aimed at Lam Fung, which looked back at him, relishing the effort. "Even if you attack, trying to slice through my flesh, all you will find are flames radiating brilliantly." With that, as if to showcase its power, Lam Fung unleashed a force that shattered Kim Tae-hyun's chains. Kim Tae-hyun stared in shock at the scene before him, while Lam Fung arrogantly exclaimed, "No way a mere human like you could defeat me." It was right next to Kim Tae-hyun, its eyes sparkling with delight, as if toying with a tiny prey before the blade. Both Kim Tae-hyun and his ally were in a perilous situation. It seemed Lam Fung was bored and was charging up a massive attack to end this battle. Spewing flames towards them, a tremendous explosion erupted, shaking the ground even more than before. They were hanging by a thread, as even the debris flung from the shockwave was incinerated by Lam Fuang's dazzling green flames. It felt as if there was no chance of survival left for either of them, as those green flames seemed to consume all life around them. Kim Tae-hyun quickly dodged the deadly blast from moments ago, clinging to the rock face nearby. He watched Lam Fuang channeling its strength to overpower him, letting out a breath of relief he could not quite understand, even if it was a phoenix. How could it possess such extraordinary regenerative abilities? After exerting so much energy to escape death's grasp, he took a moment to catch his breath. Lam Fuang remained oblivious, unleashing its terrifying green flames at the spot where Kim Tae-hyun had just stood. Kim Tae-hyun stared at its destructive power, pondering that massive fire. No matter how he looked at it, this was no ordinary phoenix. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be a great phoenix? The two words great phoenix echoed in his head. It was a mutant being, to distinguish it from other monsters. It was given the grand title by adding a plus sign to its current level. The wheels of thought keep turning. If that really is the great phoenix, with my current skills, there is no way to destroy its resurrection ability. The only chance to defeat it is to fully exploit the baiting technique. Kim Tae-hyun silently recalls not long ago, during the auction house battle at Huangdong. However, because of that technique, it could explode just like last time at the auction. The baiting technique cannot be used carelessly unless it is a last resort. But honestly, right now he does not stand a chance against the phoenix unless he uses that technique. He is unsure of what to do. Suddenly, a noise comes from behind. Dueling wakes up and curses. Damn it. She jolts awake, confused about where she is and how things ended up like this. Looking down, she realizes she is tied up, suspended above a rocky cliff, and gasps in shock. Kim Tae-hyun is startled. Ah. Dueling unexpectedly asks, "What? Why am I tied up?" Then she cries out, "It hurts so much." Curiosity shifts to Lam Fuang, wondering why that monster has grown so huge. This is not just any ordinary phoenix. At this moment, Lam Fuang seems to notice that the two have dodged its deadly strikes, and turns to continue attacking around them. Everything is chaotic for Kim Tae-hyun. The explosions around him force him to raise his voice so Dueling can hear. He urgently explains. Basically, just stay still. Don't move. Dueling retort. Kim Tae, did you do this? Get me out of here. Quick. Kim Tae-hyun ignores her, leaving Dueling still tied up as he replies. Someone as easily manipulated as you should just keep quiet. Dueling pros. I was just caught off guard. Wait, am I being controlled by someone? Kim Tae, fuming, responds. Look, you do not even remember anything. Dueling absolutely does not want to stay tied up like this, continuing to demand, whatever it takes. Get me out of this now. Suddenly, an explosion erupts near them, startling both of them as they turn, one blow after another. The rock face they are hiding behind is blasted apart. Lam Fuang now notices where the two are standing, and through the dust. It threatens. How dare you touch my form? I will teach you all a lesson. You ungrateful wretches. It suddenly flinches as a familiar blade is hurled toward it. Those pathetic humans it underestimated are still alive. At the same time, Jua is released as she wished. Excited to join the fray, the two coordinate seamlessly, charging at Lam Fuang to strike. Kim Tae-hyun remains uneasy, reminding her, this time, you absolutely cannot let its hypnotic strike hit you. Jua confidently replies. Don't worry. I won't let that happen again. The glint in Lam Fuang's eyes turns sinister. It is completely enraged. How dare you, you pathetic humans. With that, Lam Fuang unleashes an even more powerful attack, exuding an aura of intimidation. Do you still not understand? This strike is useless against me. Lam Fuang moves closer to the two. Kim Tae, pretending to be awake, shouts, I will go in first. The system flashed a message. The monarch's heart has been activated, and your abilities have been enhanced. But Rui Waiwang was quicker on the draw. This time she spoke while still pretending to be asleep, conjuring a glowing blade that sliced toward Lam Fuang. He was taken aback. What the heck? Kim Tae-hyun was equally stunned. That last strike clearly impacted Lam Fuang. Rui Waiwang unleashed a terrifying power. Her eyes gleaming with fierce determination and boundless confidence let the queen take charge. She had activated her rank warrior spirit. Battle mode, and all her skills were revived, leading to what is known as an explosive reaction. Right after activating, Rui Waiwang sprang into action, charging straight at Lam Fuang from above. This move was risky because it could cause irreversible damage, which is why most people hesitate to use it. If she could control that power, the burst of energy it offered was truly something else. As Rui Wang came face to face with Lam Fuang, she swung a devastating strike. That blow was so powerful it split Lam Fuang in half. This was a transcendent power. All that could be heard was Lam Fuang's screams. But she did not stop there. Charging right past it, boom! Rui Wang did not hesitate to land a punch right in her face. She followed up with a kick, hoping to finish Lam Fuang off for good. Then she quickly backed off, knowing full well what was coming. Suddenly, A horrifying explosion erupted, blowing away everything around them. The remnants of the battle blended into the mana flow between her and Lam Phuong. Rui Waiwang struggled to stand not far away, staring intently at the explosion. She was exhausted, her breath coming in quick gasps, sweat dripping down her cheeks. But she was not sure if Lam Phuong was dead or not. Rui Waiwang closed her eyes, then collapsed to the ground. This was her limit. But wait, Lam Phuong was still alive, approaching her with a furious shout. A mere human. Think you can defeat me with that pathetic form? With all the rage boiling inside her, she lunged at Rui Waiwang at lightning speed, screaming, "I will kill you." Suddenly, chains appeared out of nowhere, flying straight at Lam Phuong. The chains completely restrained Lam Phuong. She looked down in shock. Stunned, Kim Tae-hyun appeared with a knowing smile. Pondering how to eliminate the ability to regenerate, he needed a destructive power that far surpassed that. I am a cautious person, so I can afford to let my guard down against a monster like you. He held Rui Waiwang in his arms, her aura radiating fiercely. You have wounded my pride, so prepare to receive this final destructive blow. Outside, a group of people anxiously awaited Kim Tae-hyun and Rui Waiwang. They whispered among themselves, their faces a mix of worry and curiosity. Is it too late? Are they okay? One person in the front spoke up, breaking the tension. It is nothing to worry about. Both of them are rank warriors. After hearing this, a few others chimed in. But our leader, once engaged in battle, would never lose. After listening, the three bodyguards of Rui Waiwang could not help but picture her smashing through those monsters like it was nothing, while Kim Tae-hyun just stood there, wondering if that was even possible. Just then, Kim Tae-hyun stepped forward, scooping Rui Waiwang up in his arms. Leaving everyone in shock, they rushed over to him and her, bombarding them with questions. Did everything go okay? Captain, is everyone all right? I think someone got hurt. Suddenly, one of her three bodyguards started to catch on to something, hesitating for a moment. Kim Tae-hyun was clueless about what was happening outside and instinctively asked, but he quickly gathered himself and reassured the group, saying the fire temple had been cleared. After this incident, news spread like wildfire. And soon, headlines about Rui Waiwang and Kim Tae-hyun were everywhere, sparking rumors of a romance. One article mentioned a secret date they had in a hidden bunker. Just the two of them. Some comments were attached, with one saying, I heard they even visited a private hospital together. Another chimed in, isn't this the first romantic rumor between two warriors? Commenter 3 was quite amused, saying, well, it is obvious since only those two were in that bunker. After reading, their fingers on the screen started to tremble involuntarily. Even the hand holding the phone was shaking. At that moment, Rui Waiwang's face turned as red as a tomato. Stammering, she said, This is... She immediately turned to her three bodyguards, demanding to know what was going on. They averted their eyes, pretending they knew nothing. Rui Waiwang continued to press about why the news of the double bunker attack was spreading so openly. What the heck is this nonsense? It is so embarrassing. You guys are behind this, are not you? The tallest bodyguard stammered. The double bunker conquest is a big deal. It is tough to keep secrets. He blushed, trying to evade her gaze. I only told a few close friends. I am sure they all promised to keep it under wraps. The other one could only mutter. Honestly, I just did it for the guild leader. I did not mean anything by it. My loyalty is unquestionable. Rui Waiwang just smirked and replied, well, today, we might as well go down together. Suddenly, the chairman opened the door and solemnly addressed Rui Waiwang. I heard your skills exploded in that double bunker. His expression froze as he took in the chaotic scene before him. In front of him was a wreckage, with green mana particles swirling around Rui Waiwang. He helplessly asked, what on earth happened here? The chairman then took Rui Waiwang for a walk around the library for a private chat, asking her, what do you think of my impression of you? As she sipped her coffee, she said, I have spent so much time training to control my skill explosions. I managed to pull it off for a minute in the bunker, and it did not even affect my body. The chairman chuckled with delight. Oh really? Then, what is the deal with that? It is about T.Hung strength. The thing you wanted to check. She replied. Rui Waiwang's expression grew serious as she looked at him, asking, what do you mean? She recounted, in the end, after I lost my mind fighting the Phoenix. T.Hun handled everything. She began to reminisce about that chaotic moment. Rui Waiwang felt a wave of sadness wash over her as she recalled T.Hun's face, especially since the fiery assault on the temple had only wrapped up 2 days ago. This time, he mentioned he was heading deeper into the abyss. Just how strong had he become? Her words left the chairman so stunned he had to emphasize the depths of the abyss again. He glanced at his own clenched fists, murmuring to himself, good grief, that is some serious power growth on his part. But is not that a troubling sign for a new South Korea? Rui Waiwang observed him deep in thought for a moment. She said, That is why I do not get it. He looked at her, wanting her to elaborate. Rui Waiwang recalled the trials and tribulations Ti-Hun had faced and expressed her thoughts. Everyone has a desire to rise strong. But after traveling a certain distance, people tend to feel satisfied and take a break. Right. But Ti-Hun does not seem to show any signs of wanting to stop. The image of him appeared in her mind, telling her that instead of stopping, he chose to keep moving forward. I am trying to make the most of every opportunity I have. Rui Waiwang turned to the chairman, asking seriously, why is Ti-Hun striving to become so powerful? The rustling wind carried leaves past them. He hesitated before replying. Perhaps I know the reason. She was utterly shocked by his words. She asked again, wanting to ensure she had not misheard him. She waited intently for his answer. Maybe it is because, he boldly declared, is patriotism. It must. Rui Waiwang was at a loss for words at his reasoning. She responded, what the heck? He still had not realized, and continued to picture Kim Tae-Hun as the hero battling the evil surrounding him. He envisioned an era filled with monsters and cruel awakenings, fighting so that the country could safely and prosperously overcome that dark time. He has a strong desire to uplift the country. That is why Hun pushes himself so hard, refusing to back down despite the challenges. Rui Waiwang splashed a cold dose of reality in his face, saying, that is not it. Whatever the reason, it is not that. Leaving the chairman speechless, transition to the depths of the abyss, where the lair of the Lord Makadong lies, shrouded in a deep crimson hue of blood. Inside, corpses lay scattered everywhere, and a figure sat regally on a throne amidst the chaos. The bodies were treated like animal carcasses, pierced by arrows, swords, or knives, their deaths incomplete. Most were the corpses of women. As if a sinister plot was in play, a man appeared, respectfully placing his lips on the back of his opponent's hand. Suddenly, a voice boomed with authority, causing the other to immediately halt and listen to the command. The man with the crimson aura, exuding a dominating presence, lounged on his throne and ordered, let us bind our strength together with blood. He was the Prince of the Abyss and the Lord of Makadong. Eagle Moon. Level unknown. The man in the black robe bowed his head in respect. Thank you, my lord. Eagle Moon glanced down at him with an unreadable expression. Thank you. How does it feel to receive the power of the Makadong race? The man slowly smiled, shedding his black robe, and replied calmly. There have been quite a few others with skills and power like mine. He completely removed his hood. A sinister smile twisted across his face, revealing a cruel edge, as his blood-red eyes gleamed. But now that I have been granted power, I will be the strongest among them. He is none other than the powerful national player from China, Azang Liampi, flanked by 2 bodyguards standing guard at the entrance to Area 22 of the Abyss. Inside lies a desolate scene, under a blood-red moon that sends shivers down your spine just stepping in. At that moment, Kim Tae-Hyun was also present, with tents pitched nearby Mark II and soldiers resembling a small military outpost. Halong remarked, so this is your first time setting foot in the Abyss after the regression. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. Welcoming mirror, Kim Tae-Hyun to the Abyss. The man bowed solemnly and introduced himself. I am Paul Becker, and a rank player, affiliated with the World Player Association and the manager of Area 22 in the depths of the Abyss. It is a pleasure to have you here. He raised his head to introduce himself again to Kim Tae-Hyun. My name is Paul Becker. He is the manager of Area 22 of the Abyss. A proud rank player. Paul Becker led Kim Tae-Hyun around, showcasing their area, according to records. This is your first time visiting the depths of the Abyss, right? Kim Tae-Hyun calmly followed up with, pretty much, Paul Becker suggested. Then, you might want to hire some players as guides or mercenaries. He further explained, the World Player Association has established player zones, a safe base, and support points for explorers in every explored area of the Abyss. However, the depths of the Abyss are so dangerous that even in the player zone, you can be attacked by powerful monsters at any moment. Noticing Kim's indifference to this warning, Paul Becker pressed on. Even if you are a ranked player, having extra companions is crucial. Unfortunately for him, that was not enough to sway Kim Tae-Hyun. He replied bluntly, I do not need that, leaving Paul Becker utterly perplexed. Kim Tae-Hyun was about to continue, but before he could finish, a crack suddenly appeared in the ground. A massive centipede crawled out of the crack right behind him. Paul Becker gasped. This is, he shouted out, player Kim Tae-Hyun. Watch out. A monster. But what shocked him even more was that Kim Tae-Hyun took down the creature in an instant, without breaking a sweat, standing confidently on the monster's body. He looked down and said, I just took a little stroll, and look at all these monsters. Moments later, the area around him was piled high with monster corpses as he let out a long sigh. Paul Becker must have wandered off far enough by now that no one else was following him. Kim Tae-Hyun recalled the scenes he had experienced and thought, thanks to absorbing the power of the Phoenix at the Heda Athen Temple, He had activated the pact with the demon at the auction house, and received the necessary 200 mana points. He pondered while gazing at the 2 purple stones in his hand. But suddenly, his skill board flashed with a change. The pact with the B-rank demon now opened a gate to the abyss. He could not help but wonder why this skill had evolved. Instead of just summoning monsters like that jerk-off Ouroboros, it had transformed into a portal creation. The next thing that caught his attention was the symbol at the very end. 1-on-1 definitely indicates the number of uses. Perhaps it has become a one-time skill. Thinking about this, Kim Tae-hyun could not help but break into a cold sweat. Could this be some kind of special effect? The 2 stones in his hands emitted a dazzling purple light, making him exclaim, "There are tons of monsters here. Good thing I brought some stones. This should be enough." Kim Tae-hyun immediately crushed the 2 stones. And a notification appeared on the player's screen indicating that the Grand Magic Stone had been used, temporarily boosting his magical power. Those 2 stones were Grand Magic Stones. Items created and used by consuming magic stones when needed. They temporarily amplify the user's magical strength. Once activated, a skull gate gradually appeared in a savage dream. It reached out with hands and feet, forming a complete portal enveloped in ominous purple flames that gave a sense of danger, making one reluctant to step inside. At the same time, a notification popped up again. The contract with the demon had been activated, and the gate was created. Kim Tae-hyun slowly stepped forward, eager to see what kind of being awaited him. He stepped into the portal, and Kim Tae-hyun was immediately overwhelmed by the sight before him. It was a magnificent castle shrouded in an air of melancholy and mystery. Every nook and cranny was incredibly perfect, leaving him in awe and questioning the castle's authenticity. He cautiously ascended each step leading to the castle. Feeling astonished, he had never heard of a chasm like this before. Even after using the Grand Magic Stone to max out the skill effect, he was still taken aback. Where exactly had he ended up? It seemed he had to find out for himself. And just as Kim Tae-hyun was about to speak, a few alluring kill boost girls appeared behind him. Kim Tae-hyun immediately sensed their presence and turned around. A massive tremor occurred, yet he stood firm, a knife in hand, ready to fight. A voice from a blonde girl caught his attention. "Oh wow. What an interesting scent." The blue-haired kill boost girl laughed at him. "Don't point that ridiculous thing at me." The blue-haired girl pondered aloud, wondering what flavor to make him try. The pink-haired girl chimed in. "Looks like it is human." "Human." The blonde girl continued excitedly. "Human. Human." These girls were class kill boosts. Kim Tae-hyun could not help but be surprised by what he was witnessing. Kill boosts. Kill boosts are monsters that drain men's life energy through mental attacks like illusions or hypnotism. Creating hallucinations. Kim Tae-hyun carefully organized his thoughts. But an ordinary kill boost would only be classified as B level. But this one was his class. Could she be a mutated monster? A target he needed to defeat to form a summoning contract. The pink-haired girl did not stop there and added, "Poor human. Seems like you have chosen the wrong path." While the blonde girl gleefully remarked, "You look so delicious." Kim Tae-hyun did not care about the girl's taunts. He made a direct decision that if they were targets for the summoning contract, he would take them down. He charged straight at the girls, declaring, "Then I will take you down." The blue-haired girl calmly let out a small sound. All of his sharp attacks were easily dodged by them. They laughed, treating him like a brand new toy. "So eager." The blue-haired girl looked at him with keen interest, saying, "But your enthusiasm is not so bad. The more you struggle, the more fun it gets." Kim Tae-hyun did not say a word but shot towards them at lightning speed. As he got closer, a heart-shaped burst of light exploded. They thought they had him under control. Laughing excitedly, "Taste our sweet nectar." Kim Tae-hyun stood still even after taking in all their tricks. "Moreover, no man can resist our hypnosis." Before the blue-haired girl could finish her sentence, Kim Tae-hyun lunged at her. He punched her hard, sending her crashing to the ground, leaving only her pained cries behind. The 2 younger girls had no idea what had just happened. "What? Sister?" Not giving the 2 girls a chance to retaliate, Kim Tae-hyun unleashed his knight's battle instinct. He commanded them to kneel, and they were crushed to the ground under his aura. The 2 girls groaned in pain. "It hurt so much. How can this be? How can an ordinary guy like you resist our enchanting hypnosis?" Kim Tae-hyun slowly approached them. "Resist what?" Notifications kept popping up on the screen, indicating skill usage and confirming resistance. He looked down with a smug expression. "Only a talentless fool gets seduced by monsters like you." Another notification appeared, confirming successful resistance against the charm due to mysterious power. Kim Tae-hyun moved closer and said, "Now, let us make a contract. Shall we?" The girls were left with just enough strength to let out weak murmurs. To establish a monster summoning contract, one of 2 conditions must be met. Either fulfill the monster's desires or conquer it by force. The red-haired girl struggled in fear, but could not do anything, as Kim Tae-hyun activated his skill. He thought to himself, "This should meet the conditions. With this, I can command his rank monster." Suddenly, a notification appeared that made him halt. "Not a target for the contract." Kim Tae-hyun was taken aback. What? Not a target for the contract. What does that mean? Right now, his mind is racing with questions. And then he hears a voice that sounds anything but ordinary. The voice pulls him back to reality as Kim Tae-hyun turns around to see a group of Kill Booth advancing toward him. The leader of Kill Booth speaks up, declaring that he will make a splendid offering for the Queen. Oh. It is Kill Booth, levels plus. The scene shifts inside the castle, where a grand archway covered in purple roses looms above. Below, men are bound by barbed wire, hanging upside down in various places. Yet, on their faces, they all wear expressions of sheer delight. At that moment, a Kill Booth maid appears, solemnly announcing, "Your Majesty, there is an intruder in the castle." Behind a red curtain, a powerful and ethereal woman emerges. Curious. A human. Then she bursts into laughter. This will be an interesting diversion. The magnificent castle, with its grand staircases, is constructed atop a solitary rock, emitting dazzling lights alongside thick, black smoke rising up. Accompanying the lights and smoke are more powerful sounds. The sounds of demons with fiery red eyes guarding the castle, with bat-like wings, tails, and horns, are chasing after Kim Tae-hyun as he runs ahead. They roar in furious rage, issuing commands. "Coward. That bastard's using all those underhanded tricks." One of them angrily continues, "Capture him for our queen." Kim Tae-hyun glances back at the three of them desperately pursuing him, muttering, "Damn it." While he is focused on them, two more Kill Booth appear in front, shattering glass into shards as they stare intently at Kim Tae-hyun. He gasps, "What the hell? There are so many of them." They dart forward even faster. Seeing this, Kim Tae-hyun loses his composure. They are overwhelming in numbers. Kim Tae-hyun is surrounded by countless Kill Booth, exchanging rapid blows. He activates his skills to break free from their encirclement, wielding a sword that radiates fierce light, and a terrifying visage appears behind him. Witnessing this light, the Kill Booth stumble backward in shock, unable to defend themselves. In the castle, a red beam of light erupts, sending the Kill Booth flying in its wake. A large section of the ceiling collapses, leaving only Kim Tae-hyun standing. After dealing with the previous Kill Booth, he wipes his mouth and breathes out, thinking to himself, it is unusual for the Kill Booth to concentrate so many forces on one person. There must be a reason. The spirit beast that can command even the kill bus captain, the one they call the Queen, is right here. Just thinking that, Kim Tae-hyun snaps awake, gazing suspiciously at the kill bus captain dressed in servant attire, bowing respectfully before him. Ata continues to bow and respectfully addresses Kim Tae-hyun, saying, "It seems you are the first human to arrive here. Please, feel free to enter. The Queen is waiting for you." Kim Tae-hyun pauses, looking at Atai with a smirk, excitement bubbling inside him. Scene change. Now, Kim Tae-hyun stands alone before a closed gate, tangled vines sprawling across the ground, adorned with many blooming white roses. The petals flutter down like confetti, contrasting against the crimson bricks where Kim Tae-hyun stands, creating an eerie atmosphere. Those tangled vines creep everywhere, weaving through every corner. Upon closer inspection, people are tightly bound by the thorns of the roses, the spikes wrapping around them, suspending them upside down, white liquid dripping from their bodies. Kim Tae-hyun stands with his hands in his pockets, staring at the sedan covered by a thin veil, vines crawling from its base all around. But inside, he can make out the silhouette of a woman seated. From behind the thin fabric, a voice emerges, reminiscent of the alluring beings Kim Tae-hyun has fought against. Ata leisurely introduces herself, welcoming him to her palace, saying, "I am the mother of all desires, the Queen here. You may call me Rosalia." A sly smile spreads across Ata's face, showcasing her sharp teeth. After hearing Ata's introduction, Kim Tae-hyun sees his mission clearly. The revival contract has been activated, and the target to fulfill it stands before him. Understanding dawns on him, and he thinks, indeed, this is the real target I need to pursue. Kim Tae-hyun asks Ada once more, "You are Rosalia?" Without hesitation, Ada replies with the pride of a queen, "Yep, I am Rosalia." Clearly enunciating each syllable of her name, Kim Tae-hyun furrows his brow, unable to believe it. He thinks, a monster, speaking our language. Rosalia, with a mischievous smile, slowly responds, "It is not that strange. You are not a monster. Yet you still understand us, you see. Right." Kim Tae-hyun stands still, thinking, I can understand what they are saying. Then, Rosalia, still in her queenly posture, directly asks, "What brings you here, human?" He contemplates his answer. Curiosity, fame, or simply an interest in this place. Or perhaps, to satisfy his desires. As the tentacles writhe around, dripping a dark crimson liquid, matched only by Rosalia's dangerously enticing smile. As white rose petals fall, Kim Tae-hyun firmly declares. Still keeping that serious expression, he gazes into the carriage filled with writhing tentacles. Stating bluntly, I came to form a summoning contract. After a moment of contemplation, Rosalia slowly repeats what Kim Tae-hyun just said. A summoning contract. She laughs, as if she heard something utterly ridiculous. Her laughter growing louder. You have got guts? Human. She chuckles, still gazing at Kim Tae-hyun. The tentacles, dripping with crimson fluid, slowly pull back the veil, revealing sharp claws pointed directly at him. But do not get too caught up in the fantasy. As the final curtain is pulled away, there sits Rosalia, legs crossed, surrounded by her writhing tentacles. She continues to point at Kim Tae-hyun, speaking in a mocking tone. Since when does a mere plaything demand a contract with its master? She is Rosalia, the Lord of the Abyss and the Queen of Succubi, a being of mysterious rank. Rosalia's demeanor shifts. She is no longer playful. She commands the tentacles to surge towards Kim Tae-hyun rapidly. Yet, Kim Tae-hyun remains still with his hands in his pockets, saying, You are not wrong. Then, Kim Tae-hyun gently moves his hand, revealing the image of his demon appearing beside him. On one side, Kim Tae-hyun commands his demon, while on the other, the tentacles approach quickly. Kim Tae-hyun's expression turns icy. I will use force to subdue you. The tentacles launch a powerful assault forward. These massive tentacles strike with considerable force, crashing into a huge column. But Kim Tae-hyun is not an easy target. He swiftly dodges their attacks. Watching the tentacles, Kim Tae-hyun smirks. His familiar sword appears in his hand, now enhanced with radiant power. Kim Tae-hyun commands them with just a few snaps of his fingers, crafting razor-sharp strikes. His eyes widen, fixated, with a dark glimmer. Kim Tae-hyun locks his gaze on Rosalia, who is seated. As he charges forward with his blade aimed at Ada, he raises the knife high, glowing with intense red energy. His arm and the knife morph into stone. A direct, rock-solid punch flies straight at Rosalia, who sits cross-legged, unfazed. Just a short distance from Rosalia, the stone blocks Kim Tae-hyun conjured earlier suddenly crumble and fall, yet she remains seated, not even lifting a finger. Kim Tae-hyun can't believe his eyes. What the hell is happening? Rosalia sits there, eyes fixed on Kim Tae-hyun, fingers pointed at him with a mocking smile. Isn't he just too weak? Ada snaps his fingers, and Kim Tae-hyun finds himself suspended in mid-air, away from Ada. Suddenly, Rosalia's palanquin flips upside down. Kim Tae-hyun is left bewildered, questioning what is happening to him. All he can see is Rosalia perched on her palanquin, looking down as Kim Tae-hyun plummets from towering heights. His body feels uncontrollable. What is this? His powers seem useless. As he tumbles through the air, Kim Tae-hyun wonders, is this space shifting? It is just him descending rapidly past skyscrapers. Now, Kim Tae-hyun crashes into the water, sinking deeper. He struggles, caught in an illusion. This is the dreamscape Rosalia conjured to drown him. As Kim Tae-hyun flails in the water, it floods his mouth, and in that moment, clarity strikes him. This is an illusion. But when did he get trapped in this dream? Rosalia sits atop her palanquin, her tentacles looming over the churning sea below. Ada sits beside her, hand covering his mouth, relishing his victory. He sneers. When did you fall into this illusion? Right from the moment you stepped in here. You fool. The scene shifts to Kim Tae-hyun being pinned down by Rosalia, her tentacles restraining him as she grins wickedly. At this moment, Kim Tae-hyun's eyes are shut tight, lost in the grasp of her tentacles. Sunlight streams into the palanquin as Rosalia leans over his unconscious body. Kim Tae-hyun lies there with his eyes shut, tentacles coiling around his neck and waist. Ada flashes a sly smile, showcasing his sharp fangs. When did this happen? Rosalia uses her tentacles to wrap around Kim Tae-hyun's entire body. Ada watches him with satisfaction, knowing he was ensnared in this illusion from the very beginning. As Kim Tae-hyun sinks beneath the water, massive bubbles rise to the surface. Gritting his teeth, he thinks, damn it. I have to break free from this illusion. Suddenly, a bright light flashes before Kim Tae-hyun's eyes, and he gasps in shock. He finds himself sitting in the back seat of a car, with his father at the wheel. The gentle woman with long hair in the passenger seat is his mother, and the child next to them is none other than a young Kim Tae-hyun. He can't believe what he is seeing right before his eyes. The innocent little boy sits up straight. Just like I did when I was young, young Kim Tae-hyun excitedly tells his parents. The TV said that high-level awakeners make a ton of money. The boy is still buzzing with excitement about his story, so he declares he must be the highest-level awakener to buy his parents the best of everything in the world. His dad smiles with eyes squinted in joy, while his mom smiles gently at his words. Her good son, young Kim Tae-hyun's mom gently tells him. But sweetheart, you do not need all that. Just being healthy and happy is enough for me. Young Kim Tae-hyun feels a twinge of disappointment hearing her say that. Why does she have to say things like that? It is so boring. Kim Tae-hyun thinks about his parents. Right. They are always like that. More than wishing for him to be a high-level awakener, they wish for him to escape poverty. The three of them are laughing joyfully in that little car, filled with the sound of happiness. The one thing his parents always long for is his happiness. In Kim Tae-hyen's eyes, happiness is overflowing, and he smiles in the warmth of family love. Fire. In Kim Tae-hyen's eyes, a blazing red flame erupts, and he is terrified. The scene of the crash flashes back. The car shattered and engulfed in flames as if it wanted to consume the whole vehicle. His parents sit motionless, unconscious amidst the raging fire. The shattered glass door reveals his dad's bloodied face, covered in wounds, while his mom sits still in the passenger seat, slowly being consumed by flames. The area where Kim Tae-hyen is seated is also on fire. He is in a panic, speechless. Before him, through the broken glass door, he sees a man standing next to a woman who is holding a young man in anguish, crying out, "God is there." The man, his face blank, tears streaming down, cries out, "Oh no," while the woman clutches the young man in disbelief, wailing, "Why did this happen to my family?" Kim Tae-hyen can only call out, "What?" A sinister smile and mocking tone make his eyes widen. That useless little brat. Before him, two young men are kicking a defenseless victim who can fight back. Those two continue to mercilessly kick him. "Stop pretending. Get up." Our Tae-hyen definitely awakened with extraordinary endurance. Kim Tae-hyen stands before the blazing red car, looking back at his past self in despair. He thinks to himself, "Yep, this is it." Remembering the scene where he carried heavy luggage alongside his teammates, Kim Tae-hyen is sure this is his memory. Struggling under the weight of heavy baggage, Kim Tae-hyen walks while panting, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He stands and watches the guys laughing mockingly at him, and Kim Tae-hyen recalls. Because he was unawakened, because he lacked strength, he had to endure misfortune day after day, without a word of protest. But the thing that hurt him the most was his aunt yelling at him. "Tae-hyen, what are you saying? Did I do something wrong? You brat. Where else do you want to go?" On that snow-covered road, Kim Tae-hyen carries his luggage, standing at the back, listening to his aunt's words, too afraid to look directly at her and the uncle standing opposite. Aunt is still worried, advising him that money is not the issue, so let us not stress about it anymore. Kim Tae-hyen finally responds, "Aunt, uncle, just the fact that you two have been here for me until today, I am incredibly grateful." Aunt and uncle were taken aback hearing Kim Tae-hyen say that. He sinks into thought, realizing that not only has he been of no help to anyone, but his existence has also brought misfortune to those who've helped him. Yep. Kim Tae-hyen is currently looking at his past self. His parents wanted him to be happy, but to find happiness, they seemed almost at odds with each other. Past Kim Tae-hyen brushes by present Kim Tae-hyen. Heading toward the light, Kim Tae-hyen realizes he needs strength. The discovery triggers the queen's hypnotic skill. Rosalia is using her hypnotic skill to control Kim Tae-hyen. Using mysterious power to resist that skill, he struggles in vain. All his stats are dropping. Binding skills can be used. Night's Will can be used. Roll Heart can be used. Paralysis can be used. Stealth can be used. Equipment can be used. Only one skill out of 8 is usable. Kim Tae-hyen shouts loudly, "Submit." Kim Tae-hyen uses his skill to shatter the illusions gripping him. Corpses lay scattered on the tiled floor. Bodies riddled with blood sprawled everywhere. Rosalia smirks, one hand on her hip, the other resting on her chin, saying, "You have surprised me. And yet, you have survived after facing the Iron Beast. But there are a few points of interest in your memories." Rosalia observes Kim Tae-hyen's past. First, for some reason, there are memories of a boy who looks younger than the current version of you. Second, although it seems like the same time frame, there are memories with completely opposite outcomes. Kim Tae-hyen was bullied and had no power to fight back. Yet, Kim Tae, with extraordinary strength, has taken down the bully from back then, who now lies defeated at his feet. To be sure, Rosalia's deep crimson tentacle stretches out, wondering what secrets you are hiding. Ada uses her tentacles to smash the Iron Beast before her. Watching the shards fly around, Ada sneers mockingly. Ada's red eyes widen in disbelief. She stands frozen, staring at the astonishing spaces before her. And most stunning of all, she sees the king. He glows with a white light, his long white hair flowing in the breeze. Rosalia steps back in disbelief, and Ada stutters. This person is... The king radiates white light and smiles, leaving Ada speechless and still in shock. Behind Ada, deep red lightning crackles into existence. More and more bursts of electricity surge from Ada's body. Atenil, gazing at the dark red sparks mingling with fragments reflecting her. Sweat drenches her face as she notices the tentacles lying on the ground, her head resting against the hollow space, sneaking a peek into someone else's memories. Ada turns towards the source of a sound. A knife has somehow found its way to her throat. What a bizarre hobby for a queen. As Rosalia kneels on the ground, with Kim Tae-hyen pressing the knife to her neck, Kim Tae-hyen says, "I will say it again. Rosalia, Accept the revival contract. Ata still manages to smile. Thinking, do you really think those revival movies can take me down? How foolish. Rosalia shoots him a chilling glare, saying, how arrogant. But, suddenly, a tentacle lunges forward like lightning. Rosalia wraps a tentacle around Kim Tae-hyun, her fingers gliding across his face, declaring, I will accept the contract. With that, Ata bites down fiercely on Kim Tae-hyun's shoulder, blood spraying out as he gasps in disbelief. Contract conditions met. The revival contract is established. With Rosalia still biting down hard on Kim Tae-hyun's shoulder, Kim Tae-hyun's contract skill with Akma transforms into the Queen's royal power. Skill level adjusted. A new perfect hypnotic skill is added. Skill level adjusted. Ata releases Kim Tae-hyun, retracting her tentacle, while her allure increases, rubbing her tentacle against Kim Tae-hyun's face. Good night, the one I have chosen. Yeah. Smirked with satisfaction at his actions, while Kim Tae-hyun lay unconscious, eyes tightly closed. Kim Tae-hyun heard someone calling his name, and slowly opened his eyes. Kim Tae-hyun woke up, propping himself up to see a well-groomed man with glasses standing behind him. The magical portal that had summoned him. The man asked, are you alright, sir? But Kim Tae-hyun was still confused. I am glad you made it out safe, the handsome man said. He was Paul Baker, the manager of the 22nd Abyss, part of the World Players Association. Rank In this strange space filled with just the two of them, Kim Tae-hyun asked, where are we? Paul Baker replied, this is the player's zone. I found you lying here. Kim Tae-hyun rubbed his temples, groaning. What just happened? He wondered to himself. Did Rosalia bring me here? Fresh information flashed in his mind. The Queen Bee's resurrection skill could revive Rosalia, the Queen of Demons. With a mana of 200, the B-grade hypnosis skill could mesmerize opponents. With a mana of 40 and a charm of 130, not to mention, this was not a dream. A powerful surge of energy coursed through Kim Tae-hyun's body. The Demon Pact had transformed into a resurrection skill, and he even acquired a new skill, hypnosis. With Rosalia's resurrection skill, he could meet her in the Asian interregional battles and confront players from other nations. Images of Rosalia filled Kim Hyun's mind. The hypnosis skill she granted him had an endless range. But wait, why did Rosalia change her mind? Kim Tae-hyun was taken aback at this thought. Her last words echoed in his ears. Rosalia. Arms crossed, mouth covered by her wriggling tentacles, said, "Wait. Sleep tight." The one chosen by the king. Rosalia casually uttered those words that left Kim Tae-hyun pale and stuttering in fear. She knows the king, Paul Baker interjected. Kim Tae, snapping him back to reality. Paul Baker continued. What is next? Do you need a guide? Kim Tae-hyun politely smiled and replied. Thanks, but I am fine. Everything's settled. I am heading home now, he said, as the clear blue sky and the warm rays of sunshine bathed the city with its towering buildings. Basking in the morning light, a high-rise with a spacious rooftop. Below, people were bustling about with their daily lives. Rue Yang stepped out of the building, navigating the stairs in her high heels. Congrats on your discharge, President. Hearing the congratulations, Rue Yang froze in surprise. A man with a large scar on his face, flanked by two henchmen, clapped mockingly and said, You feeling all right? The scarred man was Han Soo-jong, the vice president of the Roughnecks. Rank a player. Rue Yang adjusted her blazer and said, I fought a few people and I am fine. Han Soo-jong chuckled. Just like the president. I have some interesting news for you, he said, prompting Rue Yang to glance over and ask. What news? He seemed to visualize Kim Tae-hyun and said, I heard that player Kim Tae-hyun has returned after going into the abyss. Rue Yang gasped in shock. He's back, still in disbelief. She wondered. Really? He is actually back no matter what. Kim Tae-hyun can't explore this deep alone. Han Soo-jong crossed her arms and laughed arrogantly, saying it is a place called Nsrank Tum. Getting back won't be a problem. But the real shocker is who came to meet the player Kim Tae-hyun. Rue Yang asked in a hurried tone. Wait, who met him? Han Soo-jong smugly replied. It is the guild master of Onsamiro. One of the top 4 guilds. I'm Kenk. A player. A tall guy standing right in front of Kim Tae-hyun. Kim Tae-hyun broke out in a cold sweat. This guy had a scar running across his nose and grinned as he asked. Are you Kim Tae-hyun? He was challenging. Let us have a match. Kang Hike, the guild master of Onsamiro, and rank player. A Kang Huk charged straight toward Kim Tae-hyun. Kang Huk is the head of Onsamiro, one of the 4 major guilds. This man is known as the strongest tank in New Korea. He's fought monsters for hours on end, with countless rumors swirling about him, including that he has wiped out hundreds of monsters. Their guild is most famous for his power concentrated in his hands. Let us get started. The source of Kang Hike's power ignited, as he was about to engage in a one-on-one battle. Bring it on. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, Stop. Kim Hyeseon rushed in, aiming to give him a slap. He was taken aback. Kang Haik was shocked. Secretary Kim, you spoke up. Do you want to summon him for another human rights meeting? President. Do not you know doing that will get you banned from the abyss. What excuse can I use to keep you from getting punished? She chimed in. Hello. I am Kim Hyeseon, the secretary of the Onsamiro Guild Master. And you are still in a fighting stance. Kim Hyeseon went on. Sure. The way our guild master recruits members is pretty ruthless. But do not worry. I am here to handle recruiting you. Kim Tayan. Into the guild. At this moment, Kang Huk behind her was incredibly annoyed. Secretary Kim. What are you talking about? Where's the ruthlessness? If player Kim Tae-hyun wants to join, he does not need to fight one-on-one. Right. Kim Hyeseon looked puzzled. If there is no way to choose candidates, how is it different from forcing someone to join? Secretary Kim agreed. You have a point, but I have a suggestion for you. Kim Tae, as far as I know, player Kim Tae-hyun. You are planning to participate in the Asian tournament. She continued, painting a picture. Among the 4 major guilds, Onsamiro specialize in exploring the abyss with countless raid schedules. We will ensure your exploration of the abyss goes smoothly. If you join our guild, we will definitely cover everything you, Kim Tae, are lacking. Kim Tae-hyun listened silently. Kang Haik stepped up from behind, laughing as he patted Secretary Kim on the shoulder. Surprising her as she turned to look, Kang said, that is enough. Secretary Kim. Onsamiro scoffed. If he wanted that stuff, he would have been here ages ago. Right. Suddenly, Kim Tae-hyun interjected, cutting off Onsamiro. I have changed my mind. Secretary Kim and Kang Haik were shocked to hear him say that. Kang Haik was taken aback, asking, wait. You mean, you want to join Onsamiro? Meanwhile, Secretary Kim cheered him on. That is the spirit. Kim Tae-hyun chuckled. What are you talking about? That makes no sense. Kang Huk stared blankly, unable to grasp what Kim Tae-hyun was saying. Confidently facing Kang Haik, Kim Tae-hyun urged, just do it my way. Then, with a cold glare, he added, the one who wins gets what they desire. How about that? How about that? Kang Huk grumbled, feeling irritated. What a straightforward guy. At the Onsamiro Stadium, under the bright lights, thousands had gathered to watch. Cameras and reporters swarmed around Kim Tae-hyun for interviews. I heard you are being pressured to join Onsamiro. Are you connected to that fake guild? The player lovers. Why did you agree to a one-on-one with Kang Haik, a rival known as the strongest tank in New Korea? Do you think you have a chance to win? Questions flew at Kim Tae-hyun as flashing lights surrounded him. Anger ignited in his eyes, his aura intense, and those behind him seemed ready to explode with excitement. This is so annoying. Seriously. I just took one step. A reporter, sensing Kim Tae-hyun's frustration, asked, why are not you saying anything? Among the crowd, someone shouted, "Wait." Over here, a hand in a green outfit shot up. Hearing that voice, Kim Tae-hyun turned to see who it was. A girl in a green outfit, glasses perched on her nose, hair half up, brandished a camera and yelled through the crowd, I want to interview him too. Move aside. I need to get through. She is reporter Kim, a rookie from the economic sector, working hard to avoid getting fired. Reporter Kim Jun-jun pushed her way forward. A strong man's hand gripped reporter Kim's outstretched one. That man was Kim Tae-hyun, holding her hand, causing her to look at him in shock. Looking down at reporter Kim, Kim Tae-hyun greeted her. Long time no see. Reporter Kim, we met during the selection exam. Right. Reporter Kim blushed, stammering. Yeah. It has been a while. Player Kim Tae-hyun. You two know each other. Someone in the crowd murmured. She is just pretending to be familiar with Kim Tae-hyun. Right. Standing there, reporter Kim began to daydream. He even remembers someone as unremarkable as me. Celebrities are really different, she thought. Kim Tae-hyun extended his hand toward her, saying, I can't answer any questions right now. You can ask her instead. As everyone knows, I have an appointment with Kang Haik, so there is no time for interviews. Reporter Kim was thrown off by this unexpected bombshell, only managing to exclaim, Wait, what? Surrounding her, reporters bombarded her with questions like, Reporter Kim, what is your relationship with Kim Tae-hyun? Suddenly surrounded, Secretary Kim was paralyzed with fear. Unsure of what to do, Kim Tae-hyun had tossed this dilemma her way, casually waving it off with a smile. Well, that is that. Kim Tae-hyun approaches the staircase where a bright gate is wide open. With his hands in his pockets, he ascends the steps, pausing to furrow his brows tightly. The stage is illuminated by green lights, and thousands of people sit in anticipation. Kim Tae-hyun and Kang Hyun's army face off. Kang Hyun smirks defiantly, igniting the flames of rivalry. You finally showed up. I was worried you would chicken out. Kim Tae, not backing down, has transformed his appearance and stands ready for battle. Confidently asking, got anything else to say? If not, let us get this show on the road. His body is encased in stone. Flames erupting around him, he is more than ready for this fight. Below, thousands of spectators sit on edge. The commentator Koi Haseon, a level 8 player, announces, "Alright, folks. The battle you have all been waiting for is about to begin. There is only one way to win. Make the opponent surrender. How will this forced showdown unfold?" Kang Hyan gets into position and says, "Alright then. Let us see what you have got." The showdown has commenced with the battle cry echoing throughout the arena. Both are pumped for this epic clash. Kim Tae Hyan steps up, ready to unleash a colossal monster. "I will show you my true power." He is strategizing. He knows that summoning a monster with the aura of royal authority is enough to overpower even rank monsters in just one move. Even Kang Hyan, as a player, won't easily dodge this. He thought this rank monster could intimidate Kang Hyan, but he is surprised to see him not react at all. "You are not even phased. That is a little intimidating, I guess. But it is still not enough." Kim Tae Hyan is taken aback by his lack of response. Suddenly, he feels something rush past him. It is a bloodthirsty beast. Before he can finish his thought, Kang Hyan channels all his strength into his fist, power converging into a single point, and a shadowy image materializes on that fist. Just one word. His punch hits like a massive grizzly bear, sending Kim flying for quite a distance. Beneath him, the ground is scared, showing just how devastating that punch was. Luckily, he managed to wrap his hand in golden chains. That punch did not hit him too hard. He charges at Kim like a whirlwind, massive horns sprouting from his head. His fighting skills are impressive. But with power like that, you really think you can take me down? You are mistaken. He slams into Kim, and a giant bull image appears, reminiscent of that last bear punch. "You really pack a punch," Kim Tae Hyan replies casually, a smile still gracing his handsome face as Kang Hyan leaps into action. That same aura surrounds him, and a colossal elephant towers over, ready to stomp on the tiny creature beneath its feet. Kim is caught off guard by this bizarre tactic. As the gigantic elephant crashes down onto him, dirt and rocks fly everywhere, a cloud of dust forming as he stumps on a boulder, reveling in his own strategy. As the dust settles, Kim remains standing, showcasing impressive evasion skills. But one escape won win you the match. Kang Hyan mocked, a grin appearing on Kim's battered face. Kim bursts into laughter. "If there are no more beasts left, this battle is already mine." Kang Hyan moves in closer, seemingly provoked. "Interesting. You are in a losing position but still talking big. If that is what you want, then I will end this battle with this move." A gigantic dinosaur appears. The audience erupts with excitement. Here it comes, the final transformation of Guild Master Kang Hyan. And the crowd cheers him on. The stage where the two stand has been shattered by his 3 attacks. "You look so small next to that colossal dinosaur. With this fighting form, the battle will surely wrap up quickly. Even if he is a promising rookie, there is no way he can beat the Guild Master." Henek Suzong and Sue Young are watching the match from the stage. Sue Young is thrilled. Seeing this match really shows the powerful capabilities of both of them. "What situation are we in where you can still say that?" Suzong from Jack. "If he loses, player Kim Tae Hyan will have to join the Ozumiro Guild. But it is what it is, so we need to stop this match from continuing." Suzong analyzes Kang Hyan's capabilities, the skills of Guild Master Kang Hyan, and the rage of the beast. This is the power that counters the rage of the beast. It gives him the strength and authority of the beast in battles. Once he unleashes this move to its final form, player Kim Tae Hyan won't stand a chance. No matter how strong he is, even though a Young reassures him, there is really no need to worry like that. The Kim Tae Hyan I know one, just throw in the towel. He definitely has a trump card up his sleeve for situations like this. He is still charging at you, and you are just waiting for him. A smug smile appears on his face. The audience in the stands is on edge, anxiously watching the match. What? What is going on? Everyone is stunned, blown away. The Guild Master has already knelt down. What? He still does not understand what just happened. Full of worry and shock. "If you are kneeling, then by the way, I mentioned that Guild Master Kang Hyan requested a one-on-one duel. The opponent, player Kim Tae Hyan, happily accepted that challenge." Secretary Kim explains to the player association. A surprising atmosphere fills the entire stands. Not believing what they see, the audience gasps at the shocking result. The Guild Master is kneeling. This man has been through countless tough battles, and now he is on his knees. There is no way something fishy is not going on here. Let us fight again. I do not believe this match. There is definitely cheating involved. This match is void. Let us fight again. You stand down there on the stage. The shouts of dissatisfaction with the result echo relentlessly. He looks at him. The guy is still kneeling. I could see some of this coming, But I did not expect the battle to unfold like this. Truly a strong player from South Korea. When he got in close for Mali, the hypnosis took effect, and kneeling, he grits his teeth, anger and frustration evident on his face. Did I lose? No way. I remember when I charged in to attack him. I had already used my mind control skill. I lost consciousness for a moment there. Damn. He is really grinding his teeth in frustration. Everyone. Just hush. His scream echoed throughout the stadium. The entire audience was frozen in shock. The president, I have no idea what that kid used. But I have already lost. If you have lost, you have to accept it. Members of the O-Master Guild, let us accept this result. If anyone's unsatisfied, feel free to come up here and talk to me. The president has fully admitted defeat. Looking down at the audience, Ju-young glanced at both of them. He must be really furious right now. But seriously, I never thought that in such a brief moment, player Kim Tae-hyun could turn the tables. He always has skills that catch us off guard. You really are a mysterious player. President Ju-young was grinning while munching on popcorn in a rather sneaky way. After that statement, Kang Hyu's crew quickly approached him. Kim Tae-hyun turned around, paying close attention to him. Kang Hyu's crew stood tall right in front of him. Kim Tae-hyun extended his hand, trying to make peace. His performance was commendable. Kang Hyu did not shake his hand right away. Instead, he asked, I want to know, did you plan to use this method from the start to win? Kim Tae-hyun chuckled and replied, well, a little bit. He smiled, amused by Kim's response. You really are a cheeky kid. Then, Kang Hyu finally reached out to reciprocate the handshake with good intentions. He boldly asked him, if you promised, then you have to deliver. Do you want money or some special items? Kim Tae-hyun straightforwardly answered, those things would be nice. But I do not really want any of that. Kang Hyu looked puzzled. So what do you want then? Kim Tae-hyun did not hesitate and replied, Mekong Mino. Kang Hyu was utterly shocked to hear that, without backing down. Kim continued, I want to join the raid on Mekong. This made Kang Hyu break out in a cold sweat. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Awakener Association. Inside the president's office with GH was discussing with GH asked, Mekong Mino. Really? He explained. Yep. It is the dungeon located at the end of the abyss. Mekong is a complex space filled with traps. Many Awakeners have lost their lives there. The president's face grew more serious. Despite being at the end of the abyss, it is a place many high-level Awakeners aspire to conquer. But they all ended up failing. Currently, the Onsamiro Guild has the right to assault Mekong. But it has not been announced to the public yet. Jeki worriedly asked, how does player Kim Tae-hyun know about this? Is there something wrong? He understood what she was thinking and replied, of course. Everything there is extremely volatile. We can't predict what will happen in the abyss. So we need to be cautious. He slammed his hand on the table and continued. But there is no other way. All we can do now is trust the Awakeners preparing to raid that dungeon. Of course, if I were younger, I would have already joined the raid on that dungeon. Jafiv gazed at the chairman with admiration and said, Chairman. Right, he pondered, looking at the chairman. But if you are too worried about that, instead of stressing over the challenges of raiding the dungeon, why not focus on finding more powerful Awakeners? Hopefully, what I am worried about won't happen. Suddenly, an urgent call popped up on the screen. Catching his attention, a girl from the Awakener Association anxiously said, Chairman, I am sorry for the urgent call, but there is an emergency. He calmly asked, Emergency? She explained the situation. The Japanese Awakener Association has contacted us. The chairman looked a bit confused. What do you mean? If this is about the Rising Dawn auction house, that is already wrapped up. Who was nearby? Could not understand either. The girl continued. It is about the new message from the female player Kim Tae-hyun. Upon hearing about the female player, a certain woman came to his mind, one who was both glamorous and terrifying, making him shiver a bit. Meanwhile, on the side of Kang Hyuk's army, he stood before a portal, with a fully armed squad lined up behind him. This is the gate management area of the association. The secretary next to Kang Hyuk began counting. Her fingers swiftly moved through the squad. Counting. 3, 4, 50, 60, 70, and in no time, she reached 98. Kim Tae-hyun was the last one she called out. 100. After roll call, she turned decisively and reported. We have a full squad of 100 ready for the Mekong raid. Is everyone fully prepared? Kang Hyuk still faced the door, grinning menacingly as he replied, we are ready. So let us head into Mekong and see just how tough these monsters are. With that, he led the group slowly into the gate. As they stepped into Mekong, chaos erupted. Spells and explosions were going off all around. The Minotaurs and Kang Hyuk's troops were clashing, attacking each other in a frenzy. The air was filled with shouts from every direction. Quick! Attack over there first. Watch out. They are coming this way too. Inside Mekong, Kim Tae-hyun stood alone, weapon in hand, facing two minotaurs. He moved with precision, no wasted motions, swiftly taking them down. Now! All that echoed were their chilling cries. They disintegrated into chunks in an instant. Kang Haik cheered. You did great. He held up the severed head of a minotaur as he approached Kim with a friendly expression. Kang Haik asked, how do you like the weapon I gave you? Kim Tae-hyun replied modestly. It is. I am used to these kinds of weapons anyway. My old one broke. So I do not have many options. He smiled warmly. As long as you can use it well, that is what matters. It was meant to be a gift for you when you joined the guild. The sharp spear in Kim's hand was a rare tear as Ryan. Kang Haik continued to praise him. For this dungeon raid, we really need strong people like you. He walked while tossing the minotaur's head he was holding on to the ground. And without hesitation, I thanked him for allowing me to join. This Mekong raid has failed many times before, so it is not going to be easy. Which is why she advised everyone to stay cautious. The secretary immediately replied. Don't think about that. And he asked back. Slightly confused. The secretary then explained that everyone involved in this Mekong raid is pretty strong, only B rank awakeners or higher. She pointed out the evidence one by one, saying, we have just entered, and we have already pushed the monsters back, and everyone is quite safe. The traps inside this ruin have all been removed, so we do not need to worry about those anymore. Kang Haik added. You can trust our vice president to handle that. Kim Hyo-jae confidently continued. Last month, we also figured out how to break through Mekong. This surprised Kim Tae-hyo, who curiously asked, a breakthrough clue? Kang Haik did not hold back, confidently stating, we have uncovered many clues about the monster's traits in Mekong and how to take them down. He recalled the images from previous raids on Mekong, where they faced monstrous creatures of enormous size, adorned with bizarre patterns, things no one had ever seen before. The image of a colossal horn with numerous cracks flashed in his mind. Kang Haik continued. When we touched the monster's remains, everything turned to fine powder, leaving only the horn intact. Upon hearing this, Kim Tae-hyo suddenly realized, laughing heartily as he analyzed. Exactly. That horn left a trail for us to identify the monster's traits in Mekong, along with the locations of similar monsters. Using our detection skills, we won't get lost. They gradually ventured deeper into Mekong. Guided by the vice president's detection abilities, they navigated through every nook and cranny of Mekong, facing various challenges. Finally, they reached a gate adorned with strange symbols, spiraling red patterns that looked bizarre, and they cautiously stepped inside. The vice president, holding a black cage, spoke up. We have arrived. The scene was a wreck, with a gigantic minotaur statue missing one horn on the right side. The vice president declared. This is the final point. They focused on the minotaur standing majestically before them. Kim Tae-hyun skeptically asked, is it a statue? But Kang Haik replied, it is a monster. The vice president quickly reminded them. Anyway, we just need to place the horn at that statue, Kang Haik excitedly said. In that case, he commanded. Secretary Kim, bring it here. Kim Hye-jeon hurriedly pushed the cart carrying the horn over. He urged her. Hurry up, and she replied, just a moment. Please. Kim Tae-hyun appeared a bit contemplative at this point. Before heading back, they aimed to use the minotaur's horn to reach the end of Mekong. His expression turned quite serious. But what happened next was, Kang Haik directly lifted the horn, grinning with excitement. All right. He exerted all his strength to push the broken piece of the minotaur's horn into place. He forcefully fitted into the missing spot, and as the two pieces connected, a beam of light burst forth. Everyone below erupted in cheers. All right. We are going to conquer Mekong after 30 years of no one succeeding. Kang Haik is pumped up. Challenging. Show yourself, master of the Mekong. But then he realizes something's off. All the wounds on Minota's body have healed. Minota slowly fades away. A wave of white light begins to spread. His army down below still has no clue about what is happening. Then that ominous light starts engulfing the entire room. Suddenly, Kang Haik feels something pulling him in, startling him. What the? The people below get agitated. What? How can this be? Only the vice captain stands there unfazed, as if he knew all of this was coming. Out of nowhere, a group of people is teleported to a cold, snowy hill. Their voices filled with confusion. Where are we? What is happening? Snow. Another group gets teleported right into a flood, surrounded by screams and curses. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, another group is dropped right under an erupting volcano. On the southern side lies a vast forest, and he is quite intrigued by this situation. It has definitely been activated. In front of him, a group of 4 was also teleported here. This is the spatial trap. The 4 of them are just as shocked by his appearance. They all exclaim at once. What the? Meanwhile, in another place, a rough hand rests on an ancient book in a dimly lit room. Illuminated only by the light of a reading lamp, he calmly flips the pages, muttering, So that is it. Kim Tae-hyun has joined the Mekong raid. The devil's foot is crossed. His commanding presence makes his subordinates very uneasy. I apologize, sir. This happened a bit unexpectedly. So his subordinate hesitates, nervously asking, what should we do now? If you order it, I can call off the operation right away. The Devil King, revealing a bizarre skull tattoo on his palm, replies, let them carry on as planned. He analyzes the situation. There are 6 rank villains mixed in with the raiding team. And if we count a rank ones, that is a total of 20 people. No matter how strong Kim Tae-hyun and Kang Hyuk are, there are limits. They can't just win against us. The devil continues. They are focused on dealing with the monsters in the labyrinth. So how can they handle surprise attacks from insiders? His expression reveals cunning and malice as he says, just let them do their thing, even with Kim Tae-hyun showing up. It won't change a thing. Meanwhile, in the forest, the group of 4 starts to approach him. The tension feels dangerously high. The blonde girl steps forward, eager to break the ice. Let me introduce myself first so we can get to know each other and work together smoothly. First, alright. Kim Tae-hyun slides into a fighting stance. Demon. With that, he delivers a straight kick to her face. Don't try to outsmart me. Murata takes the hit hard, spitting blood. Her true identity is this rank demon master of Tamquima, Melina. Suddenly, the inner thoughts of a young man surface. Thinking of Kim Tae-hyun as the youngest ranked player. I have always been curious about how strong you really are. I can't believe you could be as strong as President Nyan Loon, leading the front lines and becoming a rock-solid shield for everyone. You two could end up being, just like the rumors said, one of you sacrificing yourselves to save everyone in the Dawn auction house. Honestly, he thought that no matter what, he hoped you could unleash your true power. You could help our guild break through this tough dungeon. But those thoughts were just from a B-rank player in the Oza Emerald Guild, named Bak Dungho. Yet, after witnessing Min's epic display, he could not help but drop his jaw, glancing at Melina, who lay unconscious, unable to contain his rage. He shouted, what the hell happened here? Bak Dungho yelled, what have you done, you crazy bastard? Kim Tae-hyun confidently gave a thumbs up and replied, that is just a demon infiltrating our ranks. Overwhelmed with emotions, he recklessly fired his gun at him. Demon, you are lying. Dungho was firing while dodging. You jerk. There is nothing I can do but avoid your bullets. For real. Missing shot after shot. He was getting incredibly frustrated. Damn it. In a situation like this, how can he still act like that? Everything he did was just absurd. Bifi Dungho cursed silently. He recalled the memories of teaming up with Miranda, the teammate who had fought alongside him to conquer so many dungeons. Now, to see her fall like this, he thought to himself, Miranda, I will avenge you. I believe you are not a demon. B. Dunghetch gritted his teeth. This situation can't be allowed to stand. He desperately cradled Melina, continuously calling her name. Please wake up. Melina. We need to get away from that bastard right now. I will protect you. Just trust me. Just as that emotional moment unfolded, he suddenly took a powerful punch from Melina. In the forest, only his whimpering could be heard. Melina shot up, looking down at Baki Donch with disdain. Who the hell are you to touch me? You jerk. He stood there, stunned. I told you. But you did not believe me. But behind him, 2 other demons were closing in to attack. Kim Tae-hyun quickly turned around to glare at them. Now it is time for us to settle this. They launched a combined attack on him that caused quite a shockwave. But as the smoke cleared, both the gray-haired demon and the blonde one were left in utter shock. Before their wreckage could settle, he vanished right before their eyes. Kim Tae-hyun casually emerged from behind them, saying, I can't believe this tiny place has 3 demons lurking around. He taunted them. You guys plan to team up and harm the people here. Melina was also smiling, dropping her disguise. She tied her long hair back, revealing her true self. A strange smile crept across her face. It was bizarre, to say the least. They took their stances, ready for battle. We have been hiding in the Ozamiro Guild for years, and no one has ever detected us. Yet, you show up and figure it all out. How did you manage that? I just mentioned it while massaging my neck to reveal your creepy forms. Kim Tae-hyun patiently responded. I must admit, you guys are not bad. It is not that your acting is terrible, of course. I knew this from the future, he said. But Melina dismissed his explanation. Nice story. The future. She completely disbelieved him, and began to analyze based on her own understanding. You seem pretty close to Yu Yang. Looks like she hinted something to you about us. Or is there a traitor among us? As she spoke, her nails gradually elongated. Melina activated her attack skill, confidently saying, well, it does not matter. I can just kill you right here. She lunged at him like a beast, with the support of the other 2 B-ranked demons. Malena quickly dealt a light blow to one side of his face. Huff. Despite their fear, her two henchmen quickly closed in to unleash lethal blows. He effortlessly jumped into the air, dodging all their attacks. Kim Tae-hyun summoned chains that wrapped around the neck of the blonde demon, catching him completely off guard as he screamed in shock. The black-haired demon was soon ensnared by his chains as well. Barely managing to utter a gasp, Kim Tae-hyun swiftly dispatched both of them, leaving only their terrified screams echoing. Ah! Suddenly, a burst of sharp energy surged toward him. That was Melena's claw attack. He looked thrilled as the relentless onslaught continued. Kim Tae-hyun immediately faced her head-on against her attack. Melena's resolve began to waver as she realized the vast difference in skill between them. She thought to herself, how could this be? He was too strong. She knew he was not an ordinary person. But her witch's claw skill, just a single touch, should have poisoned her opponent, and any poisoned enemy was guaranteed to die. Yet, that bastard seemed completely unfazed. She was both attacking and pondering how he had already been hit in the face. Her deadly techniques, laced with venom, relentlessly assaulted Kim Tae-hyun. Yet he showed no sign of weakening. As this thought crossed her mind, Melina suddenly realized how could he resist the poison. She thrashed in despair, unable to accept it, like the poison was invading her thoughts. Kim Tae-hyun said, sorry, but, at that moment, he activated his knight's combat skill, summoning a giant undead that obeyed his command. It was as if Kim Tae-hyun had sentenced her to death, stating that poison was ineffective against him. The system kept flashing notifications. Skill detected witch's charis. Successfully resisted with mysterious power. Melina, horrified, turned to flee. But it was too late. Helpless. She cursed. Damn it. His skill had such destructive power that it sent all the rocks and trees around flying. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, sending all the surrounding vegetation and debris scattering. As the smoke cleared, Bak Sung-ho slowly approached the source of the blast. He was startled, as if he had discovered something. In front of Bak Sung-ho lay Melina, bound by Kim Tae-hyun. Curled up on the ground, Melina yelled furiously, "You let me. You bastard. If not, I will kill you." Hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun roughly grabbed her hair and yanked her up, causing her to scream in pain. After seeing Melina's pathetic state, Kim Tae-hyun replied, "You can still talk like that." Right behind him was the image of Rosalia, who asked Melina, "If there is something to say, spill it now." With that, Ada used her mind control powers on Melina. After subduing Melina's mind, Ada asked, "How many infiltrators are here? What is your group's goal for infiltrating and attacking this facility?" Melina, bewildered, could only reply, "Ah." Then, her eyes changed color, and she began to answer Rosalia's questions. "The number is 20, with 5 ranks and 15 ranks. The goal is to ensure your attack fails." Melina recalled the scene from that day. Surrounded by white flowers soaked in blood, a knife was aimed at someone other than Commander Kang Hyuk. And that was the final target. To kill Commander Kang Hyuk. Back in the present, Kim Tae-hyun and Park Sung-ho stood before Melina, who was lying flat on the ground. Kim Tae-hyun thought to himself, there are 5 level demons. In the past, I only knew of 3. But now it is different. The previous infiltration had many variables. Clearly, the future had changed significantly. Was all of this because of me? Breaking free from his thoughts, Kim Tae-hyun turned to Park Sung-ho and said, "All right. Now we know their numbers and objectives. Go report to the commander quickly." Park Sung-ho replied, "Yep, sir." As they made their way, Park Sung-ho was filled with questions. Melina really was a demon infiltrator. Did player Kim Tae-hyun know this from the start? But if that is the case, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Kim Tae-hyun interrupted his musings. "I need to eliminate these infiltrators for this mission to succeed. This place feels almost like a separate realm, but in reality, it is still part of the Mekong." As they talk, a door appears before them, and Kim Tae-hyun continues, "There has got to be a way to connect to another space from here. It might not link directly to the heart of the Mekong just yet, but it will definitely help us find others. All we need to do is pass through each door and keep an eye out in every space to locate the leader." Kang Hyuk. Just then, Park Sung-ho suddenly shouts, "Wait a minute, I am really curious about something." Kim Tae-hyun replies, "Ah." Park Sung-ho continues, "Why did not you clarify when we entered the dungeon? I am sorry for doubting you. If you had told us from the start about leader Kang Hyuk, we would not be in this situation. But why did not you say anything?" After hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun falls silent for a moment as Park Sung-ho speaks. Then he responds to Park Sung-ho, "I did mention it." After hearing that, Park Sung-ho looks stunned. He replies to Kim Tae-hyun, "What do you mean?" Kim Tae-hyun calmly answers, "You can choose not to believe me, but leader Kang Hyuk already knows a lot." Switching to leader Kang Hyuk's side, a knife suddenly comes flying at him. It plunges into leader Kang Hyuk's stomach, surrounded by knife-wielding thugs, swords, and daggers. They are closing in on Kang Hike. Kang Huk sees this and smirks, saying, "What do you think you are doing? This is a bit much for a joke, is not?" The guy with the hat responds, "Joke? Who is joking here?" Just then, Kim Hye-hyen rushes in, panicking. "Leader." As she starts scolding them for daring to do this, before she can finish, an enemy lunges at her from behind, trying to catch her off guard. Kang Hike, seeing this, reacts instantly, jumping in front of her and taking the hit meant for her. Kim Hye-hyen gasps, "Leader." Kang Hike, now furious, growls, "Damn it." Kim Hye-hyen supports Kang Hike, asking, "Are you okay?" Meanwhile, all those thugs start charging, ready to unleash their powerful attacks on leader Kang Hike. Realizing the situation is dire, Kang Huk pushes Kim Hye-hyen away and says, "Step back. I will handle this." With that, he begins to channel his energy. After gathering his strength, Kang Hike summons a dragon, sending all the attackers flying. Kim Hye-hyen stares in awe at Kang Hike, feeling overwhelmed by the power of his dragon, seeing Kang Hike fighting alone. She insists, "Leader, you do not have to do this. Wait for me. I can fight too." Kang Huk sternly replies, "Stay back. They are not as simple as you think." Kim Hye-hyen, worried for Kang Hike, retorts, "But if you keep this up, you could lose your life. So I want." She is right. "Kang Hike, you alone won't stand a chance against us. Over time, I have been hiding my strength from you." Then the guy with the hat pulls out a lamp. Inside is a burning skull. Suddenly, that skull enlarges into a massive, towering head. He declares, "Now this place is filled with all my level minions, and 4 of my level minions too." He raises his voice and adds, "All of them have strong combat experience. So you will die here." Kang Huk gets into a fighting stance and says, "Alright. You guys are really prepared. I might have underestimated you a bit. But hey, do not beat yourself up over it. To corner you like this, we have been planning for years. How could a brute like you even see it coming?" Kang Huk chuckles lightly and says, "Damn. Kim Tae-hyen was right after all." The guy, shocked, exclaims, "What?" Kang Huk replies, "He said you guys are demons hiding in plain sight, just waiting to take me out." I did not believe him then, but now it is a reality. The guy in the hat, upon hearing that Kim Tae-hyen knows they are all demons, looks utterly stunned and says, "Kim Tae-hyen figured out this plan." "No way," he shouts. "How could you know our plan that we have been preparing for so long? Why did not you do anything?" Kang Huk casually replies, "Well, about that, I always trusted you and gave you that chance. But now, there is definitely no chance left for you, you damn demon." That is what I wanted to say. The guy stares blankly and asks, "What?" "Even knowing you betrayed me, we fought side by side for years. So I could not just attack without proof." One of them chimes in, "You are such a damn fool." Kang Hike says nonchalantly, "Oh really? Behind you." Kim Hye-jaeon must be furious, cursing Kang Huk out. "Why did not you verify that info? Now look at this mess. Am I gonna make it out alive?" Kang Hike, confused, asks, "What?" Suddenly, something comes charging at the two of them, and Kim Hye-jaeon and Kang Huk's eyes widen in shock. Luckily, Kang Huk reacts just in time and saves Kim Hye-jaeon. The other guy triumphantly says, "Alright, thanks a lot. With you here, our plan is bound to succeed. Now it is time for you to die." "You idiot," Kang Hike says seriously. "You and all your minions will die right here." Kang Huk's eyes blaze with an immense power. A massive dragon bursts forth and knocks the guy away. Kang Huk declares, "Now you are gonna see my true power." After taking a hit from Kang Huk's dragon, the guy loses a few teeth, coughing up blood as his eyes roll back in terror. Kang smugly says, "You are gonna die. You fool." As he activates his power, a halo of purple light spins around him, with 2 purple horns sprouting from his head. This form is known as the Ancient Dragon Guardian. Meanwhile, Baek Sung-ho asks Kim Tae, "What was the reason you knew but did not act back then?" Kim Tae, looking frustrated, replies, "Fine, just ask me later." Remembering a private conversation with Kang Hike deep in the dungeon, Kim Tae-hyen suddenly shouts his name. "Commander Kang Huk." He angrily scolds him. "So even knowing what I said was true, you won't do anything?" Kang Huk remains inactive, calmly saying, "Well, do not you think you already know all my powers?" Hearing those words, Kim Tae-hyen began to feel anxious. He chuckled lightly, assuring himself that everything would be under his control. When the time comes, he would not hold back. Fast forward to the present, now at Kang Huk's army's location. He found himself surrounded by a sea of traitors sprawled on the ground. The worst off being the vice president, Uncle Sung. witnessing this shocking scene, could only mutter, while Kim Tae-hyun sighed in relief, saying, "Exactly." As they stepped through the gate, seeing that Kang Hukok's forces were still alive while traitors lay scattered around, he breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Just like I suspected." Upon seeing Kim Tae-hyun, both Kim Hyseon and Kang Hike's army expressed their surprise and excitement, exclaiming, "Hey, Kim Tae, haha, so you made it." After reuniting with Kang Hike's group, they took time to catch up on everything that had happened. Kang Hukok's army asked him if he had encountered any other members of the faction. Kim Tae-hyun replied, "I did meet a few people while passing through different spaces, but they were in a bit of a bind." Remembering a time he rushed past a certain space, he recalled seeing some people struggling and pleading for help in a small pond, desperately shouting, "Help! Help!" But Kim Tae-hyun chose to ignore them and ran straight to Kang Hike's side. Even when Park Sung-ho called out, "Help them," he still turned a blind eye, responding, "They will be fine." Seeing his cold indifference, Kang Huk raised an eyebrow and asked, "And you managed to do that?" After observing the situation for a while, Kim Tae-hyun asked him, "What are you planning to do now?" Facing that question, Kang Huk pondered for a moment, then looked straight at him, casually saying, "All right, we are done here. But we need to head to the center of the dungeon." Though Kang Hike was injured, he remained sharp enough to make decisions as a leader. He told Kim Tae-hyun, "I wonder if we will run into those demons again. We need to move quickly to another space to hunt down that worm." He expressed regret, saying, "I was a bit careless ignoring your advice, but I can still bear this injury." Kang Huk sincerely said, Kim Tae, if I had listened to your advice, we would not be in this mess." Upon hearing his apology, Kim Tae-hyun responded reassuringly, "All right, now that you know, I feel better. Next time, just be more careful." To that, he angrily shot back, "What? Me showing remorse is genuine. You know, don't he laugh at me like that." Seeing the president making a scene, Kim Hye-kyung quickly pulled him back, reminding, "Calm down, President, or your injury will open up." Observing this, Kim Tae-hyun just chuckled lightly, feeling at ease, and turned away. Though he appeared calm on the outside, inside, he was thinking, "The president is safe. That means the demon's plans have completely failed." He thought to himself, "During this Mekong breakthrough, we had intel on the demons beforehand. But due to the president's stubbornness, he suffered unnecessary injuries. The information I have about Mekong in this role is pretty scarce. And now with so many changes, I have to be more cautious." While he was deep in thought, Kim Hye-kyung chimed in, saying that we need to move to other dimensions to gather everyone. He thought to himself that if things got too tough, maybe they should just give up on this dungeon break. Suddenly, he heard Kim Hye-kyung ask if he had encountered any monsters in the other dimensions. Hearing this question made him freeze, realizing something significant when he heard Park Sung-ho answer, "Yeah. We have passed through several different dimensions, but did not see any monsters." It struck him that this might be a special case in this Mekong dimension. This made Kim Tae-hyun ponder, what is going on? Looking at the three guys who came out of the fight unscathed, it was clear that the injuries were not from monsters. This unusual fact made Kim Tae-hyun anxious, realizing that despite traveling through many dimensions, he had not seen a single monster. Reflecting on his basic dungeon experiences, Kim Tae-hyun thought that if this were a trial space of a dungeon, there should at least be monsters or traps in each small area. There were no traps hidden in the ground, no strange monsters of any kind. However, the different spaces felt completely normal. How could this be considered a hard-to-breach dungeon if there were no challenges for awakened ones? The more he connected the dots, the more he felt something was off, and he started to worry. This is pretty bizarre, no monsters at all. How did the guild leader encounter and defeat a monster before this? Suddenly, he heard a noise, and Kim Hye-jun and Park Sung-ho, upon witnessing the source of the sound, were left speechless. When Kang Hye, the guild leader, saw what it was, even a strong man like him froze for a few seconds in disbelief. He could not believe his eyes and asked, "What the heck is that?" Before everyone stood a monstrous creature with multiple arms, each wielding a different weapon, along with a bull-like head that had numerous eyes. It was trying to break through from another dimension, leaving a trail of spatial water in its wake. The nightmare boss, Min-O-2, of S+ rank, officially entered the fray. Upon seeing the monster, Kim Hye-jun panicked and exclaimed, "Why did we run into it here?" Park Sung-ho was stunned by the appearance of the monster, saying, "Is that really the nightmare boss?" Before they could react, the boss launched the first attack, its spear and axe flying toward where everyone stood at lightning speed. Luckily, they managed to dodge the first attack just in time, with Park Sung-ho yelling loudly to run. The sheer force of the boss strike shattered the ground, sending debris flying and damaging the portal to the other dimension. The Australian troops looked at Kim Tae-hyun, signaling him. Understanding their intent, Kim Tae-hyun responded. Got it. Immediately, both of them enhanced their bodies, leaving their two teammates behind as they charged at the monster together. In an instant, both of them had completely maxed out their body enhancements and charged towards the monster. The monster also began to extend its arms to engage the two opponents rushing at it. The two sides started an intense exchange, causing the ground and rocks around them to be heavily devastated as they flew everywhere. Both Kim Tae-hyun and the Australian soldier skillfully dodged and countered the monster's attacks. Getting closer to it, finally, they reached a favorable position right above the monster. Just when they thought they had a chance to strike the gigantic beast before them, it swung its glowing mace directly at them. Suddenly, the staff began to glow intensely. A powerful beam of light shot out, sending sparks from the staff all over the room. Out of nowhere, a pair of mysterious red eyes emerged from the ground. Unexpectedly, a massive skeleton floated up from beneath the earth, roaring aggressively, leaving both of them speechless in shock. Suddenly, its limbs began to regenerate rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it had completely covered its body. The king was resurrected thanks to this rank Mekong monster. The Australian soldier exclaimed in surprise. How can the king summon a rank monster? And it was not just one. Two more appeared behind them, just like the one in front. Just moments later, many kings were resurrected on the side of Kim Hae-seon and Park Sung-ho. She panicked and shouted, "There are more coming." Suddenly, the monster spoke. "You hunters in my Mekong. Do you wish to defeat us and conquer Mekong? I will be right here waiting for you. Come forward and face me. All your hatred and fury will come crashing down on you." Overwhelmed with fear, both of them stood frozen, muttering, "We are done for." Kim Tae-hyun and Kang Hyak at the front lines needed to quickly regroup with them. Kang Hyak anxiously remarked, "This is bad." The monster commanded its minions, "All of you, advance and capture them." Following the monster's orders, its minions charged at everyone in sight. The aggressive creatures barreling straight towards Kim Hae-seon and Park Sung-ho, their faces reflected sheer terror, while Park Sung-ho tightened his grip on his gun. Anxious. President, a powerful arm, glowing with a strong purple light, came crashing down on the herd of creatures attacking them. A figure appeared. Park Sung-ho's eyes widened as he yelled. Kang Hyak. The newcomer extended his hand, launching a large chain to ensnare the rampaging beasts. The creature groaned in pain, raising its head and growling. The iron chain glimmered as it tightened around their necks. "How's that, you bull-headed monsters?" Kim Tae-hyun shouted, gripping the heavy chain tightly. At that moment, Kang Hyak puffed up his cheeks, preparing to blow towards the raging herd, yelling loudly, "Catch this!" Just as he finished speaking, a brilliant flame shot forth, engulfing the frenzied beasts in front of them. The flames surged, growing stronger as the cattle were caught off guard by the heat, desperately trying to escape the inferno. Witnessing this scene, Kim Tae-hyun slowly pulled back the leash, while Kang Hyak burst into a loud laugh. "Are you done for yet?" and was excited, staring intently at the blazing light. Suddenly, both of them froze, their eyes wide in disbelief. What the heck now? The cattle seemed reborn in the red flames, lifting their heads as if unaffected. Their eyes glowed a fierce red, with drool dripping from their mouths as they eyed the humans hungrily. One of them let out a loud, eerie bellow. "That is something." Kim Tae-hyun and Kang Hyak exchanged shocked glances, muttering, "What just happened?" The surroundings began to spiral into chaos, as Kang Hyak found himself surrounded by these monstrous beasts. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists, channeling his strength to attack the massive bull before him. But the creature stood there, completely unfazed by his attack, watching the tiny human fight for his life with an air of indifference. It was not even close to being defeated. Its recovery power was just too strong. At this rate, there is no way to take down all these bulls without taking out the big boss first. What to do now? I could unleash all my power to fight it, but then I would not be able to protect Secretary Kim at the same time. Kim Tae-hyun's fighting skills have limits too. What am I supposed to do? Kang Hyak clenched his jaw, deep in thought. This situation is getting too tough. It is time to make a choice. Player Kang Hyak, no matter how strong you are, if you face off against such opponents in the dungeon, the association will have no choice but to take appropriate measures to force you. If you are planning to let someone else into that dungeon with you, should not you consider if they are even suited for it? Kang Hyak leaned back in his chair, looking calm. I am a free spirit, not bound by anyone's personality. I am not picky or suspicious, so whoever fits can be my teammate. The chairman, holding a paper in hand, looked up and continued. That sounds about right, but sometimes you need a bit of skepticism too. In response, the same unyielding voice replied. Of course. I have been a player for a long time. I have seen plenty of powerful hunters nationwide, but in battle, just one small mistake can cause those strong hunters to lose everything. Sometimes, I need to make choices to protect those who matter. It is essential. Seemingly dissatisfied with the answer, the chairman's voice rose. Strength alone can solve everything. If someone recognizes their limits and knows what is truly important to them, they will be the one to succeed. That is the quality every player needs. Kang Huk nodded, acknowledging this with a determined expression. That is the necessary choice one must make. Sometimes you need to know what to do in critical situations. Emerging from the chaos, Kang Huk was battered and bruised. Blood splattered all over him. He gazed at the chaotic scene of the rampaging cattle, while Kim Tae-hyun fought with all his might, letting out a soft sigh. It really was exhausting. Now he had to decide whether to fight with everything he had, or save someone from this dire situation. If I push myself to fight, I might lose my teammates. In this situation, I am not even sure I can defeat that monster right now. I need to make a choice. He clenched his teeth, knowing that no matter what choice I make, I won't let my teammates die. Just then, Kang Huk shouted loudly, his eyes burning with determination. How could I just stand by and watch as everyone is put in danger? As he finished speaking, a powerful wave of purple energy erupted around him. He charged straight towards Kim Tae-hyun, who was diligently slashing at the monsters over there. The female warriors are still holding their ground. Right. Casting a glance at his teammates, Kang Huk replied, sure. But what about you? I am good to go. But we both have to fight. With everything we have got to stop these monsters and take them down. Now, spill your choice. Kim Tae-hyun said with a slight smirk. Get it? The situation is dangerous. But if we want to take down the Queen Minotaurus, I have got a plan. Hearing that, Kang Huk felt a twitch. What? Suddenly, the cattle grew even more aggressive. Kang Huk rushed forward while shouting to the person behind him. Are you sure about this? Kim Tae-hyun reassured him. Don't worry, Captain. They probably know we are out to get them. And the minions of those cattle are ready to spring into action. No matter what choice you make, you all will end up dead in the end. All right. A series of piercing screams rang out as the herd charged forward to attack their target. And Kang Huk tightened his fists. Once again, the fire blazed bright, engulfing the fierce and arrogant monsters beneath. The object in the minion's hand suddenly glowed, and it spoke with disdain. No matter how many there are, I will kill them all. Hurry up and come here. It then looked up, suddenly freezing in place. Kim Tae-hyun did not even realize he had appeared right in front of it. He stood there looking down like a deity surveying the lowly creatures. Gradually, a massive figure began to take shape behind him. Let us attack together. And Kang Huk bellowed at the top of his lungs. Kim Tae-hyun gritted his teeth, his gaze hardening with resolve. The sound of roaring filled the air. Tae-hyun launched into action, and the figure behind him raised a fist, bringing it crashing down onto the boss's cheek. That hand gripped the neck of the monster, slowly tightening its hold. In the distance, Kang Huk also charged in, streams of light shooting out and colliding, turning the scene into a chaotic whirlwind. Kim Tae-hyun and Kang Huk both unleashed their attacks on the monster, as beams of light intertwined and radiated outward. Kang Huk glanced over, asking the method. Gripping his weapon tightly, Kim Tae-hyun calmly explained. Though it is just a theory, it feels like these spaces are connected through doors, and the rift where the Queen Minotaurus resides is linked to another realm, and those raging bulls can only be revived and recreated by the Queen when she enters this realm. With a swift leap to dodge the attack, he defends against the onslaught, striking back while pressing forward. Without the Queen here, they would just vanish into thin air. Suddenly, Kang Huk coughs a few times, acting as if nothing's wrong. If he is wrong in his guess, will it mean death for everyone? The response he gets is a matter-of-fact sound. Is not that exactly what we are doing right now? Meanwhile, Kim Hye-kyung and Park Sung-ho stand below, wide-eyed as they witness the chaotic battle from a distance. Surrounding them is a swirling mist, with bulls riddled with holes scattered everywhere. Some seem to have collapsed lifelessly on the ground. On the other side, the boss's roars echo, the scene drenched in a blinding red hue, creating a deathly atmosphere. The massive figure that Kim Tae-hyun has conjured grips it tightly with one hand. Instantly, it counters, the sounds of clashing resounding without pause. It appears to have struck them. Tae-hyun lets out a pained cry. Fury surges, teeth gritted, sharp eyes darting forward. A beam of light crashes down like lightning into the heart of the brawl, everything in that space becoming a hazy blur. The bull plants two sharp weapons into the ground, triggering a shockwave around it. Another loud noise echoes, as debris stirs like something heavy plummeting from above. Kim Tae-hyun lets out a soft groan, his face buried in a cloud of mist. Unsure if it is from the bodies or the ground, dust swirls around him, barely clinging to reality. His face is now streaked with blood as he struggles to sit up and look ahead. Opposite Kim Tae-hyun is a forest warrior, gravely injured and kneeling before him. One of his arms is severed, blood dripping steadily onto the cold ground. He gasps in horror at the leader, warning him that it is extremely dangerous. His arm. He utters a warning, his eyes wide with shock. It is coming. Just as he speaks, both of them quickly rise, gazing directly into the ominous black mist, uncertain of what might appear before them. Suddenly, a bull, towering over them by several times, emerges from the fog, wielding a massive scepter straight towards the two. Warrior grits his teeth, tensing his fists, not to be outdone. Kim Tae-hyun tightens his grip on his sword, ready for battle. The bull's arm slowly lowers, dust flying everywhere, the silent skulls on the ground spinning around in chaos. The two, already exhausted, are flung away from the impact. Not stopping, the boss roars. You little pests are quite amusing. Do you dare to exploit the space I have created for this? However, the more my power restores those bulls through this dimensional rift, the more fighting energy I gain. Got it. It then raises its foot, intending to stomp Kim Tae-hyun into the ground. He squints his eyes, bracing himself for the impact. He glares and yells out with all his remaining strength. As the bull's charge struck, a burst of white light erupted, scattering debris everywhere. Kim Tae, drained of energy, slumped down, cursing silently to himself. Damn. Is the power of both sides really this immense? If I do not use my hunting skills, I will be done for, but even if I do, can I take that monster down in one hit? If I can finish it off right away, there is no way my hunting will stay under control. What will happen then? No one can predict that. But aside from this, the only option left is to apply it. Apply it? He asked again, not understanding why you would question how to use a skill when the description in the info panel is so vague. The figure on the bed slowly sat up. Reality was nothing like what was written in the info panel. The form of a skill can change dramatically based on how it is used, and the mana consumption varies with the strength of the skill. A flash of light from Yuazong Zertai appeared instantly. I am just using my warrior swill. That can either enhance my body or create powerful energy orbs. In fact, you have combined skills before. And usually, you just use stealth with your ring, right? If there is a skill that is hard to control, try wrapping it around a weapon or another skill, like putting a new coat on it. Saying that, she looked at him, confident he would figure it out and have answers to his questions. Shaking off his thoughts and returning to the chaotic battle, Kim Tae-hyun lunged forward with his blade, a red flash charging straight at the bull. It was unexpected. The currents of light continued to swirl with every strike from Kim Tae-hyun. They wrapped around his body, and his eyes had turned blood red, flashing with a sharp intensity. Seeing the resistance before him, the bull raised its axe, roaring in frustration, not backing down. Kim Tae-hyun clenched his sword tightly, the crimson light surging forth. Streams of light shot straight into the bull's flesh. With each word he uttered, threads of power slowly wrapped around its arms. Then, a chain wrapped in powerful energy shot straight at it. A strike pierced through the boss's ribcage, letting out a roar of agony mixed with rage. Now, a triumphant smile spread across Kim Tae-hyun's face. Indeed, even the ape she mentioned was right. The colossal figure reappeared, swinging a punch that sent the once mighty bull crashing down. He drifted back in thought, vaguely sensing that hunting could reshape itself at his will, meaning he could apply it like other skills. I know nothing about this mysterious power. Damn. But whatever hunting is, he charged forward with a horizontal slash at the bull, his eyes gleaming with cold determination. I will use it to the fullest. At this moment, his eyes became resolute, carrying an excitement hard to conceal, as if he had discovered a completely new land. That moment, the bull staggered in midair, red energy spots swirling around it like they had a mind of their own, refusing to let go. Then, another surge of energy rushed straight towards the monster's face. In the dark, gloomy sky, tiny droplets begin to appear. Finally, those droplets spread wider, as if a shard of glass or some kind of door is slowly crumbling. Meanwhile, the struggling bull is fighting desperately to escape the power that is digging deep into its flesh. On the other side, the players are also fighting valiantly. Astonished as they look up at the sky, the girl raises her hand, brushing it against her shirt, gazing up at the fragments slowly falling down. Everyone around her stops, whispering and asking each other what is happening. How could this be real? The duo, Park Sung-ho and Sekiri Kim Hae-seon, are also staring wide-eyed at the unfolding scene in the vast dark sky. From a distance, two figures gradually appear, moving towards the entranced crowd. Kim Tae-hyun steps forward with a gentle smile towards his teammates, saying everything is over now. The guild leader, Kim Tae. Everyone starts cheering, joyfully rushing to Jiangxi, wanting to embrace the two heroes who saved everyone. The atmosphere is no longer silent. Everything feels like a note soaring high into the sky. After defeating the Queen Minotauros, the expedition team discovered numerous treasures within the labyrinth. Among them, the most valuable item, which boosts magical power and strength with just one drink, is the unique antidote to the source of power. However, This potion is limited. It can only be given to the two who contributed the most, Kim Tae-hyun and guild leader Kang Hye-ok. Yet, to obtain this source of power, the entire guild risked their lives, something guild leader Kang Hye-ok never wanted. He reluctantly agreed, saying, "All right, let us go with it. All the demons lurking in the labyrinth have been captured. The seriously injured have been taken care of. After the battle, Kim Tae-hyun took a moment to stroll and play around with everyone. Just like that, smiles from him. Guild leader Kang Hye-ok and the guild members are plastered on their faces. The labyrinth raid has been a success. And, bang. The clamor of the reporters rises around the guild leader, with questions flying in. Was what he said true? Player Kang Hye-ok, please repeat that. Are you really ending your hunting career here? Kang Hye-ok squints his eyes, responding to the reporter with a relaxed demeanor. Not exactly. Then, he opens his eyes wide, shouting into the mic in his hand. I am just taking a break to recover for a while. I never said I am quitting for good. Secretary Kim interjects. Guild leader. Do not you think that sounds a bit misleading? Below, the reporters are still bombarding Kang Hye-ok with questions. Is it due the hand injury from the labyrinth breach? And what about the upcoming Asian tournament? Facing the raised issues, Kang Hye-ok replies firmly. Yep. I am taking a break due to my hand injury. As for the Asian tournament, do not worry about it. Another player will take my place. All right. Come on up and say something. As the shocked reporters below watch, he loudly calls out the name Kim Tae-hyun, who slowly walks onto the stage from outside. He carries an air of calm confidence, a slight smirk playing on his lips as the whispers swirl around him. The rookie Kim Tae-hyun is going to compete in the Asian Championship. His presence has sent waves of excitement through the crowd, sparking a flurry of opinions. Can he really pull it off? But after that incredible raid on the labyrinth, people are starting to trust him more. I believe he might just have what it takes. Suddenly, a middle-aged man has a lightbulb moment and chimes in, saying it seems like he is drunk from the fountain of strength, and his power has surged tremendously. The girl next to him looks skeptical. How is that possible? Does that mean he has reached national-level strength already? That is next-level strength, way above rank extraordinary, to say the least. He has got talent. No doubt. But is not he still too young? On stage, a hand reaches out, grasping the mic with determination. Ignoring the chatter beneath him, Kim Tae-hyun confidently takes the mic, a proud smile lighting up his face as he addresses the crowd. Kim Tae, we'll be competing in the Asian Championship. I know you are all feeling a bit uneasy, but trust me, I am going to win this competition. I understand your doubts about my strength, but after breaking through in Mekong, I am stronger than ever. That is why I am confident in my abilities. I hope everyone supports me. As Kim Tae-hyun speaks, the camera captures his speech, while a man watching casually murmurs. National level. A woman holding her phone keeps a close eye on him. And people have been buzzing about that fountain of strength. Yep. I drank from it during the Mekong event, so I am feeling pretty confident. The woman chuckles softly, thinking, that is good. But he does not seem to be very humble about it. And it does not stop there. His image is broadcasted in restaurants, drawing curious glances and lively discussions. So he is saying he has gotten stronger, which is why he is confident about winning the Asian tournament. It is true that anyone who reaches national level strength thinks that way. He is no exception. Back in the auditorium, Kim Tae-hyun suddenly raises his voice, and the tone shifts. The reporters below exchange tense glances, waiting for him to continue. To live up to your trust, I will have to push myself even harder. Winning is proof of my current power level. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a woman kneels with her hands clasped, pleading with the man in front of her. Please spare me. Please. Sir. I have done my best. Tears streaming down her beautiful face. I have followed your orders to escape, and it truly was a miracle. I never thought Kim Tae-hyun would be this strong. Now the masked man slowly responds. All right. Get up, Melina. It is true he is stronger than you, and no matter how hard you try, you will be powerless. That is not your fault. Melina looks up, bewildered, but the man gently lifts her chin. Then, suddenly, he unleashes a surge of energy that strikes Melina's body, blood splattering across the room. I have no use for someone useless. With a steady gaze, those deep eyes fixated on the person falling before him. Strength is everything. A weakling who fails and shirks responsibility, well, that is just asking for death. Turning away nonchalantly, he commanded, clean this mess up. The association will track her down. Strange. Indeed. As he walked away, he pondered this was odd. They had way more manpower this time compared to the attack on the H-Mung lying auction house. How could they still fail? What did they do wrong? How could that bastard Kim Tae-hyun be so strong? Just you wait. You will see. Behind them, three figures departed as the distant mansion erupted in flames, quickly reducing all traces within to ashes. In this Asian showdown, Someone's going to bite the dust. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed in the stillness. Hey, Kim Tae. You are here. A figure stood at the door waiting for him. Everyone's been waiting for you. These are the strongest players in Korea. They are the ones who'll all compete in this tournament alongside you. Kim Tae-hyun stepped in, a faint smile lifting the corners of his lips. In front of him were the strongest members of South Korea. 6 figures silently observing and sizing up the newcomer. Kim Tae. A voice broke the silence. Recognizing him. I have heard of you, but I did not expect you to show up. The 7th-ranked Jang Jin-soo spoke up. All right, as long as you have the skills, added the 8th-ranked Seo Henju lightly. Come on. It is the younger, the stronger, said the 4th-ranked wizard, Wang Xie. Defending him, a soft chuckle came from the 3rd-ranked Park Sewang Jin. Honestly, I never thought I would see you here. The man seated in the center interrupted the members' evaluations. Although things were a bit chaotic earlier, everyone is finally gathered here now. With a smile, the chairman said, Please, take a seat, Kim Tae. Let us discuss this tournament. In the room, a bright screen flickered to life, revealing complex measurement graphs. The Asian tournament is a significant event. In the early days, when monsters appeared and humanity awakened their powers, it was a time of chaos. At that time, all of it, along with the world, united to combat the global threats posed by these monsters. The current tournament is designed for everyone to join forces in eradicating monsters over a span of 7 days. On the screen, images of this rank Kraken monster flashed, and the number of monsters defeated would convert into points for each country. This is the fairest competitive battle format. Suddenly, the screen shifted to show a low-level demon. As per the chairman's remarks, he points to the beam of light in front of them, noting how terrified people are of the monsters invading the dungeon. This tournament can be seen as a pretty significant event that has caught a lot of attention. This is also a tournament to showcase each country's strength, as well as the competition among nations regarding the power of their awakeners. Thus, whichever country achieves victory will inspire its people to fight back against the monsters. Moreover, the winning country will receive substantial rewards, including unique items and the right to raid international-level dungeons that rarely open up. Tae-won gazes at the audience, presenting the information about this tournament season. Kim Tae-hyun listens intently to the detailed explanations from earlier, a smile creeping on his lips as he thinks, It is truly lucky for me to be part of this Asian tournament. Conquering the Queen Succubus in the Abyss was just the beginning. I have already gained her power, making things easier moving forward. However, mastering that power will take time and training, unlike the imperial strength I had before. Now, it is essential to train a bit more to gain an edge in this competition, and to have a voice for the Korean team on the international stage. Facing off against awakeners from all over Asia is definitely a great learning experience. And the major prizes are part of what I am striving for to secure my spot in this tournament. Meanwhile, the other team is still going on and on with their points. But our Korean team currently has a problem. The commander position is still vacant since Captain Kang Haik broke his arm during the last dungeon raid. Plus, player Yue is unable to join the tournament due to personal reasons, leaving Korea short 2 key players, significantly weakening our team's strength. Just then, Taeguk raises his hand, stating that the current solution is suddenly. A voice interrupts him. It is Jin Wong from Northwest, saying, But someone has already stepped in for Kang Haik. That someone is player Kim Tae-hyu. He has already reached national-level strength. As those words left his mouth, everyone present was stunned. Wait, he is at that high of a level. Kim Tae-hyu feels a bit flustered by their excitement, thinking, It is just a rumor. Do not get your hopes up. Everyone. There were immediate murmurs of agreement in the room. That is true. We can't prove his strength just yet. This statement was like a bucket of cold water, dosing the excitement that had built up. Hanji-woo sighed softly. That is fair enough. People should lower their expectations to ease the pressure. Kim Tae-hyu thinks to himself as the discussions begin to rise again in the conference room. We need to get ready to tackle this situation. That is the only way we can turn things around for South Korea. A pair of hands slammed down on the table, radiating encouragement. It is all good. Everyone. No need to stress out. The chairman sat silently, listening from the start of the meeting, and now finally looked up to speak. Right now, our strength does not even compare to China or Japan. Still, this tournament is a learning opportunity for everyone. The key here is to focus on hunting monsters, so there is no need to overthink it. Just stay calm and focused, and we will have a shot at victory. After he laid down the decision, the more experienced players like Pak Seong-jin, Wang Saiyang, and Han Ji-woo will take charge of breaking through to battle the monsters. The 3 named immediately responded, acknowledging they understood. The chairman continued. Experienced solo fighter Kim Tae-hyun and Jin Soo will be in charge of terrain, and keeping an eye out for any evil lurking around. Everyone looked serious. Nodding. Got it. After finishing the task assignments, he clasped his hands together and smiled. Alright. That is how we will split it up for now. Hoping everyone does well in this Asian tournament. The venue for this Asian tournament is set. With players from Indonesia and Thailand already gathering, the biggest presence here is definitely the players from China and Japan. The man with a long scar over his eye stood tall as the leader of the Japanese team. Shinji Nakata. China is no slouch either, boasting a lineup of experienced players. A team full of heavy hitters considered championship contenders for this tournament. The fighting team from China started to come into view, featuring the national-level powerhouse, Bloodblade Lin Feng, national-level powerhouse Phoenix Xu Ming, and leading them is the national-level commander, Chang Jin. Meanwhile, the Korean team is missing their main force, Kang Haich, along with a few strong players tied up with personal matters. A couple watching the events unfold on AV exchanged worried glances. It seems our lineup is kinda weak. Let us hope our country can still pull off a good performance. Suddenly, a loud shout broke through. What? The young man standing behind them burst out. What are you guys talking about? Startling both. Without waiting for a response, he continued to rally. Our job is to cheer everyone on. How can you lose heart before the battle even begins? Well, everything we have now is thanks to Taehyun's hard work, like this house. For example, and this money too. From all those dungeon raids. He has already given us a lot. Right. So we need to cheer him on with everything we have got. The more successful he is, the better off we will be, and with that, his face lit up with desire. As parents, we can only be weak. Our son really thinks things through. Alright, dear. Stop praising him. His excited outburst seemed to shake the tall building once again. Believe in me, Mom and Dad. He will show his true strength in this tournament, okay? We believe in you. The sound of rhythmic footsteps echoed as a pair of feet slowly stepped forward. The woman suddenly struck up a conversation with Kim Taehyun. You are Kim Taehyun, the youngest ranked player in Korea. Right. I owe you a favor from that Eastern Dawn auction incident. Taehyun, tilting his head to look at her and hesitating. Who are you? Facing him now was a stunning girl with pink hair and an incredible figure. I was sent there to rescue everyone. But by the time I arrived, everything was already over. Turns out, she is also a national-level player from Japan. The Saintess Shirata. Kim Taehyun seemed a bit taken aback. The Saintess Shirata. So she was the one in charge of that last incident. It is true that the International Association jumps in the moment something major impacts humanity and the world of the awakened. The girl continued. I had an invitation for you earlier, but why did you refuse? Kim Taehyun silently stared at her, lost in thought. In the conference room the other day, everyone slowly got up to leave, whispering amongst themselves. Well, the meeting's over. Let us go grab a drink. Well, Taehyun also stood up, wanting to leave. Suddenly, the chairman spoke up, holding him back. Stay and talk to me for a bit. A letter. He felt a slight tension. The other person explained that the Saintess from Japan has invited you. I do not know what her intentions are, but the Saintess is incredibly important in the Association of the Awakened. She possesses divine power, so she could help you heal your arm faster before the tournament begins. It would not hurt to meet her. Consider it a chance to know your allies and enemies. Regaining his composure, Kim Taehyun did not hesitate. I refuse. As soon as he finished, Taeguk behind him grew anxious. What is wrong? That is a kind invitation and beneficial for you. Now holding up his hand to stop him, the chairman calmly said, let him be. Deputy Director Taeguk. He rested his chin on his hand. Let us hear your reasons. Why did you do that? Right now, I can explain it well, but I will keep it short. My past and present are tangled together. Kim Taehyun's voice rang out. Knowing the ugly truth hidden within her is what I want to say. The smiling face of Shirata stiffened slightly as she turned to watch his back leaving. What is up with him? From a distance, the demon swordsman Shinji Nakata approached to ask, her gaze still fixed on him leaving. He is definitely not an easy opponent. He knows all about me, she said, causing Nakata to turn in surprise. In that case, I will interrupting him, she reassured. All right. No rush. He definitely has power. But that arrogance will come at a cost. Let us dig deeper into his information. We need to know more about him soon to counter whatever he might do in the future. And finding his weaknesses to control him would be even better. Saying that, she licked her lips with a sinister expression. To control him, I can do anything. Everything everyone has been waiting for is about to begin. The Asian tournament will kick off soon. The man hosting the show was holding Mixo, introducing it to the crowd. Thousands of candidates and fans were cheering loudly. On stage, the host continued. Let us count down to the competition. The person speaking is Alex Gao, the host of the A-Class tournament in Singapore. Everyone was excitedly celebrating together. 9. 8. Surata tells Shinji Nakata. The tournament is about to begin. 7. Qingjian also says to Feng Kong Truong Min. Finally we can fight freely now. Feng Kong Truong Min warns. Be careful. The tournament has just started. Jin stands confidently in front of everyone and says, "Everyone remembers what we need to do. Right." They are still discussing amidst the countdown. 5, 4. I'm Akaxian. And together with Suhun Ryu, we are going to take on the monsters. 3. Yang Jinsu will cover for player Kim Tae-hyun. The final banter echoes. 3. Wang Xiang glances at Yang Jing. Both worried. Where's Kim Tae-hyun? They both shout in unison. One last count rings out. The host excitedly declares, "For the biggest tournament festival in Asia. Get ready." A sharp light flashes across the host's neck. He still stands there excitedly with a smile that fades into silence. In a blink, Kim Tae-hyun swings his blade, severing the host's head, blood stains still glistening on his sword. Drops of blood splatter before Kim Tae-hyun. Who can he help but smile? The host's head rolls away, blood spraying everywhere. The crowd in the stands erupts in panic. Shocked by the gruesome scene, Jin can't believe it. His mouth agape, eyes wide open. Cheng Zhang grins, a sharp blade appearing in his hand. Everyone starts moving, rushing to attack each other with their skills. The arena descends into chaos. Cheng Zhan's eyes glow red as he unleashes his punch technique. Shinji Nakata wields a glowing blade, launching his special move. Next is Sohan Ji with an attack unleashed from his hands. And Jiang Jinsu throws a thunderous punch. Wang Yayang uses his special move with orbs. Jin widens his eyes, moving towards the battlefield. The arena erupts with a deafening roar, smoke and flames swirling chaotically. The audience looks into the thick smoke, where indistinct figures are arguing feverishly. What the heck? Did the host just get decapitated? As the smoke clears, the players gradually emerge. Kim Tae-hyun stands in the center, surrounded by players in a defensive stance, ready to fight. Wang Yiyang has a star in his mouth, his eyes sparkling with determination. Sweat glistening on his face, he turns back to Kim Tae-hyun, yelling, "Hey Kim Tae-hyun, what is wrong with you? Are you out of your mind?" A booming laugh echoes, startling Wang Yiyang. It is Cheng Zhan, sprinting towards Wang Yiyang, saying, "Brutal much. You just killed the host and still think it is a show. Now that is a blast. That was totally my idea. Now let us all focus on taking him down." Jin faces off against Shinji Nakata, who wields his blade. Alongside Shirata, Sarada smirks at Shinji Nakata, saying, "Hey, little sword. You can take down as many as you want. But remember to leave that one for me." Her gaze turns intense. Everyone stands there. A woman strides forward with her followers, speaking rapidly. Shinji Nakata and Sarada look at each other, surprised. That woman is furious with the chairman trailing behind her. "And you should stop talking. What Kim Tae-hyun did killing our show's host is unacceptable. I will get to the bottom of this." This woman is Haley Tan, the president of the Singapore Players Association. The chairman nervously explains to the fuming Haley Tan that it is all just a misunderstanding. He did not mean to do it. Haley Tan, even less satisfied with the chairman's explanation, becomes even angrier and raises her voice. "After everything that has happened, you still want to defend him? We all saw what he did, not we? He will have to answer to us. He is that Akma Wan Chai." The one speaking is Kim Tae-hyun. Everyone falls silent as he recounts how, years ago, on a migrant train to Singapore, he murdered nearly 300 passengers. He is a monster. The World Association has put a bounty of 3 billion on his head. But naturally, he will find a way to evade capture, with just a change of appearance. Kim Tae-hyun recalls his original form. Haley Tan can't believe what Kim Tae-hyun just said, exclaiming, "How can you possibly know that?" Suddenly, Haley Tan pauses, a bead of sweat rolling down her face as she wonders, could it be true? Kim Tae-hyun tosses the severed head aside, explaining that the reason he can evade capture is that he can change his looks at will. Everyone, look. Kim Tae-hyun pockets his hands and steps on the head, which bears the face of Akma Wan Che. Everyone standing there is in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Haley Tan exclaims, "Wait, that is his face." Kim Tae-hyun calmly replies, "This is what everyone has seen. How can this be? How could he recognize that Akma guy?" People are buzzing with disbelief about what just happened. A man standing in the back, his eyes glowing red, smirks as he says, "This Kim Tae-hyun is interesting." The information screen displays the tournament standings. Asia Championship. Position 1 Korea 1000. Position 2 China. Position 3 Japan. Position 4 Thailand. Position 5 Indu. Sunlight floods the building surrounded by trees, revealing that the true identity of the host is Akma Wan Che. Although the tournament was briefly interrupted, it will be back on track soon. All players are ready to jump back into the tournament for their rounds. Everyone is working hard to resolve the recent incident. Player Kim Tae-hyun has earned the first point for Korea, having now discovered and eliminated Akma, a wanted criminal. Fans are shouting his name while glued to their phones watching yesterday's match live. Kim Tae. No way. Han Soo, watching the match, points at his phone and tells Ju Ai, He is on to the whereabouts of that Wan Chai guy. How does he even know it is him? He is definitely hiding a lot of secrets. I thought at first Kim Tae-hyun was lying. Ju-ai responds with irritation. I have no idea either. It is such a hassle. Thanks to him, players worldwide keep calling us for answers. Right now, the support system is basically down for the count, Ju-ai says unhappily, glancing at the busy staff in front of their screens. Who would have thought the tournament would be this chaotic so soon? And Su chimes in. Seriously. Who could have guessed? But let us be real. He is the player from Korea, Ju-ai said, his expression changing to one of pride. Zu agrees. Well, I can understand that. Raindrops fall on the tall buildings, sparkling lights illuminating the entire city. Rain pours down on a house with a gaping hole in the floor. As the roof collapses, it drenches two men. One stands casually with his hands in his pockets, looking at the other, who lies motionless on a pile of rubble, his face battered. His eyes darken as he struggles to speak. What is wrong with my body? Blood oozes from his mouth as he gasps. He is a level demon. I am doomed. Kim Tae-hyun pulls out his phone to listen, ready to respond to him. Because you are a demon. I am here to take you down. Kim Tae-hyun replied from the other end of the line. Hello. What is it? Sweetheart. The voice on the other side made Kim Tae-hyun shiver, and he instinctively pulled the phone away to respond. You called me kinda late. You know, I have been dealing with a ton of headaches thanks to you. And it is still pouring out here under this gloomy sky. Kim Tae-hyun calmly replied. Are you talking about the support from the association? Whoever's on the line. Right. Were you waiting for my call? Kim Tae-hyun slipped one hand into his pocket while keeping the phone to his ear, walking slowly as he said. It is tough for me to connect with the association, which is why I have been waiting for you to call. The voice on the other end asked. So what do you need from me? I have two things I need your help with. Let us hear it. First, I want to investigate those demon guys. Right. Whoever's on the line. Is that what you meant? Whoever's on the line seemed confused and asked again. Should not you be asking the association about that? Kim Tae-hyun stepped outside, the rain still pouring, and said, there are going to be a lot of demons in this tournament, so I want to track down all of them. You get me? Kim Tae-hyun's gaze was resolute as he answered. Exactly. I want to investigate the demon association. A figure shrouded in a cloak, with only their bright purple eyes visible, stood before Kim Tae-hyun. The two stood facing each other, rain pouring down around them. Raindrops were cascading off the stranger's hat and coat. He had a beard around his mouth and a long sword at his hip. Announcing, I am Kim Marazen. At that moment, Kim Tae, still on the phone, exclaimed in shock. What? Whoever's on the line did not get it and asked again. What did you say? Kim Tae-hyun replied. Just hold on a second. I am here to punish the one who has defamed the saintess. He shouted, his purple eyes blazing with intensity. A levels player. Kim Marazen. Kim Tae-hyun recalled the image of the saintess he was talking about, thinking, did I even do anything to her? The dramatic Kim Marazen. He drew his sword, getting into a stance to attack, surrounded by an aura of mysterious purple energy, with the image of a wolf appearing behind him. He is the representative hunter from Japan participating in the Asian tournament, a levels player, and also one of those who follows the saintess. Behind him stood Sudara, staring intensely at him with a peculiar smile. If Nakata Shinji's national treasure swordsmanship is elegant, refined, and just a bit excessive, each strike sharp with pure white energy, then Kim Marazen's style is the embodiment of drama, unleashing aggressive purple power, focused on crushing, annihilating, and destroying his opponents. But no matter how powerful his swordsmanship is, he poured all his strength into the sword and shouted, preparing to strike. Each swing carried immense energy, relentlessly attacking Kim Tae-hyun. But he managed to dodge every blow with agility. It is all useless if he can T-land a hit. Kim Tae-hyun was dodging while still on the phone, anxiously shouting into the receiver. Not working. Wow. Kim Marazen paused his assault and stepped back, cursing under his breath. Damn it. He was internally panicking. Wow. Why can't we touch him? His face is twisted with anger. How could this kid manage that? On the other end of the line, Kim Tae-hyun is getting a serious earful. Obviously. This is not going to fly. Do you want to take on the Demon Society? The one on the line is Ju Yang, who continues to shout questions. Don't you get why the association is ignoring the Demon King cartel? She glances worriedly at Hanzu walking next to her, continuing on the phone. Just touching them a bit, and they will immediately bail and vanish. Even if we have information, we have to wait until we catch them before we can pursue. If we act recklessly, things will get even messier. Her words echoing in Kim Tae-hyun's ears. He keeps dodging Kimura Zen's strikes, casually responding, that is how it is. But as he says that, his hands start to prepare for a counterattack. Kimura Zen looks horrified at this shift in his stance, unable to evade as he is still in a full-on attack mode. Taking a direct hit sends him flying into the air, his sword clattering to the ground. Watching Kimura Zen tumble, bleeding and uncontrollably falling, he arrogantly responds to the person on the other end. I can do this. On the other end, a shocked question comes through. What? Then the sound of Kimura Zen crashing to the ground makes a loud thud. Kim Tae-hun turns away with a smile. Even if I can't explain how, I am sure I can wrap this up. He emphasizes into the phone. Trust me. Haven't I always proven myself by results? Listening to Kim Tae-hun's firm words, Rua Young hesitates. All right, but the information about the Demon Society is scarce. I will provide intel on another place. Suddenly, rain starts pouring down as Kim Tae-hun walks, asking, another place. Hearing Rua Young's reply about the three heads, he is taken aback. The three heads are major players pulling the strings in politics, and they are the three leaders of the Demon King cartel, the underworld's grip on Asia. In his, Rua Young speaks monotonously. I have found a lead on a contact with Miyazaki Kenji, one of their high-ranking officials. Of course, even if we catch him, we might not get much info. If we are careless, we will face even more enemies in the chaos. After explaining everything, Rua Young asked, what do you think? The corner of Kim Tae-hun's mouth curves up in amusement. The three heads. Not as good as the Demon Society, but is still solid. Thinking that, he quickly responds. All right, I will handle them first. Rua, receiving his affirmative answer, feels a bit helpless. Okay, I will consider your additional requests. Kim Tae-hun says thank you, and she seizes the chance to ask for more perks. A thank you means you owe me a meal. He readily agrees. Let us wait until after we wrap this up. Since he is turning to talk, he does not notice Kimura Zen struggling to get back on his feet. He tries to steady himself, gripping his sword tightly, breathing heavily. That guy. Hearing this, Kim Tae-hun glances over. Even though Kimura Zen is battered and bleeding, he is still mustering strength. Defiantly saying, are you really going to give me perks? Kim Tae-hun innocently replies. I do not owe you anything. The aura of Kimura Zen radiated an overwhelming power, as he ominously declared, if you are not serious, I will blow this whole area to bits. Kim Tae-hun turned to face him, reiterating, I told you, I do not mess around. Ignoring his explanation, Kimura Zen continued, first, I will make you experience a sensory overload. With that, he drew his sword, shouting, sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. Suddenly, circles of power representing each sense appeared around them. The five senses are mine to control. He yelled as he charged straight at Kim Tae-hun, unleashing a terrifying surge of power. Kim Tae-hun stood there, hands in his pockets, casually saying, I have really been trying to avoid a fight. He stopped, locking eyes with Kimura Zen, his gaze exuding a chilling pressure. Do you really think you can just bully the contestants? He sighed, feeling that there was no other option. Kimura Zen sensed a massive energy and was gripped by fear. All right, I will take this seriously, Kim Tae-hun said with a grin, his aura shifting to a fierce red as a terrifying skeletal warrior materialized behind him. Kimura Zen was paralyzed by the sheer intensity before him. Unable to move as his throat could only produce a whimper. Suddenly, he let out a horrific scream, followed by a deep stillness. Meanwhile, on the other side, two figures, a man and a woman, Shinji Nakata and Sutara, were walking down a quiet hallway. The man announced to the woman, Kimura Zen has lost. He continued, to prevent any misunderstandings. We told the media he was attacked by a demon, but after being defeated by Kim Tae-hun, he keeps repeating that he will take this seriously. It seems he has fallen victim to a mental attack. At this rate, he might need at least a month to move normally, let alone participate in the tournament. Sutara replied nonchalantly. Looks like he still has some secret techniques up his sleeve, Shinji Nakata said seriously. If I were to step in now, but his words were cut off by Sutara's loud laugh as she playfully nudged him. Just kidding. If even the Demon King lost, the tournament scores will be a joke. Her touch made him blush, and he awkwardly replied. Yeah, Sutara gently said. Don't he worry. Kimura Zen's loss was expected. She pointed at the solid steel door ahead. We have got a new target ready. The door was tightly locked, and the inside felt dark and chilling, with cracked walls covered in moss. With a creak, the door opened, letting in a sliver of light that illuminated the room. Sutara pushed the door open, smiling as she walked in, closely followed by Nakata. They looked at a man bound to the wall, covered in wounds, wearing nothing but tattered pants. His head hung low, with strands of hair falling over his face, making it hard to tell if he was alive or dead. Perhaps hearing the noise, the man looked up, revealing a gaunt face, struggling to confirm. Ayoshi Kawashutara. She did not respond, merely calling out his name. Izaka Reihai. It is time for you to work for me. In the abyss, An unknown place. Explosions suddenly erupted across the barren land, littered with rocks. A surge of power rippled through, causing the ground to crack and shatter. At that moment, a girl with messy hair, wielding a staff in both hands, was pushed back to shield her teammates. This girl, with her wild locks, is Ligaya, a top-tier player from the Philippines. She gasped for breath and shouted, "Wow. Why do you want to kill us?" Emerging from the dust was a figure strolling casually, and it was Cheng Zhen. Ligaya urgently called out, "With your power, even without resorting to these cowardly tactics, you could still claim the top spot." The man, Kao Shinsen, appeared unfazed by Ligaya's words, casually flicking his ear before striding forward with arrogance. He is known as the chaotic powerhouse. Kao Shinsen, a national treasure-level player from China. Cheng Zhen chuckled smugly. "You really think I want to play with a bunch of cowards like you? This is just a little request from our old man." The chairman, Ligaya, and her teammates were left bewildered. What could that mean? Both of them could not help but think. Is the chairman of the Chinese Players Association really ordering the assassination of contestants from another country? Ligaya stared at him anxiously, thinking, no way. Do they really want to start a war? Realizing this, she shouted to her teammates, "Run." Her teammates were taken aback by her decision, hesitating for a moment. But Ligaya stood her ground in front of them, urging them to hurry and warn everyone. Her eyes were filled with determination as she faced forward, thinking, "I will hold this monster back," she shouted to her teammates. While at that very moment, Cheng Zhen charged at her with all his might, and she quickly readied herself for battle. The air was thick with dust, and the ground was marked with a deep gash that seemed bottomless. Ligaya lay motionless among the debris, her glasses shattered, her body battered, her eyes wide with shock. "She must be dead," came Cheng Zhen's curse. "Damn it. I should have let those Singapore kids handle this." He glanced at the body of the teammate who should have been warning everyone, now lifeless and unblinking, and casually remarked, "Who's next?" "Oh right. South Korea. It is that Kim Tae-hyun's turn now." The screen displayed the information for the MEC crossover tournament, running for a week, with the first day scores just announced. South Korea, the first nation to score, still leading the pack. Hot on their heels are China and Japan in a fierce chase. The representative teams will broadcast live the hunt and annihilation of the monstrous beings, or show edited footage of the events. The players from Singapore were found in a distorted state, while the Philippines team had completely vanished after entering the abyss to eliminate the creatures. People could not help but feel bewildered. What is happening? One thing's for sure. This Asian crossover tournament is anything but ordinary. In a tall hotel, the announcer's voice droned on. The organizers have started, and it is time to begin. Begin. The Asian Exchange Tournament has set up an investigation team for the murder of a Singapore player and the disappearance of a player from the Philippines. Kim Tae-hwa sits on the hotel bed, staring intently at his phone. The screen displays a news anchor announcing the situation and requesting authorities to assist with the investigation. Saitu thinks back to the last time. It took until the third day for things to kick off. So why is it already happening this time? If it is like the last event, the culprits must be the national treasure-level players from China. Images of those Chinese players flashed through his mind. The motives could stem from wanting to showcase personal power or eliminate rivals. But the biggest reason is definitely the ambition of that leader, the head of the national treasure player group, from China. Kim Tae-hwa smirks. "Those women and those punks 1T let me get a moment's peace. There is no other choice. If that is the case, I need to act faster." Just as he is about to finish his thought, a noise comes from the door. He jolts in surprise. Alert, who could it be at this hour? As he thinks that, his body shifts, and he calls out, "Who's it?" A voice responds from outside. Kim Tae. His gaze sharpens. As if he could see right through the door, Jiang Jinsu is outside, knocking, and his response leaves Kim Tae-hwa astounded. Jinsu slowly explains, "The association informed me that you are here. Come out. I need to talk to you." His face is tense, and he wonders, Jinsu. Above them, birds soar, and the air thickens around the two. Suddenly, Jiang Jinsu raises his voice to question him. "What are you doing? Everything was fine until you decided to act recklessly at the opening ceremony. Just went off script, ignoring all the strategies we set. Why would you do that?" He points at him angrily. "Do you think this was for the team?" Kim Tae-hyun darkens, recalling someone from the past who said something similar. Before he can respond, Jiang Jinsu continues to criticize. "You have really disappointed me. I am also responsible for taking down the demons. Why did you act alone?" At this moment, Kim Tae-hyun finally speaks up. "Earlier, I was attacked by Kimura, a player from Japan." "What?" he replies, stunned. Jiang Jinsu's face shows confusion. "So you made the player Kimura drop out?" Kim Tae-hyun chuckles lightly and replies, "I did manage to control him. but I did not think he would know my movements and actions. Suddenly, his expression darkens. There might be a mole in the association. Each word falls like heavy stones on Jiang Jin-soo, who pales and asks, "What? Wait. Do you think I am the mole?" Faced with Jiang Jin-soo's loud interrogation, Kim Tae-hyun calmly analyzes. This is far from simple. Anyone who knows information about me could be a suspect. That is what I am trying to say. He pauses briefly. Ever since I learned that the demon was masquerading as a player, I knew I would have to act alone. Furthermore, many players have gone missing, and they were not killed by monsters. Clearly, other players have targeted them, and those responsible are all top-tier national players. Despite Jiang Jin-soo's increasingly tense expression, Kim Tae-hyun continued calmly. At this point, there are already too many national-level players as opponents. Acting together would only expose everything without any real benefit. Amid Jiang Jin-soo's frustrated grunt, he raised his hand to assert, "So for now, I will operate solo." That strategy still seems fine to me. No need to change anything. Jiang Jin-soo gasped. How can you do that? Ignoring his protests, Kim Tae-hyun bid farewell. Well then, I have said what I needed to say. I am heading out. Wait, I am not done talking. Ignoring his calls, he waved his hand and said, "See ya." Watching Kim Tae-hyun's back, Jiang Jin-soo called out loudly, "Wait." The door slammed shut with a loud bang, leaving Jiang Jin-soo gaping, his face twisted in rage. Gritting his teeth as if he wanted to tear apart that retreating figure, then he yelled, "Bastard." Jiang Jin-soo clenched his fist, his face furious, and red flashes flickered around him. Fueled by his anger, he shouted curses. He is just a player now, and he dares to look down on people like that. Just wait. I will make you pay for this. From his vantage point high above, surrounded by swirling purple lights, Kim Tae-hyun calmly thought, so Jiang Jin-soo is the spy in the association. In my previous life, I had no idea who the spy was, but when Kimura-zin attacked me, I knew there was a traitor here. With Jiang Jin-soo's anger and his curses still ringing in his ears, he thought, I can trust anyone at this point. Picking up his phone to check, he continued his train of thought. The best move in this situation is to take them all down first. Preemptive strikes are a must. Holding the phone in his hand, a notification suddenly popped up. Yue Yang proposed 4 actions. Kim Tae-hyun sighed. Oh man. What now? At the McDoria restaurant, the server announced, "Here's the food you ordered." Taking it, Kim Tae-hyun replied, "Thanks." As he searched for a seat, the surrounding noise was filled with continuous food orders being placed around him. "Give me some more fries. And I will have another cola." Kim Tae-hyun frowned slightly, noticing 2 nearby people urging, "Hurry up." A thought flashed in his mind. These 2 are Kenji's lackeys. So this is what Yue Yang mentioned. I can believe they are just students. That bag must have something illegal in it. I just need to follow them to find Kenji's location. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his train of thought. Interesting. You are still as cautious as before. Kim Tae-hyun turned to see the person beside him with a puzzled expression. Before he could ask, the voice continued. It has been a while, has not it? Kim Tae. He was stunned. Crunching the fries in his hand, the man asked, "Remember me?" A name flickered in Kim Tae-hyun's memory. Azaka Ryohei. I thought he was locked up after the auction house incident. So why is he here now? Seemingly aware of his confusion, Azaka Ryohei explained. Relax. I am not here to fight or anything. Alright then. Just spit it out. He let out a cheerful laugh. Take it easy. No need to rush. In this situation, you are not really in a better spot than I am, is that right? Saying that, he punched the glass door, leaving Kim Tae-hyun in shock. Immediately, the chatter around them erupted. What is going on? Are they about to fight? Wait, is not that Azaka Ryohei? Didn't he get released? Someone else exclaimed in astonishment. And there is Kim Tae-hyun, the Korean player. Is he here to deal with us? Panic spread among the crowd, and Kim Tae-hyun's face tightened as he thought, damn, they are escaping. The only option now is to take them all down. Just then, a loud laugh echoed. Even though I did not come here to fight you. He paused, and golden light enveloped Azaka Ryohei, his gaze turning fierce. The shining figures lunged to attack those trying to flee, each cry of pain ringing out. In an instant, one by one, they collapsed to the floor, shocking Kim Tae-hyun. Just like that, he took them all down. He had gotten way stronger since the auction house. Adjusting his hat, Azaka Ryohei smirked. I bet you are looking for the leader. Miyazaki. Right. Alright then. Give me a moment to act. You won't regret listening to me. As soon as he finished, a chain shot out and wrapped around Azaka Ryohei tightly. The other end of the chain was in Kim Tae-hyun's hand. And he finally spoke up. Okay. If you are so confident, that is fine. But I will give you a little help. A wicked grin appeared on his face. You said you could do it, which is cool. But if you mess with me, You are toast, Azaka laughed loudly. There is really nothing good between us. But if you think you can control me like before, you are mistaken. The golden lights flared up again, but were quickly snuffed out. He became terrified as dark crimson lights began to envelop him. What the hell? I can't escape. That bastard Kim Tae-hyun has gotten way stronger. In stark contrast to Azaka Ryohai's panic, Kim Tae-hyun calmly raised 5 fingers. Counting down. 50 seconds. At that moment, Azaka Ryohai grew more anxious. Shouting loudly, let me be clear. No matter how strong you are, you won't lay a finger on that bastard Kenji. Got it, he continued to shout. The ones running ahead are just bait. If you blindly chase them, you will just fall into a trap. Nothing more. Faced with Azaka Ryohai's rudeness, Kim Tae-hyun remained unfazed. Coldly stating, 30 seconds left. At this point, Azaka Ryohai was truly panicking. Hurriedly shouting, I am different. I have made deals with demons. I know how to handle them. You have to trust me. Okay, with this deal, I won't let you down. He confidently raised one finger. Now, he seemed completely broken. Beads of nervous sweat dripped down his face as Azaka Ryohai screamed. Your target is them. I will wipe out all those bastards. Including Kenji. Is that good enough for you? Just say it. Why are not you saying anything? Just give me some time. All you need to do is trust me. Kim Tae-hyun's dirty hand tightened around the gun, and the air suddenly filled with Azaka Ryohai's agonized cries. His face twisted in pain. His body curled up, surrounded by a sea of red light. He desperately screamed for help. Save me. Save me. Witnessing this agony, Kim Tae-hyun remained unbothered, saying, What do you think you can do all by yourself? I think your suggestion is absolutely amazing. But why would someone who is against me want to help? Lying on the ground, staring up at that arrogant figure, Azaka Ryohai gritted his teeth, realizing that it was, without waiting for him to finish, Kim Tae-hyun bluntly interrupted his nonsense. Speak up. What do you really want? With that, he leaned in closer. Who is behind you? Making you drunk with power. The scene shifts to an empty, dilapidated house. Inside, people with tense expressions were running in all directions. Screams of help. Help. Echoed everywhere. Suddenly, a blinding light swept through, knocking everyone aside, as the man surveyed the fallen crowd. Coldly retracting his weapon, out of nowhere, a woman slowly walked in from outside, clapping her hands, making sounds like clap, 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 bringing everything to a halt. All the demons froze in place. Stunned by the sheer power of her presence, Sarada, the woman who entered, began to praise. Is everything all right? Shinji Nakata asked. Sako, what about Azaka Ryohai? He continued. He has already been defeated by Kim Tae-hyun once. Rumor has it that Kim Tae-hyun has reached a national level recently. Even if Ryohai has stronger skills than the Saint's divine powers, he can't beat Kim Tae-hyun. In exchange, he will face the risks of awakening the true power, which requires him to bring Kim Tae-hyun before the Saintess. So from now on, I will handle things myself. No need to wait for Shinji Nakata to finish. Sarada chuckled. No need to worry like that. Winning or losing does not really matter. Her words caught Shinji Nakata off guard. Ah! He exclaimed, not stopping there. Sarada explained. According to my sources, Kim Tae-hyun's current target is the Triad, the 3 Triads. He exclaimed. I have already leaked this information to the Triad as well. And Azaka Ryohai once had a close connection with Akuma. He also has to Miyazaki Kenji, one of the leaders of the 3 Triads. Sarada clasped her hands and continued. Of course. No one can defeat Kim Tae-hyun alone. He will invite Kim Tae-hyun to join forces with Miyazaki to deal with this. But even if he does that, it won't be easy. As I mentioned before, he is quite suspicious. Shinji Nakata still hesitated. But that is exactly why we need information. He widened his eyes at Sarada's words. From fighting style, mindset, to combat skills, personality, and even hidden power. So no matter how Azaka Ryohai ends up, right? As she slowly lifted her hand to touch Shinji Nakata's face. We just need to gather information from his corpse. Right. After all, he has no other choices left. In a rundown apartment, a group of men and women had gathered, centered around a gruff-looking man. Damn it. You are late. The leader of the Triad, Miyazaki Kenji, shouted at the newcomer. Azaka Ryohai, pausing for a moment, he asked. But where's that Korean kid? You said you would bring Kim Tae-hyun here. Right. Azaka Ryohai has been lurking in the shadows since the beginning. And this world is a place where the strong prey on the weak. One statement from him left everyone present dumbfounded. Seriously. He continued. The strong crush the weak. And the weak will be obliterated. That is how this world works. In Miyaki's astonished gaze, Azaka Ryohai bluntly declared. Miyaki Kenji. Let me warn you about this. His face was a mix of sweat and tears. Saying, if you want to survive, you have to do what I say. Seemingly sensing something, Miyaki Kenji gasped. No way. Are you boom? The sound rang out with a loud crash. Debris began to fall straight down, and the silhouette of a young man emerged from a gaping hole above. Miyaki Kenji and his subordinates stared up in shock. A massive hand formed out of nowhere. The monster created by Kim Tayan slammed down on those below, sending them crashing to the ground. The sounds of pain echoed throughout the room. At that moment, Kim Tae-hyun softly remarked, that is right. If you want to survive, you have to listen to the strongest. Do not you think you are cutting off my tongue? Ah. If that is the case, who the heck is Miyaki Kenji? From above? He looked down and asked. It was unclear when Miyaki had drawn out his weapon, gripping it tightly as he glared up at the towering Kim Tae-hyun. This kid dares to act cocky after one surprise attack. It is. At Kim Tae-hyun's questioning tone, Miyaki Kenji's eyes turned fierce, clenching his fist. He growled. Ken-ket. I am going to kill you. As crimson energy flared up in his eyes, slowly surrounding him. Boom. A shockwave erupted, debris flying everywhere. Izaka Ryo, who was sitting on the ground, stared wide-eyed at the explosion, his face contorted in thought. Kim Tae. What a mess. He looked at the one pinned down on the ground. Struggling, Kim Tae-hyun calmly praised him. Your plan is quite interesting. Izaka Ryo muttered to himself. I see now why you appeared before me. With the Saintess and the Awakened, he thought. Being mesmerized. Is that a nervous system skill? When did he gain this power? All right. I am going to play with you. Suddenly, a response rang out, surprising Izaka Ryo. What? What scheme are you plotting? Kim Tae-hyun casually exposed his opponent's plot. You are planning to team up with Miyazaki Kenji to deal with me. Are not you? So you are supposed to lead me to Miyazaki Kenji. Right. But instead of siding with Miyazaki Kenji and the Saintess, you should stand with me. Shut up. Izaka Ryo shouted in fury. Even if you defeat me. You think I will help you? He panicked. If I do that, I will be wiped out. The Saintess and the demon sword will eliminate me. In stark contrast to his panic, Kim Tae-hyun calmly munched on his potato chips. Right. If you do not help me, I will eliminate you. But do not worry. I won't care about your life and death. But I will give you a chance. Izaka Ryo skeptically asked. A chance. He stood up, tossing the potato chips down before him. Kim Tae-hyun explained. During the signal battle, you have to help me with everything you have got. Once this is all over, remember to live and apologize to those you have hurt for life. Then I will help you escape from the Tamthiki Zoo and the Saintess. But upon hearing a funny story, Izaka Ryo burst out laughing and questioned him. Do you even know what you are talking about? Your opponent is on a national level, and Tamthivu is an evil organization. You think you can beat those monsters? Finished. Kim Tae-hyun curved his lips, flashing a confident smile. In the midst of Izaka Ryo's horrified wide-eyed expression, he muttered two words. That is right. Like a soft pink wave brushing through his heart. Back to reality. In front of Izaka Ryo now lay the Tamthiki 2 members scattered across the ground, while Kim Tae-hyun was lifting Miyazaki Kenji up with one hand, lying on the ground. He watched the scene unfold, understanding better than anyone how strong one must be to single-handedly take down a group of high-level players. Drops of sweat trickled down his face. Izaka Ryo laughed nervously, thinking to himself, monster. Meanwhile, a red glow wrapped around one of Kim Tae-hyun's arms, who held Miyazaki's face in a massive grip, struggling to choke out the words. His eyes widened, each groan escaping from his throat, and Kim Tae-hyun's left eye had turned red at some point. He opened his mouth to the person in his grasp. Are you going to open the gate to Tamthui Ziu or what? Somewhere deep in the lair of Tutsu belonging to Tamthi Zio, a meticulously carved door stood, and just looking at it made one realize how carefully this place had been constructed. However, inside, corpses lay sprawled across the floor, fresh blood splattered everywhere. What is the reason you called me to this dark place? A man sitting high up asked the one kneeling before him with respect. At this moment, Trimtinen continued to raise his voice, saying meaningless threats, like I will smash your head, just like I did to your subordinates. Just then, Tutsu pulled back his words as the other replied. I would not dare. Raising his somber face to look up, I just want to offer a legendary level item in the SSS challenge, belonging to this rank Tamthi 2 Akma, Tutsu explained to the one above. Seemingly surprised, Atron 10 asked back, what? Currently, due to security reasons, that item is being kept overseas. But recently, Tamthi Zihu received a legendary level item and wants to present it to you. Engson, he made a request. But before that, please deal with someone targeting my head. We set a trap, but the likelihood of it failing is high. So it is only a matter of time before he comes here. That sounds very interesting. Tron 10 sat up straight, smiling in a way that left one wondering if he was pleased or threatening the subordinate before him. So a member of Tam Thakli too like you is afraid of someone. I am more interested in this than that item, but I still ask again. Who's it? What is the name of that person? Boom. A loud noise erupted, causing those kneeling below to sit straight up in panic. Glancing around, the sound continued to echo, growing closer, making Tatsu become alert. Outside, the guards were letting out pained cries. Suddenly, the door shattered, splinters of wood flying everywhere. A foot and an arm lunged forward at the same time. Amidst the chaos, Kim Tae-hyun and Izaka Ryohei charged to confront Tetsu and Trenert N, flashes of blue, red, and gold lighting up the room with each attack. Izaka Ryohei's voice boomed, combined with Tetsu's astonished expression as he struggled to block the incoming sword strike. A fist was raised, and Izaka Ryohei shouted, "Damn it. You have to win at all costs." Got it. Meanwhile, Trondheim Tidrin, with a fierce look on his face, lifted his fist, sending out bursts of purple light swirling around. "Remember to do your best as we discussed," Kim Tae-hyun said with a smile, his determined gaze and self-confidence radiating as he spoke to his temporarily bullied ally. In this tense showdown, both sides unleashed their full power, and a massive explosion was inevitable. Kim Tae-hyun was thrown back under the watchful eyes of the onlookers outside, regaining his balance. He looked at his opponent with a hint of disbelief, thinking to himself, "This is definitely beyond what I expected. Did not think I would be facing someone with national-level power from China." Trun Tenon was right there. And at the same time, the opponent revealed himself, exuding an overwhelming and dangerous aura. A Trun Tevin approached with a victorious smile, sizing up Kim Tae-hyun before speaking. "The one Tetsu fears is just a kid. No matter what, today you are lucky." Kid. A Trun Ten continued with an arrogant tone. "I will send you to a painless death." Kim Tae, Izaka Ryohei worriedly asked, "How is Trun Ten here?" A question that he did not expect an answer to. Kim Tae-hyun replied, "He is with the Triad." But Kim Tae-hyun questioned him, sounding certain as if he already knew the answer. "You is not," he continued to accuse. "You are the one who assassinated the other players. Right?" Trentron Hun's expression darkened. "You figured it out," he said, as those around them were stunned by Kim Tae-hyun's accusations. Trondheim Tidrin, curious, replied, "How could you say that?" But he had to admit, "But saying that, you are pretty bold." Kim Tae, full of confidence, thought as expected. "So are you planning to assassinate more Korean players?" With that, he pulled out his Xiao, readying himself for battle. He continued, "It does not matter if you have national-level strength. I want you back down." The other side was quite taken aback by his fearless attitude. Kim Tae-hyun boldly declared, "Today, I will kill you right here." His awakening abilities activated, filled with confidence. He added, "Don't even think you can take me down that easily." Atron 10 was also ready. He immediately activated his awakening powers and charged into battle, not holding back. This kid really did not know his limits. The fight between Kim Tae-hyun and Tron 10 erupted, an even match shaking the very space around them. Meanwhile, Tetsu, witnessing their clash, planned to seize this opportunity to escape. His subordinate shared the same thought and reminded him. But at that moment, Tetsu, "We need to hurry." Without hesitation, he ordered, "All right, let us move." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Izaka Rye has arrived, clearing out the minions blocking his path. He arrogantly looks at Tatsu, who is trying to make a quick escape, and says, "You can run away that easily." The two guys are clearly taken aback, shouting, "Izaka Ryohei, you think you are so confident that your crew will lose? That is why you are running, right?" With a haughty tone, Izaka Ryohei continues, "Maybe what you are worried about is right, because your opponent is Kim Tae-hyun, while I am here to take you on." Just as he is about to look cool for 30 seconds, a force from Kim Tae-hyun flies toward the fleeing crowd, and it is right on target. Izaka Ryohei takes a hit and loses his footing. Kim Tae-hyun is not letting up just because he is fighting a newbie. He shouts at those cowardly guys, "You wicked little demons, better watch out." Izaka Ryohei's voice echoes in despair. "Wait, I was talking here, and Kim Tae-hyun just snatched my script." The newbie is not letting Kim Tae-hyun slack off for too long. Challenging, "You think you can stand against me?" "Kid." Kim Tae-hyun reacts. The battle between the two resumes, with the newbie reminding his opponent, "Don't get too cocky." Along with that, he throws a warning shot by hurling debris. Kim Tae-hyun quickly jumps up to dodge it. He looks at the guy across from him flexing his power and thinks, "What a chaotic powerhouse. This newbie." The newbie throws a massive rock at Kim Tae-hyun, who gets into a defensive stance and recalls. He is a physical powerhouse, usually taking down other players and monsters with his bare hands. A strike from Kim Tae-hyun launches, smashing the big rock into 100 pieces. He continues to analyze his opponent, Realizing that he is not just brute strength, Kim Tae-hyun rushes in from the debris. He also has a devastating skill that is hard to avoid, a dark skill. Kim Tae-hyun suddenly realizes something. His eyes wide in shock. It is the Scythe of Death. And at that moment, the newbie truly executes a Scythe of Death aimed straight at Kim Tae-hyun. He gives Kim Tae-hyun a grin, like a predator toying with its prey, letting anyone witnessing this skill know that it is going to be fatal. The Scythe of Death flies toward Kim Tae-hyun at lightning speed. It is a powerful area of effect skill that can inflict adverse effects on the opponent. However, to use this skill, the caster needs a massive amount of mana, meaning the newbie has poured almost all his mana into this Scythe of Death. Kim Tae-hyun thinks to himself, he is using this skill to go all in against me. The attack from the Scythe of Death is indeed terrifying, causing a huge explosion at the tower's peak that shakes the entire area. The tower bursts apart, rocks and debris flying everywhere, creating a cloud of dust. Kim Tae-hyun and the newbie are both thrown out of the tower. Each of the newbie's slashes comes down like a rainstorm. The force is no joke, but Kim Tae-hyun fights back fiercely, not backing down at all. Wherever the newbie strikes, Kim Tae-hyun counters it. Kim Tae-hyun channels his focus into both daggers, striking back at the newbie. A clang rings out along with a splash of water on the blade. Kim Tae-hyun realizes, my weapon has made contact with the Scythe of Death. The newbie, relying on his strength, smirks challengingly and asks, what is wrong? Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Another strike from the Scythe of Death comes barreling in, and this time Kim Tae-hyun has to use both daggers to block it. This is not good. If this keeps up, my daggers will break. The blade digs deeper as the Reaper's scythe strikes, forcing Kim Tae-hyun to gamble everything. The chains shoot out, wrapping around the Reaper, but he reacts just in time, too late. As the chains tighten around him, Kim Tae-hyun quietly devises a plan. He needs to stun him first. The chain, infused with the power of a pseudo-awakening, vibrates against the Reaper. Just when it seemed Kim Tae-hyun had successfully stunned him, a familiar laugh rings out. Haha, that is the poet's life for you, sending Kim Tae-hyun into a panic. The Reaper brushes it off, scoffing. You really think that can take me down? And shatters the chains with a deadly swing of his scythe. He declares, I am a national level player with tons of battle experience. And with that, the scythe slashes down, cutting through Kim Tae-hyun before he can even react. The strike lands like a knife through Kim Tae-hyun, an overwhelming force. As the Reaper arrogantly steps away from the battlefield, the fight seems to be over. The space falls silent amid the rubble, and Tareksu stands atop the now destroyed tower, witnessing the brutal clash. He starts to doubt. So is the battle really over? But then he realizes the truth. Kim Tae, the promising player from Korea, stands no chance against the Reaper. At that moment, one of the subordinates shouts a report. Sir, we have captured Azaka Ryohei. What should we do next? Tareksu turns around, commanding them. All right, just hold him there. Azaka Ryohei, defeated, is forcefully brought to his knees by the subordinates. Tareksu continues, we will use him as a hostage. He's got some value we can exploit. Azaka Ryohei can't help but seethe. Damn it. You bastards. Tareksu is left with many unanswered questions, puzzled over why Azaka Ryohei would side with Kim Tae-hyun. Tareksu watches as Azaka Ryohei is escorted away, continuing to ponder. If he is doing this, how can the Japanese saint let him go? He must understand that Kim Tae-hyun has to be seeing something special in that kid to follow him. Then Tareksu gazes at the remnants of the recent battle, letting out a sigh. But he realizes he has placed his trust in the wrong person. Kim Tae-hyun has lost this battle against the overwhelming power of the Reaper. Suddenly, Tareksu senses something off, exclaiming in shock. Below ground, the Grim Reaper thought he had finally taken down Kim Tae-hyun. But that was his chance to strike back, as he poured all his magic into his attacks. The Reaper crumbled, spitting out a mouthful of blood while Kim Tae-hyun stood firm. Tareksu is taken aback, bewildered, questioning how the player he sought out could not even touch Kim Tae-hyun and ended up defeated. He can only yell, Sir Reaper. He recalls that moment when he struck Kim Tae-hyun. The magic from his sword exploded, but that was all there was to it. He is still completely on the defensive. The evidence being Kim Tae-hyun's sword is now broken, but right now, the Reaper is furious. Shouting, that little brat, gathers all his strength, ready to unleash one more devastating strike, telling Kim Tae-hyun, you have been hiding your true power. If that is the case, then die. Kim Tae-hyun stands motionless, facing the furious onslaught from the Reaper. He turned back confidently, a smirk on his face as he eyed the one who was struggling to contain their rage, thinking to himself, his weapon was a rare-grade sword. But facing off against Queen Minot for just a moment was no big deal. Memories flashed through his mind of Queen Minot he had defeated in the past. He kept pondering. But now he was up against the Grim Reaper's scythe. This weapon was no joke, especially as their blades clashed repeatedly. And with his overwhelming raw power pouring into the sword, It was bound to break under the strain. Deep in thought, he charged in, igniting yet another battle. This time it was truly a fight to the death. He continued to analyze his weapon. Yet there was a strategic advantage he had considered. Using all that raw strength might shatter his weapon. But it would be worth it. As his thoughts raced, Tron 10's scythe collided with the two blades once more. The impact was so fierce that the blades shattered to pieces. Kim Tae-hyun could not help but exclaim in excitement. "I've got your number now." He quickly flew toward the unsuspecting Tron 10, still reeling from the broken blade. His overwhelming strength was unaffected. A swing of his weapon was unleashed, striking Tron 10 directly, catching him completely off guard. Unable to react in time, Kim Tae-hyun channeled a massive surge of magical power into this decisive strike. A blow that pierced right through Tron 10's body. Tatsu, standing atop the tower, watched in horror, his face paling, unable to believe what he was seeing. "Oh my!" Izaka Ryo, stuck in the corner, felt the ominous aura from Kim Tae-hyun's slash and jumped in shock. Blood splattered everywhere, and the beads around Tron 10's neck shattered, rolling on the ground. A grim sign for their owner. Tremeten completely collapsed before Kim Tae-hyun's final blow. And so, the battle had reached its conclusion, with Kim Tae-hyun emerging as the victor. Meanwhile, far away in a place where no battle raged, Bi Inching-gich and Thyanin were lounging in a hotel room overlooking the city, enjoying the rain together with some wine. They discussed the battle, and Bitch and Gek remarked, "So Tron 10 really showed up. Ah, what a final." She lay in Thyanin's arms, sighing. "I heard Taeksu made a deal with him by trading a rare-grade weapon. What is your plan now?" The Y-Man was quite confident about Tren 10, saying, "Well, if Tren 10's in the game, his opponents do not stand a chance. He is a national-level player from China with lightning-fast reflexes," while holding the beautiful woman in his arms. He added, "Besides, Tremtenton's got plenty of battle experience. That kid does not stand a chance against him." Beach Ningix, this rank demon, chimed in. "Yeah. No way." Suddenly, the sharp ring of a phone broke the tranquil atmosphere, and both of them jumped up in surprise. By the second ring, the Y-Man had already moved to answer it. The voice on the other end asked, "The Y-Man, are you still with that woman?" The Y-Man was taken aback, surprised that the caller knew where he was. On the other end, Trafen Long spoke slowly, revealing his identity, which sent the Y-Man into a rage. He was leisurely seated in a lab surrounded by bizarre, large tubes filled with people. He was the president of the Chinese Players Association. Trafen Long, speaking in a calm tone, he delivered shocking news to the Y-Man. Tremeten is dead. Nothing unusual here. On the other side, they men wore an expression of disbelief. Trong Long continued, his voice booming with authority and danger, his eyes glinting with a deadly intensity. "Bring Kim Tae-hyun's head here. End this brutal fight." Kim Tae-hyun looked down at Cheng Tan, silent at his feet, wanting to use his biting strength to enhance his own power. But it did not work. He thought to himself, just as I suspected. The power surrounded Cheng Tan's body, but it brought nothing. Dead beings, even with the biting strength, could not give him their skills. Only living creatures could have their skills absorbed. Kim Tae-hyun recalled the beings he would use his biting strength on to gain skills. He continued. However, not every skill was suitable for him. Therefore, Kim Tae-hyun needed to choose who he would devour next. With criminals like these, he did not need to worry about morality when taking them down. What Kim Tae-hyun needed to focus on was the voices he heard while using his biting skills. Weak, echoing phrases like "I can't take it anymore" resonated in his head. He decided that he would need to pay attention and uncover the truth later. After the strongest, Cheng Tan, among the fallen enemies, everything was going according to Kim Tae-hyun's plan. Kim Tae-hyun did not spare that wretch any more thought. He immediately erased the memories of the demons and Tatsu regarding his use of biting strength and handed them over to the Player Association. As for Ryohei, he considered his mission accomplished and returned to the Saintess. He grimaced and shouted, "Don't joke around. Going back to the Saintess could get you killed." Ryohei anticipated the danger of returning. He did not hesitate to cling to Kim Tae-hyun, wanting to continue following him, or at least not go back to the Saintess. She can read memories. So if she finds out about the betrayal, I am done. But Kim Tae-hyun was not worried at all. "It is," he explained. "The Saintess just wants to see me anyway. She does not care much about the other stuff." Kim Tae-hyun analyzed that the condition between a person and the Saintess, due to the awakening wish, was to bring him before her. Therefore, he would go along to meet her. And as for what he had done, she would not care. Saying that, he shot a disdainful glance at Ryohei, who was covered in wounds, continuing to speak sharp words, because she was not expecting anything from a player. "Right." Ryohei panicked and retorted, "What do you mean?" Kim Tae-hyun ignored his reply and began to ponder deeply. The only remaining issue was the two guys in the Tamthai Daw group. He had used Devour to extract their base location from Teksu's memory. But the positions were not accurate. I will just take a break for now and think later. Kim Tae-hyun returned to the house provided by the Awakening Association. 2 days later, the news updated about Cheng Tan, stating that after 3 days of participating in the Asian International Tournament, player Cheng Tan had gone missing, and the Chinese government called for everyone to join the search. Kim Tae-hyun set his phone down on the bed, while the news continued, and as for the scores, South Korea was still in the lead thanks to player Kim Tae-hyun successfully capturing Tapshu, one of the 3 water beans. He thought, regardless of what anyone says, Cheng Longmai might already know about Trengon Ten's murder, but he is just trying to figure out who did it. Anyway, I have covered it up pretty well, and caused some damage to the 3 water beans. Lost in thought, his phone suddenly buzzed, yanking him back to reality. The caller had showed Jang Jin-soo, and Kim Tae-hyun wondered what he wanted at this hour. The scene shifted to a remote area surrounded by small rocky hills, a place that looked desolate at first glance. Jang Jin-soo was quite surprised to see Kim Tae-hyun and said, "I did not think you would actually come. Thanks for picking up." Kim Tae-hyun approached with a curious and excited look, saying, "There is a lot of info I just can't ignore." Then he suspiciously asked back, "But that is definitely the case, right? Is she one of the members of the 3 water beans? It's Bichinuchi here." Jang Jin-soo replied confident, "Well, I can say for sure, but the source that gave me this info is pretty reliable. Biching Dek was in that building yesterday. She will definitely be there to observe everything during this tournament." They both looked toward the tall building in the distance, its appearance starkly different from the desolation surrounding them. Kim Tae-hyun silently assessed. "Seems likely, if I remember correctly. She was in one of the buildings nearby." He signaled that he understood. "All right." But then, he grew curious again. "But I do not get why you would share this info with me. As far as I know, you do not like me." Jang Jin-soo shrugged. "Guess you are just clueless." He grinned. "This is to prove I am definitely not a spy." Kim Tae-hyun was confused. Jang Jin-soo appeared determined and sincere. "I totally understand everything you said last time. If attacked by players from other countries, it is only natural to suspect everyone around you." He continued, "But I want to prove I am not involved in anything shady. That is why I gave you this info. It shows I am fully on your side. You get where I am coming from, right?" He took on a righteous tone. "I want to stand with you against those demons." Kim Tae-hyun also played along, feigning surprise. Player Jang Jin-soo, his mind raced. Maybe he could finally guess who the spy was. Before meeting Jang Jin-soo, Kim Tae-hyun received another call from Jue. She said over the phone, "About what I mentioned last time. Just as you guessed, there is a spy among us." Kim Tae-hyun voiced his suspicion. "Is it Jang Jin's?" Jue was taken aback. "So you figured it out?" Kim Tae-hyun admitted. "I had my suspicions for a while now. So he is the spy for the Japanese. Right. Given my relationship with Kimura Zen, I saw it coming." On the other end, Jue was sitting in front of a screen, investigating Jang Jin-soo, delivering shocking news. "He does not work for China." Leaving Kim Tae-hyun surprised, she continued, "Wrong. He had dealings with China years ago. But let us face it, he is a gambling addict. It is possible he racked up a lot of debt playing there." Kim Tae-hyun questioned. "So he is working for China. How does Kimura Zen know my exact location?" Jue and the others immediately replied. "Just as I mentioned. Besides him, there is definitely another spy lurking around." Kim Tae-hyun fell into deep thought. "So there are 2 spies. What kind of organization keeps such tight control over people?" Jue noticed the person on the other side looked worried and reassured him. "But there is no need to stress too much. The hall has its own ways to handle this situation." Kim Tae-hyun responded. "Got it. I have got the next plan ready. Jue, let me know if anything comes up." Jue started to realize what he was planning, and the person asked, "Are you saying the conversation is over?" Kim Tae-hyun contemplated. "There are 2 key reasons to keep in mind. If Jang Ji-soo gets caught for espionage, then the second spy will definitely stay hidden. Moreover, once it is known that Jang Ji-soo is a spy, coming back to reality, he intended to use Jang Ji-soo to bait the remaining spy." Meanwhile, Jang Ji-soo was still playing the part, moving closer and saying to him, while he knew the jade was in there, "It was probably filled with traps too." With that, he confidently patted his chest. "But do not worry. I have already calculated everything. I will show you the easiest way in." Meanwhile, he was secretly smirking, thinking Kim Tae-hyun had fallen into his clumsy trap. "It is just your bad luck. Do not blame me." Kim Tae. Inside, there is not only Jade but also Thai Min Man, the top player from China. But all of his calculations went out the window when Kim Tae-hyun casually launched an attack on the building ahead, a powerful force crashing into it. The building quickly turned into a pile of rubble. Kim Tae, full of pride, proclaimed, "Looks like my strength has really increased after all that training." Zhang Jinsu's jaw dropped in awe at Kim Tae-hyun's incredible power. He finally reacted, yelling, "What the hell is this?" He turned to blame his companion. "Why did you do that?" Kim Tae, seemingly unfazed, replied, "No need to sneak in. They have definitely set traps inside." He was confident and excited. "Let us just charge in and fight." Zhang Jinsu hesitated. This could cause a backlash from the public. From the wreckage, Kim Tae-hyun spotted someone trapped. He immediately asked, "Is that Bichengok over there?" Zhang Jinsu quickly interrupted. Bichengok was buried in the debris, battered and bleeding. But that did not stop her from dragging Zhang Jinsu down with her. "You jerk! How dare you betray us, Jinsu?" she threatened. "You are dead meat." Kim Tae-hyun watched the scene unfold. Just as he had predicted, he took delight in watching Zhang Jinsu flinch in shock beside him. Not holding back, she added fuel to the fire. "What betrayal?" Zhang Jinsu quickly denied, shouting, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Bichengok did not care much for Zhang Jinsu's words. She turned to attack Kim Tae-hyun. "And you, do not get too cocky. Someone will take care of you," Kim Tae-hyun confidently asked, already knowing the answer. "You must be talking about thy Min man, right?" Startling both of them in unison, they asked, "How do you know he is here?" Kim Tae, too lazy to banter with them, got straight to the point. "Now, where is that guy? You know he is here, so spill it fast." Zhang Jinsu felt the tension rise as he realized. "No way. You knew I was a snake from the start, did not you?" In a fit of rage, he raised his fist, ready to strike Kim Tae-hyun. Even though there was no real threat, a wave of energy surged forth, blood oozing from Zhang Jinsu's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose as Tai Min arrived. Kim Tae-hyun reacted swiftly, seemingly unaffected for the moment. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. "You have entered a state of paralysis. Thanks to some mysterious power, you have resisted it to some extent. However, your senses and strength are diminished. Your actions will be slowed due to impaired vision, hearing, and weakened sensations." Along with the system notification, blood began to flow from Kim Tae-hyun's eyes, ears, mouth, and even his limbs. He quietly realized it was Tai Mun's control skill so much had been weakened already. He had managed to block some of it, but all his senses were affected. Tai Min appeared behind him, eyes flashing with malice, the air thick with an ominous aura. He spoke with irritation. "I did not think you would go and wreck the whole building like this." Kim Tae-hyun instinctively recognized his presence and turned to face him head-on. Tai Min continued, "I am genuinely curious about the one who took down the fresh talent. Looking at you, you are not weak at all." "Are you?" Kim Tae, not backing down, replied. "You are a bit more interesting than the others. But to take you down and get what I want, I will need to put in some effort if it is your skill," he said, not bothering to hide his ambition, and began activating his awakening. Meanwhile, Izaka Ryohei had returned to the side of the Japanese maiden Sarada, nervously kneeling before her. Sarada focused her energy, probing his memories, and said with a smirk, "Haha, those memories of yours are quite fascinating. That kid not only got stronger but took down the fresh talent too. The one who betrayed me and did not follow the agreement. Should I kill you?" Ryohei stammered nervously at Sarada's threatening words, replying, "Well, that." The maiden smiled wickedly, ruffling his hair as she leaned down, saying, "Are you scared? As I do not really care about your life. Just bring Kim Tae-hyun to me. If you leave everything to him, things won't end well." With that, she tightened her grip slightly, and Ryohei, filled with dread, stuttered. She continued, "Looks like he is aiming for the tri-water bean. Right?" Ryohei, trembling, responded. Sarada's eyes gleamed with deadly excitement. "In that case, I will personally go meet him." The scene shifted to the past, where Longyang gathered national-level players in China, grinning dangerously as he laid out 3 objectives, raising 3 fingers to signify them: to win the Asian Championship, to weaken other guilds by defeating their key members, and 3, achieving these 2 goals will prove that our Chinese player guild is the strongest in all of Asia. His eyes shone with malice as he plotted to monopolize all the lucrative deals in the black market and magic stones. "So go ahead, kill, torture, or do whatever it takes. I will handle the aftermath." He showed no hesitation in presenting his ruthless plans to fulfill his ambitions. On the other side, 3 national-level players from China listened in silence as he laid out his plan. The newcomer seemed unfazed by the association leader's methods. Walhan appeared thrilled, thinking, "Yep, I get to face a strong opponent. I am all." Lanfeng did not oppose either, feeling satisfied, meaning it must be a success. He thought it was all good. Meanwhile, They Min was still pretty disgruntled, secretly thinking, "These guys have lost their minds," but that did not concern him. He had dealt with anyone who got in his way to keep his secret relationship with Bitch and Gok of Tam Thoi Da intact. That was his main focus right now. Which meant he was just as crazy as they were, and this time, when Long Dong called him before, ordering him to bring Kim Tae-hyen's head. If not, he warned him about the consequences. And he understood, but alongside that, Bitch and Gok was attempting a lure. Thanks to him, that kid Kim Tae-hyen was hot on their trail. If they Min Man could take action, that is why they Man was here to eliminate Kim Tae-hyen. He charged forward, thinking, it is time for my strength to shine. Kim Tae, however, he seemed to have underestimated his opponent this time. Not far away, Kim Tae-hyen showed no fear in the face of Thy Min's intimidating power. He did not back down, appearing as though he awakened a massive fire dragon. Seeing Kim Tae-hyen's awakening, Thy Min was taken aback. His emotionless world had no effect on Kim Tae-hyen. He had guessed that Kim Tae-hyen would be at the national level after defeating the newcomer. But he was left astonished, wondering what kind of bizarre power this was. At this moment, Thy Min confirmed that this was no ordinary power of a national-level player. It felt like he had transcended humanity. Kim Tae-hyen exuded an overwhelming presence, saying, an emotionless world. A power that nullifies all senses. It could get pretty dangerous if I can use bait. Kim Tae-hyen did not waste time, wanting to get straight to the point. Smirking with meaning. Well, whatever, I will unleash my skills at full throttle. With that, he clenched his fists, signaling the fire dragon to prepare for a devouring attack. The fire dragon advanced toward Thy Min, its awakening enveloping him. Thy Min sensed danger closing in but could not react in time. Frozen in place as the awakening creature lunged to consume him and his abilities, a surge of power slammed into Thy Min, as if he were being crushed. Completely overwhelmed by Kim Tae-hyen's might, a notification flashed, revealing that Kim Tae-hyen had acquired the ability of an emotionless world. The spear left behind by Thy Min, embedded in the ground, despite its owner's absence. Kim Tae-hyen approached and picked it up, saying, I may be unarmed, but this will do. Brandishing the weapon, Kim Tae-hyen exclaimed with excitement. Just as I expected from a national-level player. He used top-tier weapons good. I can complain. A notification appeared, introducing the unique grade spear. Stowing his loot, Kim Tae-hyen thought toward Baichingo. Well, China has lost 2 national-level players. Now there is only 1 left. No matter how strong they are, they can catch up to this score gap anymore. The scoreboard lights up, showing South Korea's score has risen to 3,350, while China lags behind at 2,570. Below them are Japan and Qatar, with scores of 2,750 each. Bichengok and Jiangjin Su lie unconscious, their fates unknown. The ground soaked with fresh blood mixed with dust and stones, as Kim Tae-hyen continues to strategize. I have dealt with Bichengok. If I can find the 3 water beans, victory in this tournament is all but assured. But I can shake the feeling that Japan's silence is unsettling. Just then, a strong gust of wind blows, amplifying the loud noise of some kind of machinery, piquing Kim Tae-hyen's curiosity. A helicopter is hovering right above him, and he doubts himself. A helicopter. The door swings open. From it, a figure leaps out and lands on the ground. Standing out with long pink hair and pale skin, there is no mistaking it. It is Shura, who has finally arrived. Tae-hyen is taken aback by her sudden appearance, exclaiming in curiosity. Sarada lands nearby with such force that the ground beneath her shatters. Echoing loudly, Kim Tae-hyen has to dodge her landing impact. As soon as she lands, Sarada announces with a flourish, we meet again, player Kim Tae-hyen. Only now does Kim Tae-hyen recognize her. Shocked as a dangerous name flashes in his mind, Yoshikawa Sarada. Yoshikawa Sarada, a name all too familiar to Kim Tae-hyen. He has heard about her reputation. She possesses a powerful recovery skill, a super speed healing ability, allowing her to heal countless people. She calms troubled minds and bestows blessings that enhance physical abilities, making her a national champion of Japan. But the true effect of her divine grace is mind control, manipulating memories to brainwash people. This is her goal, to dominate players under her influence. Yoshikawa Sarada has used this skill to turn her enemies into her devoted followers. Kim Tae-hyen helplessly chuckles to himself. And now it is my turn. Kim Tae-hyen looks at Sarada, puzzled, but I never told Ryo my exact location. So how did you find me? Sarada grins mischievously. You should know. I did not catch the 3 water beans, because I did not know where they were. Kim Tae-hyen realizes the extent of her efforts. She went through so much trouble, dodging demons and the chaotic tournament, just to find me. How terrifying. Facing Kim Tae-hyen's accusation, Sarada maintains her smile. She curiously asks Kim Tae-hyen, how can you look at me without feeling anything? Kim Tae-hyen is left bewildered by her question. Sarada continues, her tone suddenly urgent. I know my role as a saintess is to empower people to survive in this wretched world. But how do I give them that power? Her voice rises in determination as she answers her own question. By making them worship me. Kim Tae-hyun wears an utterly speechless expression. Sarada goes on. Self-indulging. Meeting someone as beautiful, charming, and perfect as me is a joy and happiness for everyone. As she speaks, she poses like she is at a press conference. Ultimately, being worshipped and feeling like I am their reason to live is what it is all about. Then she suddenly grows furious. But why you? Why can you look at me without feeling anything? Kim Tae-hyun witnessed what just happened. His expression still in shock. He silently thought. She really left. Sarada quickly made the danger clear. But whatever. Saving someone like that is part of a hero's role. Just as he finished his thought, a convoy rushed toward where the two stood, and Kim Tae-hyun turned in surprise. Confused, he wondered why there were civilians here, then suddenly realized their eyes were blank, almost like they were being controlled. They had fallen under the influence of a mind control from the depths of the sea. But those eyes were now filled with rage directed at Kim Tae-hyun. Sarada spoke again. Despite having investigated Ryohai's memories and actions, there were still things I could not clarify, like your source of information and the skills you are hiding. Her eyes gleamed with danger. So I prepared myself. No matter what secrets you hold or how powerful your skills are, I will make sure you can't use them. As soon as she finished, the crowd behind surged toward Kim Tae-hyun. Their vacant, terrifying gazes. Sarada was playing it cool, confident she would win. She arrogantly declared, her voice dripping with condescension. Now, even if they are civilians, will you mercilessly take down my followers? Or will you quietly accept my salvation? She was trying to morally corner Kim Tae-hyun. Choose wisely, player Kim Tae-hyun. He could not help but curse under his breath. Damn it, using civilians as shields. While those people were still closing in before being attacked by the civilians, Kim Tae-hyun was so frustrated he shouted out loud. Damn it. We had just made it to the glittering city of Saho. In a basement, two bodyguards were speaking with those in charge outside. Contact the head of Ion. I think we have found it, the final base of the triad. They looked towards a tall building, which was concealed by a cloaking layer. They discussed. I never thought they would do something as crazy as hiding an entire space. No wonder we could not find them all this time. One of the two did not notice his partner's silence until he turned back, reminding, what are you doing? I told you to call. Before he could finish, he noticed his partner sprawled out on the ground, covered in a large pool of blood. The demon had arrived, introducing himself to the one he deemed would not live much longer. His dangerous gaze fell upon the one who discovered the secret of the triad. He spat out some ominous words. Trouble was coming for him. A notification appeared. So Dao, vice president of the Evil Association, one of the members of the triad. Strength level. National level. He gently placed a hand on the bodyguard's head, the pressure making him tremble, but that feeling did not last long. The demon swiftly took down the bodyguard, and from the corner, a headless figure was illuminated, blood splattering everywhere, terrifying. The demon killed without a second thought, immediately turning away, his mind racing with calculations. These information gatherers dared to follow me like this. Could it be that after Nezuko was taken down, everything was leaked? His thoughts turned to Kim Tae-hyun, the thorn in his side. He believed Kim Tae-hyun was orchestrating everything in this action plan. Earlier, he planned to use the Chinese players to eliminate An. But he did not expect An to take out the new guy instead. His minions were already waiting, notifying him that the portal was open. With a sly grin, he advanced, continuing to think, but Kim Tae-hyun should not get too cocky. But this world is not just filled with people as powerful as you think. I reached my peak strength over a decade ago. Something you can't even imagine. He stepped into the portal, commanding. All right, let us head to the abyss. Kim Tae-hyun stood on the rocky ground, surrounded by civilians encased in a faint orange barrier of holy power, quickly getting thrown against the designated target. Those people soon piled on top of him layer by layer, showing no signs of stopping, while Osakawa Sarara watched from a distance, with his hands clasped behind his back. He muttered. Kim Tae-hyun is a well-known awakened one at the Dawn auction house for saving many lives there. Dust and sand swirled in the wind. The gloomy sky overhead cast a half-light on the girl, the rest shrouded in darkness, adding to the mystery. Her lips parted in disbelief. Even though those guys were battling tirelessly, she did not hold out much hope. Yet, if he went all out against them and fell, I would find that pretty amusing. Just as he finished that thought, a thunderous noise erupted, freezing the smile on Sarara's face, in a motionless stance. She exclaimed, "Ah!" On Tayan's side, his face and hands transformed into tough earthen armor. His eyes devoid of emotion, he unleashed a flurry of punches at those clinging to him, sending them flying in all directions. Sarara gasped, cold sweat trickling down her face as she said. Sarara looked on in confusion at the scene unfolding before her, with everyone on the ground being from her side, while he stood in an attacking posture, Staring at Asakawa Sarara, she cried out, "What? You dare to attack without mercy against civilians?" He replied, "Those guys charged at me, so why would not I retaliate?" A blood-soaked golden chain shot forward, wrapping tightly around Sarara's waist. Kim Tayan continued, "I anticipated you controlling those civilians." As Sarara gasped when the chain coiled around her, Kim Tayan stomped down hard, shifting his stance. Gripping the chain tightly and yanking it back, he laughed loudly, declaring, "You will pay for that." The chain pulled Sarara upward, and Tayan leaped into the air, debris flying in all directions from the force. As he delivered a powerful kick to her face, Sarara's arms dropped, unable to resist. The sudden kick sent her head snapping back, blood splattering everywhere, the wind howling alongside the loud noise against the sunset. In that moment, as blood poured from her mouth, her head tilted back as if gasping for air, her vision dimmed by her bangs. Asakawa Sarara realized she had misjudged him. The thought raced through her mind relentlessly. He was a hero who had saved so many people, but he showed no mercy towards the civilians. A bloody chain wrapped tightly around him, his face lighting up with delight, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Sarara's eyes widen as a faint light of divine power appears, healing near her gaze. She now rejects the thoughts she had just moments ago. It seems he is holding back too. They were only knocked out, mainly because those civilians did not have the strength to keep him at bay. The people on the ground lay unconscious, some trembling, their lips stained with dried blood. She adds in her thoughts, "He did not kill them. He just beat them down until they could not fight anymore." A flash of light bursts from her left hand, and Kim Tae-hyun feels something approaching. Realizing in his heart that this guy is quite the cunning one, an explosion of light and power erupts, sending seeds flying like projectiles. Boom! The seeds hit the ground, rapidly sprouting into a sprawling tree with branches reaching in all directions. Everything and everyone around is thrown into the air. The wind howls fiercely. He and she stand at a distance apart. The civilians under control, their eyes shining blankly, are flung into the air from the earlier explosion. Kim Tae-hyun's blood-soaked golden chains quickly wrap around their bodies. Pulling them back, he lands safely, supporting a woman who is being controlled by divine power, gently lowering her down with the help of the chains. Zealot pulls in more of the controlled individuals towards him using the chains in the wind, safely bringing the others down without risking their lives. He looks at the massive tree growing wildly, spreading its large branches around. Kim Tae, standing firm, holds the woman and exclaims, "This tree. It has already grown so much from just a few seeds. This is some super speed growth." He looks at the woman he just saved and adds, "But even if you control these people like this, I am not going to just stand by." After saying this, he dispels the chains, making them disappear. The woman in his arms seems to have just regained her senses, looking up at him softly saying, "Thank you for saving me." Yoshikawa Sarara and the group of civilians controlled by divine power approach her from behind. She smiles and says, "Haha, you really are a true hero." He unexpectedly turns to face the source of the voice. She brushes her hair aside, eyes narrowed as she moves forward, stating, "I did not think the power you used earlier would have no effect on these civilians. But no matter what, you are still someone who cares about humanity. And that is how I have figured out your weakness." Sarara swipes her hand across her cheek, golden divine power sparkling as it heals her wounds. A shadow looms around her, darkening her face, her violet eyes flashing with danger, giggling ominously as she threatens, "Let us see what you do next." The woman Kim Tae-hyun is holding suddenly grabs his throat with both hands. He looks down, surprised. Ah! The woman's eyes are wide and white, clearly showing the red vines protruding in her eye sockets. Tae-hyun thinks, "What is going on?" She looked unconscious before. Now what is happening? Blood pours from the girl's mouth, her wide-open lips unable to contain it, choking her as she gags with every sound. One by one, those affected by the divine power lose control, and the divine energy surrounding each of them begins to overflow, igniting like a fully activated force. Roaring like a lion, Jun strides confidently past Shirar, her arms raised to channel her power as she declares, those here have been brainwashed and are under my control. Even if they faint or crumble into pieces, they will still rise to fight. If you want to save them, your only option is to kill them." Osikawa Sarara, excitement dancing in her eyes, radiates with divine energy, laughing loudly as she taunts, "Accept the hard truth. You can act heartlessly, player Kim Tae-hyun." The enchanted trees spring to life, and the crowd rushes toward him. With one hand still gripping the woman by her neck, he scoffs and replies, "So you are the holy maiden, yet you do not feel a shred of guilt." Around Tae-hyun, a massive surge of red magical energy envelops him, interlaced with dark, ominous vibes. One of his eyes glows a fiery red as he channels his magical power toward the throngs of brainwashed people. Suddenly, Sarara feels the weight of countless eyes on her. Mouths agape, as she sweats cold, sensing something's off. What is it? The system notification blares. The indifferent world has activated. In an instant, Sorara's eyes widen. Pupils dilated. Staring blankly, her nerves visibly tense. Blood trickles down from her eye sockets, seeping from her nostrils and mouth. Crimson rivulets gushing from her fingertips. The system audio announces. Sensory perception for auditory signals is impaired. Strength metrics are partially diminished, and magical flow is interrupted, surrounding Sorara with a cacophony of sounds. Her vision blurs, darkening as her head pounds. One hand clutching her skull while blood keeps spilling out. A pair of crimson eyes fixated on Sorara, who is left stunned, barely able to cry out. Sweat beads on her forehead, and blood runs down her cheeks in streams. Showing no signs of stopping, Sorara's face pales as she thinks. This is the indifferent world skill of timing man. How could he possibly use it? Before her stands his imposing form. A skeletal figure clad in intricately designed armor, topped with a helmet adorned with smaller skulls. Red and black energy swirls around, suffocating her, forcing her to sink to the ground. Sorara thinks. Impossible. If he had this skill from the start, he would have used it already. This means, Sorara speculates as he closes in on her, magic gathering in Kim Tae-hyen's hand, his lips curling into a smirk, his left eye glinting red as he says. You guessed it right. Yoshikawa Sorara's eyes widen in shock, tears still lingering in her eyes from the pain, her mouth opening wide as she lets out a scream. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyen yanks the brainwashed civilians closer, his left fist ready to strike. As the skeletal figure strikes her, Sorara is sent flying, the punch far exceeding her strength. The ground is now littered not just with gravel but also with branches from the enchanted trees that have been torn apart. Dust and debris swirl in the wind. The brainwashed individuals lie motionless on the ground, ensnared by chains. Kim Tae-hyen surveys the battlefield, where the fading light of dust casts shadows over shattered trees, fallen bodies, and Sorara, struggling to rise. He wiped the dust off his face and said, "This is truly someone with lightning-fast recovery skills." Even after that hit, she is still standing. The wind blew fiercely, scattering the dust, and the sunset only illuminated a part of his shoulder. He saw Osakawa Sorara lying on the ground, struggling to prop herself up with her hands, quickly recovering with a divine light shining from every part of her body. Tae-hyen added, "Looks like she is starting to bounce back." Sorara concentrated her power into her right arm, pushing herself up slightly. Her eyes gleamed as she looked up at him defiantly and said, "Kim Tae, how can you wield such an emotionless skill? What is your true identity?" He smiled and approached, sitting cross-legged in front of Sorara, saying, "Of course. To understand this, it will take time and your skills." Sorara looked up in surprise at his words. She struggled to rise from the ground, looking as if she had figured something out, saying, "You want something?" Tae-hyen, thinking, "Looks like she is trying to brainwash me. Let us see what her divine insight can really do." He chuckled to himself, realizing he did want to meet her and learn about this divine insight. But he never expected to run into her in this situation. Seeing Oshikawa Sorara supporting herself on the ground with the king behind her, Tae-hyen could not help but ponder. Divine insight is a skill that controls the opponent's mind, meaning that through this technique, one can see their own soul's world. Kim Tae-hyen recalled the times he used brutal reality and was ensnared by Queen Succubus. Connecting the dots in his mind, the hazy memories he saw when using brutal reality would become clearer, and Rosalia's attitude when encountering those memories would be perceived accurately. Discovering more about brutal reality was something he had always wanted. The secrets tied to his soul's world, which had been hidden for so long, would finally be unveiled. He smiled internally, concluding that if many divine insights could explore that spiritual world, how wonderful that would be. Sorara smiled wide. There you go. Haha. Behind her was a chaotic mess as she struggled to stand up, trembling, looking at him and saying, "You seem to be underestimating me in this match. You have certainly shown some impressive strength that surprised me. But if you want to see my true power, that is simple." Sorara placed her hands in front of her chest, almost in prayer, and a halo of divine light appeared, casting a brilliant circle around her. Surrounding her were wide-armed entities with multiple blue eyes the size of a palm, along with a larger eye on top, staring directly at Kim Tae-hyen as she spoke. Just as she finished speaking, that eye opened wide, releasing four arms that looked around to capture Kim Tae-hyen, drawing on Sorara's spirit power to maintain this form. She shouted, "Those who fail must become my stepping stones." The light above her head shone down. The face of the holy maiden in the shadow revealed a crazed, intense gaze, filled with words. "You cannot fathom the strength of divine insight. Don't you think you can exploit it to get what you want? You will regret it. The power you possess will soon become mine." In an instant, as if she realized something, Sorara's expression shifted, the light of crimson reflecting on her face, each drop of blood soaring through the air. Before her lay a sea of blood, a staircase leading up to a throne crafted from bones. Beneath it, a skull lay in wait. Each step of that scarlet staircase was formed from spines, bones stacked together to create the stairs. And behind the throne loomed a massive eye of veracity, a bottomless abyss. Red rings cascaded down into the blood-soaked sea, and Sorara felt like a tiny speck, accidentally trapped in a nightmarish realm. Yoshikawa Sorara gazed at the horrific scene, wondering if this blood ocean was the manifestation of Kim Tae-hyen's mind. Looking up at the high throne, a man lounged with his feet crossed, one hand resting on the armrest, the other propping up his chin, his face obscured by shadows, only his figure faintly illuminated. She pondered, who could that be? Is it Kim Tae-hyen? The man wore clothes that shimmered with a magical aura, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He chuckled softly. Then he spoke, revealing that he was indeed smarter than she had thought. Just as the words left his lips, a sudden weight pressed down on Sorara, darkening her face as sweat poured down in a panic. The voracious eye behind the throne cast a large red circle down onto the blood-soaked surface. The ferocious blood ocean surged with a colossal wave. The figure on the throne looked down and spoke. She never imagined he would use a technique to open the mind and peer into her thoughts. Trying to counter her with this, she thought to herself, that is not Kim Tae-hyen. That is someone incredibly dangerous. Sorara felt the urge to turn and flee, her heart racing with fear as she tried to assess the situation. He is. But the voice of that man cut through her thoughts. Yet what could a lowly creature like him do to me? The man's face was revealed, strikingly similar to Kim Tae-hyen, but with deep, dark eyes. The irises glowing a fierce red as he looked down, his hand on the armrest lifted, forming a sinister energy aimed at Sorara. Thousands of demonic eyes emerged beneath her, staring up from the blood, and she froze, sensing something ominous. Sorara's face turned pale, her eyes wide with terror as scarlet mist wove through the air before her. A monstrous beast resembling a gigantic, multi-eyed shark surfaced from the blood sea. Its massive fangs gleamed, accompanied by the eerie sounds of grinding. The blood ocean roared and surged violently, then fell silent for a moment, darkness passing swiftly. Kim Tae-hyen suddenly blinked awake, finding himself in a hospital bed, an IV drip attached to his arm. Still disoriented by the situation, he instinctively exclaimed, "Ah!" He threw off the blanket and sat up, scanning the room. Is this a hospital? What happened? Where's Yoshikawa Sorara? Yoshikawa Sorara, you are finally awake. Ah! Yoshikawa Sorara stepped closer to his hospital bed and continued. Do you have any idea how worried everyone has been about you? Your family was here all night waiting for you, she said, looking at him. Last night? Really? Sorara gestured to him and urged. Don't talk too much. You need to rest. You have been unconscious for over a day. Kim Tae, sweating and confused, asked. Ah. What about Yoshikawa Sorara? She passed out just like you did, and so did Jang Jinsu. The three of you are in a similar state. Taemin is still missing, Yoshikawa Sorara replied, crossing her arms. I just can't understand what happened. Kim Tae-hyen froze as he listened to the situation, realizing that he had indeed failed when he used his psychic powers to peer into the realm of the mind. He had considered this possibility, but he never thought it would be this simple of a failure. Her voice echoed in his mind. Are you even listening to me? Tae-hyen reflected and confronted his thoughts, questioning how someone with her power could achieve nothing, and then just pass out. He thought about the man sitting up top, his eyes red, surrounded by the dark, chaotic energy. He pondered what could be lurking in his own mental realm. Kim Tae-hyen's face darkened, his gaze falling as he thought, this is not good. If he did not uncover the truth soon, he would not feel at ease. Just then, someone touched his face gently and rubbed his head, saying, you really need to recover first. You pushed yourself way too hard in that last fight. Kim Tae-hyen broke into a cold sweat, looking up at her intently. Okay, but do not stand too close. Suddenly, a man burst through the door, shouting, she loves you. Aang. She turned to look at him, and it was Taeguk standing outside, slightly sweaty. The other person chimed in, Taeguk is here. Kim Tae, you are awake? I was really worried about you. Taeguk stepped inside, extending a hand towards Aang as he continued. Anyway, we need the support of the Underworld Association to rally forces for a search in the Abyss. The other person replied, a search party in the Abyss. Taeguk explained that the South Korean team led by Baek Seo-young had gone missing. Both he and she exchanged shocked glances, saying, What did Taeguk just say? Kim Tae-hyen asked, worry etched on his face. Are you planning to go there alone? The other person chimed in. Kim Tae-hyen replied seriously, as I'd sending a search party will only lead to more deaths. That is the last thing I want. Thoughts of veteran players flashed through his mind, and Taeyan continued. Taeguk, stop with the search parties. Searching and forming teams only leads to more casualties. I am not interested in that. Reflecting on the veteran players who had vanished, Taeyan added. They went missing in the depths of the abyss. Baek Sung-jin and the South Korean team are all experienced veterans. He thought about the group of monsters and added, if they are missing, it is not just due to a typical monster attack. There must be some intervention from a force at least at the national level. These individuals are likely very powerful, Kim Tae-hyen concluded. I will go alone to ensure everyone else's safety. Taegut, worried, raises both hands in a gesture of agreement, saying, but if that is true, I can let you go there alone. You just woke up from being a patient. How can I let you go? Kim Tae-hyun's family enters the room, and Jae-hyun speaks up. Yeah. Where do you think you are going? You are still a patient. Everyone in the room freezes at the sight of the three newcomers at the door. Tae-hyun's voice chimes in. My body is not fully recovered yet. Where do you think I am going? I am staying right here. Jae-hyun puts a hand on his chest, sweating and anxious. Do you have any idea how worried we are? Uncle Tae-hyun behind him stays silent. Yesterday, I thought you would never wake up again. I was terrified. Tae-hyun's sibling recounts. The atmosphere feels thick with tension as Kim Tae-hyun watches his family's lips move. Uncle. What? Jae-hyun. Someone in the back, arms crossed, explains. I called them here to see you. Tae-hyun turns in confusion. What? Kim Tae-hyun says. Well, you are awake now. Shouldn't you meet with family first? Tae-hyun outside the door explains. Exactly. But first you need to recover before anything else. Taegut interjects. Kim Tae. Do not push it this time. It is too dangerous. Jae-hyun shout. Tae-hyun observes the scene in front of him. Everyone around him. Memories flash back to those who treated him poorly in the past. And he can't help but feel a sense of understanding. That is right. Before I woke up, all I had around me were people who made me suffer instead of worrying about me. Just a pack mule behind the players. Facing their unjust criticism, Kim Tae-hyun reflects. No matter where I went or what danger I faced, when I returned, all that awaited me were mocking glances. Back in the present, there are so many people here who care about him. Tae-hyun thinks. But right now, in this moment, the voices of everyone echo in his ears, and he smiles, saying, thank you all for worrying about me. Facing his family, Taegut stood there, waiting for Tae-hyun to say something. But I had to go over there. Everyone fell silent. He explained that even though we were just temporary teammates, we never really got close. But they were in danger. And the only one who could save them now was me. Taegut was taken aback, moved. While his family smiled, Kim Tae-hyun confidently declared. So I have to go save them and bring them back. Did not your uncle teach you never to abandon your teammates? I need to help them get back to their families. His family nodded in silence. Tears welled up as he spoke, and Tae-hyun's hand shot up, excitedly patting Kim Tae-hyun on the back in agreement. Oh kid, this gives me goosebumps. You have grown up, and I got smacked so hard I yelped. She laughed, reminding him, it is decided then, come back safe, bring everyone home, and you too. He turned back, forced a smile, and said, really? In the thick carpet near the tower, the sounds of explosions and fighting erupted. Sung Jin was sprawled out, wielding a trident that got knocked away into the sand. He coughed a few times, mouth agape, while Won Si-young sitting beside him asked, hey, Sung Jin, are you okay? The three attackers from the other side stepped through the sandstorm, and the one in front spoke up. I can't believe he has held out this long. Sung Jin from Korea. You are pretty tough. She helped him up, directing her gaze towards the group approaching. He laughed, raising one hand, radiating a deep crimson aura, grinning threateningly. But this endless game of tag ends here. Turned out he was a national-level player from China, with a cursed sword. Lun Feng. He looked at the Korean players and said, out of respect for your talent, I will give you a chance. If you swear loyalty and become my subordinate, I will spare your life. I am a generous guy. After all, Sung Jin stared at Lan Feng, eyes wide, and coughed lightly in response. Dude, you want me to betray my country and my teammates? No way. Do not even dream about it. The subordinates beside him, Lun Feng wielding a small cursed sword surrounded by that crimson aura, sneered. You value your pride over your life. Bold choice. Looks like your teammates do not think so. Sung Jin and Won Si-young glanced over to see Henju, who was trembling, raising his hand in a sign of surrender. She looked at him and asked, Player Henju. Sung Jin shouted. Henju, what are you doing? Why now? Henju, shaking, thought to himself. These fools. This is the perfect time to betray. I need to survive. He trembled, looking ahead, his instincts telling him that Lan Feng was the monster among monsters. This was the only way to live. Henju was sweating, eyes wide, thinking, and even if I do this now, that night, ensnared by the rapidly growing vines of the Saintess Yu Saikawa, hanging just above the ground, Henju struggled to breathe, gasping. Sarara looked on, laughing. Ha! You are one of the players from the Korean team. The player Henju. She closed her eyes, hands clasped, bowed her head, and said, in the name of the Saintess, come to give you a mission. Become my vanguard and report back to me in detail about the positions, strategies, and all plans of Kim Tae-hyun and the Korean team. Surara threatened, even if you refuse, I will find a way to make you comply. Understand. But you know it is better for both sides if you do this willingly, right? The scene of the tree wrapping around Hanju. His eyes were wide, tears streaming down, making a sound. Those memories from the night of the kiss came flooding back. Hanju thought, I have already betrayed everyone once. So what is one more time? If I want to live, I have to do it. Park Sung-jin placed a hand on Hanju's shoulder, looking ahead and said, It is... Hanju. Just hang in there, he continued. It seems you are really scared facing them. But do not worry. Even if it costs our lives. I will help you all escape. Hanju looked at Sung-jin, trembling as he whispered, Player Park Sung-jin. The three Korean players got into fighting stance, with Sung-jin leading in front of Xi-yang and Hanju, emphasizing, So let me take the first hit. There is no rush to fight back. Wangxia, her hands shimmering with blue magic, scoffed. Still talking big even when you are on the brink of death. Sounds like all you can do is brag. Hanju stammered. Everyone. I will fight, wiping away his tears. The Korean players settled into a battle-ready stance. Lanfeng sighed. Seriously. I have pointed out the way to survive. But you are still so stubborn. The crab-like guy spoke to the one behind him. Looks like I have not chased you enough for you to see the situation clearly. Right. Jiang Jin replied. Yep. That is it. Lan Feng's red eyes glowed as his body was enveloped in red energy. Threatening. Then I will show you the difference in our levels. As he unleashed a red streak, a multitude of large swords appeared in the sky, plunging down towards the ground. The Korean players looked up in shock, and Sung Jin, eyes wide, exclaimed, Whoa! Lan Feng is sending them down. Now you get it. You scumbags. The only reason you can still breathe and stand is because of my mercy, he declared, as the sword dance rushed toward the Korean players, who called out their skill names, activating their maximum abilities. Lan Feng excitedly struck. A voice boomed. You have fallen into the world of insensitivity. And Lan Feng felt a pull. Momentarily shaken, the sword dance was distorted into fragmented waves of demonic energy, floating as they were drawn into the dark space. Lan Feng thought. The world of insensitivity. Tai Ming-mun. Was not he already dead? He looked up, laughing in speculation. So this is it. Kim Tae-hyun appeared in midair, preparing to strike. A thought crossed Lan Feng's mind. The one who killed Tai Ming-mun. He grinned excitedly and asked, You, is not Kim Tae. I have been waiting to meet you for a long time. The man smiled back. Oh really? A loud explosion echoed as the man stood up, his body emanating red energy through the smoke. Lan Feng held his sword in a push-dagger stance, questioning, what the hell? Before him lay only a massive hole in the ground. He said, that was just one skill. I was expecting more. But this is so boring. Another member of the Chinese team rushed over to ask, Are you okay? Lan Feng replied, Yeah. And the other chimed in, Let us chase them down. He interrupted. Let them go. Looking at the scene before the tower, Lan Feng assessed, based on the echoes and magical energy and footprints, they must have escaped to the Ogin Tower, an impregnable dungeon deep in the abyss. At the Ogin Tower, inside the tower, Sung Jin shouted loudly, Kim Tae, open your mouth. He poured healing potion into it and said, First, drink this. Sung Jin knelt, his throat making a strange sound. Sai Young spoke up. Kim Tae, I know you saved us. But what is your next move? And Ji stood watching from a distance. She added, This Ogin Tower is where many veteran players have met their end. It is no walk in the park. This place is known as the Impenetrable Dungeon. Once you are in, there is no way out unless you find an escape route, no matter where you hide to avoid the monsters. But, he shrugged at Hanji. Sai Young replied from afar, There is no way around it. No matter how strong I am, I can't fight and protect everyone at the same time. But do not worry. It is just a dungeon. Dong Jin lay back, sipping on the healing potion. Hanji thought, killing with magic. Seriously. Tae pointed at himself confidently. If we push through, there is bound to be a way out. You two just have to trust me. They looked at him blankly. Saiyan. It is not that easy to push through. Are you even listening to me? Hanji replied. Sweating bullets. You might not have any plan at all. At Longan Tower, located at the deepest levels of the abyss. It is an impenetrable dungeon with two main features. First, countless traps are set throughout every level, making it tough for tower conquerors to get through. Second, the Longhand monsters possess high intelligence and superior strength. On the blood-soaked floor, anyone who ran ahead thought, What the heck is this? Kim Tae-hyun swiftly killed a Longhand, leaving the monsters behind as mere corpses. She pondered, So how can this place be easily breached? Is that even possible? He confidently led the way, recalling, I have rewatched the interview countless times. sharing information from survivors who conquered Long Nahan Tower up to 2437 times. Kim Tayan assessed in his mind. The Long Nahan Tower is an impenetrable dungeon. It is not a place where no one can survive and return. In the middle of the tower, there exists a spatial portal, and the final boss is a colossal dragon with mysterious power. He remembered that somewhere in the middle of the tower, far before encountering the final monster, there is an emergency exit that can bring people back to the real world. This information has yet to be revealed. The current situation feels like a trap with monsters, and is not that difficult yet, Kim Tae-hyun thought. If I already know about the traps and have the strength to defeat the monsters, escaping here should not be too hard. He wielded a spear, channeling energy around him to dodge arrows, and struck down the monsters. The purple flames on the wall flickered with the footsteps of the four as Kim Tae-hyun led the way. They arrived at a circular room, where in the center was a magical circle. And Ay Wong spoke up. It is a portal, she added. There is actually a portal here, Sung Jin exclaimed. Thank goodness we do not have to go to a higher level. Henju let out a sigh of relief. We made it. Ay Wong turned to Tae-hyun and asked, Kim Tae, you knew about this beforehand, did not you? He closed his eyes and casually replied, how would I know? Just lucky, I guess. But in his mind, he thought, of course, I knew all along. Tae-hyun pointed at the spatial gate, urging everyone to hurry up and escape before those monsters showed up again. She quickly added, come on. As they rushed through the gate, Sung Jin called out, hey kid. I mean, player Kim Tae-hyun. Pay attention. He turned around, genuinely grateful, saying, thanks for being here. He added with a smirk, I will remember this favor. Tae-hyun sighed and replied with a light chuckle. You are laying it on thick. Standing before the spatial gate, Kim Tae-hyun could not believe he was receiving thanks from Park Sung-jin. But considering the whole team was back safely, gratitude was only natural. Right. With his hands in his pockets, Tae-hyun closed his eyes, preparing to step through while pondering the whole situation with Seo Hanju calling herself a Japanese spy. The spy issue was also resolved, as Hanju's image appeared, saying, I accept the punishment. I am truly sorry. He guessed that now they had to deal with the wrath of Gi-jeon upon learning about the Saintess, prevent Liu Feng's interference, and wrap up the negotiations smoothly. Things seemed stable enough, as Kim Tae-hyun felt the energy of the teleportation space. The sounds of clattering echoed around them. A surge of magical energy exploded from the spatial rift. Tae-hyun fell to the ground, bracing himself as he looked up. Startled. What the heck? The announcement blared. The teleportation gate cannot be activated. The system chimed. Master of the Dragon Tower. Lord Kaiserin is watching you. And his face went pale. He stammered. What? The Master of the Tower. The sound rumbled ominously throughout the room. Drops of water fell from the ceiling, illuminated by a golden light, shattering into pieces. The ceiling of the tower collapsed, as a massive red dragon descended, flames roaring from its mouth. Smoke and debris rained down. Kaiserin threatened. Who dares disturb this place? Tae-hyun gasped. A dragon. The fire dragon snarled. Just a lowly human. I am the master of the Dragon Tower. The Crimson Dragon Kaiserin. Ranks SS. Dragons are among the strongest monsters known, colossal with wings that span wide, fierce and intimidating. They are found in the depths of the abyss. They are classified into 4 ranks, with the Sea Dragon being the closest to Ranks, which is a newly hatched dragon, and Ranks being the Holy Dragon, which is a dragon in its adolescent stage. Rank S is the Blood Dragon, the most ferocious bloodthirsty adult dragon. However, the strongest kind only harbors the remnants of its existence. A mystery. Its eyes can see through everything, and its strength and essence remain undefined. The ancient dragon, a being that has existed since ancient times. Tae-hyun's eyes widened, sweat dripping down his face as he pondered. The dragon before him had to be at least a bloodthirsty dragon. It was born from the corpse of a holy dragon. Just how strong could it be? Flames engulfed the Kaiserin, roaring with fury. He took a step back, deep in thought. More importantly, how did it end up here? According to the intel he had before coming back, this had never been mentioned. Kim Tae-hyun decided to try talking first. The voice of the fire dragon burst forth. You filthy beast. He thought. Forget it. Scratch that. Kaiserin unleashed a torrent of flames toward Tae-hyun, igniting the entire room. He sprang up, bracing against the fire, shouting, let us do this. He activated his binding skill, his other hand morphing into a powerful arm, ready to strike. Kim Tae-hyun transformed fully behind him, delivering a punch to the Kaiserin's face while his other hand locked a chain around its neck, keeping it restrained. The dragon let out a surprised roar, an echoing cry. The armored human wielded a dagger pulled from the dark space of his leather coat, slashing at the dragon's body. Tae-hyun grinned, thinking, I've unleashed all my skills now, even if it was Ranks. It should feel the blow. But then he caught sight of Kaiserin's furious face, its claws raised in anger, and he froze, exclaiming, Whoa! A counterattack from the fire dragon obliterated everything in its path. Kim Tae-hyun jumped to dodge, but was hit by the shockwave. Screaming. Quickly backing away. Doubt crept into his mind. What the heck? How could it withstand this much? Even at ranks, this was utterly insane. Damn it. Opting to buy time with stealth, Tae-hyun began to activate his invisibility skill. Just as it was about to finish, someone suddenly appeared behind him, horns sprouting from their forehead. Elven ears. Golden eyes gleaming intensely. Kim Tae-hyun jolted and turned around, only to be punched. He blocked, but the impact knocked him down, smashing him into the floor as debris flew everywhere. Tae-hyun's eyes widened in shock as he was pinned down, gritting his teeth to stay focused. He realized, this is shapeshifting. Shapeshifting, a transformation skill. The other person pointed a finger skyward, and flames gathered into a fireball. He was seeing Kaiseren's human form. The fireball growing larger on his fingertip, a blast erupted in the room, sparks flying everywhere. Kaiseren's golden eyes shone brightly as he stood tall, one hand gripping Kim Tae-hyun, lifting him off the ground and slamming him against the wall. Tae-hyun panicked, a thought racing through his mind. This is the power of ranks. I cannot keep up, and looked at him and said slowly, Huff, where are you from? Let me check you out. Kim Tae-hyun was taken aback by the overwhelming aura. The system announced, you have encountered the power of possession. This force is unresistible. Your strength is diminished. All stats are dropping. Skills are restricted. Stone skin ineffective. Stealth ineffective. Paralysis ineffective. Lord's heart ineffective. The aura of the Death Knight is ineffective. Prison horns ineffective. The emotionless world ineffective. Demonic energy diffusing. Tae-hyun shouted out. Kaiseren spoke up. This feeling is unmistakable. This magical power has spread everywhere. Against my strength. It does not just push down. And Tae-hyun emitted a complex sound, his dark eyes devoid of pupils. He threatened. This power. Who does it belong to? Answer me. I need to clarify this power, he thought hazily. The essence of this power. I am the one who needs to know that. Tentacles whipped through Kaiseren's hand, and Kim Tae-hyun's armored hand grasped Kaiseren's. Breaking free, he used demonic energy to suppress the red dragon. Shouting, wanna know? Ah. You jerk? Many tentacles began to wrap around him. Kaiseren asked. What the heck? Tentacles shot forward, knocking the dragon far away. The red dragon crashed to the ground, slamming into the stone floor and scattering debris everywhere. Fresh blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away, eyes wide, raising his head in menace. Who dares toss me aside? How could a mere human do that? A voice echoed from the tentacles surrounding Kim Tae-hyun. Having gone through so many ups and downs in this underworld, I just happened to need a little dog. And here you are. Kaiseren sniffing at the ground. The stunning queen leaned against a rock behind Tae-hyun, glancing at him, saying, I grant you the honor of becoming my pet. He wiped the blood from his mouth, and the system announced, activating the queen's man skill. Rosalia's eyes sparkled as she looked at him softly. But, having already claimed the queen, our dear contractee is getting a bit too much. Kim Tae-hyun chuckled and said, whatever you say. I still do not trust those monsters. Right, the chairman shouted. What did you say? Player Kim Tae-hyun has gone missing. He continued. How could the rescue team go missing too? Seon-jio and Wang Xiang replied. I do not know. We clearly went through together. Wang Xiang spoke up. What about North Sang-jin? The player North Sang-jin. He tried to go back to the abyss, determined to return and save Kim Tae-hyun. Taeguk responded. Yua Jiang is holding him back. The chairman shouted at him. Yeah. Stop him. What is he thinking? Gonna get caught without a plan. The chairman seemed quite tired, raising both hands to his head, saying, we do not know what Liu Feng and the true dragon are planning. So let us keep the fact that you guys are still alive a secret. The chairman fell into thought. While North Sang-jin and the players returned, the battle had already reached day 6. And it would soon come to an end, as he thought. Beads of sweat dripped down his face. At this point, he did not care about the rankings anymore. But we would not have gotten this far without Kim Tae-hyun. If he does not come back, what is the point of all this? Now, he could only wish silently for Kim Tae-hyun. Please survive. A whirlwind of chaotic colors surrounded the tower. Charging to attack that demon, the demon quickly cast a spell to strike back at her. A fierce battle broke out, surrounded by flames. Kim Tae-hyun felt the grip of Rosalia tightening, thinking to himself, if I get separated, I might be toast. Another massive explosion rocked the area. And he calmly muttered, I know both of them are monsters. But what kind of battle is this? Anyway, Kim Tae-hyun began to wonder if not summoning Rosalia until now was a bad idea. He recalled that the skill he gained from his pact with Rosalia was to completely dominate the Queen's Man. He explained that the reason he had not summoned Rosalia using that Queen's Man skill was that it consumed way too much mana. He continued, summoning requires a ton of mana, and even after activation, maintaining the summon drains too much energy. Of course, if I keep using water throughout the battle, I might manage it, but the second problem is the real issue. The demon raised its hand, and he announced, Meteor. A bunch of fireballs rained down on him and Ada. He shouted in panic, Meteors. Meanwhile, Rosalia stood unfazed, and Ada confidently charged in. Ada unleashed its sharp claws, slashing through the air, leaving trails of purple light. He was astonished. Rosalia is so powerful. While that aggressive demon was being ensnared by Ada's might, Kim Tae-hyun felt a surge of fear. That power is way too dangerous, even if Ada is on my side. But if I can't control it, that is the real problem. Summoning Ada could burn the whole city to the ground. The words but echoed clearly in his mind. Rosalia laughed, saying, see my power. What do you think? He chuckled and thought. Yeah. That is some serious strength. The aggressive demon chimed in. I get it now. This power belongs to the Nightmare Queen Rosalia. The demon scratched its head and said, so I still do not understand why a great Duke of the Abyss would follow a lowly human. He looked Ada in the eye and challenged. Do not you feel ashamed? That is downright disgraceful. Ada just laughed and replied, you are just a rude little god, are not you? He then addressed the Great Duke. He stared intently at Rosalia, realizing, the Great Duke is only one step below the king. Thinking back, Rosalia must have known the king, so Ada is definitely connected to him. His face turned serious as he pondered. So what does Ada know? Why the king? Rosalia spoke. I know what you are thinking. But you share blood with the king, and you have no right to speak or act, even if you possess it. Hearing Ada say that, he felt a chill of panic. Ada gently stroked its hair and smiled at him. But you know, no matter where you are, you have to walk your own path. Upon hearing Ada's words, he felt awakened. Rosalia said, the current situation is far from simple. He gasped. What? Ada instructed. Look at your hands. When he looked down, his hands crackled with purple lightning. This is backlash magic. A voice boomed from above. Even if you are a great duke, you are still just a lowly human summon. The demon transformed into a true monster, engulfed in flames, and sneered. No human can withstand this power. He continued. If you want to fight me until the end, then I will grant you both the death you seek. At that moment, his form was no longer shrouded in flames but had transformed into a full-fledged beast. He conjured a massive fireball with a flick of his wrist. And boom, Kim Tae-hyun shouted, Rosalia, as the fireball crashed into a building, creating a deafening explosion, sending a spiral of debris raining down. At that moment, Rosalia's body was marked with purple stains, the very wounds from Ada. He chuckled and said, a god who knows quite a bit. The monster replied, as Ninki mentioned. The power of a summoned creature like me depends on the capabilities of the illusionary force. Our limits are right here. Rosalia turned to him and said, if we use more power or stay in this summoned state longer, Nini will eventually die from a backlash of magical energy. Ada sent a message to him, saying, so before I leave, I will give Nai one last gift. He responded, a gift. Rosalia kissed his forehead and said, do not. Illusionary 1. The system announced, you have received a queen's kiss. The level of absolute hypnosis has temporarily changed. Activating absolute hypnosis. Kim Tae-hyun unleashed his power from his hands to attack the beast. His energy slowly surrounded it, and the creature screamed. What have you done? He unleashed a blinding light, causing the monster to gradually dissolve. What a delightful little joke. Is not. In a place bathed in red, an alternate version of Kim Tae-hyun spoke up. That scream was a boost. She left it to clean up this mess. The demon asked, what the heck is going on? Where is this place? Is this his spiritual world? The demon wondered in confusion. If so, then what is that? The human from earlier. Not quite. Even though he looks like him, he is a completely different person, he thought. First off, this alternate version of Kim Tae-hyun seems extremely dangerous. The demon wondered if they were the same kind of being. The alternate version of Kim Tae-hyun spoke. I have nothing to do with you, so get lost. A monster charged from behind the demon, and he turned around, saying, what the hell? Before he could finish, a spray of bright red blood shot from the monster's mouth. It cried out, Your Majesty, where is your Majesty? The alternate version of Kim Tae-hyun said, why are you here? He was taken aback by its transformation. What is going on? Even if the level of hypnosis has changed, Kai Salin does not seem okay. The monster roared in fury. He pulled out a vial of medicine, drinking it while thinking. Kai Salin must be dealing with something in his own spiritual world too. Thinking about this is pointless. He is already weakened. He charged forward, thinking, if there is a chance to take that guy down, he dashed towards the monster, pulled out a knife, and slashed. making the creature spit out blood. He thought to himself, finally, my attack is having some effect. Something appeared in his hand, radiating multiple fiery tendrils. And she said not to die. He recalled Rosalia's words. Don't die. Okay. When he wished for something, he thought to himself, who said I was going to die? He realized he still needed to uncover the truth behind the king, and that source of power. And the beast called Asmodeus, the one who took his life without ever letting him live a decent life, now wanted him dead. Please, do not joke around, he shouted at the top of his lungs. I will defeat you and come back. He unleashed a violent surge, charging toward the monster's mouth. When another monster appeared, growling, you dare, human, without hesitation. He slashed, causing both monsters to spew blood and fall lifeless. The system announced, the violent surge has been completed. The rank of the violent surge has changed. He lay back on the ground, saying, that crazy dragon. I thought I was really done for this time. He cheerfully added, now all I have to do is head back. A board appeared, showing the national player from Korea, Kim Tae, moving from B rank to A. The announcement board displayed the players. As the organizers were wrapping up the scores right on the podium after the last 7 days of the Intercontinental Tournament, thousands of spectators in the stands looked up in anticipation. The staff over here were checking each precious peer bomb carefully. Japan just officially announced their final score, a total of 4,600 points. Shinji Nakata stared at the precious peer bombs with a grim expression. With this result, Japan had to settle for second place, unable to surpass China, who led with 4,800 points. Shinji Nakata was getting angrier, his face turning red with rage. I was planning to get revenge for Sarara, but Kim Tae-hyun is still Maya, and we only placed second in the tournament. Shinji Nakata walked down the stairs, muttering, damn it. Let us just go home, a man shouted. But Shinji, the closing ceremony is still happening. His anger clouded his judgment. Shinji Nakata responded, there is no reason to stick around for this festival anymore. He walked casually across the stage, while the chairman could only watch helplessly from the front. Feeling powerless, the chairman was sweating profusely, worrying as he thought, even with Kim Tae-hyun's contribution, the Korean team only placed third. The system reported that after Kim Tae-hyun went missing, the team score had stagnated from day 5 to day 7, allowing other countries to surpass them. The system continued, stating that without hundreds of magical crystals or S-level monsters, the situation could not be changed. The chairman felt defeated. His whole body felt weak, and he thought, I am sorry, Kim Tae. This is all my fault for the outcome. Laughter erupted from behind him. It was from a player named Liu Feng, who addressed Chairman Zhang Long, saying, this is truly a gut-wrenching tragedy. He spoke to the chairman with a tone full of disdain, as if to say that Korea finally found a promising talent, only to suffer a tragic accident and lose him. His words left the chairman stunned. They laughed mockingly. Chairman, is not your star still missing? You really should not say things like that, Zhang Long interjected. You have already stepped into the dragon's tower. So what is the difference? The chairman clenched his fists, filled with anger but feeling helpless. An accident. Was it really just a tragic accident? You worthless scoundrels. In his eye, the two people in front of him looked like demons, and he shouted that all the disappearances during the tournament were caused by them. But, as they passed by him, they talked casually. Now you understand. Right. The weak have no right to speak the truth. His whole body felt heavy, just standing there watching them, feeling the weight of his own helplessness. The laughter behind him grew louder along with their words. Well then, enjoy the rest of the ceremony. Chairman Long felt a heavy burden, as if he were carrying a giant rock on his back. He thought warily, feeling powerless. It is so frustrating to be without strength. Trafing Long walked along laughing loudly. A voice rang out. What the hell is that? A bright light shone through as Kim Tae-hyun stepped out from the magical portal, causing Liu Feng and Trotting Long to turn and look. They were astonished by the sight. Li Feng said, a portal. And Trotting Long asked, who is that? That scene left the chairman speechless. Kim Tae-hyun spoke up. Our chairman has been holding these idiots back for too long, he continued. So please, do not worry anymore. The chairman was so shocked he was on the verge of tears, seeing him as if he were a savior or a glimmer of hope in his life. He stammered. Trotting Long and Liu Feng exclaimed in unison. The player Kim Tae-hyun, joyfully holding a red meteorite in his hands. Kim Tae-hyun cheerfully declared, the voice from the building echoed, like a distant echo in the moonlight. Mom walked into your room, saying, come out and watch the finals together. You lay sprawled on the bed, exhausted, and replied, I do not want to. You lay there, completely motionless, saying, Tae-hyun has vanished. What is the point of watching the finals now? A tournament without Tae-hyun is like a red bean cake without filling, a watermelon without sweetness, a bun without meat. You cried out. And you still want me to go watch the finals? That is a betrayal to Tayan, your mom said. What if Tayan appears on TV right now? Hearing this, you suddenly sat up. Wide-eyed. What? You stepped out to see the TV showing a crowd of fans cheering. It is the final day of the Asian finals. And something unbelievable has happened. Kim Tae, who had been missing, has returned home. Thanks to the magical gem of the S-level monster Geyserland. While there have been some sightings of S-level monsters, this is the first time someone has successfully defeated one. Someone on the phone was talking. How could this be? Taehyun is on V. Not down in the abyss, the screen now announced. According to the finals regulations, the reward for defeating S-level magical gem is 1,500 points. North Seumjin, 1 Sian, and Seo and Ju were all stunned. Really? This boosts Korea's total score from 4,100 to 5,600. The Korean team has secured the #1 spot and become the champions of the Asian finals. Everyone around you was cheering your name. Kim Tae. At that moment, Kyung Long angrily shouted. That guy. He turned and yelled at Liu Fong. What the hell did you do? How is that guy still alive? Liu Fong stammered. Not only did he escape the tower, but he also defeated an S-level monster. He is just a nobody. His mouth kept repeating your name. Kim Tae. You looked down at them. Sensing that something serious had just gone down, Kim Tae-hyun thought to himself. Thank goodness. The power of Geyserland was so strong that after absorbing the gem, it remained intact. Otherwise, this comeback might not have been possible. You sighed, knowing that Chiang and Liu Fong would not easily accept this. And of course, the next thing was, a voice boomed. Player Kim Tae-hyun. The chairman rushed over and hugged you tightly. You were taken aback, Chairman Ji Jin-hee, with tears streaming down his face, said, I am so glad you made it back safely. You smiled and replied. Chairman Ji Jin-hee was emotional, crying for a long time. Perhaps out of relief for the team's safety. Or maybe out of gratitude for you. You instinctively wrapped your arms around him. And so, the 7 days of the Asian finals came to a close, ending with Korea's spectacular victory. And my story became the center of attention in the media and on social networks. An introduction screen appears. Kim Tae. You are the first player from Korea to reach national level. And also the first in the world to take down an S-ranked monster. The American Player Association has begun to keep an eye on Kim Tae-hyun's return. Kang Hyuk sings out. And the Korean players send their congratulations to me for surviving and winning. He sends it out wildly. Kang Hyuk continues. President, are you crying at the closing ceremony? How embarrassing. His words slip out, making everyone want to intervene, but nobody can. Although someone near him is shouting from a distance. Who called Kang Hyuk here? It is too noisy. Meanwhile, at the Singapore Player Association, in a room, an older woman speaks to Kim Tae-hyun. Thank you, player Kim Tae-hyun, for coming here and spending your precious time with us. We invited you here because, as it turns out, she is the president of the Singapore Player Association, Haley Tan. She continues. We invite you, player Kim Tae-hyun, to collaborate with the Singapore Player Association. He squints. Indeed. Everything is just like before the regression, he thinks to himself. Before, when key players were lost in the tournament, Singapore also wanted to invite strong players from the alliance. But at that time, Long Cheng and Liao Feng would not let them be. But, he calmly says, let us deal with the uninvited guests first. Then we will talk about this later. Haley Tan is stunned. Then suddenly, a loud explosion occurs. Red beams shoot throughout the room, causing Haley Tan to turn away. Men step forward, holding sharp weapons. They smirk wickedly. Here we are. President Haley Tan. Kim Tae. Haley Tan is horrified at the sight. And she stutters. What? I do not get it. How did you escape from the tower? Liao Feng replies. But I do not care anymore. He walks in casually, his hands constantly controlling the shards. His face is cunning, along with those venomous words. You will die here. Kim Tae-hyun just smiles. President Tan. I told you. Right. Here they are. The troublemakers. His words leave Liao Feng stunned. And suddenly, the window bursts open somehow, leaving Haley Tan in a state of panic. A voice rings out, shocking Liao Feng. Surprisingly, what he said is true. Liao Feng stands frozen for a few seconds and then says, You guys. Jun's car. In the span of 3 days. Dare to act like this. Are you out of your minds? Seo-hyun-ju refuses to back down. Player Kim Tae-hyun. I will settle the debt from last time right here. Another man appears. He says, Do not worry. President of Singapore. Now it is my turn. The hero. Hein. Wang Xiang screams. Hyen Su shining sword. Why did you bring this crazy guy here? Taeguk responds. Hard to believe, but he is a very talented warrior. Kim Tae-hyun smirks. What did you just say? Not paying attention anymore. Liao Feng's face is full of deceit. Lama says. Me too. Kim Tae-hyun. You bastard. This will be where you die. A troop of Kim Tae-hyun appears. Zhang Lingpai looks around, an aura already emanating from him. I am the same. Kim Tae. You bastard. You will die here. Kim Tae-hyun and his crew surrounded Zhang Lingpai. Earlier, during a meeting, Wang Xie, Park Song-jae, and the chairman were all taken aback by Kim Tae-hyun's words. Is Jiang Lingpai really planning to assassinate the president of the Singapore team? The three of them seemed anxious. This is absolutely insane. The diplomatic talks between countries are still ongoing, and he wants to pull a stunt like this. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun remained calm as ever, but Zhang Long won't let this slide. He continued. His main goal is to eliminate talents from other nations so he can monopolize the dungeon and magic stones. Hearing Kim Tae-hyun's explanation, the chairman and Wang Xiyang could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Right now, he is targeting the lives of many people. So everyone needs to stay vigilant because we are all in danger here. The chairman spoke up. Hearing what you are saying, we completely understand. He lowered his voice. Now that we know his intentions, what will you do next? Kim Tae-hyun immediately replied. Given the situation, what else can we do? These malicious people are already plotting against us. He leaned in closer, saying, we need to teach them a lesson they will never forget. Back in the present, Kim Tae-hyun's teammates were all geared up and charging into battle against the enemy. Over here, those masked goons were completely rattled by them. They were in total chaos. What? An explosion rocked the building. While fighting, commanded his team to retreat. Let us get out of here with President Haley Tan now. Come on, let us attack. Yua Yang, alongside Wan Xian, exclaimed. Just like he said, she hurriedly asked, what did he say? Ian Su successfully carried President Haley Tan out. He was on the verge of tears but his spirit was still high. President Haley Tan, do not worry. Ian Su will definitely protect you. But the one making her anxious was Ian Su himself. Oh no. Is he going to be okay? The masked attackers were being sliced apart. Their flashy blue and purple strikes had significant power. One of them shouted, Ling Piyang. They are trying to take the president of the Singapore team away. Zhang Lingpai was throwing punches while cursing. These bastards. Trying to mess up my plans. But before he could strike, a golden chain wrapped around his hand. Zhang Lingpai was yanked outside. And now it was just him facing Kim Tae-hyun. His lackeys were just as shocked. Lord Lingpai is out there. What is Kim Tae-hyun planning? Zhang Lingpai showed no fear towards Kim Tae-hyun. Sneering. Where do you think you are going? You punk. You are still smiling. You think you can just waltz out of here? Zhang Lingpai taunted. You ran away from me in the abyss. And now you dare to block my path here. He roared, unleashing his monstrous power. You must be looking for death. Zhang Lingpai unleashed his power, seizing Kim Tae-hyun's chain. He continued to mock. Kim Tae, do you really think that beating someone with your skills makes you invincible? Zhang Lingpai smirked arrogantly, saying, now I am going to show you what true power looks like. Kim Tae-hyun interrupted loudly. You are talking too much. Lingpai. He immediately shattered his golden power chain, launching a strike that pierced through Lingpai, leaving him completely stunned. Kim Tae-hyun zipped past Zhang Lingpai and sliced off one of his arms, leaving Lingpai wide-eyed in horror. To everyone's shock, Kim Tae-hyun summoned a gigantic purple armor-clad specter, which delivered a punch to Zhang Lingpai, sending him crashing to the ground. Zhang Lingpai was in so much pain that he spat blood. Still unable to comprehend what had just happened, he looked up at Kim Tae-hyun, who stood triumphantly above him, and thought in disbelief. How did that kid manage to outmaneuver me like this? This can be happening. He recognized that the guy was completely different from before. His previous power did not seem that strong at all. Yet in just a few days, he had transformed completely. Zhang Lingpai decided to take a reckless leap, determined to charge at him. You are dead meat. Kim Tae-hyun pierced through him once more, leaving a trail of cuts. In the end, Zhang Lingpai was left bewildered, unable to understand how things had turned so rapidly. He was knocked to the ground, blood pouring out into the air. Kim Tae-hyun landed on the ground and slowly walked over, looking down with a smirk of disdain. In his mind, Kim Tae-hyun thought, it seems that my violent power has leveled up, giving me the confidence I needed to beat him. He looked at the defeated Zhang Lingpai sprawled on the ground and felt a bit surprised. Lin Paiyang was a national-level player from China, a formidable opponent. He never imagined he could defeat this guy. With this newfound strength, he felt confident he could handle any challenge that came his way. Suddenly, Zhang Lingpai burst out laughing, confusing Kim Tae-hyun. He began to speak. Now I see why 10 and the Vitamin fell to you. You really are a monster. Zhang Lingpai continued. I did not think I would have to use my ultimate power against anyone. But it seems I might need to against you. Hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun was taken aback. Zhang Lingpai slowly stood up, laughing maniacally. his body surrounded by a new surge of power. Kim Tae. Do not think you are the strongest here. Kim Tae-hyun was horrified as he watched this unfold. Jiang Lin Paiyang transform. Declaring, now, I have completely become a terrifying monster. Threatening him, Jiang Lin Paiyang stated, now I will show you what true power really is. Compared to the current Jiang Lin Paiyang, Kim Tae-hyun looked incredibly small. Lin Paiyang had activated the blood hell. Meanwhile, his steel minions had been completely wiped out. Yue Yang looked at them scattered on the ground and concluded, looks like it is all clear now. We are safe here. Suddenly, Jin called out her name urgently, leaving her confused. Yue Yang, come here for a second, he shouted. The battlefield where Kim Tae-hyun is fighting is about to change. They both looked down and saw a massive red orb. Yue Yang was equally shocked and worried. What on earth is that? She thought in fear. What a disaster. From inside, a red arm emerged. Jiang Ling Paiyang was madly attacking Kim Tae-hyun. He laughed maniacally. Now this is real power. What do you think? Kim Tae-hyun slashed down, severing 2 of his limbs and shouted. You think this pile of meat is strong, but to his surprise, they stopped bleeding right away, then quickly regenerated into new ones. Kim Tae-hyun was shocked. Wondering, how is he healing? Jiang Ling Paiyang struck back, slamming Kim Tae-hyun down hard. He cautiously stepped back. The destructive force was too strong. Is this really the same Ling Paiyang from before? Kim Tae-hyun looked around. What is this prison space? The space around him felt like it had changed. The atmosphere now felt like he was in a bottomless pit. He recalled earlier when Ling Paiyang said this was the power granted by the Grand Duke. Previously, Kaislin had referred to Rosalia as the Grand Duke. Kim Tae-hyun speculated. So besides Rosalia, there must be another person also called the Grand Duke, as he thought. He thought? The Grand Duke that Rosalia mentioned must definitely be connected to the Emperor. Kim Tae-hyun charged into attack. If that is the case, then this Ling Paiyang must have been granted some power too. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes wide. A gigantic hand was reaching toward Kim Tae-hyun. The space suddenly became hazy. Jiang Ling Paiyang had caught Kim Tae-hyun, holding him in his grasp and asked, how's it going? Looks like my power has surprised you. Now you understand who is the strongest here. Jiang Ling Paiyang brought Kim Tae-hyun closer, sneering. Those who are too full of themselves will face the consequences. You think you are strong enough to take me down. But you have no idea that I have been chosen by the Grand Duke. Kim Tae-hyun suddenly spoke up. Before I die, can I ask you one question? He asked. Do you know anything about the Emperor? Jiang Ling Paiyang looked confused. What? The Emperor. You want to ask about the Grand Duke? He suddenly burst out laughing. Yeah. The Grand Duke possesses a power that everyone dreams of. Lucky me. I am the one he chose to grant it to. Kim Tae-hyun scoffed. You really talk too much nonsense. You do not know anything about the Emperor. He suddenly transformed. A dragon appeared. Kim Tae-hyun laughed in Jiang Ling Paiyang's face and said, I thought you might know something about him. Jiang Ling Paiyang gasped. What? His power is erupting. But it is fine. Kim Tae-hyun radiated energy, stating, luckily, I have gathered a bit more info about the Grand Duke. Jiang Ling Paiyang was flabbergasted. Can't he believe it? Is this really your true power? Kim Tae. He smirked arrogantly. Now it is game over. Kim Tae-hyun charges at Jiang Ling Paiyang, who screams in terror. Jiang Ling Paiyang explodes into chunks of flesh scattered on the ground, and Kim Tae-hyun coldly remarks, well, that is his life over. He pulls out a healing potion to drink, his mind racing with thoughts. He keeps rambling about the Grand Duke, completely clueless about the Emperor. Kim Tae-hyun feels a bit uneasy, but from here, it is clear that there are many people out there. They're claiming the title of Grand Duke. If all those folks have power like Rosalia, then this really is a serious threat. He concludes that whether they know about the Emperor or not does not matter anymore, because he knows all these people will be his future rivals. Just as Kim Tae-hyun is lost in thought, the mess on the ground starts to merge again. He gasps. What? A strange voice echoes. Thinking it must be the terrifying power of a powerful being, parts of a human body begin to take shape. But that is all it is. After all, humanity is still a weak race. Kim Tae-hyun sweats coldly as he mutters. Okay then. Igmoon chuckles lightly, clearly the one who defeated Lin Paiyang. The one who has a contract with me. He is the Grand Duke of the Abyss, the master of the dragon demons. Igmoon. Igmoon stands atop the pile of flesh and asks, did you kill the one who made a contract with me? Tae-hyun feels defensive as the guy appears. He grips his sword tightly while trying to figure out who this guy is. Sensing a connection to Liu Bing, his body is trembling more and more, sweat streaming down as he can think of only one thing. When he gets really mad, could it be? Is it really the Grand Duke of the Abyss? Igmoon, not receiving a response, continues. Well then, let us see the extent of your power. Blood swords. Massive blood-drenched blades suddenly come crashing down from the sky towards Tayan. He looks up, shocked, his eyes wide in surprise. They rush down fast, aiming straight for him, and he quickly leaps out of the way, shouting, "Crap!" Tayan grips his sword tightly, its blade enveloped in small flames. He thinks frantically. It is too wide. What do I do? Is this the blood sword Liu Bing used? A blood sword unexpectedly lunges at him, and Tayan struggles to block it with his small sword. He thinks to himself, this is a whole different level. Tayan puts all his strength into blocking that blood sword, and at this moment, he is certain in his mind. There is no mistake. He is a Grand Duke like Rosalia, someone I cannot possibly stand against. Why is he here now? But at this point, that does not matter anymore. It is about survival. I definitely have to use everything within my power. Tayan charges straight ahead, and the blood swords from Igmoon hurl themselves towards him as well. Watching this, Igmoon feels even more thrilled. Every summoned creature is bound by the summoner's contract. If the summoner is stronger than the summoned, then the summoned will be stronger through the summoner. But if it is the other way around, if the summoned is stronger, the summoner might suffer backlash from the magic, or the summoning could be nullified. Tayan was fending off the blood swords while deep in thought. Liu Bing, the one who summoned him, was now dead. He was just a puppet forced to summon through Liu Bing's corpse. Surely, the summoning time has its limits. Tayan lunged forward, throwing a punch at Igmoon, who blocked it with a shield. He struggled to think, clinging to the hope of survival until then. Suddenly, Igmoon spoke up from across the way. You are strong compared to the one bound by the contract. But Tayan's strength was nothing compared to him. Igmoon laughed menacingly, a small blood vortex forming in his hand as he continued. You really think you can stand against me? Tayan was thrown back, gasping. What the? Before he could finish, the previously small vortex grew larger, advancing to engulf Tayan within it. As he was drawn inside, he felt powerless, unable to do anything. Igmoon, controlling the vortex, taunted him. A mere mortal is just that, no matter how strong. You can never compare to me. Now, it is time to die, Igmoon said. But suddenly noticed something strange. The blood vortex transformed. It was no longer menacing. Instead, thousands of flowers bloomed within it. Igmoon's eyes widened in shock. Flowers. What the? Is that the flower of illusion? Suddenly, among the flowers, a figure appeared, floating in the air with Tayan. It was Rosalia. Cheerfully exclaiming, I did not expect to show up like this. Tayan, caught in Rosalia's tentacles, replied urgently, this is a dire situation. The flower column was gradually fading, and Igmoon, who had been silent, finally spoke up. I can't believe the one bound by my contract is being defeated by a human like this. It turns out to be Rosalia. All right. I will give you a chance. Break the contract and disappear. Or else I will kill you too. Rosalia chuckled at this, responding with a hint of pity. How amusing. You are still the same stubborn fool as before. Who do you think I am? Dream on. Tayan, witnessing this exchange, shouted. Rosalia. Who the hell is this guy? I am calm about it, I replied. Igmoon, like me, is a great contract mage. Hearing this, Hun Zhang's expression tightened. To continue from what I just said, I want to kill you. As Rosalia spoke, Igmoon sprang into action, summoning blood swords from all directions toward Rosalia and Tayan. Igmoon yelled. All right then. I will kill both of you. Rosalia, hearing this, felt even more exhilarated. You are quite the loudmouth. The blood swords aimed directly at them, ready to strike at the command. Tayan, on the side, felt uneasy. He thought to himself, oh no. This backlash is making it hard to breathe. I am spent after fighting Liu Bing. There is no way to help Rosalia now. Just trying to stay in this fight is a win at this point. This is not good. Rosalia suddenly called out. Don't get cocky. The power I use is tied to the contract. You are impressive, but you are still no match for a great contract mage. So just stay sharp and let me handle this. Tayan, hearing this, stammered. Rosalia, do not give up now. The more Tayan listened, the more shocked he became, his pupils shrinking. Rosalia beside him kept talking, trying to hold it together. This was a golden opportunity for him to learn what you will have to face in the future. I am conjuring a magical pink circle with the imprint of a flower, wanting to lose patience. He shouted. All right. Have you jumped enough? Now both of you can die for me. Enjoy all the good things I will give you. Today. Rosalia, what will you do with my technique? Just then, a pair of gigantic hands appeared in the sky, gripping a blood sword tightly. Rosalia's magic circle glowed brightly, casting a blinding light down below. Meanwhile, the blood sword rushed forward to attack, colliding and creating a massive explosion. The light emanating from there became increasingly dazzling, slowly obscuring everything. Taehyun struggled to withstand the blast. He covered his face with his hand while continuing to observe. This is bad. The pressure is too much. Then everything vanished. The blinding light was gone, all wrapped in a dark, gloomy hue. Magic power depleted. Fatigue at 100%. Stamina dropped to 10%. How many times has it been like this? SS rank. National level. And every time I get stronger, a stronger opponent shows up. Where will this cycle of despair lead? That was Taehyun's thought. Suddenly, a voice echoed, sounding truly pitiful. Exhausted, Taehyun opened his eyes to look. The voice belonged to Obo Gangster stood before him, mocking him. Is this how you showcase your royal power? National level. National level. How laughable. You do not even understand the strength you possess. Then let me take over this body. Taehyun jolted awake. Breathing heavily, now he was lying in a hospital, raising his hand to confirm what had just happened. His hands trembled. He looked at them, wondering, is it raining? Remembering the earlier images, confusion filled his mind. What on earth was that? The voice I heard in a dream. I can still picture that figure. What does that person have to do with the emperor? In this room, Taehyun was not alone. There were a few others present. When they saw him awake, they were all taken aback. Then they shouted in unison. Taehyun. The loud noise echoed throughout the hospital, and he panicked, shouting back, "Wait. Stop it." According to Azan, at that moment, the barrier had been shattered. Inside, only he remained unconscious, along with the remnants of the battle. Thankfully, the assassination of President Heil had failed, thanks to the bravery of player Hein-Su. She was kept safe. Hein-Su hurriedly carried Heil away, not forgetting to shout, "I have to save her." Everyone looked at the figure behind Liu Pun. It was Jiang Long. So he would not easily escape the World Association's reckoning. Jiang Long, realizing the situation, felt the fire inside him blaze more fiercely. He gritted his teeth in anger. That bastard Taehyun destroyed everything I had. After that, Taehyun left the hospital feeling light. Finally recovered. As he walked, he thought to himself, Duke, those mysterious powers. The closer I get to the power of the true reality, the more mysteries I sense. But I have also made remarkable progress. Suddenly a system panel appeared before his eyes. What is this? A system display pops up with details. Name. Team Tian. 19. Rank. Strength. 200. Endurance. 200. Speed. 180. Mana. 270. Willpower. 150. Fatigue. 20%. Mana. 270 out of 270. Bloodstorm skill temporarily unavailable. Blood Devour. Absorb opponent. Mana. 50. Defense boost stone. Mana. 20. More information continues to roll out. Bloodstorm skill temporarily unavailable. Conditions for unlocking. Blood absorption. At a restaurant. 2 people sit in a corner, chatting. One speaks first, asking, "How are you doing?" The other replies, "Turns out it is you." She asks curiously, "Seriously? You scared me. Now that we are done eating, what is next for you?" The person across from her is T.Hill, who wipes his mouth and says, "Of course. The reward from the friendly match. I am heading to the uncharted dungeons in Japan and China." "Wait, I did not ask that." Aywang interrupts T.Hill before he can finish. T.Hill looks a bit confused and asks back, "What do you mean?" She shyly responds, "You clearly just said that. After the friendly match, you are going on a date." At that moment, she suddenly recalls their last phone call. T.Hill on the other end says, "Thanks, man." Aywang jumps. "If you are thankful, then treat me to a meal." T.Hill replies, "Let us save that for after the friendly match." He pulls Aywang back to reality. "Didn't you just say you wanted to grab a bite? You said it yourself." Aywang abruptly changes the subject. "Besides, even if you have the right to conquer, you can just waltz in there. Because the dungeon is a priceless resource. A source of mana stones. Even with conquering rights, they won't let a stranger like you in easily. The player associations on both sides will come up with plenty of excuses to block you, dragging it out until your conquering rights expire." T.Hill remains calm and says, "No worries. I've got a plan for that. Furthermore, if the time is extended, I will have things to take care of too." Aywang focuses on T.Hill and asks, "Like what?" He sips some water and replies, "I feel like I am still lacking the skill I stole from Liu Ping." Bloodstorm suddenly reminds him of the system message from the other day. Bloodstorm currently unavailable. Unlock conditions. Powerful blood absorption. I have tried activating it a few times, thinking maybe it would work, but nothing changed. T.Hill looks at his hands, deep in thought. Powerful blood absorption. Since it is a power from the great console Igi, Moon. Maybe it requires a special condition that is not achieved through a contract. Even though I have reached national level, I can stand up to the power of the console to face it, and approach the secrets of the king and blood devour. I absolutely must be much stronger than I am now. Night falls over a secluded mountain. Hill stands in the rain before an old building. Gazing up, this building is a distillery with a sign that reads temporarily closed on its 2 doors. He approaches and pushes the door open. It creaks ominously, likely due to its age. Suddenly, a voice calls out from nowhere. Don't the young folks know how to read anymore? The person stands in front of a wine vat and continues. It clearly says we are no longer in business. He does not turn around but commands. Just go back. Hill brushed off his words as he delved deeper inside, saying, I did not come here for the winery. What I really wanted was just a favor. It was about fusion skills. And upon hearing this, the old man turned around, asking in disbelief, How do you know? Who are you? The man replied immediately. I am Hill, national level player here to save you. Jisu's gang runs the winery out in the ocean outskirts. An old man just waiting for the end of his days. And he is the only person in the world with an S-level skill that can fuse abilities. A fragment of the world, however. Instead of clinging to that skill, Jisu preferred to focus on running the winery. His son lamented. With such a phenomenal skill, why do you choose to live like this? Try living once in a vibrant way. Perhaps out of resentment from being an E-level awakened in an era filled with high-level awakeners. Jisu's son had different thoughts. In the end, unable to refuse his only son's plea, Jisu tried to experiment with skill fusion using the demons his son brought, but the results were far from what he hoped for. One demon began to convulse uncontrollably after the procedure. Back to the present, Hill spoke up, unsure of where things went wrong, as the demons that underwent skill fusion either died or became incapacitated due to mana backlash. Later, fearing retaliation from the demons, his son fled, and the old man decided he would never use that skill again, burdened by guilt. Jisu, feeling tense, asked, How do you know all this? But you know everything and still want me to fuse skills for you. He gestured for Hill to leave while raising his voice. Are you crazy? Get back here. Even if you are a national levels too. It has nothing to do with me. Lives destroyed by my hands. Even just demons is more than enough. Any more. And Hill seemed to know this scene would unfold. He calmly reassured the old man. Do not worry. Jisu widened his eyes in surprise at Hill. In contrast, Hill showcased his power, confidently looking at Jisu and adding, I won't be ruined by your skill. After a moment, Jisu asked, Is what you just said true? At this point, Jisu was channeling power toward Tel Kama with countless magical circles swirling behind him. Hill politely replied, Yep. That is the truth. The mana backlash that the demons experience is not your fault. Jisu stammered in surprise. Wait. But Hill could see he did not quite understand, so he explained. The mana backlash phenomenon occurs entirely because the level disparity between you and the demons is too great, and the skills obtained are far beyond their capabilities, causing the side effects. With my current stats, there won't be an issue, even if mana backlash occurs. I've always regarded my awakening, my skills, my hands, as a curse that ruins others' lives. Yet, meeting you, everything might be resolved in an instant. Who are you? Really, you are like someone from the future. Hill suddenly turned back to him with a grin. Plus, no one knows I am here, so even if I die, no one will know it was because of you. Jisu panicked at those words, quickly raising his voice. Don't he say such scary things, before he traveled back in time. The truth that Jisu's skills were fine was only clarified through an investigation by the association 10 years later. But by then, it was too late. Jisu, burdened with guilt and the loss of his only son, sank into alcoholism and passed away due to failing health. If his misunderstandings were not resolved now, he would likely spend his whole life in torment, leaving this world in despair. Hill closed his eyes and thought to himself, Thank goodness it is not too late. Suddenly, a dark voice echoed. Do you want to merge the Stone of Fusion and the Cloak of Invisibility? Would you like to merge the Knight's Armor and Paralysis? How about merging the Heart of the Monarch and the Emotionless World? Jisu was taken aback, exclaiming in surprise. 3 skills merged at once. How can one person have so many skills? Are you really okay? Hill remained calm, closing his eyes and thinking. Just as I expected, skills like the Devouring Hunger, which have unclear origins, seem impossible to detect. He quickly replied, It is. Go ahead. Jisu was sweating nervously. But when he heard Hill quote's response, he felt relieved and said, All right then. Proceed with the skill merger. The magic circles began to glow, radiating powerful energy that flowed into Hill quote's body. In a towering building, there was one structure that overshadowed everything around it. This was the headquarters of the United States Players Association. In a closed conference room, Everyone sat around the table in deep thought. The atmosphere was eerily silent. A sharp-dressed Markfest stood before the projector and broke the silence. It has been a while since we have gathered all the top forces of the United States here. This man was Kevin Ann, the president of the United States Players Association, and rank player. Beside him, Greg Gorgel, the 10th national player of the United States. With a carefree demeanor, smirked and replied, "What is it this time? Are we declaring war?" Unable to bear Greg Gorgel's attitude, Dylan Gray, the 3rd national player of the United States, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Greg Gorgel, show some respect to the president." Fed up with the situation, Ricky Harris, the 2nd national player of the United States, sighed and spoke up, "Why does every gathering turn into a bickering match? Cody, say something." The person called Cody, feeling annoyed, replied, "As a leader, you should not act like a child. Rank is just a formality. I am not trying to force anyone," he said. Cody Wood, the 1st national player of the United States, spoke, seeing the situation escalating. Kevin quickly changed the subject. "Let us get back to the main issue. Has everyone gathered information on the high-ranking Chinese players participating in this Asian exchange?" Montel Roman, the 5th national player of the United States, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. Sui Sheng, Kai Ming, and Liu Ping. Right. Nick Rowan, the 6th-ranked national player from the U.S., adds, 2 of them died while taking down Samrozu, and 1 was reportedly killed while trying to assassinate the president of the Singapore Association. Grigor, with his usual nonchalant vibe, asks, "So what? They are already dead?" Right. Dylan, sitting next to him, raises his voice. Grigor, hearing this, Kevin explains, "Exactly. That is the official stance of the Chinese Players Association. But according to new intel received today, all 3 of them were defeated and killed by a single person, notably among them Liu Ping, who signed a contract with Duke Aig, Moon from the Abyss, a lord of the vampire realm." One person gasps in shock. "The Duke. Those monsters." Ricky then turns to the person next to him. "Cody, did you know about this?" Cody remains silent and does not respond. After a brief silence, he finally speaks up. "Who took them out?" Kevin ponders the question. "The T who is from South Korea right now, at the bar from earlier. The building is surrounded by a blood-red circle." Kevin continues, "Of course, even if he beats Liu Ping, he still can T compare to top players like you guys. But it is crucial to investigate him thoroughly." T Who's looks at his hands in disbelief, surrounded by flames of power blazing red. Knots. But just a... Right now he is T Who is. And a ranked national player. A strange voice rises. So at the airport in Korea, a well-dressed man walks ahead, followed by Greg Gore, who asks behind him, "Because of the investigation into that Two's guy, you and I had to come all the way to this remote place." Right. The man in front replies, "Well, it seems that way." Greg Gore, slightly annoyed, grumbles, "Damn. That tease. If I get the chance before he can finish." He is interrupted. "Calm down. We are not here to fight him, at least not right now." The man is Marcus Gore, the 8th-ranked national player from the U.S. The elevator display shows number 24. Two steps out, deep in thought, having successfully merged his skills. The thing is, I want to test the merged skills as soon as possible. The system board displays information, body enhancement and stealth, consuming 15 mana. The Monarch world creates a special field enhanced by mana, consuming 20 mana. Dominion Might, releasing healing power enhanced by mana, consuming 20 mana. He is still lost in his thoughts, thinking that if he tries these moves here, it will cause chaos. Maybe I should just go into the abs. He imagines a scene of the city in turmoil, people running scared everywhere. These are all new skills in Tua's imagination. Suddenly, a strange voice rings out. Finally here, Player Tews. Hearing his name, he looks up in confusion. At the end of the hallway is a door, and there are 2 people already standing there waiting for him. Marcus, the 8th-ranked national player from the U.S., adjusted his glasses and said, "I have been waiting for you for a long time." Next to him was Greg Gore, another national player who could not believe his eyes and exclaimed, "Wait, this kid beat Liu Ping. Is that even true?" T Hu has felt a bit tense seeing the players in front of him and thought, "Are these really the national players from the U.S.? Marcus calmly reminded him, "Don't say that." Greg Gore. But Greg Gore ignored Marcus and shouted angrily, "I totally believe it." The 3 of them entered a room together, with T Hus and Marcus sitting at the table while Greg Gore leaned against the door. Observing, T Huda spoke up. "What brings you to me?" Marcus could not hide his excitement as he replied, "You are a little too eager. Are not you? I just came to chat." He tapped his fingers on the table hesitantly. then added. But first, if you do not mind, Marcus gently touched the table, and green circles began to appear, surrounding them with similar rings. Tews fell silent. Pondering, is this Ziggurat? Ziggurat. Information about Tews flashed before him. Name. Takim. Rank. Strength. 200. Stamina. 200. Speed. 180. Magic. 280. Ziggurat. Marcus's skill was known as the best measurement tool available, allowing players to view all their stats, from ability scores and skills to height, weight, and even mood. Marcus analyzed the data in his head, realizing he was looking at a ranked player for the first time. Moreover, his stats were on par with national players. It seemed saying he defeated Liu Ping was not enough. He would need to check the skills. Suddenly, Tehu's power surged, and Marcus's system kept flashing. Cannot check skill. Cannot check skill. He held back in shock and exclaimed. What? Tehu's here seems to be losing patience. And he pressed on. Is this done yet? If you want to test your strength, this should be enough. Marcus thought to himself. Did he just block my ziggurat? This has never happened before. Out loud. He apologized. Sorry. It is just a habit of mine. He stared intently at Tehu's. Pondering. Tehu's, the strongest national player from Korea. Now I see why President Kevin is so interested in you. After a moment of silence, Tehu's finally asked. What is the real reason you guys are here? Marcus replied honestly. We want to request a share of the uncharted conquest rights in Korea for China, with rewards from the agreement. Tehu's, confused, asked. Share the conquest rights. Marcus saw he still did not get it and continued. I can't disclose details, but our president has been eager to investigate that area lately, and since you defeated Liu Ping, it is clear that President Zhang Long of the Chinese Player Association will be looking to recruit you. Don't we share a common interest? Marcus continued. If you agree to share the conquest rights with us, we won't just stop Zhang Long. We will also help you conquer Korea and set up a cooperation right here. It is a win-win situation. If you accept, the American Player Association gains a new ally. But if you refuse, we won't become your enemies either. After Marcus's persuasive speech, Tehu's finally made a decision. I decline. I appreciate the offer, but I do not need any help. Marcus feigned regret as he replied. What a pity. But inside he was calculating. That is enough. However, Gregor seemed far from calm, stepping up from behind and loudly demanding. What the hell is this? He grabbed Tews by his collar, lifting him up. Having traveled all the way from America just to hear a response like this, Marcus panicked and tried to intervene. Gregor, what are you doing? Let go right now. Gregor locked eyes with Tehu's and taunted him. This punk can't talk. Then let us settle it with fists. Tehu's, at a loss for words, thought to himself. What is this? An epilepsy episode. It seemed Marcus wanted to build a good relationship with him. But this guy just did not get it. He stared into Gregor's contemptuous eyes and understood, so that is what it was. That look, right. It was the same look he had faced countless times before awakening. A simple hatred without any reason to provoke him. It was just refusing to recognize him as an equal. It had been a long time since he would been treated like this, but times have changed now. Tehu's, having defeated Maxon, chuckled as he said. All right then. Gregor could not believe it and exclaimed, while Tehu's, ignoring his expression, continued. If you really want me to accept your proposal, then let us talk with our fists. He had not even finished his sentence when he thought to himself, this is a good chance to test my skills. Leaving the previous room, Tews and Gregor moved to a large arena, where thousands had gathered to witness this epic showdown. The arena of Gildan Samiro. Hyzine was taken aback. Wait, this duel is happening at the Gildan Samiro arena. Kang Huk excitedly replied from the stands. That is right. It gives us a chance to promote Gildan to the audience. Isn't that great? Unlike his enthusiasm, Hyzine was not thrilled. She voiced her concern. What if they wreck our place? Kang Huk finally noticed this and panicked. To which Hyzine added. How can the arena handle these national-level thugs? Standing in the middle of the arena facing Tayan, Gregor playfully ran his fingers through his hair. The arena. Ah. Interesting idea. I am quite pleased. Tayan, on his side, replied. I hope the results are even more satisfying. Gregor jumped with a confident laugh. Don't he worry. He transformed into a massive, fierce werewolf and added. I have always liked this kind of bloodshed. Facing his sharp claws, Tayan showed no sign of fear and even felt a bit excited. Bloodshed. That sounds a bit much. Gregor, in werewolf form, charged at Tayan, while Edian sat in the stands. Bewildered, the arena was shifting. Kang Kwi-wook, sitting beside him, could not help but exclaim. A werewolf? What the hell is happening? Marcus had been watching calmly all this time and spoke up. That is the wolf heart skill. Kangkwi-wook. Surprised to see him. Exclaimed Marcus. But he ignored him and continued explaining. A skill hunt to its limits will turn the user into a werewolf, significantly boosting their physical abilities. Marcus seriously watched the fight, thinking to himself, it is such a shame I can't build a good relationship with Tayan. But still, this is interesting. While checking his strength against Liu Bing, Rekor charged into the arena, thinking confidently to himself, what a fool. As Marcus mentioned, even though skills can be tested through the ziggurat, when it comes to stats, Tayan is totally outmatched. Except for his magic power, Tayan's info pops up. Kim Do-hoon. A rank. Strength 200, Stamina 200, Speed 180, Magic Power 280. Next up is Rekor's info. Rekor Jill. SS rank. Strength 232, Stamina 245, Speed 228, Magic Power 220. Plus, I have activated my Heart of Erosion to boost my stats. He attacked like a crazed monster, not giving Tayan a chance to fight back. Rekor pinned Tayan down, smugly thinking, this kid does not have what it takes to beat me. Rekor was ready to deliver the finishing blow, shouting loudly, time to end this, kid. His claws were aimed straight at Tayan. Yet he showed no fear at all. Instead, he smiled cryptically and said, you really are in the top 10 of the US. This strength is enough for me to test you without worrying about you dying. Rekor's eyes widened in shock. Something just happened that left him speechless. Before he could even make a move, a gooey substance emerged from Tayan, twisting and expanding like a living entity, growing larger with an overwhelming presence. Marcus in the stands could not believe his eyes, shouting, what the heck? What is happening? Suddenly, a black barrier appeared, covering the entire arena and blocking the view of the spectators. Marcus thought to himself, it is a black barrier. Tayan's fusion skill created 3 new abilities. It all happened so quickly that Rekor was left dazed. 3 gigantic figures appeared behind him, standing with their hands clasped in front, forming a massive wall. This is the Monarch's World skill, a fusion of Emotionless World and the Monarch's Heart. The Monarch's World lowers the enemy's stats while boosting the user's stats. Rekor felt like he had fallen into a strange place, panicking as he screamed, where the hell is this? Where is he? Suddenly, he got hit hard in the cheek. It happened so fast he could not react. The blow sent Rekor sprawling backward. The second skill, Shadow Skin, a fusion of stone skin and invisibility. Rekor was being hit non-stop, but he could not see where Tayan was striking from, losing his cool. He shouted, you little shit. Rekor was swept away by the water, panicking, clawing around. Come out, you coward. Rekor tried to regain his composure and looked up. Suddenly, something appeared that startled him, his pupils darting around. Finally, the third skill emerged, a gigantic figure holding a powerful black sword. This is the Monarch's Might, a fusion of the knight's power and paralysis. It radiated an overwhelming aura, its power filling the air. Being a fusion skill means all effects are combined and enhanced. Rekor stood there, mouth agape in shock, unable to say a word, only stuttering incoherently. Tayan, with a confident look on his face, spoke up. So the outcome is clear. He quickly urged himself to stand and leave. At that moment, the night sky had descended, ready to cover the entire arena. Suddenly, a strange light flickered from the arena, illuminating the entire night sky. Debris flew everywhere, leaving the audience in stunned silence, their mouths agape in disbelief. Marcus could not believe his eyes. It was impossible. Tayan simply chuckled lightly. He looked towards Rekor, who was lying flat on the ground, and said, that was a fun match. Rekor. Tayan turned to leave, adding, see you next time. Marcus, tense in the stands, stared at the arena, thinking to himself, what on earth is happening? The curtain of darkness had fallen, and the match had ended instantly. What happened inside? Rekor, still stubborn, got up from the chaos and shouted, who dare say the match is over? It is not over yet. His face was smeared with blood, like a wild beast gone mad, roaring, I have not lost yet. I am going to kill you. Tayan. Before he could make a move, a white sword suddenly appeared, accompanied by a figure with green hair, marked by a triangular symbol on his forehead. And finally, there was a person with sharp horns. The Trioe Wan, Sung Jin, and Kang Huk stood in front of Rekor, in a defensive stance. Spoke first, always calling for bloodshed. Is this bet really that serious? Kang Huk chimed in eagerly. Just accept your defeat already. Sung Jin looked seriously at Rekor. If this continues, it won't just be about the bet anymore. Will it? Stop now. Rekor. Tayan, watching from afar, noticed them and said, His competitors Sung Jin and Rocky Kwang. When did you two? A man wearing an eye mask approached Tayan through the smoke, speaking as he walked. I have been watching from the shadows. Tayan turned to see him and asked, is that you? The president of the association. It turned out the one called the president was Jin Hai, who approached cheerfully, saying, I intended to just observe, but it seems things are spiraling out of control. Taehyun felt a bit tense at this, but Jin Hai seemed unfazed. Continuing. Either way, let us handle the rest. With that, Jin Hai and the trio from earlier moved straight towards Rekgor, who was in his wolf form. He had lost his composure, seeing them approach and roaring, do you dare to stop me? You fools. Fine. Then I will take you all down right here. Unbeknownst to Marcus, he had already stepped onto the arena, standing in front of the towering Rekgor. Shut up. Rekgor, don't cause any more trouble. Cody will really come to punish you. No matter how reckless you are. You know what happens if Cody gets serious. Right. Upon hearing that name, Rekgor trembled uncontrollably. Stuttering, Cody. He gritted his teeth in anger, then transformed back into his human form and turned to leave, cursing loudly. Damn it. Marcus looked seriously at their group, and he spoke up to apologize. I sincerely apologize. Player Tune. Please forgive our disrespect. Now that things have escalated, it is awkward to bring it up, but are you considering joining the United States Player Association? Rekgor was so shocked he had to turn around and look. Marcus, this side is not looking any better either. Ginny yelled out. What kind of mess is this? Right in front of the association president. In contrast to the chaotic scene, Marcus remained calm, trying to convince Taehyun. Whatever terms you want, we will meet any demands. With China's uncharted dungeon, we could assemble the best strike team if you are in. Taehyun quickly replied. I will take this invitation as a compliment to my abilities. As for China's uncharted dungeon, my next destination is Japan. Marcus asked in surprise. Japan. Taehyun looked at his phone and replied. That is right. It seems it is the maidens of Japan. Sarada has awakened. No longer on the battlefield from earlier. The scene turned dark and ominous as a woman tried to escape. It was Sarada. Her face smeared with dirt and blood. She was running and panting heavily. Tentacles approached from somewhere. They were sweet yet terrifying. They quickly closed in and held Sarada back. She tried to scream for help, but a tentacle wrapped around her. Her words came out as nothing but garbled sounds. Sarada silently pleaded in her mind. Stop. Her voice was filled with desperation. Please. Just stop. Please. Stop. She bit down hard on one of the tentacles. A cold voice echoed like it came from the underworld. You started this, did not you? A monster appeared with sharp teeth. In front of it sat a figure on a throne watching Sarada struggle below. It turned out to be the Oppo gangster. He looked down at her and continued. And now you want me to stop? How disgusting. Sarada was struggling to get up. She looked up towards the throne. Her face was pale, sweat dripping down, and a loud shout erupted from somewhere. It turned out that Sarada had been having a nightmare all along. She was lying in bed, screaming uncontrollably. She thrashed violently, causing the bodyguards nearby to panic, rushing over to call out. Holy Maiden, are you okay? Sarada sat up, drenched in sweat, ignoring the guards rushing to her side as she muttered to herself. A nightmare. This nightmare again. Ever since I looked into Taehyun's spiritual world and fell into a coma. This nightmare started the moment I woke up. Each time I passed through countless mysterious tentacles from an unknown origin. A mysterious entity in the form of Taehyun awaited me. Then came death, and then waking up again. How much longer must I endure this pain? Until I... Right. The bodyguards rushed to her bedside, trying to persuade her. Holy Maiden, you need to rest. If you get up now before they could finish. She stepped off the bed and walked as if searching for something. Demon sword. Where's the demon sword? If it is not by my side, then where is it? The guards did not know how to explain, stuttering a few words. That thing, realizing something. Sarada hurriedly ran barefoot. She exited the room, calling out loudly. Demon sword. Suddenly, Sarada stopped in her tracks, her eyes widening in shock. In front of her was Shinji fighting against a stranger. That guy is Taehyun, and while he is dodging attacks, he says, I did not come here to fight you guys. I came here just to... But before he can finish, Shinji charges in, clearly targeting the maiden Sarada. And for this disgrace she has endured, I will return the humiliation to her. Shinji leaps high into the air, getting into a stance to unleash his move. He is using his specialty, the soul blade. Shinji shoots straight at Taehyun, aiming the sword at his throat, accompanied by ghostly skulls trailing behind him, the soul blade. A skill said to be able to cut through even souls with its glowing sword. Taehyun reaches out toward Shinji's sword and speaks up. But honestly, everyone. He is holding on to that sword. The issue is they won't listen until they have been hit. Shinji is taken aback by the surprising turn of events. He exclaims in shock. What? Seizing the opportunity, Taeyang swiftly snatches the sword and delivers a powerful kick straight to Shinji. Sarada, standing aside, is even more stunned by the scene unfolding before her. She looks towards Shinji, who is now in a pile of rubble, and shouts, Demon! Demon Blade. Taeyang tosses the sword he just dropped to the ground and strides over to Sarada and Shinji. Sarada, I came to find you for 2 reasons. To know what you saw in my mind. See. Sarada pales in fear as he approaches. She mutters his name. Taeyang. He does not notice her expression and continues. And 2. To prevent the largest dungeon break in history from happening. Meanwhile, in a certain sea, the winds rise, making the waves grow increasingly fierce. Off the coast, a massive whirlpool is approaching. 2 people are looking from the shore. One of them speaks up. So this is the entrance to the unexplored dungeon. No matter how you look at it, it just resembles a gigantic storm. The other person, leaning against the railing, adds, I have heard there is a gateway leading to the dungeon within that storm. This storm must definitely be caused by the magical energy leaking from the gate. The man calmly says, but do not worry. There are no signs that it will explode. We are just here to be cautious. While the other one looks through the binoculars and replies. Hearing this brings some relief. But both of them belong to the team monitoring the unexplored dungeon, the Japanese Adventurers Association. Suddenly, the one looking through the binoculars spots something, leaning in urgently. He says, I think I see something inside the storm. Could it just be my imagination? Another voice booms from somewhere. Lord Kentakinas. Everything is ready. We await your command. By your orders. We have accumulated magical power and energy for decades. And finally, today, we have broken through the gate blocking our path and arrived here. A herd of centaurs below looks up at the massive figure with a large mouth on its belly, continuously shouting, Lord Kentakinas, please give the next command. The next command. The next command. The one who spoke earlier continues. Next. But before he can finish, the giant has grabbed him and lifted him up, saying, enough. He holds the centaur up to his enormous mouth and says, the more we eat, the stronger we become. So there is only one thing left to do. For the Grand Duke Organ, we will leave here, slaughter humanity, and devour their essence. Let the blood festival begin. He is the Vice General of the Grand Duke Organ, Kentakinas. Ranks, on this side. Sarada's eyes darted towards him. And what I saw in the spiritual realm looked just like him, but is neither human nor monster. It is an undefined entity. Taehyun thought to himself. Sure enough, it is the one that appeared in my dream. The information is still incomplete, but at least it is not just a simple dream. And on top of that, it is a nightmare. Even without using the devouring skill, I can still sense its magic in her body. Is that the reason? Taehyun reached out towards Sarada to cast a spell. I have removed the residual magic. Hopefully, you won't have to see nightmares anymore. She was still tired but seemed to be feeling better and asked, why are you helping me? I attacked you. Taehyun replied calmly. I am not helping you. I am just trying to prevent the dungeon break. Suddenly, the corridor started shaking violently. Sarada sensed the weirdness and questioned, is it an earthquake? Taehyun felt more certain and affirmed in his mind. It is starting. He turned and shouted, Sarada, the dungeon break has occurred. First, wake up Shinji. On the other side of the corridor, a group of people approached unexpectedly. The leading man spoke up, after attacking our guild's players. Where do you think you are going? It turned out to be Masuda Kuro, the leader of the Japanese Players Guild, a former national level player. As he got closer, he continued, so Taehyun, the national level player from Korea. Masuda Kuro, back when he was a player, was a national level warrior, and after retiring, he discovered talents like the Saintess and Demon Sword, being hailed as one of the finest guild leaders in Japan as history. But in reality, Taehyun thought about Kuro. He is someone who does not care about the lives of ordinary people if it means achieving his personal goals. While thinking this, he replied politely, do you know that a dungeon break just occurred? I am here to help. Kuro responded, I already know that. There have been a lot of noisy notifications since earlier. But what does that have to do with you? Taehyun was a bit surprised to see his disinterest. He continued with a smug expression. The right to enter the dungeon only holds value while the dungeon is intact. But as soon as the dungeon break happens, that right becomes ineffective. And do not forget the humiliating defeats you have caused me. Meanwhile, if you dare to deal with this dungeon break, what will happen to my position? You will be temporarily detained for attacking our guild's players. Sarada saw the group behind him approaching and quickly spoke up. Guild leader. But to minimize the damage from the dungeon break, he dismissed her and shouted, you do not need to interfere. Sarada, Do not forget that I turned a blind eye to your use of skills to control others. If you dare to side with that little kid with milk breath, both you and the sword will face consequences. After saying that to Sarada, he turned to order, take Tayan away. In the surrounded situation, Tayan, unfazed, seemed to enjoy it more and said, enough already. Tayan was handcuffed by them. He thought to himself, if I refuse to cooperate and retaliate with force, then Leader Jinhee will also be put in a difficult position. You seem pretty chill about this situation. Just accepting it. Sarada, take Shinji and go block them first. Sarada tried to convince Tayan, but Kuro saw Tayan being so obedient and could not help but laugh, saying, that is right. Good choice to not be compliant. Don't worry. If the investigation shows you are innocent, I will let you go right away. Tayan would not let him finish, cutting in sharply, don't get too cocky. Chairman Masuda, you just rejected my help. If anything goes wrong because of this, you will bear the full responsibility. He walked away calmly, leaving a warning behind. Kuro, though annoyed, chuckled and said, that guy's got some nerve. Right in the coastal neighborhood, the centaur horde from the recent whirlwind surged into the city, attacking the civilians with brutal ferocity. Leading the charge, raised his sword high and shouted, whatever it takes. Block them. If they get through here, we are all done for. The young man standing next to him hesitated and said, but how are we supposed to stop them? They just keep pouring in. Moreover, all the monsters pouring in are either a Ors rank. We are out of options. Still, Zen shouted back, we have to hold the line. If we do not, then who will? Suddenly, Kendakinas lunged at Zen, lifting him high, causing panic to erupt among the crowd below. Kimura Zen-sama has been captured. Kenta stared at Zen and said, what a treat. I will start with you. He tightened his grip, making Zen cough up blood desperately. He thought, this is it. I am done. Ban and everyone else felt the same way. It felt like the end. He seemed utterly hopeless. Suddenly, someone charged in and sliced off Kendakinas' fingers, freeing Zen to fall. Kendakinas' severed hand gushed dark, thick blood. Zen stared wide-eyed in that direction, exclaiming, ah! The crowd below gasped in shock when they recognized who it was. They cheered. The demon blade. The one who just sliced in is Shinji, the national level player. Those who had been fighting and were injured suddenly felt rejuvenated, exclaiming, my body. It is healing. What is going on? A girl approached from behind and said, thank goodness. Everyone is safe. Everyone saw her like a drowning person finding a lifeline, and they cheered loudly. The Saintess. She is Saintess Sarada, the national level player. Shinji landed gracefully, walking towards Sarada while asking, Saintess, are you alright? Sarada quickly reassured him. Yep. You do not need to worry. The strange magical energy I once felt in my body has completely vanished. Now, even if I can't unleash all my power, I can still support you. Shinji, he felt a bit tense and spoke. Taeyang. Before he could finish, Kendakinas spotted them from afar and spoke with a greedy tone. His mouth was drooling, unable to believe such a delicious treat had appeared. He pulled a sword from his mouth and continued. Perfect. You all will make a fine feast for my son. Shinji and Sarada get into their battle stances, with her behind Shinji shouting, Demon sword. Kendakinas' massive sword swoops down towards them. Over here, Shinji immediately dashes forward. The clash of two swords creates a blinding flash of light. Shinji struggles to block the gigantic sword with both hands. Sarada, from behind, directs, we will handle Kendakinas. Everyone else, take care of the remaining monsters. The centaur squad cheers loudly. For Kendakinas-sama, Kendakinas slashes at them, landing a hit on his shoulder, dark blood spewing out. Shinji pushes forward to attack him. Kendakinas swiftly cuts off part of Shinji's left arm. He dodges and calculates, just as expected from a master of an untouched realm, an S-rank monster like Kendakinas. Even a tiny mistake could cost him his limbs, while the wounds he inflicts seem almost useless against its terrifying regeneration. That is why all previous attempts at conquest failed. Kendakinas moves in and slashes down, demolishing a nearby building. He revels in the thought that he has killed Shinji. Shinji thinks to himself, but Kendakinas is left bewildered amidst the ruins he just created. Shinji stands firm, his grip on the sword steady as he prepares to strike. He channels all his energy and yells, this time, I will cut you down. The arm that was just severed has grown back. Shinji firmly holds his sword, a testament to the 5 years of training since his last failure in the untouched realm. I have been training tirelessly just to end you, he thinks, feeling the effects of rapid regeneration as his injured body starts to heal. Now, with the power of the Saintess by his side, and the influence of her divine skills, all his abilities are boosted. Sarada on this side urges him to buy time. Shinji, I can't hold out much longer. We need to finish this now. With determination in his eyes, Shinji locks his gaze on Kanekina's, mentally emphasizing each word. I will cut through anything. Kanekina's hesitates for a moment, and Shinji lunges, striking his hand, then his eye, and finally his leg. He screams in pain. But Shinji is not done yet. He moves like a relentless machine. Ready to attack again, he dashes in like a gust of wind, slicing Kanekina's in half. Everyone in the large hall watches the scene unfold on the screen, cheering joyfully. Shinji. This is the headquarters of the Japanese Player Association. Kuro can't stop grinning, proudly saying to everyone, I told you. With the demon sword and the Saintess. Even an S-rank break cup can be stopped. He turns to Taeyang, who is squinting from the brightness, and continues. Honestly, we did not even need your help. Taeyang, he replies with a completely emotionless face, relieved to have taken down Kanekina's. But, why do you think this is over? Kuro asks. Puzzled, Taeyang replies. A few months ago, the gate break inquiry escalated from C to A. Last month, dungeon breaks in France and Russia changed from S to SS. The method of ranking dungeon breaks is no longer accurate. So why? He insists that this dungeon break is only a S level. Shinji looks over at where Kanekina's fell. Shocked, he exclaims, Wait, what is that? From Kanekina's body, a grotesque figure rises. The horrifying creature, gnawing on Kenta's flesh, asks, What? That is Kanemian, S+ level. The master of the dungeon. Yet to be unleashed in Japan. Shinji, battered and bruised, looks up at the creature, thinking, what is that? It just popped out of Kanekina's body and started devouring him like it is a casual snack. What is it planning to do? No matter what it is, it does not even matter. Sarada sees Shinji ready to strike and shouts, Shinji, wait. But he is still lost in thought. Unable to shake off the fact that a monster is still a monster, a voice urges from within his mind. Destroy it. Shinji and the spirits rush toward the monster. Suddenly, a hand grips his sword tightly, the strength rendering him immobile. Shinji's body jolts in shock, stiff as if he just saw a ghost. Sarada behind him is no better, her mouth agape in terror. Kentamian, who was just chewing earlier, now stands to block his attack, and questions ominously. Are you my father's enemy? Shinji stands frozen, unable to fight back, only thinking to himself about its appearance. Before he could react, the creature flings Shinji straight out of the building behind him. Sarada gasps. Shinji. And as she looks up, she sees Kanemian looming over her. The creature lands a powerful kick, slamming her down to the ground. Sarada, taking the hit, instantly spits blood, while the creature above ominously says, Don't worry, I will consume everything. The once celebratory crowd in the hall is now engulfed in confusion, bombarding each other with questions. What the hell is happening? Where did that monster come from? Wasn't everything supposed to end when Kanekina's was defeated? And what about the demon sword? Is the girl still alive? Her power was measured S+. I have never seen a rank like this before. Taehyun, unfazed by the situation, quietly thinks. Finally, it has appeared. The master of the invincible dungeon. Kentamian. The true master of the invincible dungeon in Japan and an S+ class monster. Its initial form is not very impressive for an S+ monster, both in size and strength, but the more it devours monsters and humans, the stronger it becomes. This monster is on a completely different level of danger. If President Masuda realizes the severity of the situation and calls for a retreat, we might minimize the damage, but that is unlikely to happen. Those close to Kuro are frantically pleading. President, please give the order. At this rate, we will be wiped out. President Hen sees the situation has escalated, gritting his teeth at Kanemian. Unsure if it is out of anger or fear, Kuro thinks to himself, damn. We just took down an S rank, and now it is an S+. This is ridiculous. Should I call for support from another association right now? If even the female warriors and demon hunters can handle it, calling for help will be pointless. That thing will destroy everything before the reinforcements arrive. The players, the city, and our political standing. Everyone around is still trying to convince him. The association. But before they can finish, he orders us to retreat. One person, confused about the intentions, asks, What about the players who are still fighting? Kuro hurriedly responds, It is too late. Even the national forces can handle this. What can we do now to survive? If we want to keep our lives, we need to run right now. Suddenly, Tayan comes up from behind and slams both hands down on his head. The handcuffs shatter, and as he brushes himself off, he says, I have tried to hold back for President Jinhee, but everything feels the same as before I reset. The people around are shocked and shout. President Masuda. The handcuffs? What are you doing? Taeyang does not hesitate to speak the truth. I am here to stop the dungeon explosion. What about you guys? I do not know if you all plan to run away like he said. Or if you want to capture me. Do whatever you want. But then he suddenly hesitates. Thinking for a moment. Taeyong continues. I will save them. And with that, he turns to leave. The people behind him freeze at his words. They are a bit tense but still look at each other, nodding as if they have confirmed something. At this moment, he steps out into the hallway, plotting in his mind. Alright. Before everyone collapses, if I can kill Kenemian and stop the dungeon explosion. Suddenly, someone appears out of nowhere and calls out. Taeyong. He looks in surprise toward the voice and asks. What are you doing here? Back to the chaotic battlefield. Every corner of the city is in ruins, and a guy stands in the center, holding someone upside down by their legs, injured. Shinji sits in shock, leaning against a rock. They have all fallen. No matter how many times I regenerate my body, or try to enhance myself, it is useless. Sarada hangs upside down, unable to express her despair, whispering to herself. No one can defeat this thing. Kenemian smugly declares. The blockade is over. I will devour you. At this moment, she is no longer afraid, just desperately awaiting her impending death. In this moment, Sarada remembers someone. Taeyong, and then turns to ask if it is a person. She recalls his earlier words. I want to help you. I am doing this to stop the dungeon explosion. Sarada blames herself. That is right. Even as an enemy, Taeyong helped stop the dungeon explosion. When I first became a player, I just wanted to use my power to help everyone. But when did I step onto this path of mistakes? Is it too late to turn back now? Kenemian brings her closer to the gaping, tooth-filled maw on his belly. It seemed like everything was over. Sarada relaxed her body and gave in. Suddenly, an unexpected surge of power swept through like lightning. It turned out to be Taeyong, rushing in to pick her up and run her out of danger. Kenemian looks on in shock. Sarada was suddenly startled and exclaimed. You think she is safe? Honestly, I did not expect much, but she is holding up quite well. Seeing him, a name popped into Sarada's mind. Taeyong, she weakly asked. How did you manage that? Before she could finish, a group of people approached, calling out loudly. Princess. On their shoulders is not just a backpack, but a wounded person. They shout loudly. We have arrived. The woman holding Shinji shouts. Sorry about before. Player Taeyong. But as non-combatants, all we can do is save the injured players. He looks at them and replies. That is enough. Sarada is moved by the scene. Everyone. Taeyong turns to her and says. Anyway, what we need to deal with is this. And just as he finishes, he stands before the raging Kenemian. Sarada gasps and shouts. Taeyong. Wait. No matter how strong you are, you can do this alone. Before she finishes, he suddenly calls out. Azan. Taeyong stands firm, watching the guy getting closer. Suddenly, massive ice blocks rise up from nowhere. They surround Kenemian, who looks horrified. The bystanders are just as shocked. What is this? An ice wall. A fortress of ice rises in an instant, trapping Kenemian inside and the others outside. A stranger stands atop the ice wall and calls down. Taeyong. Are you sure about this decision? Taeyong gazes at the sturdy wall and exclaims. Oh my. The stranger continues loudly. This is not why we came here. This person belongs to the Korean Players Association. The player known as Azan's rank. She recounts her mission, stating that President Jin Hai has requested that player Taeyong is being held by the Japanese Players Association. They are probably trying to prevent Taeyong from intervening in the dungeon outbreak. But Taeyong is a key figure for Korea. We can let him be in a place like that. We must bring him back at all costs. Taeyong from below calls out. Zico. Did not we come here to stop the dungeon outbreak? Azan shouts back. The Japanese Players Association has already rejected our support. He calmly replies. Then we might as well help them. Taeyong turns back to her. Silently thinking, by any means, the president said to bring him back. What a thoughtful man. Azan can't keep her cool anymore and starts rambling. Kenemian, who has been silent, suddenly speaks up. I really do not understand. Why not run away? Why put yourself in this position? Don't you realize you are just prey? Taeyong boldly responds to the threat, saying, the one who does not realize that is you. Kenemian, furious, retorts, what? Taeyong points his sword at him, emphasizing each word. From now on, the one being devoured is you. Kenemian. The others outside are busy rescuing the scene, calling out loudly to each other. Have we completed the rescue efforts over there? Get out of here now. One person, seeing Sarada still standing by, calls to her. Saintess. It is too dangerous. Come over here. Saintess. Sarada ignores their warnings and anxiously watches the ice wall, where a dark screen covers the inside. Taeyong, inside. The situation is complete chaos as he lunges forward to attack Kenemian. Taeyong darts past him like a whirlwind. It was as if those attacks just grazed him, leaving him unscathed. The wound on his cheek was smoking, then quickly cooled down from a distance. He observed and thought, damn, his wounds are healing way too fast. Is he starting to notice my stealth? The longer the battle dragged on, the stronger Kentamian became. He thrust his spear down into the ground, believing Tayan was right there. Suddenly, he realized something, his eyes widening in shock. A massive figure appeared, wielding a pitch-black sword. Flanked by two statues with their hands clasped together, he arrogantly commanded, kneel down now, as he used his spear to block the tip of the gigantic sword aimed at him. Even so, Kentamian bravely retorted, sure, a mere bug at the bottom of the food chain might have a few tricks, but that is not enough to take me down. Before he could finish his sentence, Taeyong jumped in. Actually here for real. He was riding on the back of a monster, its entire body blood red, with sharp teeth glaring at Kentamian, filled with excitement. Taeyong shouted, let us see if you can block this one. Staring at the monster's sharp fangs, Kentamian exclaimed in confusion, what the hell? The monster lunged at Kentamian, tearing him apart. The spear could not withstand the immense power, and slowly shattered into pieces. It swallowed him whole, piercing through every corner of his body, making him scream in agony. Taeyong, controlling the monster from its back, silently calculated, in this long battle, the last one standing will be me. Even if I have to pour all my magic into a final blow to end this, I will decide the outcome right here. Suddenly, a chilling voice rang out. How many times must I tell you that that power is not yours? The scene shifted from chaotic battle to Taeyong standing before a throne. He gasped in confusion. Wait! Taeyong thought as he looked at the figure sitting on the throne. This is a nightmare. What on earth is happening? Is this another dream? This is definitely reality. But why now? He assumed a defensive stance and shouted, who are you? Really, what do you want by appearing before me? The figure responded with interest. You are asking what I want. You need to reach him. Taeyong felt tense. Thinking. The one on the throne continued, to do that, I need someone who won't be blinded by the power I grant. Someone who can overcome everything on their own. So it is Oppo Gangster. He chuckled mischievously. This is your challenge. Taeyong was no longer calm, but shouted, do not mess with me. Who do you think you are to dare? His hand suddenly froze. Unable to move even a finger, Taeyong was on edge. Sweating profusely, a mysterious power had been activated. His final attack was cancelled, and he could not believe the reality unfolding before him. Stammering. No way. The death aura of the sovereign has been nullified. Cannot be used. The sovereign world has been nullified. Cannot be used. The shadow technique cannot be used. The binding chains cannot be used. Queen's man cannot be used. Absolute timing cannot be used. And there are no skills left that he could use. He felt utterly powerless as he watched the throne drift further away, and then suddenly, Kentamian charged in, dragging Taeyong back to reality. His body was covered in wounds, and he came barreling towards him, radiating a fierce energy. Taeyong was still in shock, his face turning pale. Kentamian swung a battered weapon, slicing through one of Taeyong's arms and legs. A John, standing on the city wall, noticed things were going south and cast a spell to freeze Kentamian in place. She called out anxiously, Taeyong, hold on. He clung to an ice chunk nearby, thinking, what the hell is happening? What the heck is going on? Suddenly, my powers are sealed off. This is not my strength, is it? I knew this from the start. I was just a clueless nobody, a useless, merely a chosen one. But having my powers yanked away like this, while he was still lost in his own world, Kentamian broke free from control and charged at him. Fists flying, Kentamian landed a powerful punch right into Taeyong's face, slamming him into the ground. He had not fully grasped the situation yet and screamed in his mind, this is outrageous. He unleashed all the humiliation he had faced and swung wildly, thinking, how dare you, a pathetic prey. Humiliate me, I will kill you. Taeyong was pummeled, blood spilling from his mouth, and at that moment, all fighting spirit had vanished. Desperately, he thought, no matter what, why the hell am I fighting? As he pondered this, Kentamian prepared to deliver a finishing blow. Azorn suddenly leaped down from the city wall, creating a massive block of ice to intercept his punch. It was at this moment that Taeyong finally snapped back to reality and spoke up. Azorn, she urgently turned to him and said, I will buy you some time. Use this chance to find the Saintess and heal yourself. Taeyong was taken aback. What? He sat on the ground, staring at Azorn and shouted, what are you talking about? You can't take him on. You need to get out of here. Azorn suddenly yelled, that is why I have to hold him off. The only one who can take down that monster is you. Taeyong. She continued, did you come here to stop the dungeon break? Don't you realize if you die here, it all ends? Azorn's words jolted him awake, like a wake-up call. Taeyong gritted his teeth, thinking, that is right. What I need to do is understand his purpose. This is not the time to sit here wondering why I have lost my skills. No matter how unfair it feels. The situation 1T change. If I can take down Contagion, everyone here will die. I must find a way. But how? With this body and no skills left. How can I face Contagion? Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had just found a lifeline. There are still skills to use. The ones I could not activate before. Tayan recalled a system panel that displayed. Bloodthirsty cannot be used. Activation condition. Absorb a significant amount of blood, he muttered to himself. Significant blood. Then turned to look behind him. There lay the mangled body of Kentakinas. Crushed under a massive pile of rocks, Kentakinas lay motionless, devoid of any signs of life. Azorn, after a fierce struggle, was completely exhausted. Her body drenched in blood, Contagion smugly declared. What a coward you are to stand in my way. But no matter what, it did not matter. Using someone's blood to heal was not a bad idea after all. He stepped closer to where she lay unconscious, ready to strike. Suddenly, the massive face of Azorn appeared behind him, and Contagion turned around in shock. Then he turned to look at Taeyong, who was slowly recovering, confirming he had absorbed a powerful amount of blood. An immense strength was beginning to awaken. His damaged body was being reactivated, all stats skyrocketing to 250. As Contagion felt the surge of this colossal power, he instinctively tensed up, realizing this magical energy belonged to the nameless Duke. What on earth are you? He wondered. Still bewildered, as Taeyong fully recovered. The limbs that had been severed earlier were now completely regrown, meeting all necessary conditions for use. The Blood Rage skill was activated. In a dimly lit corner, Opal Gangster lounged on his throne, a gleeful expression on his face as he muttered to himself. Maybe I should let him use at least one skill. But Senza had nothing to worry about. By devouring demon beasts. Who would have thought he would dare to unseal the power of the great Duke Aigi? Moon. Exactly. That is how you grow. Each battle gets more fierce and grueling. You have to realize how carefree you have lived, and how different the strength you have been using all this time really is. Only then. The suspense heightened as he paused for effect. Returning to the battle, Tayan gathered his blood and raised his fist, ready to strike. Contagion was still dazed, his expression a mix of confusion and fear. He lunged forward, landing a powerful punch to the guy's chest. Echoing the unfinished words of Opaganger from earlier, only like this could he reach him. The blow connected squarely, sending him tumbling to the ground. One of Contagion's arms was hanging limply. He struggled to prop himself up with the other hand. Contagion was a mess of confusion. Thinking, what is happening here? Wasn't this guy just dying a moment ago? How could such a lowly human wield the power of a duke? It actually did not matter. After all, he was still a target to kill. I do not know how he obtained that strength. But this is the territory of the great duke. The organ. If my current body is not enough, I will just feast on corpses and absorb their magical energy, to completely tear apart and swallow my captor. Contagion surged to his feet, transformed into something else entirely. His mouth and his belly stained with blood after voraciously devouring nearby corpses. Tihon turned to glance at Azan, who lay unconscious. Feeling a surge of relief, he called out her name, Wayang. And then Tihon realized she was still breathing. He looked down at his long, blackened hand with sharp claws. This was indeed the power of the great Duke Aid. Moon. The blood of sorrow, with boiling blood and a heart ready to burst. The pain from his transformed body was clear. This was not a power meant to be sustained for long. But somehow, Contagion had recovered and was now charging at Tihon with reckless abandon. He showed no fear. Deep down, he felt a sense of ease. His body felt lighter. Contagion raised his weapon high, pointing it at Tihon, and declared, "This time, I will definitely end you." Contagion's axe swung down hard, and he quickly dodged to the side, splashing water from the ground. Tihon seized the moment while the guy was still recovering to launch an attack. I charged straight at Contagion, slicing a long gash from his left shoulder to his right waist. Blood sprayed grotesquely from the wound, and he roared in fury at that little punk. Contagion, like a mad beast, swung his axe wildly, destroying everything in Tihon's path. Every time Contagion struck, I gracefully evaded his blows. As he swung high, Tihon bent low to dodge. When Contagion swung sideways, I swiftly slipped past. Seeing this made him furious, smoke practically billowing from his ears. What the hell is going on? Why can't my attacks hit him? Why am I being overpowered like this? My strength is definitely on par with his. In fact, I am even stronger thanks to the corpses I absorbed. But why? Why am I still? Tihon dashed forward, swinging a fist straight into Contagion's face. He did not have time to react, taking a direct hit that made him spit blood. What I gained from unleashing my bloodline was not just strength and beast-like stats, but also the emergence of a red eye on my right side. As Tihon fought, he sensed something unusual. His blood eye activated like when using the skill Berserk. But this time it was different. Unlike before, the flow of mana was crystal clear. I could see exactly where he was channeling his power. And every move he made was laid bare before me. I could even pinpoint the location of the demon stone. The heart of the beast. Contagion was now powerless. Weakly asking, "What are you?" Ti-Hon crushed part of the demon stone with one hand as he replied, "What a... just a mouthpiece for the underworld to explore." With his heart destroyed, he howled like a trapped beast. Then, his upper body exploded. Shards of demon stone scattering everywhere in the blast. Ti-Hon hovered in midair, telling himself, "Of course. I will have to find out for myself." With my victory over Contagion, I had completely ended the dungeon break crisis in Japan. The Japan Player Association worked tirelessly to treat the injured and recover losses. Meanwhile, Kuro, who rejected support from other associations for personal gain, found himself at a disadvantage and temporarily detained for investigation. Azan was fortunate to only suffer minor injuries that did not threaten her life. Still, she worried about being reprimanded by President Jinhee. Jinhee cheerfully reassured Azan. "Reprimand. Now, I am just glad you are safe." Hearing this, she felt relieved and replied, "I will do my best. The Saintess and the sword will shine." Serato and Shinji held a press conference, both sincerely bowing their heads in apology. They confessed to all the illegal actions they committed using their player skills. Serato honestly revealed the dark deeds she had tried to keep hidden for so long. "I used the holy revelation skill to manipulate and control others for personal gain. And I accept any punishment that comes my way, and when it all comes to an end, I will start over as a true player." At the American Player Association, Kevin gazes at the screen in awe. "Simply incredible," that guy Teihayu says. "I know he is a talented player, but I never expected him to take down an S-level beast all by himself. I thought only Cody could pull that off." Marcus chimes in. "But this time, he even outdid himself fighting Greg Gore in that exhibition match. That red magical energy could easily be seen as the power of a Grand Duke." Kevin ponders. "It is such a shame that a talent like him can be recruited by us. But there is nothing we can do about it. People like him are not easily swayed by money or power. The only thing that guides them is their unwavering faith and ideals. All we can do is hope those beliefs do not conflict with each other." Marcus watches Kevin turn and leave. Then asks, "So has the association made its decision?" He replies as he walks away, "Yep. Aside from that kid, it is time for us to take action too. After all, everything we do is for the advancement of humanity." Kevin walks alongside the railing, gazing at the massive creature slowly forming in the cultivation chamber. It has wings and a robust body, but no face, no name, no known characteristics, and its level is a mystery. Leaving the American Player Association. Somewhere else, T.Hill is sipping on a magic fruit drink. He drains it completely, leaving not a drop behind. T.Hill reaches out, trying to use a skill, but nothing happens. Unable to use the devouring skill, he thinks to himself, "Still nothing." After dispelling the blood frenzy, my beast-like body has returned to its normal human state. But the sealed skills are still locked. Right now, the only power I can wield is that of a Grand Duke, along with the blood frenzy and the new skill unlocked after activating the blood frenzy's Demon Eye. The system panel displays the information. Demon Eye activated. Mana consumption 10. I turn to the Master Alchemist for help. Saying X, someone from T.Hill quotes perspective, places a new potion bottle into the empty pile and says, "Failed again. I really thought this time would work." He is saying, the leader of the alchemists, and S-rank player. His signature skill is Potion Creative. This skill allows him to create potions far more effective than standard alchemy. From stat enhancements, luring beasts, breaking curses, to even curing diseases thought to be incurable. Sangx walks over to T.Hill and sincerely says, "I am really sorry. I could not help you." Hearing this, T.Hill quickly replies, "It is alright. Perhaps the curse on you is stronger than we thought." T.Hill glances at his recently healed hand and thinks, but if Sangx's power is useless too, then there is only one option left. That old Doppelgang guy. Can he help remove this curse? Seeing him silent, Sangx nervously asks, "So what are you planning to do now?" T.Hill turns to look at him and replies, "If even Sangx from the Guild of Matter can solve this, then I might have to go abroad." Sangx exclaims loudly, "Are you really planning to go to America?" Ignoring his concern, T.Hill continues, "Yep. To meet the second-ranked player in America, who is also the world's #1 curse remover. Ricky, the one whose name was just mentioned, is now standing amidst a crowd of people lying flat on the ground. She looks up at the man towering above and speaks. "It has been a while since we last met. President Jiang Long, I have notified you multiple times. But today I am not here as a member of the American Players Association. I am here as an investigator from the World Players Association." Jiang Long's expression brightens upon seeing her. Ricky, ignoring the old man's expression, continues, "I am here to investigate the illegal experiments near the unexplored dungeon area in China. So I hope you will cooperate with the investigation today." Upon hearing this, Jiang Long's face darkens. If I... What will you do? Tayan, standing off to the side, thinks to himself. Of course. Before she disappears, Ricky hears Jiang Long's words and smirks. Refusal. She recalls when Marcus was preaching about conquering the untouched dungeons, of which there are currently 2. One is Japan's dungeon, the Kentakena Storm, conquered by player Tayan, and the other is China's dungeon, the Grey Abyss, which has wiped out countless conquering teams. What we need to focus on is the unexplored dungeon in China, surrounded by numerous mysterious laboratories where magical energy has been detected. Clearly, under Jiang Long's direction, some experiment is underway. We can just stand by and watch this situation unfold. We must uncover the truth behind it. I hope you will cooperate. Ricky, she remains silent for a long moment, seriously contemplating this. Back to the present. Ricky is ready for a fight. She strides forward, speaking loudly. If that is the case, we will have to resolve this with force. Jiang Long, seeing her like this, feels a bit hesitant, pondering in his mind. Ricky, as the second-ranked player on the leaderboard. Indeed, I anticipated this, but I did not expect her magical power to overshadow mine like this. She is brimming with energy. Just one move from him, and she will charge straight in for a brawl. Jiang Long suddenly wears a perplexing grin, his thoughts becoming evident on his face. How interesting. Our plan seems to fit this situation perfectly. Suddenly, he bursts into loud laughter. Just joking. Just joking, regardless. No one goes against the World Players Association. I am more than willing to cooperate with this investigation. Ricky quickly responds, if that is the case. But Jiang Long interrupts her, suggesting, seeing it with your own eyes and assessing it yourself will be more accurate. Right, I invite you to the laboratory. Ricky's eyes widen at his words, her feelings a mix of astonishment and confusion. Jiang Long looks down at her with a sly expression. Tomorrow, you will witness our experiment firsthand, and then we can discuss further at the player-exclusive hotel in China. Ricky sips her drink, gazing out at the city's dazzling lights while pondering. An invitation. What is he plotting? There is no way he would make it this easy. Jiang Long, a man so unpredictable. I must be cautious, but... Wrapping up her train of thought, she voices. How rude. Tayan. Did you just barge into a lady's room like this? The person facing Ricky is Tayan, and she wonders when he came in. She is a bit cautious and observing closely, mentally bracing herself for Taeyang, the rising star from Korea. The American Gaming Association has also started to take notice of him lately, and I figured sooner or later, we would cross paths. But I never expected it to be in a situation like this. What is he plotting? As her mind races, Taeyang suddenly fixes his gaze on Ricky and speaks up. She might just die here. Ricky hears this and is left speechless. Utterly shocked. Just like her, Taeyang is quietly sizing up Ricky, the second-lane player from the US. Nationally ranked and globally renowned. But her most infamous skill is the contract cancellation, a power that can nullify even the most awakened contracts. Right now, aside from my monstrous and bloodthirsty form, I can't use any other skills. And to conquer this unexplored dungeon, I need Ricky's abilities, but she is notorious for never negotiating with outsiders. According to my memories before the regression, Ricky is destined to perish in the Guangzhou dungeon. It is an event so infamous that it sparked discussions worldwide, but as humans, we all care about our own lives. I have to do whatever it takes to grab her attention. In that moment of shock, Ricky shifts back to her original relaxed demeanor, placing the glass down on the table and asking, and then what? Her calm attitude makes him hesitate slightly. He calmly looks towards Taeyang and continues. Players constantly face danger and can die at any moment. Whether you believe me or not, with great power comes great responsibility. As Taeyang sees her preparing to leave, he quickly adds, don't you care about your own life, if you are human? Ricky pauses, taken aback by his words. Human? Someone like me, who can manipulate everything, is still considered human, with just a snap of my fingers. Not only this place but everyone in this building could be wiped out. In some ways, I am no different from a monster. Something. Whether it is righteousness, power, dreams, or money. Something that binds us together. What binds Taeyang? Ricky walks over and places a hand on his shoulder, asking, which side do you belong to? A person who can control themselves, or a monster driven by desire? Taeyang looks a bit stunned but quickly gathers himself. He does not look at her as he replies, I do not know. To be honest, I am a bit surprised. While I am not as far gone as a demon, many players have lost their humanity after the inter-regional battles. You are quite principled, are not you? Taeyang lifts his gaze to Ricky with interest and adds, but I also live by principles. Ricky falls silent at that, but shortly after, she chuckles softly, running her fingers through her hair. You came here because you want something from me. Taeyang does not hesitate to reveal his true purpose. I need your canceller skill. Most of my skills are sealed right now, Ricky quickly responds. Isn't he that a bit much to ask? Considering we just met, if I help you, what do I get in return? Hearing this, he lays out his condition. Right now, your biggest concern is helping those potentially affected in Guangzhou. I can help you with that. Is not that enough? Ricky raises an eyebrow, looking at Taeyang and replies. Do you really think I need your help? Her response only boosts Taeyang's confidence further as he calmly states. That is something we will have to wait and see, but being cautious never hurts. Right. The scene has shifted from Kaiyan Sen's room to the entrance of Jiang Long's secret research lab. 2 scientists are waiting at the gate, ready to greet you. Ricky. We have been expecting you. But who is that over there? You glance over at the person they are referring to and reply. That is my bodyguard. Right now, Taeyang is in disguise to avoid detection. Once inside, the 2 of you head to the meeting spot. While waiting, he silently contemplates. At Jiang Long's secret lab, only Ricky was invited here. They won't let any other high-profile players in. I have become quite famous for conquering the Japanese dungeon, so I am disguised as a bodyguard. Just as Taeyang is calculating, they arrive at their destination. Right there, someone is already waiting. Upon seeing them, the person speaks up. How interesting. A so-called national-level player needs a bodyguard. How peculiar. Right, that is Jiang Long, the chairman of the Chinese Player Association. Ricky responds warmly. Being cautious never hurts. Right. I hope you do not mind. And he stands silently beside her, sizing up the man. This is Jiang Long, the one who once orchestrated the assassination of contestants in the Asian regional tournament, and the source of future disasters. A scientist steps forward and states, before we proceed, let us take the Awakener's oath. Taeyang hears this and thinks. An oath? Ricky mutters. The oath? That does not sound like it will matter much to me. He turns to look at you. Feeling tense. This woman claims to be something of a human, but the aura she is giving off says otherwise. Seeing Ricky's confident demeanor makes Jiang Long back off a bit. I think so too. Furthermore, there is no way an oath could stop Ricky. Apologies for the inconvenience. He walks over to the door and gestures. Well then, let me begin. And leads everyone to tour the lab, a project I call this Class Awakener experiment. Below the railing are countless cultivation pods. Ricky grimaces at this sight, unable to believe her eyes, saying to herself, people, trapped in glass tubes. I anticipated something like this, but I did not expect it to be this brutal. Ricky quickly approaches one of the cultivation pods and looks up. Jiang Long continues behind her. We are trying to create Class Awakeners by injecting demonic energy into human bodies. Isn't he that amazing? It is meant to challenge even the divine, she gasps, losing her composure. What is this? T-Hill rushes over to intervene. Do not use your skills here. If something goes wrong, those being experimented on could be in danger. She knows she can't do anything and feels helpless. Damn it. Jiang Long, observing her reaction, smirks with satisfaction. He still stands on the railing and shouts down. Another Awakener is about to be born. The moment an Awakener is born is always a miracle. You are lucky to witness this. The scientist next to him reads from a data sheet. Experiment B102. Heart rate rising rapidly. Stamina increasing, and the power is surging. Ricky lightly touches the glass of the pod and nervously asks, is this really a successful transformation? Suddenly, the person inside opens their eyes wide, and then boom, their body explodes. And from the outside looking into the pod, nothing can be seen anymore. Jiang Long heard a noise and exclaimed, what the heck is this? Another failure. Ricky could not stay calm after hearing him say that. Taehyung quickly realized this and approached her. He whispered just loud enough for the 2 of them to hear. Wait. Calm down. But before he could finish, she shouted. You have crossed the line. Taehyung was so tense that sweat kept pouring down. He looked at her, preparing to wipe and fight, thinking to himself, I guess she has skills beyond just canceller. But what kind of power could shake the entire lab like this? Ricky's face was darkening. She waved her hand towards Jiang Long, emphasizing each word. Are you ready to pay the price? Jiang Long, he calmly replied. People are inherently unequal. This is a reality everyone has known since the player system was implemented in this world. The moment a player's rank is determined, her life is also dictated by that ranking. But no one wants to remain weak forever. We simply turn that hope into reality. He paused and asked. Right. Ricky did not want to hear his reasoning anymore and yelled. But that is where this ends. Jiang Long looked shocked at Ricky. She had activated her fusion energy. That powerful energy flowed directly towards him. He just smirked mockingly, then slowly pulled out a scroll. Ricky and Taehyung were stunned. It seemed they recognized it. The black hole skill. The black hole nullifies all surrounding skills. Not only is it a rare skill, but even using it is incredibly difficult. Where did he pull that from? Jiang Long suddenly spoke up, thinking that just because he has superior magic, He can exploit tools better than others. This is the scroll containing the black hole skill. He chuckled. I have prepared another little gift. Hope you like it? The entire base suddenly shook violently. Taehoon was terrified. No way. He rushed to the edge of the wall. He stared intently at the spreading shadow and said, I have been wondering why the research lab is underground. Turns out the gates in the dungeon, the Grey Pit, are right next door. A deep hole appeared from within the wall. Taehoon thought. The reason the research lab is underground must be to efficiently harness the magic from the dungeon. And most of this magic probably comes from him. Jiang Long looked at them with a sneer. What a pity. I thought you would understand my ideals. Ricky, Taehoon, you and I still have an unpaid debt. He looked at Jiang Long in shock, thinking to himself, has he recognized my identity all along? Jiang Long continued. Now you are out of options. Taehoon. He sealed the gate, and his assistant asked in surprise. What? But there are still experimental subjects and researchers down there. Jiang Long replied. So what? The experimental subjects and researchers elsewhere are enough. If I handle them this way, it won't be much of a loss. With that, he left with his assistant, leaving Ricky and the others behind. Taehoon frowned. It seems we have fallen into a trap. She replied. That is right. Even my skills have been nullified. This is frustrating. This is the first time I have encountered an opponent like this. Suddenly, the other researchers began to shout in panic. A muscular foot crashed down, shattering the floor beneath it. The creature stared at those in front of it, seemingly assessing which one would be the tastiest. Taehoon and Ricky went on high alert, astonished by the sudden appearance of the creature. They wondered, what the heck is that? The researchers stammered. It came out of the portal. What the hell? But if it is just a normal one, we can handle it. The vicious creature glared at them, and one person gasped. Oh man, what is this? It is a parasite-infected monster. It let out a terrifying scream, and parasites swarmed into the air. Clinging to one of them, his face erupted with grotesque green boils. His pupils turned crimson. This is what happens when you are infected by a parasite. The creature would be driven solely by its attack instincts, relentlessly infecting others and multiplying the number of monsters controlled by the will of the parasite. One person fled while shouting a warning. Be careful. If you get touched by it when it screams, you will get infected. Ricky stood frozen, instinctively wanting to run, but her feet just would not move. Taehoon was also panicking, cursing under his breath. Damn it. This is a life or death moment. Suddenly, a huge explosion rang out, and the creature was slammed against the wall. As the dust settled, Taehoon held Ricky tightly, blood circles forming around him. She stared at Taehoon in shock. Beneath those glasses, one of his eyes gleamed with an eerie red light. Ricky exclaimed, how can you be so calm? This situation is critical. Most of the researchers have been infected. Taehoon reminded himself. I can let anyone else get infected. I must stop the parasite from spreading beyond this lab. He strategized, targeting the source, the being controlling all the parasites. I have to destroy it, he thought, charging straight at the creature. Taehoon used his skill to peer through the creature's skull, and felt a surge of relief. There it was, the parasite's core sitting on top of the monster. Taehoon swung with all his might at its skull, but the blow missed, leaving him stunned. Did it just dodge me? He had no choice but to fly behind the creature. It was viciously chasing after the researchers who had not been infected, their screams echoing. Help me, Taehoon thought. No way. If the number of infected keeps rising here. He gathered his strength and launched a powerful punch at the creature. It slammed against the wall. Squished flat, Taehoon reassured himself. That must be done some damage. As the dust cleared, the creature's head reappeared, its eyes still full of rage. Taehoon could not believe it. His punch had barely affected it. Taehoon thought. I can believe it. I am the target now. A deafening explosion sounded, and Ricky covered her nose. Struggling to stay upright, she called out in disbelief. Taehoon. Amidst the swirling dust, Taehoon stood frozen. Ricky's heart raced with worry. Please do not tell me he has become a host. If a powerhouse like him becomes a host, it is not just this lab that is in danger. The world would face an uncontrollable monster. Beneath that calm exterior, a triumphant smile began to form. Taehoon smiled and said, Gotcha. He gripped the creature's skull tightly and declared, You think you can escape? You managed to escape. One hit from him made its skull bleed. Ricky is still dumbfounded watching Taehoon's insane moves. Taehoon, sporting some killer shades, strides in like a boss. With a massive eagle crashing down behind him, he smiles and asks, Are you ready? It is time to catch Jiang Long. Meanwhile, Jiang Long stands with his crew of assistants and subordinates. One guy suddenly speaks up. Chairman, what if they survive? After all, they are two of our nation's elite. The old man glares at his subordinates, and the one who asked flinches, an unshakable fear flickering across his face. Jiang Long turns away and replies, You are worrying too much. This lab is built with special materials to prevent any test subjects from escaping. It incorporates cutting-edge technology, durable enough to withstand most conventional attacks, and the thick door made from the same material as these walls is at the end of the elevator shaft. Once we seal that off, no one can break out, not even Ricky or Taeyang, who will only meet their end against the monsters in the dungeon. Suddenly, the base shakes violently, sending shockwaves of terror through the group. What the hell just happened? A thunderous crash echoes as the doors Jiang Long had just bragged about are smashed through by an unseen force. From within, Taeyang leaps out like a force of nature. The old man gasps. How did they break through the barrier? Taeyang grins at his opponent. We still have an unsettled score. Do not. Jiang Long, his eyes now glowing red with streaks of blood across his face. The old man grits his teeth in anger. Taeyang, still getting in my way until the very end. Taeyang straightens his shirt. Looking sharp, thinks to himself, Jiang Long has never acted on his own. Maybe he is all talk and no action. With that thought, he charges and Jiang Long suddenly chimes in. You think it is over? He throws a punch. Two fists collide, creating a deafening impact. Taeyang is taken aback. How can he block my bloodthirsty strike with bare hands? Jiang Long does not let him recover and adds more force to his punch. Taeyang is pushed back by the blow. He starts to assess the situation, bewildered by the source of that terrifying power. But with his monstrous eyes, he sees clearly. Jiang Long. He has infused the monster's power into his own body. He is half man, half monster now. I sensed something was off, but I never expected he would experiment on himself. Jiang Long laughs. I originally planned not to get my hands dirty, but those pests are really annoying. Go drink some milk, kid. With that, he delivers a crushing blow to Taeyang's forehead. Taeyang looks at him and says, considering the time, it is probably almost over. Jiang Long's hand goes numb, and he collapses to the ground. Looking at the wires binding him, Jiang Long feels heavy. His body. Why can't I muster any strength? They are draining my power. Taeyang suddenly looks up and says, she is here. Ricky's unexpected appearance leaves everyone in shock, so it turns out Ricky took down Taeyang. She said, sorry I am late. I could not bridge that gap like you. It took me a while to clear out the obstacles. But honestly, it is amazing. Not only can I use skills in the black hole, but I can also break through barriers based on you telling me to use Canceller. I bet you have got plenty more tricks up your sleeve. I wonder how you are going to surprise me this time. Taeyang smiled and replied, is that all you think it takes? Jiang Long screamed in rage. You bastards. How dare you? He yelled crazily. Am I getting hit like this again? Seeing Jiang Long break free, Taeyang exclaimed. He has still got some fight left. Ricky replied. I guess. The two quickly got into position, stubborn as cockroaches, and he charged in angrily. Ricky said, do not charge in like an idiot. That is just rude. Her light attack took one of Jiang Long's arms clean off. Taeyang joined in the fun. He politely said, excuse me for a moment. His hand was now transformed by magic into sharp claws. Taeyang calmly gave Jiang Long a scratch. Blood gushed from the old man like a river. Taeyang followed up with a flurry of slashes before turning around with flair. Ricky was taken aback by the display. She marveled. Jiang Long is not saying anything. But he is not just any player. Jiang Long, surprisingly, was not backing down. He zipped past Taeyang, seemingly looking for an easier target. He quickly lunged at Ricky, aiming to land a crushing blow. Ricky, caught off guard, was sent crashing into the wall. Taeyang shouted in worry. Ricky. Jiang Long then landed a kick square on Taeyang, although he managed to block with his hands. The blow still pushed him back. Taeyang was sweating nervously. He stared in shock at Jiang Long. The guy could heal himself. Jiang Long arrogantly declared. All your attacks are pointless. My body keeps regenerating. Taeyang began to worry. Damn it. I had to block that direct hit. His arm was trembling uncontrollably. Could he even counterattack? Jiang Long stroked his beard, grinning self-satisfied. So you think anyone can take this hit? I like your strength. Killing you would be such a waste. Do you want to come under my banner? Besides, you are one of the ones who signed a contract with the Grand Duke. He was taken aback. How does he know about the Grand Duke? How does this guy even know that? Jiang Long continued rambling. National-level strategy players. Those titles mean nothing at all. Us who have signed contracts with the Grand Duke. All you humans are just meaningless bugs. Come on, take my hand. Taeyang suddenly leaned in close and said, what nonsense are you spouting? You think you can intimidate me? I have never trusted backstabbers. And Ricky weakly said, in this situation, I guess I have no choice but to rely on you. Taeyang said, I have never trusted people like you. Then he unleashed his royal might. Jiang Long stared in shock at Taeyang. What is this? Why am I being overwhelmed by this presence? He pointed dramatically and asked. You said you wanted me to take your hand. Someone like you. Your devouring skill has been released. Humans and I. We are just not on the same level. Taeyang strikes. The brutal hunger has been released. Jiang Long can't believe his eyes. He is being devoured.
Wow.
How could I possibly lose to a kid like this? I have absorbed the monster's power and evolved into a new species. But it is all useless. I need more power. More power. Even more power. Give me that strength. Just when he thought it was all over, a shadow loomed behind him. Tayan quickly turned around. That pitch-black creature unleashed a torrent of sickly green goo, and Taeyong barely dodged it. He scanned the ground and guessed. The earth is molten. Is it a strong acid? Could it be that? The bizarre creature lifted its head, posing like it is ready for a photo shoot. In reality, it was just gathering momentum. Before anyone could recover, the monster spewed out more of that green sludge. The bodies of those hit by the goo began to corrode. Limbs even started to snap off. Ricky, terrified, shielded her body. She thought to herself, I have seen countless monsters by now. This monster is on a whole different level. Just then, Taeyong charged in and wrapped his arms around Ricky, using his body to protect her. Taeyong said, I had a feeling, and its appearance has confirmed it. The Abyssal Lord, master of the uncharted dungeon in China, that is Grey Venom. His eyes gleamed with a deadly light. Taeyong recalled. The dungeon expansion of those unexplored dungeons in China was a world-famous event, even before I woke up. Venom exploited this expansion to infect countless people, turning them into hosts. He was also impressed by Zhang Long's courage. Zhang Long, you were not satisfied with merely experimenting on people, so you offered your body to Venom. Taeyong turned to Ricky and warned her. Ricky, you should fall back for now. You do not have much mana left after using that spell on me. Right. I will hold him off here while you escape. Go back to get reinforcements. Ricky protested. But then you will be all alone. He insisted. I will be fine. I do not think I can fight and protect you at the same time. Ricky bit her lip, knowing she would just be a burden to him. In the end, she could only pat his shoulder in agreement. Please, just come back safe. Venom chuckled. How interesting. The Duke's contract is protecting a human. A contractor should obey the Duke without question. How can you use that power for the lesser beings? His curiosity piqued. I am very curious. Just like how I was able to view the memories of this human body after absorbing it. If I turn you into my host, I will be able to see them too. Suddenly, Venom sensed a powerful pressure. Realizing T-Hill had unleashed his power while Venom was still rambling, he said, Why is this bug buzzing like that? First off, tone down that annoying speed of yours. The notification window pops up simultaneously, activating the superior race's eye skill, and your agility skyrockets. Ricky has already made some distance. She anxiously turns back to glance at the room where T-Hill is. Ricky remembers earlier when T-Hill told her, Hurry up. I will hold off the minions here. Thinking about this, she can't help but drift into thought. Maybe she would not be able to get anything done. But is it really just him on his own? He better stay safe until I get back. Right now, T-Hill is fiercely battling Venom, who suddenly appears behind him. T-Hill quickly boosts his strength. The unique skill, Devar, has been enhanced, and he feels a change in his body. He murmurs, Now I can see everything. T-Hill continues to unleash Devar, as the wicked dragon lunges at Venom. Appearing right in front of him, T-Hill observes that while the superior race's eyes are active, Venom's movements slow down. With both Devar and that monster in play, these eyes allow me to track its movements quickly. I can take it down. Venom spits out a corrosive substance that attacks like acid. T-Hill grits his teeth. Not this again. I won T-Fail like last time. T-Hill's and Venom's powers collide, creating a massive explosion. It seems his strength has overpowered Venom's green slime. T-Hill bursts out of the dust, thinking he needs to strike again quickly while he has the chance. I will definitely finish him off in this attack. At this moment, cracks begin to appear outside the base. Explosions echo loudly, rocks and debris flying everywhere. The entire building seems to be crumbling to dust. Amidst the desolation, T-Hill appears, covered in wounds, but his gaze remains unwavering. He looks at his trembling hands and thinks, Damn it. I am almost out of mana. I cannot block all of Venom's attacks. Where did Venom go? Is this the end? Just as T-Hill is about to feel relieved, Venom suddenly appears behind him. He says, How intriguing. Just as expected from the Duke's little puppet. T-Hill pales, realizing that the blow kept him alive. Venom lunges, delivering a punch to T-Hill, barely missing each word. But that is just the beginning of the fight. Venom grips T-Hill tightly, making it hard for him to breathe. Damn it. He is even faster and stronger than before. I can keep my focus. Suddenly, T-Hill realizes Venom is absorbing magic power from the air, and that unique magic can only be sensed in a dark, damn place. That means this lab has turned into a dark dungeon. Venom grins ominously. You can destroy me here. I will make you my host. Despair washes over T-Hill. He thinks, My body is freezing up. This is the ultimate fear. The fear of imminent death. I have been through worse. Teal cuts off this train of thought with a spectacular counterattack. Venom's got a new edge, and he is definitely more chatty now. Laughing maniacally. You are struggling. With the way you are curling up to defend yourself. Looks like you are out of mana. Just goes to show, humans can only persevere so far. Just this much. And you will never catch up to my spawning ability. Teal grunted as he propped himself up, saying, I thought I was a goner. I did not expect things to turn out like this. Venom said. Clearly surprised. What is going on? Teal continued. I did not even know about this weakness. And he is still reeling from that bite he just took. Is my mana being transferred to him through the earring? Teal slowly opened his eyes. Got it, your mana. Notifications popped up. Has absorbed a massive amount of mana. Speed increased by 1. Stamina increased by 1. Power increased by 1. Venom looked at Teal and scoffed. You keep trying to steal my power. But it is not going to work as long as I have this hidden power. My mana will be infinite. Teal chuckled at what he heard. Oh really? Let us see about that. Let us see if it is still infinite in this world. A massive crimson monster appeared behind him. Its mouth full of sharp teeth. Venom froze. Standing still, staring at that giant beast. It charged at him like a whirlwind. Teal and the monster vanished. And suddenly, Venom found himself in a strange place. Puzzled. He said, what is this? In the distance, there is a throne made of bones. The figure sitting there, upon seeing Venom, reacted with annoyance. You are really bringing bugs here at this point. Insane. He looked up at the figure on the throne and quickly said, you are not the one I am fighting. This weird vibe. Who are you? The figure, noticing his tone, responded coldly. I never gave you permission to ask questions. You bug of Beelzebub, Oppo Gangster said, glaring down at Venom with fierce eyes. Venom showed no sign of fear. Boldly replying, you dare to call my master that with such lowly words. So you are a big shot too. The guy raised his voice. How long are you going to keep flapping that full mouth of yours? Get out of my sight. Just then, from below Venom, chains of blood suddenly appeared, wrapping tightly around his legs. Venom was held fast but still retorted defiantly. Looks like the one who signed a pact with you underestimated me. I am the gray parasite. Nowhere is safe from my invasion, even in the domain of a big shot. I want to be stopped. Smoke began to rise from his feet, gradually forming a mystical haze. A mysterious power is resisting me. The power emanating from Oppo Gangster forced Venom to pull back. And he thought silently. No way. Venom could not believe this was real. It felt absurd. This can be happening. The power I gained from Beelzebub. Before Venom could even fight back, he was already defeated at the hands of Oppo Gangster. Falling silent. Finally relieved. At last, peace and quiet. Outside the secret lab of Zhonglong, someone had been lying in wait for a long time. That person anxiously stared at the crumbling building ahead, impatiently exclaiming, damn it. What the hell is going on? He is Mont, the National Strategy Level 5 of the US. He is observing and calculating in his mind. Our mission is to protect Ricky, an investigator from the World Players Association, and also a key talent of the American Players Association. Protect Ricky, even though Ricky firmly refused. He recalled the moment he made the offer. She just smiled lightly and replied, are you going to protect me? No need. I already have my own bodyguard. Remembering her words made him even more anxious. But it has been hours since she entered the research facility without a word. And with all this chaos, it seems we have to take action. Just as Montel stood up, he heard a commotion ahead. The bricks from the wall suddenly flew everywhere. It was Ricky, kicking down the wall to escape outside. Spotting the person he was looking for, he rushed over and urgently asked, Ricky, are you okay? She finally took a good look at him. Hesitatingly said, Montel. Roman. He did not respond to her and instead moved to support her and inquire about her situation. A person like you is this badly injured. What exactly happened inside? Ricky told Montel the truth. They were conducting illegal experiments to turn humans into monsters. The people in there. I could not save anyone. She said while turning to glance back at the chaotic scene inside. Montel also looked in that direction. But then he quickly turned to check her expression. Seeing she was still exhausted, Montel spoke up. First, let us head back. We will report everything. Ricky quickly replied. There are still people that need saving. He was surprised to see her like this and asked again. Who are you talking about? Ricky seemed a bit tense and hesitant when mentioning this name. Korea. Tayan. Montel was taken aback and asked. Tayan. Suddenly, the nearby trees rustled, and the sound echoed throughout the area. Ricky looked back. Sensing something, a strange light appeared, and a portal slowly formed. Gradually opening, countless grotesque monsters were rushing out of it. Witnessing this scene, Both Ricky and Montel were certain dungeon break. He stepped forward to shield her and shouted, "Ricky, step back behind me." In the air, various guns of all sizes appeared, their barrels aimed directly at the monsters. This skill is Genocide Bullet. SS rank, with countless firearms created from magical energy. Montel urgently shouted, "Ricky, I do not know why you are with that Tayan guy. But with the dungeon break happening, the chances of him surviving inside are extremely low." The monsters that got hit fell dead, but it barely made a dent. Others continued to surge from the portal, maybe even more than before. He saw the situation was dire and said tensely, "Man, at this rate, we are in deep trouble. If I had known it would be like this, I would have called for backup earlier." Ricky, though exhausted, struggled to say, "For now, I will join the fight." The monsters had surrounded her, but at this moment, she could only think of one person. Tayan. Did that guy really take her down? While she was lost in thought, a monster approached and closed in on her. Montel saw this and shouted anxiously, "Ricky." The monster intended to grip her with both hands, and it was then she finally realized Ricky was backing away, while the monster kept closing in. She retreated right to where Montel was standing, and both of them found themselves surrounded by monsters. He exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" Suddenly, someone charged in out of nowhere, slicing the monster in half with a powerful strike. Ricky's face lit up in joy as she shouted, "Tayan." He landed lightly, walking towards them as he said, "Venom is dead. Now we just need to take care of the remaining Tepzil." Following the dungeon break of the uncharted Kanakinas, the next was the dungeon break of the Grey Pit. These two events had turned into a widespread disaster across Asia. And coincidentally, both were halted by a single player, Tayan from Korea. Now, not just the Asian and American player associations, but the whole world was keeping an eye on Tayan's achievements. Meanwhile, at the World Player Association, with the rising cases of awakened players wiping out S-Cup monsters, including Tayan, they began discussing the implementation of a new system, a level that could no longer be confined to cups, but for cups players. In a desolate wasteland, the sunset blood red across the sky as a figure walked deeper in without making a sound. The demon looked in one direction and spoke. "Impressive, is that person even stronger now?" Korea gazed at someone sitting atop a massive monster that had just been defeated. The person, still with some blood on their face, replied, "One of the great victories. I successfully signed a contract with the Organ Beast." The demon below was not the least surprised. Indeed, this power suited a ruler well. The figure approached and placed a hand on the demon's shoulder, saying, "Long time no see, demon," knowing that the one who came to find him meant there was trouble outside the abyss. "Right." The demon turned to him and responded, "Yep. While you were away, a lot has happened." Even though the other person said this, he showed no emotion. He was Jihong, and just as he had a cold expression, he suddenly smiled, though it did not seem genuine. This is really something to look forward to. Weeks had passed since the uncharted dungeon in China. The Grey Pit was conquered, and the new Korea, an isolated island offshore. While the world spun with drama, Ricky was lounging in the summer sun. She stretched comfortably after days of exhaustion, enjoying it. It had been so long since she had such a leisurely moment. Daehoon declared with authority, "I invited you here. But this is not a vacation." Ricky nonchalantly downed the last of her drink, saying, "Whatever. I have been busy as hell for ages, so I might as well enjoy it while I can." He gazed thoughtfully. "Ricky, the girl in front of me has a special status. As an investigator for the World Player Association, she testified about the illegal and transformative experiments happening there. But the mastermind, Zhang Long, was still missing, and most of the evidence had been destroyed in the last dungeon riot, making it hard for Ricky to prove her claims. Daehoon felt even more troubled, especially since those who had been experimented on could not be saved. She must be feeling quite hopeless. However, he reassured himself that compared to his past life, things were much better now. Daehoon recalled the painful memories. At first, Ricky got caught up in Zhang Long's plan and went missing. Meanwhile, the initial attempt to suppress venom failed, and then an unknown disease broke out, plunging the entire world into misery. He held a glass of water, stunned by how things had turned out, as he had originally set out to find Ricky to unlock his skills. But this outcome was definitely unexpected. Just then, a young girl spoke up. "Look, you suddenly said you would go with Ricky, and I thought something big was happening." Zong caught them like an admin catching someone in a group chat and pointed, exclaiming, "Who would have thought it was a date?" Seeing her sulking, Ricky laughed and asked, "You were leading her on, Azan?" Daehoon quickly chimed in, "I said it was not like that." He raised an eyebrow in suspicion. "But I never called Azan here. So why did you follow me?" She casually spilled the beans, and it dawned on him that her justification was, of course, to keep an eye on him. "It is because the place you are renting is under our management." After hearing that, Dehyun stopped trying to argue back. But I have already overpaid for the rent. Azan did not hesitate. As long as I have the cash, I can do whatever I want. Right. Who knew you would be leaving your game there? Watching them bicker like two young lovers. Ricky smirked, his tone laced with irony. You really are a charming guy. I guess I should not take up too much of your time. She flipped her hair seriously and said, let us get to the point. The scene shifted to the training area, where Azan laid out the situation. According to the alchemist's assessment, this was a barrier strong enough to withstand the power of S-class monsters. She added an important detail. Moreover, is quite far from residential areas, making it the perfect place for something big. In fact, it has rarely been used for such purposes until now. Azan turned to ask, what is the reason you rented this place? T-Hill was deep in thought. The skill seal had been lifted. But that was not enough. I do not know when or where that guy who looks like me will show up again, blocking my path and trying to take over this body. Then he steeled his resolve. I do not want to take any more chances. Before the big battle ahead, I have to take him down right here. At this moment, T-Hill spoke up, predicting the worst-case scenario. I might lose control. Losing control? Azan asked. Bewildered. Are you saying you might unleash your skills? T-Hill's face darkened in despair, which left Ricky a bit taken aback. It is similar, but it is worse. I might actually lose my sanity. I am serious about this. So since you are here, I also have something to ask of you. Azan, T-Hill spoke earnestly. If I show any signs of going off the rails, I hope you both can stop me. Seeing his determination, Azan sighed quietly. She really could not figure out what T-Hill was thinking anymore. She turned to her friend. Ricky, do you know anything? She shrugged in response. Who knows? Shortly after, Ricky began to twirl a strand of hair, deep in thought. Back then, when I used the canceller in the lab, I saw T-Hill's abilities. She recalled his extraordinary abilities, especially that strange power. Could it be the power of the Grand Duke? After a moment of contemplation, Ricky's hope sparked, and she smiled confidently. Maybe I can gather some useful information. At this moment, T-Hill stands still, phone in hand. Ready to take action. Let us see what happens. Looking at himself in the screen, T-Hill brushes his hair nervously, realizing this is the first time he is trying this. Immediately, he shouts the command. Fully hypnotized, in an instant, freezes. The phone slipping from his grasp and hitting the ground. He steps into a virtual realm, gripping himself in astonishment. This is something else. Gazing at the surrounding lake, T-Hill recognizes the truth. This is the answer. Right in front of him is a towering throne with someone sitting at the center. It is Oppo Gangster, T-Hill's doppelganger. Smirking mockingly, saying, looks like you finally decided to use your brain. The guy continues with an amused tone. Surprised that you personally came all the way here. T-Hill responds with a smirk. I guess it is time to meet the one occupying my body. T-Hill stares intensely at him and questions. You are exactly like me. What exactly are you? Oppo Gangster leans back, arrogantly replying. Do I really have to tell you? After hearing this, T-Hill coldly accepts the reality. Alright. I figured you would not cooperate anyway. Without hesitation, he issues a warning. But I am not going to let a ticking time bomb linger inside me forever. He cracks his knuckles and threatens. Get out of this body now. The guy grins menacingly, retorting, what if I refuse? Realizing negotiations are not working, T-Hill lunges forward, determined to strike. I will use my strength and crush you from here. Oppo Gangster grips the throne tightly, veins bulging in disdain. You think you can overpower me? You are not exactly the best match. He sneers, taking a stance similar to T-Hill's. Don't kid yourself. At that moment, Oppo Gangster unleashes a burst of fiery energy. Just then, T-Hill retaliates with that crimson magic. Both shout their spells simultaneously, unleashing twin fire dragons that collide mid-air, creating an explosion as bright as a Marvel movie poster. Pure chaos. Meanwhile, in the real world, Azan and Ricky are jolted by a sudden tremor. She exclaims in shock. What the heck was that? Did the ground just shake? Realizing what is happening, Ricky responds seriously. He glances at her, stating, looks like it has begun. At that moment, where Teal stands, the ground suddenly cracks open. Before he can react, it forms a massive shattered circle. Ricky, feeling the tension, reminds Azan. Get ready. This won't be easy. Inside T-Hill's subconscious, a powerful tremor is also taking place. The red lake between the peaks crashes against each other as he and Oppo Gangster exchange fierce punches. Both spin and strike down hard, causing the two beasts to clash head-on. T-Hill calculates his opponent's weaknesses with each strike. Just as he suspected, this guy knows how to wield chaos magic. When two chaotic forces clash, it is impossible to determine a victor. He takes a risk with his next idea. But just then, Oppo Gangster interrupts his train of thought. I can guess what you are thinking. Relying solely on brute strength won't be enough. You plan to use your own skills to win. Right, Teacher Opal Gangster anticipated my next move. And both of us instinctively stepped back. In the blink of an eye. He thrust his hand forward. A sneer etched on his face. But even that was nothing that belonged to a mere human. In the next moment, T-Hill was stunned. Unable to believe the timing. What was this? Opal Gangster took a beat. Then flashed a savage grin. Then, without warning, he swung down a massive sword right above me. Radiating authority. T-Hill felt the surge of energy and lifted his gaze upward. Before he could even look, Opal Gangster mercilessly fired his gun. And in the thick haze of dust, blood droplets floated up like they were in slow motion. T-Hill instinctively flinched back. Feeling a wave of anxiety, this was turning out to be different from what he had expected. He clutched the wound on his chest, gritting his teeth in disbelief. He never thought that he could wield something like that. Opposite him, Opal Gangster laughed mockingly, as if to say, isn't that obvious? Just as the shock began to wear off, he launched a combo of punches straight into T-Hill's right arm. T-Hill stumbled back, and Opal Gangster continued to taunt, even bringing up the other weapons he had. All things he obtained through the king's power. He was now throwing punches. Smirking defiantly. You think I can't use them? T-Hill struggled to hold his ground, shaking his head in frustration. Man, this guy was really arrogant. At this moment, he reluctantly admitted, despite the bitter taste in his mouth, that this guy was strong. He had defeated plenty of foes that left him powerless. Facing off against Opal Gangster, T-Hill frantically scratched his head. He had prepared so many cards to take him down, but now they all felt useless. What was he supposed to do? Seeing him frozen in place, Opal Gangster raised an eyebrow. Teasing. I can hear your brain working overtime. This resistance is pointless. He conjured a fiery chain from thin air and ominously declared, just give up. Without waiting for T-Hill's response, he commanded the chains to lunge forward like a freight train without brakes. And then, a classic explosion erupted, sending water splashing everywhere as Opal Gangster smirked, narrowing his eyes. Amidst the chaos, he stood his ground like a statue, refusing to back down. Give up. Not a chance. From the moment he stepped in here, he knew it would not be easy. In that instant, a surge of power exploded within him. T-Hill smashed through the chains with a determined expression. He would give it everything he had as long as he could. Watching this unfold, Opal Gangster could not help but grin. Outside, Azone's eyes widened in shock. Is this T-Hill's explosive state? That is some insane magic energy. Ricky nodded in agreement, looking like a pro. This is not just insane. That magic power rivals mine. The greatest mage around. Observing the torrent of magic energy, she seriously remarked. It might even surpass it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ricky turned to urge her teammate. Azone, we need to act fast. Waiting any longer will just complicate things. Then she added seriously, while I am using my skills. Before she could finish, something startled both of them. T-Hill shot forward like a missile, heading straight for them. Azone activated her artifact to block his attack. Looking at him, she curiously asked, has he woken up already? Behind her, she unleashed a powerful surge that echoed loudly. Azone, confused, asked, Ricky, what should I do now? She anxiously replied, I need a little time while I chant the spell. Hold T-Hill back. Understanding her intention, Azone still hesitated. Let me handle it. She charged forward like a goddess of war. After all, I have been itching to face T-Hill at least once. At that moment, he seemed possessed by divine forces. Casually waving his hand, a burst of green energy shot from the tip of T-Hill's fingers. As they clashed, a brilliant light erupted like a fireworks festival, and Azone struggled against his strike. She braced herself with determination, recalling the Grand Fornet block. Back then, the situation was completely reversed. Azone took the lead in the unfolding events, saying, now it is my turn. She jumped up and swung her staff hard, aiming to knock him back to reality. Without hesitation, she brought it down. However, T-Hill dodged like a professional dancer, then sprang upward with incredible speed. He used his leg to sweep past her staff, delivering a kick to her face. Seeing this, Azone swung her staff to counter, gritting her teeth as she leaned back. At the same time, Ricky launched a support attack from behind. She conjured a small orb in her palm. Ricky did not expect it, but she raised it high. I really do not want to use my trump card, but there is no other way. Moments later, the small orb transformed into a massive sphere. Inside the sphere was a wondrous glow shimmering brightly. Ricky focused, making the orb grow larger. Meanwhile, Azone fought back fiercely, thinking to herself, trying to look confident as she charged in, but her arms were starting to go numb. Watching him pull off his moves, she wondered in shock. Even unconsciously, how can he dodge like that? T-Hill, what are you really made of? Just when everything seemed precarious, Ricky signaled for Azone to run. From the giant orb, a massive tree trunk sprouted, startling Azone as she jumped over it. She turned back, confused. Ricky, what is this? Next, Ricky leaped onto a branch, introducing her mysterious power. My skill is called the Gate of Annihilation. I have summoned a beast from the deepest depths of the abyss. Then, she continued to explain how it worked. Using Teal as a test subject, it reacts to powerful magic energy. Once it latches on, it will drain all the magic until there is nothing left. When the magic energy runs out, the skill will automatically be cancelled. Hearing this, Azone's eyes widened in disbelief. Amazed that you could open a gate to the abyss using just human strength, and even summon a magical beast to fight. Looking at the American contestant before her, she admired him silently. Truly the power of one of the strongest players in the US. Ricky, at this moment, T-Hill was still straining to hold on, but then, he suddenly released everything. Collapsing. Seeing it reach a conclusion, she sighed in relief. Thinking it was finally over, Azone quickly ran over. T-Hill. She hurriedly called out. T-Hill, are you awake? Ricky stood behind, silently observing. Even as the beast drained T-Hill's magic, his power continued to rise. If they delayed any longer, things could get dangerous. As she pondered her next move, a beam of light severed the tree trunk. She had a feeling this would not be an easy task. She would have to calculate her debts carefully. At that moment, a perfect slash cut through Azone, leaving her frozen in shock. Ricky, horrified, stumbled back, witnessing the terrifying scene unfold before him, repeatedly calling out, "Wait, what the hell?" She struggled to regain her strength, launching another attack, thinking, no way. How can he still move? At that moment, T-Hill raised his hand, causing a ripple, a beastly transformation. Not a bad idea for a human, but still, one individual can't absorb more magical power than they can handle. Sensing an ominous warning, Ricky pressed to Till. Oboganzer looked up, a self-satisfied smile spreading across his face. I am not him. Do you think I am that weak? Grasping the situation, Ricky, frustrated, nearly shouted. Where's T-Hill? The guy was riding high, grinning like a maniac. He has lost to me. This body now belongs entirely to me. Looking at him, she silently speculated. This feeling, it is like an S-level monster. After a moment, Ricky smirked. Oh really? But I have no clue what you are talking about. She made a quick decision she would strike first. Ricky, still caught off guard, opened his mouth to ask. But you are the enemy. Right. Lightning bolts shot toward Opal Gangster. But they were nothing to him, casually brushing them aside. Then he stomped down hard on the bolts of lightning. Seeing this, Ricky was in disbelief. No way. He blocked my energy burst with his bare hands. Taking advantage of the moment, Opal Gangster excitedly began to warm up his body. Without waiting for her to react, he started showing off. I guess it is time to warm up. Ricky gritted his teeth and stepped back, deep in T.Hill's subconscious. His soul lay sprawled beneath the water. The entire space fell into a deep, silent stillness. Just then, T.Hill's fingers twitched slightly. Now, steam began to rise from the water. Like a hot spring just opened. T.Hill lay struggling on the floor, grappling with the harsh truth. He thought the distance had closed significantly. But the force felt so immense. What on earth is he? In his mind, he recalled the past and concluded. The king I met was not a madman like this. There is something that king planted inside me. Confused, T.Hill forced himself to sit up, suddenly filled with determination. I do not know why he is doing this. But now's not the time to overthink. I have got to stop him. However, a big question loomed in his mind as his body gradually began to fade away. How? T.Hill looked up, gritting his teeth. This is the only way. At the same time, in the real world, Oppenheimer was using Ricky like a toy. He lifted her effortlessly and sighed in disappointment. Is this all there is? So disappointing. Not even enough to warm me up. Ricky refused to back down, smirking mockingly. You are the first to underestimate me this much. But I am still a national strategic level asset. Jun placed a hand on Oppenheimer's arm, desperately clinging to a last shred of hope, saying, let go. You are not that kind of person. Ayan urgently called out, urging him to snap out of it, causing Oppenheimer to momentarily fall silent. Oppenheimer mercilessly tossed Ricky aside, then used his speed to dart behind Ayan. Without hesitation, he sent her flying to the side. He looked down on her with disdain, like a bug trying to act human. His eyes gleamed with menace as he snapped his fingers. How dare you touch my body? He reveled in watching her crash to the ground, obediently waiting her turn, knowing that soon enough, she would meet her end. Suddenly, Ricky spoke up, drawing his attention away. It seemed there was no bringing T.Hill back now. Ricky raised her hand, issuing a challenge, then began to gather her consort magic. Wait. You were asking if I had anything left to show, Right, she continued to explain in a mysterious tone, even though the demonized form had vanished. The magic it absorbed still lingered in the air. Oppenheimer eyed the Excel-sized magic sphere, his eyes narrowing as he concentrated all that power into a single point. At this moment, Ricky felt a surge of anxiety. She held her breath, knowing if this monster were unleashed, the consequences would be worse than a dungeon break. She could not let that happen. With a final desperate whisper, she said, Taehyun, I will be your last companion. Ricky, filled with fiery determination, pointed her hand at his face. Look closely. This is the full extent of my power. Right after, the massive sphere came crashing down on Oppenheimer's head. He stood frozen, staring at the sphere, as if he would just figured something out, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Then, a gigantic dragon emerged, ready to seize the sphere. Seeing this, Ricky was left speechless. Her surprise barely contained as she gasped. What? How is this possible? Oppenheimer sighed deeply, bursting into laughter. I have seen enough. Are you done with your little show yet? Ricky, in despair, had run out of options. She crouched down, sobbing. This is just cheating. It is not even fair. He approached her slowly, his demeanor condescending, as if to say, consider this your reward for entertaining me. How special. I will absorb you with my devouring skill. Without hesitation, Oppenheimer began to suck in all her magic, wearing a satisfied grin. At that moment, something made him stop. The vague shadow of Taehyun flashed in Oppenheimer's mind. Seeing him halt, Ricky's eyes widened in shock. She furrowed her brow in confusion. Slowly lifting her head, he exploded with rage, gritting his teeth as he spat out each word. Taehyun. Deep down, he cursed himself. This crazy guy. That familiar shadow. Oppenheimer closed his eyes, a sarcastic smile forming. You have arrived. He could not believe it and began questioning in his subconscious. What the hell are you thinking? Gazing at the dazzling scene before him, Oppenheimer exclaimed. You dare to use devouring magic on yourself, Taehyun. Seeing this, confidently confirmed his suspicions. Looks like I was right. Your goal was to make me touch something, and you did not kill me just to steal this body. He continued with a warning. If I die right now, you might be in for some serious trouble. Oppenheimer scoffed at his words. What a ridiculous threat. You think I care about something called a vessel? Taehyun mockingly asked. You are in such a hurry to come back like this. Oppenheimer raised an eyebrow threateningly, saying, Don't put on a show. Opportunities like this one come around twice. He looked down at his palm and firmly declared, Yep. I know. After all, I have already died once. This is my second chance at life as a reward. Finally, Taehyun delivered a powerful ultimatum. If we do not achieve anything here, then it is better to be dead. At that moment, his eyes burned with fiery determination. After some reflection, he acknowledged, I underestimated the weapons. Suddenly, a fragment of his soul automatically returned to its place. Oppenheimer reluctantly conceded. All right, this time it is a victory for the others. Then he issued a cryptic warning. But remember, the only reason you are still alive is because of my purpose. Oppenheimer gradually faded into the air, repeating chilling words. Struggle. Keep struggling until you reach the king. And if I realize you can do that. And finally, he unleashed the monster and threatened. I won't hesitate to swallow your words. Taehyun was not backing down either, responding fiercely. Even if you show up, I won't go down without a fight. Then, the screen displayed his player information. Taehyun. Age 19. Rank A. Power 219. Endurance 220. Speed 218. Magic 327. Wu power 150. 99% fatigue. Remaining magic is at 327. Skills include a grade Devar, allowing him to consume a target of his desire. Magic cost 50. A grade Shadow Stealth, enhancing his body and hiding his presence. Magic cost 10. A grade World Monarch, creating a specially enhanced area with magic. Magic cost 30 for a grade Monarch's Aura, releasing 3 enhanced magic auras. Magic cost 20 for a grade Binding Chains, designating a target for binding, capable of tracing and cancelling skills. Magic cost 20 for a grade Queen Servant, summoning the Dream Queen Rosalia. Magic cost 300 for a grade Absolute Hypnosis, designating a target and hypnotizing them. Magic cost 100 for a grade Blood Fury, maximizing physical condition. Magic cost 200 for a grade Beast Eye, activating unique eyes. Magic cost 10. Returning to reality, he focused on his palm and wondered, have I really surpassed rank A and reached rank A? Just then, Ricky anxiously spoke up. Taehyun, it seems like you are awake now. Taehyun was startled to see her sprawled out on the floor. Ricky, he gently helped her up, then self-reproached. Did I cause you to end up like this? Ricky could only helplessly smile and reply. Yeah. Pretty much. Nervously, he turned to the A lying motionless on the ground. She immediately reassured him. Don't worry. She seems to be okay. Snuggled in T-Hill's arms. Ricky made an admiring comment. You are truly something else. You have managed to hide your true self all this time. Then she sincerely added, making T-Hill's eyes widen in surprise. But still. Thank you. Ricky shrugged. Understanding, in the end. It was you who prevented this. Right, consider it a debt of gratitude. I will keep this a secret. She proposed a deal. In exchange, next time I am in danger, you have to help me because I feel I can trust you with my life. After hearing that, T-Hill furrowed his brow for a moment, then accepted her request. All right. I promise. After the fierce battle, they were given a well-deserved break, finding luck in their misfortune. Thankfully, neither of them was seriously injured enough to affect their future actions. But they still needed to stay in the hospital for a while. Meanwhile, T-Hill was feeding some fruit, and she was eagerly opening her mouth like a baby bird. Give me that color, he thought to himself as he fed her. Feeling a bit guilty this time, he decided to take care of her. He was as cheerful as ever, happily expressing how delicious it was. She could not believe her luck getting fruit sliced by T-Hill himself. Sometimes, being injured like this is not so bad. Right, he forced a smile and looked away, thinking that one time was more than enough. He did not want to feel this way again. A moment later, she sighed sadly and shared. If only Ricky could have stayed a bit longer. Little did she know, her sudden departure caught him off guard. T-Hill, diligently peeling a big apple, paused, realizing how busy he really was. Seeing this, he nodded in agreement. Suddenly remembering. Oh right. It is almost time for this level grand ceremony. She raised a curious question. Is Ricky on the list too? He replied. Yeah. And he excitedly revealed. I heard the World Players Association is preparing for a spectacular event this time. Just a moment later, she sprang up, reminding him fiercely. That is an international stage. T-Hill. Don't he go causing trouble there? Casually held a bun and replied. Who knows? T-Hill bit into it and chuckled. That is not entirely up to me. You know, as the dawn broke, the wind rustled, making the flags of all the nations flutter proudly. Inside the building ahead, the host cheerfully addressed the audience. Dear members of the World Players Association. Vincent stood at the podium, reflecting on the past, when they were pushed to the brink of extinction by the emergence of abs. He proudly spoke about the achievements they have made, thanks to international cooperation. With the outstanding contributions of players, they had gradually conquered monsters, dimensional gates, and dungeons. Right at this moment, Vincent Chang, the president of the World Players Association, joyfully announced a new era. Now, we have achieved peace, moving towards an unprecedented period of prosperity. Because of this, Vincent recognized a significant change. More powerful skills and more experienced players were emerging one after another. Our association has reviewed the accomplishments players have achieved through some recent events and concluded that the old ranking system is no longer suitable. He eagerly declared an important decision. It is time to step into a new era with S rankings. Then, Vincent solemnly introduced the players, saying, Today, here, I am proud to present the first 10 heroes to receive S player licenses. He invited everyone to give a round of applause to welcome them. Next, he announced the superstar lineup. Cody Wood, Montel, Ricky Harris, Dylan Gray, Aiden Simon, Sergey Karamzin, Thomas Proven, Daniel Harrington, Alexandra Bizu. He paused for a moment before carefully introducing a special guest, Tayan from South Korea. The crowd below erupted in heartfelt applause. Vincent continued to explain the important powers these players would have. These players will carry the licenses recognized by the World Players Association, allowing them to operate freely across borders to help maintain peace for humanity. Standing in the spotlight, Tayan reflects emotionally. I can't believe I made it here. He reminisces about his incredible journey. From hearing those cursed words about awakening that monstrous power, it all started with those first steps. From being in rank to reaching an entirely new level, a national power tier, Tayan never expected his results. He shattered the limits previous players had reached, soaring to the pinnacle of S rank. At that moment, someone hands him a sharp dagger. He thinks back to his past self. If it were him in the previous game, he could never have imagined achieving this. Tayan accepts the gift, vowing fiercely, But I am not stopping here. This power is just a stepping stone on my journey. What I truly crave is to uncover the mysteries, the grand formula of the doppelganger, and that king who sent me back in time. The secrets hidden behind this world. Tayan solidifies his future goals, declaring, to explore it all, I must keep moving forward. After the award ceremony ends, everyone gathers at the party, and Jinhee playfully punches him on the back, her face beaming with pride. Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh my god. After all these years, Korea finally has a moment like this. Taehyun hears Lee shout, wincing in pain. President of the association. Jinny laughs, teasing him. A guy with S rank is complaining about a punch from this old man. Taeguk steps up, gently explaining, Player Taehyun, you should know this. The president of the association has been waiting for someone like you to shine more than anyone else. He emphasizes Taehyun's importance, stating a strong player like him is proof of the growth of the National Players Association. With your presence, we can achieve even greater things. Jinhee puts an arm around him, acknowledging Taehyun's contributions. Many are being empowered because of you, from tournaments to collaborations among Asian players. You have helped so much. He hears, modestly replying, I am just doing what I am supposed to do. Just then, Ricky approaches, commenting, Korea really does have a vibe. It is so appealing. He waves cheerfully, asking, Taehyun, how have you been lately? He turns to her, calling out, Ricky. Taehyun quickly runs over, asking if she is okay. Ricky sighs. Not really. I am still sore all over. I told you to go easy. Then, she launches into a series of playful complaints. With my delicate figure, how can I take that? Taehyun hears her and smirks. You are just saying that to create misunderstandings. Right. She looks surprised. Zico, Jinhee, and Taeguk behind them look puzzled, sensing the tension in their dynamic. Looks like a Jun is onto something between those two. Someone whispers. Without wasting time, Ricky dives into the main topic. I did not come here just to chat. There is someone who wants to meet and greet you too. At that moment, a man steps forward, and Ricky's voice takes on a hint of mystery, grabbing everyone's attention. Guess who it is? He extends his hand and agrees. Yep. I have wanted to meet and thank that person too. Ricky politely greets him. It is a pleasure to meet you, Player Taehyun. Taehyun stepped closer to him, filled with admiration, thinking to himself, so this is it. If I rank, I will officially be on par with this man. He recalled his status from his previous life. If anyone were to represent all the players back then, his name would definitely be at the top of the list. Taehyun thought about the role of the man in front of him, the one who always stood at the front lines against the Abyss. He assessed his opponent, the strongest player. Cody Wood. Taehyun could feel the power radiating from his opponent. Just facing him brought an overwhelming sense of pressure. He extended his hand and replied earnestly, It is I who should be thanking you. The two shook hands, and Taehyun expressed his respect, saying it was truly an honor to meet you. Cody. After hearing this, Cody seriously promised, I am sure we will have plenty of opportunities to collaborate in the future. Looking forward to helping out. Taehyun raised an eyebrow at the thought of future cooperation. Just then, a man burst through the door, calling out loudly, Everyone. Vincent continued to capture attention. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention for a moment. He went on to share some urgent news. Even though it was a bit abrupt, we have a new announcement to make. Jinhee and Tae looked at each other in confusion. Announcement. Vincent revealed a crucial decision. The World Players Association, after receiving a proposal from Kevin, president of the American Players Association, has decided that from this moment on, with the issuance of the SSS license, he unveiled a grand plan. With explosive momentum, we will form a large-scale raid team to conquer all the uncharted dungeons on Earth. Vincent confirmed the new strategy with a unique twist, stating, this will be an unprecedented campaign. The S-ranked players from the United States have agreed to participate. Upon hearing this, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Just how big is this going to be? Someone remarked about the lineup of gamers. If all the S players from the US join in, another person speculated further, causing high-ranking players to become alert. That also means there are some S players from around the world. Immediately after, Vincent called for collaboration, hoping that other associations and S-ranked players would consider joining. It is time for the world to unite for eternal peace. Jinhee remained silent, his brow furrowed in skepticism. Externally, it seemed like cooperation. But was it really that simple? The timing felt too perfect. Jinhee doubted the true motives. Half of the SSS players worldwide belonged to the US. They could exploit that power to twist the World Players Association's plans and declare who the true dominant nation was. With the rewards from the uncharted dungeons just being a side benefit. But observed the back of his head, realizing the weak position of Korea. Although aware of this, aside from player Taeyong, Korea's influence was still weak. Jinhee had to accept the reality. For now, there was nothing else to do but go with the flow of the world. Meanwhile, the British Players Association enthusiastically announced their intention to join the raid team, along with player Daniel Harrington. Seeing this, a French player cheerfully volunteered. Please allow the French Players Association to join as well. Russia was not left out either. We will join too. Vincent witnessed everyone agreeing unanimously and clapped in celebration. Awesome. And besides, just as he turned around, he saw a hand raised. Everyone was taken aback by his surprise. The player Taeyang, Vincent formally invites. Does Korea want to join? However, Tayan bluntly refuses, stands firm in his position, stating they will act independently. After hearing this, everyone in the hall is left speechless, eyes wide and mouths agape. Like, seriously, even Cody raises an eyebrow, staring at him. Time passes, and on the plane, Ricky laments to Cody, "It is such a shame. I failed to recruit Marcus and Gregor before. And now this rejection again." Cody probes him. "Are you disappointed?" She adds thoughtfully, "If he joined, he would be a formidable force." He muses, but that does not seem to be the reason she is upset. Does it? Ricky chuckles softly. "I am just personally intrigued. What about you, Cody? What do you think of the player T. Hill?" Cody coldly remarked, "He looks really strong. Now I see why you got knocked down like that." Hearing his assessment, Ricky ponders. Even the strongest in the world is not acknowledging him like that. So maybe I am not seeing things wrong. He explains. T. Hill is a contract holder of the Abyss Grand. The title of the strongest in the world means nothing. Ricky quietly gazes out the window. Then wonders, is that on the stormy flight? Ricky asks. Let me rephrase that. She curiously questions how his abilities compare to other contract holders. Does he look strong? That question hung in the air so heavily that outside, thunder clapped loudly. Cody sat in silence, visibly annoyed. Moments later, he mysteriously replies, "We will find out the answer eventually." At this moment, inside a tall building under the dark, silent night. Inside, a man slams the table in anger, cursing. Damn it. What the hell is an S level? What kind of large-scale demolitions team is this? This irritable man is the new chairman of the Chinese Players Association. Gritting his teeth in frustration. They do not even bother to look at the Chinese Players Association. Zhu Jin places all the blame on him. It is all that bastard Tae Hyan's fault. He pulls out a drawer and decides to take drastic measures. There is no other choice. Zhu Jin holds a used drive in his hand, then agrees to use the secret technique. The documents that I painstakingly obtained from researching the gray area. There is no choice but to use it. Zhu Jin leans back in his chair, muttering to himself, Chairman Jae-jin, given this situation, should I be thankful that at least you left this behind? While pondering, suddenly there is a loud scream from outside. Hen is startled and asks loudly, "What is going on out there?" Blood seeps in through the door. And just after that, the door bursts open. A mysterious man steps inside. He is the new chairman of the Chinese Players Association, apologizing for the unexpected late-night visit. He explains his abruptness. I just returned from abs. Still feeling the pressure. Upon seeing the man before him, Zi Jin's face goes pale as he stutters. Who are you? Jiang confidently introduces himself. I'm Zhang, president of the Black Association. This enigmatic man is indeed the president of the Black Association. Jae Hong, a top-tier figure. Early morning at the new South Korean Nightwalker Association. Someone is visibly upset. Is there indeed another plot brewing? Who is it that is frowning and sneering? Does South Korea think they can conquer an uncharted dungeon by themselves? What were they thinking to make such a bold declaration? Taehyun sat silently, resting his chin on his hand with a knowing smile. He recalled Jin Hee's frustrated and disappointed expression, along with his pitiful tone, leaving him unsure whether to laugh or cry. She decided to confide in Taehyun. While President Jin Hee looked incredibly uncomfortable. No matter how strong he was, Taehyun was just like everyone else. At that moment, he interrupted her. All because of that, New Korea can't keep relying solely on my strength. Right. If others do not grow, it will be tough. Plus, the unexplored dungeons are a fantastic opportunity to gain experience. He raised a hand to scratch his head, looking at him in agreement, saying it did make sense. But was it really necessary to rush like this? From now on, I will focus my efforts on Abyss. Hearing this, he suddenly perked up, staring wide-eyed at Taehyun. His lips parted as if to ask something, but then he hesitated. She began to have a few thoughts, similar to when categorizing players in the Asian qualifiers, where players were divided into two types based on their main battlefield. One type explores the unknown depths of Abyss, expanding territory for humanity. The other fights outside Abyss, preventing monsters from spilling out from dungeon breaks and battling against demons. Until now, Taehyun mainly operated outside Abyss, which is why he was recognized as an S-Cup. Yet, as soon as he got this cup, he said he wanted to enter Abyss, but in reality, he always had a goal in mind. He did not pay attention to the questioning gaze from him, focusing instead on his own thoughts. The king. The chance regarding him was not on Earth, but in Abyss. If I remain shackled here, I will never reach my goals. But while I am leaving, unexpected danger might strike again. So to prepare for that moment, I need to help others grow stronger. He sighed in frustration and complained. Taehyun, you truly are unpredictable. It's like living in a completely different world. Her words, both accidental and intentional, struck the hidden heart of Taehyun. He had too many secrets. Like when his skills went out of control before, that was not ordinary. Right. He touched the armrest, slowly standing up. Then she walked straight up to Taehyun and asked bluntly, "Who exactly are you?" Kim Taehyun. She stood there, eyes locked firmly on him. He seemed flustered, his expression restless, and he could not bring himself to meet her gaze, unable to remain silent any longer. Taehyun replied tersely, "I do not want to talk about it." Catching him off guard, he quickly asked, "What?" The almost teary expression on his face drove her mad. "Do not joke around. I am being serious here." Taehyun gently added, "Even if I explained right now, you probably would not accept it anyway. One day, there will be the right opportunity for me to reveal everything." As he said this, he suddenly paused, and an unexpected sadness washed over Taehyun. Though his lips still bore a faint smile, she had to continue his previous answer, kicking the air lightly before declaring, "There is no need to make any contracts with fake lovers or anything." Right. Taehyun immediately denied it. "I am not the type to go back on my word." She stopped the questioning and shifted the topic. "Fine. Get it. So why did you come to me right after joining New Korea?" Taehyun bluntly expressed her stance. "I want to bring Jian onto the New Korea raid team, but it seems she still has a lot on her plate. Anyone who heard her would only tease her more. Thanks to someone. She has been stuck in bed for a while, unable to do anything." Taehyun pretended to cough lightly and continued, "So I would like you to recommend someone else as a replacement." You immediately understood who he was talking about. "Just that kid. Right. Even if it is a bit tricky. You are really cautious. Are you still waiting for my go-ahead?" Taehyun leaned her chin on her hand, gazing out the window, still responding honestly. "Even if you disagree, I am taking him with me." In another room, Kang Hui-wook was grinning with delight. "I knew you would come looking for me." Taehyun, after being treated by the Saintess for his lost arm, Kang Hui-wook reclaimed his spot as Korea's #1 tank. Sung Jin, sitting nearby, chuckled softly, pushing up his glasses with a dangerous glint. Still one of New Korea's key powers. Sung Jin. While the two of them were buzzing with excitement, Han Ji-woo seemed a bit hesitant, wondering if someone like him, who once betrayed New Korea, even deserved to be here. Saijang approached and patted him on the shoulder, reminding him to be grateful to Taehyun for giving him this chance. Both Han Ji-woo and Si Jang had leveled up, now understanding the Asian player dynamics better. All the top players of New Korea were gathered here, but the focus was all on Jian. "Instead of you. Do you really deserve to be in this spot?" While everyone was chatting casually, a voice rang out, silencing the room as everyone turned to listen. "Thank you all for coming. Even though this was a last-minute gathering, you must have heard some whispers about the situation." Right. Taehyun was addressing the members present, who would be joining the raid team I am forming. The five of them stood attentively, hanging on his every word. Sung Jin raised his hand to ask first. "Being selected by an S rank is indeed an honor. But is this even feasible? I have heard that the untouched dungeons have a minimum level of SS or higher, and everyone here is only SS level." Taehyun smiled and replied immediately, "That is true for now. But I have been observing everyone's S strengths for some time. You all have the potential to rise to national level, SS rank, even beyond that, and in this dungeon raid, you all will prove it. Including you, Azeon." Azeon clenched her fists and placed them on her chest, her soft voice escaping. "If you say it that way." My mind was racing, tangled with a mess of overlapping thoughts. I am not the kind of person who just says things to motivate others. Everyone here is a talent that has already reached S rank in the past, even if that seemed like a distant future. But since everything has changed, I will change too, speeding things up. Growing impatient, his face already glowing with enthusiasm, he boldly declared, "All right. Taehyun, little brother, you need to quickly guide everyone. But if we dive into an unexplored dungeon, it is game over." With the professionalism and seriousness of a leader, Taehyun warns everyone that we will enter the dungeon in a month. But before that, everyone has to promise to train with me first. We are going to fight until we drop. Just look at that wicked capitalist smile on his face. It sends chills down everyone's spine. A month later, standing in the unexplored dungeon at the Opella Theatre in France, armored feet firmly planted on stage, Shinji shows no expression except for his determined pursed lips. In an instant, his body is clad in armor, sword drawn, his movements smooth yet precise. Shinji slams his sword down onto the ground, shattering the floor beneath him. Another team member rushes over and compliments him. Kadi's strength is always terrifying. Other team members attack, defend, but they also join the conversation, along with other rank members who are no slouches either. It is truly a monster lineup. With this kind of power, conquering the dungeon today is not impossible. Just as they are fighting hard, someone suddenly yells out, "Wait. Have you heard the news? South Korea and Tayan are also entering the unexplored dungeon today." The other person replies, "Really? That idiot Tayan. The unexplored dungeon is not a playground for kids. Bringing a bunch of S ranks. What do they think they are doing? Just for some ridiculous pride. Pushing their teammates into danger. Too bad I can witness this spectacle firsthand." Among the crowd, only Shinji stands apart, quietly listening to everyone while slightly smirking. At that very moment, in the unexplored dungeon in Greece, Kang Huk can't even muster a smile anymore, along with Saijang and the others, is busy running for their lives from that gigantic poisonous snake. The tense situation forces him to silently curse in his head. "I am gonna die. At this rate, I really will. I will die at Taehyun's hands," he thinks, while Taehyun just stands back, watching with a relaxed smile. Kang Huk, aware of the situation, warns the team, "Wait. You guys better speed up, or do you want to get penalized again?" Saijang grimaces, pleading, "Can you please not run like a bullet?" And Juwoo feels like she is on the verge of tears. "I want to go home." They keep running when suddenly a Joe yells, "I can't breathe." Taehyun observes the situation and thinks, they are running like panicked animals. It seems the training hell is paying off. After sprinting for a while, the group comes to a halt, and Jin steps forward. Puzzled, "Where are we?" The strange obstacles in their way make him blurt out, "What the heck is this frozen monster?" A Joe carefully approached each stone block, realizing now that they were all statues of people, so she said, "They are not just rocks. These are all the players who have gone missing in this dungeon." Master of this forsaken dungeon appeared a woman wrapped in snakes, her hair made of writhing serpents. I announced to them that today, a new member would join the Hall of Fame in her collection, as identity is the untamed master of the dungeon in Greece. Medusa. SS rank. She could not let her members face life and death alone. Taehyun slowly stepped forward and boldly declared that who would become a part of the collection was still up for debate. "What is it? Because it looks like I am missing a layer of snake skin here." Medusa's appearance left them frozen in place. Aegea's face turned pale, her lips trembling. It was the master of the snake cave. Medusa. The members all shared the same expression, teeth chattering in fear. Can we really defeat an S-class monster? It felt like their whole bodies were frozen under her cold gaze, as they slowly lost their courage. Taehyun could not accept this and shouted, "What are you doing?" For those trembling, too afraid to take a step, he could do nothing but scold them. "Remember what you have done over the past month. If you set limits for yourself and give up, you won't achieve anything." Sungjin and Aegean paused for a moment, but their expressions lightened. Shaking off the horror, he was the quickest to regain his composure. Having heard that scolding, he straightened himself up. "Yep. Taehyun is right. We have trained tirelessly to push beyond our limits." Reclaiming their initial excitement and enthusiasm, he flashed a grin and chuckled. "Wait. It is all or nothing." Jing Haikik stood in the center, raising his hand high and shouting fiercely, "Let us all stick to the plan." Instantly, all the members lunged forward and began to move. Each one wielded their own weapons and powers, charging head-on against Medusa. Aegean wielded a massive hammer, while Sungjin charged in with a fiery blade. Medusa regarded them with a bored stare, and scoffed with a jab. That attack is nothing to write home about. Aegean was now very close to Medusa, rallying her spirit, while Sungjin seemed a bit disoriented as Medusa began to move her towering form. And Jiho and Si Jiang were also focused on summoning their strongest techniques. A decisively reached out an arm toward the two of them. At that moment, Ting Heki placed a large wooden board down on the ground. He used it as a springboard to leap up, laughing derisively. "This attack is so boring. It is like a relic of an ancient dragon." Meanwhile, Sungjin had stealthily risen above, just a short distance from Medusa, but she had noticed him and turned back to warn him. "You are in trouble." However, Medusa accidentally triggered a trap. Her arm froze and became immobile. Looking surprised by this sudden attack, Medusa looked down and saw Aegean swinging his massive hammer, freezing her arm in place. Taking advantage of her temporary weakness, Sungjin dashed in and wielded his sword, supporting him. Aegean raised his hammer high and summoned an icy slash. Medusa was caught off guard, suffering from both attacks, and let out a horrifying scream of pain. Medusa's face twisted, her brows knitted tightly together. Her mouth, with 4 sharp fangs, opened wide as a painful sound escaped her lips. After a moment, she shattered the ice that had bound her arm. Medusa poured all her rage into this moment, swinging her staff while cursing, "Damn you filthy pests." Tayan stayed out of the fray, silently observing each player and analyzing their attacks, which were effectively landing even against an S-class monster. Sejong and Hanjuwu, both mages, continuously bombarded from afar, disrupting the enemy's vision. Meanwhile, the tank was doing an excellent job of protecting them from the rear. while Sungjin and Aegeon coordinated their attack on the blind spots. They were not delivering fatal blows, but they were racking up damage consistently. Thinking about this, Tayan suddenly narrowed his eyes, sensing that Medusa would not just sit back and take their hits. Just as he predicted, Medusa was fed up with this back-and-forth waste of time. She was ready to retaliate and threaten them. In the next moment, Medusa opened her mouth wide and let out a chilling scream that shook the very air. Her dark magic and eerie sound hit at once, slowing everyone's movements. Knowing how this game worked, he thought to himself that the instant Medusa began to unleash a devastating attack, she yanked her arm back and aimed the tip of her staff at the players, declaring ominously, "You will all die." But just then, Medusa suddenly paused, squinting as if she had noticed something strange. She recounted her opponents and realized one was missing. The one who threw Medusa off was Kang Haik, who had been waiting for this moment. As Medusa hesitated, he charged in and delivered a powerful punch to her gut. "I have been dying for this," he shouted, his spirit beast form shifting into the Queen Medusa. She staggered to the side, her face twisting in pain as she cried out. Taehyun laughed heartily at Kang Haik's brilliant turnaround, revealing the secret attack he had been holding back until now. At this moment, each member unleashed the skills they had been saving, firing off the Starlight Beam, Hanhyos Enchantment, Magic Blow, and Aegeon's Ice Storm. Sungjin unleashed his Shadow Sword skill, with beams of light filling the space, each one cutting through the air like the determination of every member at that moment. This time, Medusa was directly attacked by all 5 members at once. She could only helplessly absorb the hits and scream in agony. After a moment, the chaos settled, leaving the space awash in an eerie silence, with smoke still lingering in the air. As the smoke gradually cleared, only a few white wisps remained. Medusa had officially collapsed, lying on the ground with lifeless eyes and her mouth still agape in shock. And Hai still is not sure, so he cautiously asks, "Did we really win?" Sairang looks at the results laid out before them, exclaiming, "I can't believe it." Kang Hai laughs confidently as always. "Looks like our new strategy really worked." Taehyun walks over and pats Aegeon on the shoulder, showering him with words of encouragement. "You all did great. I am sure you can do this." Kang Hai pretends to be hurt, playfully accusing Taehyun, "Come on, brother. Are you being a bit too harsh? How can we just stand here without lifting a finger? We just conquered a dungeon no one has ever cleared before." Taehyun pauses, bowing his head as he speaks in a worried tone. "If that is true, then that is great." His words suddenly silence everyone, and they turn their curious gazes toward Taehyun. From the motionless body of Medusa, a few strands of purple light flicker, signaling trouble ahead. Suddenly, the body releases a mysterious blue light. The members stand frozen, wide-eyed, staring at the unfolding situation. What is going on? Why is not the gate closed yet? Could this be a double dungeon? Just as they grasp this realization, another monster appears, accompanied by a hint of regret. The gatekeeper has been defeated. This time, the monster is a raging wyvern, its dark pink glow stretching from its head down to its back. Its long neck swivels from side to side as it exclaims, "How bizarre." The mix of red and green humans observes the players, who are still in shock. "I do not see anyone strong enough to handle that here." It is the second monster, the master of the double dungeon, an S-rank basilisk. And G feels dizzy, his vision blurring as he stares at the basilisk. Dealing with Medusa was tough enough, and this one is a whole different level. Sungjin and Kang Haik start to feel like they are back at square one, both exclaiming, "This is insane. Our bodies 1T move. Is there no way out?" Their eyes drift elsewhere as Aegeon suddenly joins in. Taehyun, however, remains safe and unharmed. He suddenly steps forward, his fist clenched as if he is about to do something. One by one, the members turn into lifeless stone statues, leaving only Taehyun unaffected. The basilisk laughs and declares, "I see. You are the one who killed Medusa." Taehyun does not say a word, his face dark and emotionless. Seeing him silent, the basilisk softly asks. Taehyun casually gestures behind him, saying, "Those guys did it." The basilisk scoffs, questioning in a condescending tone, "Those nobody-s." Unbelievable. Taehyun then switches to a defiant mode, retorting, "Are your minions too proud to train? I see nothing special about them. What about their master? Is there anything different?" With a feigned air of naivety, Taehyun's question infuriates the basilisk, who hisses as if Taehyun was one of its subordinates. "Do you not know your place?" Anger boiling inside, its eyes narrow and smoke billows from them. With that, it sharpens its mouth into a jagged point. But the basilisk suddenly looks filled with confusion and doubt. Suddenly, it screams as if it is being tortured. A feather floats aimlessly in the air. It lifts its head, its mouth agape in a comical way. Taehyun stands there, arms crossed, his expression chillingly blank. He unleashes a massive pair of feathered wings from his back, leaving Basilisk terrified by its shape. Taehyun's body is now cloaked in a regal shade of red. Towering and proud, he boldly declares to the master of the double dungeon. Soon, everyone will know who the real weakling is. Taehyun pulls out his familiar weapon. Then, he swiftly aims the sharp blade at the monster, darting past it, letting the knife slice into its flesh. But Basilisk is not going down without a fight. It roars in anger. You think you can just run around? Is that all you know how to do? Run away. It lunges toward Taehyun from behind. He immediately uses his blood vision to sense its silent movements and turns around. Without hesitation, Taehyun slashes, causing another part of its body to ooze blood. Basilisk screams in agony like thunder roaring through the sky. With a calm demeanor, he taunts his opponent. Can't even catch a little bug, and you are already this frustrated. What kind of lizard dares to act all high and mighty here? Reddick, the ultimate rank. Valhalla, the pinnacle of power, and the one and only. Basilisk starts to realize the hidden strength within Taehyun. You think you can wield the power of Aig? Muna. You really think you are something special? It bellows. Dante, get cocky. I am not afraid to reveal my trump card. The one who has the backing of the Grand Duke is not just you. Instantly, the area is engulfed in swirling waters, drenched in chaos. Basilisk's voice booms. This is the Devil Sea. The true power of the Grand Duke among Grand Dukes. It is overwhelming. The power of Aig is nothing, Moon. It is drowning in its own arrogance. Can you really defeat me? Taehyun. Yet, all Taehyun offers in return is a sly smile. This is not the power of the Grand Duke. He raises his hand, and a brilliant red energy floods down. This is the power of a king. Basilisk is taken aback, but it is too late. The crimson tide crashes down, washing away its nightmares. Returning to reality leaves it dazed. As those around them begin to awaken, it mutters, "What the hell? Where did that damn brat go?" Taehyun grins, tucking the knife away in his inner pocket. While everyone else was frozen in shock, I took care of business. His expression is full of confidence. So, this is the uncharted dungeon of Greece. Ajong's admiration only grows. Just a glance reveals he has defeated a monster of S rank or higher. And he did it all alone. Taehyun. You are something else. Kang Hoyan, not paying attention, grips him and demands. You should be mentioned. This was a 2-level dungeon. He feigns ignorance and shrugs. How am I supposed to know? Sizang, of course, does not buy it. He knows everything. He counters. What do you mean? Then why she stammers. That is because Taehyun casually adjusts his shirt, brushing off the details. Well, it is done now. Right. I have fulfilled my duty. He cheerfully adds. You all did great. Your performances exceeded expectations. Of course. This was all part of his plan. I knew from the start that the uncharted dungeon of Greece was a 2-tiered labyrinth. Yet I intentionally chose it as the starting point because I wanted everyone to have an extreme experience. Teetering on the brink of death, he chuckled softly, hoping everyone would keep pushing forward. Igniting a flicker of hope in his heart that they would grow even stronger, the blue gate finally appeared. Along with dreams of the future and what one day might be, Taehyun quietly laid a solid foundation for them, becoming a steadfast support for this place in my absence. Stepping into the light, the camera flashes flickered. Reporters, ever curious, had their sights set on the uncharted dungeon in Paris, which had been regarded as unbeatable for years. It has been conquered. Can the host share a few words about this achievement? A barrage of questions erupted. Was anyone injured? What is the next destination? Vincent calmly adjusted. I will give you all some time to ask away. He was used to this, taking his time with each person. When suddenly a reporter's phone buzzed. As soon as he picked it up, he shouted, What? Is that for real? Like a wave of shock. All the reporters grabbed their phones and mentioned a name, a Korean name. Before Vincent could grasp the situation, someone behind him spoke up. The news about the Korean team's conquest has spread. Marcus quickly updated the information. Not just that. The glasses reflected a green light. The Korean name. He was astonished. Having conquered an uncharted dungeon, Gregor was incredulous. Jokingly asking, a bunch of ranks is not a national strategic force. And they took down a snake den. Marcus continued. Not just that. He had absorbed all the information. Casting a glance at him. I heard the uncharted dungeon in Greece is a 2-level dungeon. This information is downright absurd. While Taehyun does not speak, the whole team is unscathed. Is the Koreans' power already at this level? Meanwhile, a wide grin appears before a replayed video. Indeed. They have been outdone, Kevin remarked calmly. The real stars of this event should have been us. America. His competitive edge seemed slightly shaken. So we need to ramp things up over here too. After the news about the Korean team led by Taehyun broke, America and the World Player Association were like a spark igniting, rushing to conquer other dungeons. And no matter what their initial intentions were, the world was swiftly regaining stability somewhere deep in the jungle. The building was heavily guarded. Stop. No one is allowed in without permission. An older man effortlessly dealt with the guards. For him, it was as easy as flipping a switch, just a bunch of weaklings daring to stand in his way. With a tone full of disdain, blocking my path. He is an S-rank player, the CEO of Tisan Corporation, Li Jung. He strode in like he owned the place. A deep voice resonated in the dark room. That voice carried a threatening undertone. I do not recall granting permission for anyone to come here for a laugh, Chairman Jung-soo. His face twisted in annoyance. It is not just useless. It is pathetic. You do not know why I am here. Do you? Jung-soo reiterated. Initially, the deal was to eliminate Tayan. But look, now it has become S-cup. Try touching it, and you will regret it. Today, he cannot let this slide. Right now, he was furious because it led to the Conquest team aligning with the four great Jiun, leaving Tisan Jiun losing its footing, clenching his teeth. That brat, the one I meant to take down in Jiun, is still out cold. Jung-soo roared. In this situation, you expect me to keep biting my tongue. Yet that calm voice replied. I understand you are angry, but as I said before, the first draft is always rough. Jung-soo suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The voice of that guy was creeping up right behind Tisan, who was aiming for a bigger picture. His followers were wrapped up in tentacles. What the hell is going on? President. Jung-soo whipped his head around. How long had he been standing there? The masked man was grinning wide. The unusual maturity of Taehyun was beyond our expectations. But we were not giving up just yet. Sooner or later, he would clash with us, with gloved hands dripping in power. Now, let us talk business. Jung-soo stiffened. What? The opponent calmly clarified. This is the item Gildak was planning to steal from the Chinese Player Association. Research data extracted from it. He pulled out a small vial. His red eyes gleaming. Someone as smart as the president must know how to use it to benefit T-San. Right. Jung-soo seemed to be calculating something in his mind. He smirked slightly. Now this is a conversation that makes sense. A victorious grin spread across his sly face. Flashing back to the past, a green circle appeared. The World Player Association had declared the conquest of all unexplored dungeons a year ago. Everyone gradually stepped out. And now, with the new Korean advancement and the last unexplored dungeon in Mexico, all the unclaimed dungeons on Earth have completely vanished. Just like that, Sungjin relaxed with a satisfied tone. It is finally over. At first, it seemed impossible. But we pulled it off in the end, with a beaming face and still full of energy. I honestly felt a bit bummed that there was nothing left to do. Lately, I have been riding high. Sujiang suddenly chimed in. You are the president of Onsamiro Ju. Right. How long are you planning to neglect your position? He casually stretched his arms behind his head, laughing confidently. My association has an incredibly talented secretary. And Ji-woo must be feeling sorry for Secretary Kim. A Jun hurriedly ran up from a distance. Wait for me. Everyone's already gathered. And now, all players from New Korea have reached the level of national strategy. Taehyun felt incredibly confident. If this keeps up, reaching S rank is just a matter of time. He looked at his own hands, sensing that the moment was ripe. And it was not just them developing. He was conquering unexplored dungeons had significantly boosted his power. Perhaps it was time. Approaching a tall building, a voice came from within. It has been a while. Sir Ji-sun excitedly welcomed him. You are here, he said cheerfully while shaking hands with player Taehyun. They both sat down for tea, and he congratulated him on the good news. I heard you have become the head of skill research at the association. Congratulations, sir. Ji-sun laughed off the formality. What are you congratulating me for? He gently sipped his tea in disbelief. A worn-out guy like me who had lost all hope. Yet here I am, still able to make it work and live on. I still feel like I am dreaming. Ji-sun was immensely grateful. It is all thanks to you, my friend. He smiled happily, flashing back to the past. After meeting Taehyun, the T-Sun gang, he decided to turn himself in, confessing to the association about testing his energy skills on the monsters. Ji-sun continued his work. But thanks to Taehyun's plea and the decision of President Jin-hee, who recognized his talent, he has now become a member of the association, working for the awakening agents of the New Korea. He felt it was strange and asked directly, "Hey, a busy guy like you stopping by here. What is it?" "Just here to chat," Taehyun replied bluntly. "Actually, I need a favor from you." Ji-sun was willing to help. "Still, you need something from me. That is unusual." "Spill it. I will help you with whatever I can." He proposed. "I want to merge skills." He looked confused. "What? But you have already merged one." "Right." Taehyun reiterated his intent. "What I mean is, I want to merge a skill that I have already merged before." He was both worried and startled. Merging a merge. No one has ever tried this before. You said if skills increase too quickly, the magic power could rebel against the body. Ji-sun tried to dissuade him. You are already strong enough. If you keep taking risks like this. Even you. Taehyun was resolute, determined to achieve his goal, even if I have to pay the price. With my current strength, I am still not enough. The only one who can help me is you. Seeing this, His expression turned serious, yet he managed a reassuring smile. Don't worry. I have prepared a body that can handle this. Chi-sun sighed and accepted. Honestly, you are right. I can't win against you, Chi-sun explained from outside. This is the merging chamber built with cutting-edge technology by alchemists. That machine is equipped with a powerful mana stone, enhancing my skills to the max. Even though this is my first time using it, he asked him once more. Once we start, there is no turning back. Are you ready? Tayan was ready.
Yep.
Anytime, Chi-sun hesitated. Then pressed the button. That machine asks, do you want to merge multiple skills? A surge of electricity began to envelop him. Proceeding to merge the skills, the electricity grew brighter. And Tayan stood there in anticipation. An enigmatic figure appeared, smiling with satisfaction. Choosing you was no mistake. The figure also reminded him to lightly touch his forehead. But to control such a massive source of magic power, the human body has its limits. They decided, perhaps we should lend a little help. Suddenly, Tayan opened his eyes as the machine announced results from a mysterious power. Your rank has changed to S. A colossal source of power is awakening. He finally succeeded. The new skills were registered. Tayan wakes up and looks at his body in disbelief. This is the information. Name. Tayan. 20. Rank. Strength. 268. Mana. 389. Willpower. 210. Fatigue. 20%. Remaining mana. 389 out of 389. Special skills. Devar. Can target desired fields. Mana cost. 100. Regular skill. Perfect hypnosis. Hypnotize designated target. Mana cost. 100. Blood Rage. Activates all body stats. Mana cost. 200. Superior Vision. See through opponents. Mana cost. Revelation. Creates an infinite space. Mana cost. 200. Dragon's Fury. Releases pressure enhanced by mana. Mana cost. 100. Beast Transformation. Turns body into beast form. Mana cost. 200. Demon Fluid. Adds poison property to mana. Mana cost. 200. Summoning Skill. Rosalia. Summon Queen Rosalia. Mana cost. 300. Hazard. Summon Dragon King Hazard. Mana cost. 11,000. He is still staring at himself. Not only are these skills combined, but they are also rearranged and enhanced with new ones. Maybe it is because my rank has increased that I can perceive them now. Tiva rushes in from afar. Bursting through the door. What is going on? He sees the man slumped over and panics. Director Chi-sun. Chi-sun reassures him. I am still okay. TV is extremely worried. But inside, he is looking at it curiously. It seems like we are. Chi-sun is eagerly awaiting. Witnessing a historic moment, the person slowly opens his eyes. In front of that building, Jinhai is sitting with his arms crossed. But thinks next to him is Tavi. Tayan sits across from him. Sweating nervously. He probably guessed this would happen. And after that, I received a light scolding. He cleverly reminds him. Player Tia. Damaging the association's property is a no-go. He scratches his head in embarrassment and apologizes. Jinhai examines him and is quite surprised. After all, considering what you have accomplished so far, I will let this one slide, even though it is overwhelming. You have pulled off an unbelievable feat again. He probes. Noticing something seems different, he looks over to confirm.
Yep.
His body is brimming with power. He is very intrigued. And it seems there are skills related to the Grand Mastery too. Whatever it is, I really want to test it out right now. He shows clear regret. I wish I could witness it in person. But I can't keep a busy person like you here any longer. Jinhai suddenly remembers. Wait. There is a mission for you. What are you planning to do about it? He mentions it is from the World Player Association. Tayan wonders what it is. Jinhai mentions. Player Tia. Someone is currently engaged. One person is busy stretching. Sarah Marquin turns to look. Jeffrey ponders quietly. Jinhai states the mission. They want you to be a judge for the new SSS license exam. Tayan is super excited. Is it time for selection already? Time flies. The others look puzzled. Oh wow. Is it really Tayan? They are extremely eager and curious. The one compared to Cody, they look at him. The renowned S-rank player. Vincent walks over. Thanking him for agreeing, Tayan turned around. And everyone was present. He then pointed to introduce player Thomas Proven. Who was the first to arrive? Vincent continued the introductions. Presenting player Cody. He loudly declared that the 3S ranked players would be the judges for this round of testing. There could be no greater fairness than this. Vincent asked everyone. So how do you want to proceed with the test? The association proposed a scoring system based on the players' skills. Cody pondered for a moment, and Tayan spoke up, saying it does not need to be that complicated. He unleashed a tremendous power here. And Vincent gritted his teeth in confusion. Dude. Tayan. He looked up to explain that what a player needs most is spirit and strength. Just by seeing who gets knocked down, you can gauge their strength. By the way, we could combine a skill test with this 2 birds with 1 stone. He quickly interjected. Wait. Hold on. That is too violent. Cody was also intrigued. That is interesting. He unleashed power that matched up well. Tayan chuckled and watched for a moment. Cody confirmed. Vincent stepped back in confusion. Tayan understood. But why was Cody, someone who seemed so anxious, also on board? President. Will this affect the plan? Everyone appeared worried. Was the difficulty of this test really okay? Back in the testing room, Vincent made the final decision so the exam would proceed in the form of duels. Per the judge's decision, he turned to the 3 judges and said, please divide the players and take charge of each group. Vincent announced that training room number 1 would belong to player Tayan, while room number 2 would belong to player Thomas. Jeffrey felt annoyed, thinking these judges were just lucky to have ranks before them and were acting all high and mighty. Sarah McQueen quickly reminded him. Come on, Jeffrey. Watch your mouth or you might get hurt right now. He still tried to shout back. But clearly, what is the big deal? S was only established last year. He still tried to shout back. But clearly, what is the big deal? S was only established last year. He just did not have enough time to build up his achievements like they did. After all, he might not lose in a direct confrontation. He is just too short on time to appreciate the achievements like they do. In a direct confrontation, he might not even lose. Jeffrey bluntly pointed out that she can't always hide in the shadow of her teacher. Sarah's got no shortage of ambition. Today, he is determined to smash their egos to pieces. The one who annoys Jeffrey the most is that arrogant punk. Taehyun. The one who annoys Jeffrey the most is definitely that cocky Taehyun. Taehyun stepped inside, ready to ask some questions. Nice to meet you. Folks, let me introduce myself. I'm Taehyun, appointed as the judge for this exam by the World Players Association. Taehyun laid down the rules. And they are super simple. Just land a solid hit on us. And you are good to go. Easy. Right. But people looked at each other, puzzled. Just one solid hit. Then this is way easier than I thought. Taehyun was obviously brimming with confidence. But honestly, I think that is impossible. The impact, he is usually just all talk. And from what I see, I can tell that his usual tactics are pretty straightforward. Taehyun was definitely full of himself. But I see that as impossible. He arrogantly told them to come at him all at once. At first, they were so stunned they did not dare move. Jeffrey could not hold back his anger. This guy is infuriating. He was the first to charge in. There is a limit to joking around. Sarah McQueen quickly tried to stop him. Wait. Jeffrey. He stood there, waiting, completely unfazed. Seeing this, he felt a surge of strength, his muscles tensed, and he was ready to strike. Taehyun just had to throw a punch to send him flying. Sarah McQueen gasped as she saw him hit the ground with a thud. He declared. For now, Taehyun stood there, full of confidence. One down. Jeffrey lay there in pain. Sarah McQueen watched in fear. She turned back to advise. Don't rush in just because you are angry. Everyone, stay calm. But just as Sarah finished speaking, they all charged in unison, attacking at once. Looking for an opening, Taehyun easily took them down. But one guy tried to sneak up on him. He turned around and kicked that guy hard. They surrounded him on all sides, ready to attack Taehyun. Taehyun's foot lifted, and he charged in. He took them down with ease. They were left lying there in defeat. He did not hesitate to stomp on one of them, causing the ground to crack. The guy went flying from Taehyun's kick. Sarah McQueen stood there in shock. Even charging in like that did not get them close to him. Another one was terrified. Is he for real? He slowly advanced toward the remaining opponents, feeling disappointed, especially with those kids over there. Although they were not as foolish as the first wave. Taehyun grabbed one by the collar and challenged them. Standing still won't change anything. He asked if they were really planning to just stand there. Sarah McQueen lowered her head. She made a suggestion. Everyone, can I propose an idea? Sarah McQueen bravely stepped forward. He stood there, stopping his singing. The cards began to appear. Sarah McQueen is ready. Tayan crosses his arms, looking down like it is nothing. But she has got skills that could make him think twice. He is ready too. Let us see what happens. Both sides charge in for the attack. Tayan is taken aback. Did she actually block that? Her hands are shaking, blood trickling from her mouth. Everyone, now! Sarah McQueen shouts. rallying everyone to help her take him down. One person realizes her intentions. Is she planning to sacrifice herself to keep me busy? He smiles mysteriously. A powerful energy reveals itself. A dark smoke envelops the area. The other person looks terrified. What the heck is this? I can't see anything. That person clutches their throat in pain, gasping for air. Another person panics. Help me. Tayan counts the skills he has. World Domination, Royal Decree, and Binding Chains, totaling 6 skills, including some low-level ones. One person wants to give up. This is not fair. I'm out. My vision's fading. He has calculated everything. Gravity is weighing him down. His body is bound. His stats debuff. How can these low-lifes handle it? Tayan is quite surprised. She is holding on for quite a while. Sarah McQueen is determined. My teacher taught me that no matter the circumstances, never give up. Because if you do not, there will always be a chance. He starts to realize her strategy. She is absorbing the magic around her and converting it into her own power. The fact that she could take one of my hits is thanks to the magic she has drawn from others. Tayan suddenly lets go, and Sarah McQueen throws a punch. Now's her chance. He stands still. Her punch is coming, and she does not understand why her body won T move. What is happening? Tayan sidesteps. His gaze icy as he turns. Tayan acknowledges that even though her punch did not connect, the effort deserves some credit. Let us call it a successful strike. He could already predict that the master of terraforming, Sarah McQueen, would later be called America's Hope. An S-level player, she clearly has a different caliber from the start. He tries to guess. So the teacher she mentioned is... Congratulations. Tayan figures it out. The disciple of the master has passed. That person is Cody. The announcement has arrived. Chairman, the exam is over. Vincent anxiously asks, is it really over? What is the result? The other person stammers. There is only one who passed. Sarah McQueen from America. His face pales. Only one person passed. What a disaster. Vincent's plans have crumbled due to Tayan's unilateral actions and the buzz created by New Korea. The influence the World Players Association was supposed to have in the unexplored dungeon has diminished. Aiming to recover it with this second licensing exam. Yet Tayan only picked one person. And Cody and Thomas did not pick anyone. Is not this exam too rushed? The person urges. Chairman. He is frustrated. What now? The other person announces that player Cody wants to borrow the highest level training room. He continues, saying he wants to challenge Tayan. And that leaves him even more stunned. What the heck? The two are now facing each other in the arena. They were ready for a fierce battle. Facing each other amidst a haze of smoke and shattered stone. Congratulations. Your disciple has passed. Tayan stood with his arms crossed. But surely he did not come all this way just to confirm that. He had business to attend to. Cody subtly bit his lip, feeling a thirst for something more. Right. There is no one here to satisfy that urge. He slowly stepped closer, saying, you and I are alike. Tayan, his voice echoed with a serious tone. So why not give it a shot? Cody's eyes sparkled with determination, ready to test their strength in a battle. Hearing that, Tayan smirked slightly. He had thought that someday they might clash. But he never expected it to be under these circumstances. Clenching his fist, he wondered why Cody was acting like this. But he did not mind. He was curious to see how far he had come. Tayan radiated an incredible presence, his face full of confidence. If he was to fight the strongest in the world. The intense rivalry between Cody and Tayan was being watched by someone else on a screen. The observer tilted his head, puzzled. What now? Cody and Tayan ranked first and second in the world. Should we really let them fight? Vincent reluctantly spoke up, saying they could probably be stopped. But let them do as they please. This surprised the other person. What? But he cut him off immediately. Instead, let us announce that all footage will be recorded. The recent S-level exam was a failure. We need to salvage something from this. He tapped his fingers together, thinking that if they could gather data on these two, who knows what unexpected media buzz it might create. The entire space was bathed in blue light from the screens. I will take responsibility. Let us proceed. The announcement rang out, catching Taeyong's attention and granting permission to use the facilities. But the message was clear: all events here would be documented by the association. Hearing this, he could not help but sigh. Well, Cody remained calm, gripping his shoulders. No problem. Once we start, all that stuff will be useless anyway. Tayan glanced over, intrigued. He did not expect someone like Cody to make the first move. Cody, his expression unfazed, was still moving his hands. Isn't that good news for you? You are still aiming for my #1 spot, are not you? His voice was filled with surprise. Taeyong, confidently waiting in a fighting stance, and knew that as long as he wanted it, he could take that position anytime. Cody's expression turned icy and dark right away. So that is it. Taeyong's tongue is his weapon. But it won't phase me. In that moment, The camera shifted slightly as their punches collided, creating a seismic shock that ripped through the air. She furrowed her brow. His punch had vanished into thin air. At that moment, Cody charged from behind, his fist charging with power aimed at him. Taeyang effortlessly dodged with a dangerous look, finally counterattacking with a bone-chilling move. Taeyang's eyes were locked ahead, as if anticipating his opponent's next move. Cody's cold face emerged from the thick cloud of dust. He had blocked his opponent's strike. Their strength and speed were evenly matched. Immediately, Taeyang delivered a powerful kick to his stomach, and he firmly planted his hands on the ground. The outcome of the fight would be decided by this moment. His eyes are sharp and deep, his hand reaching out to unleash his power. An apocalypse. That power explodes with a suffocating aura of death. The other leg is quickly ensnared by crimson chains, and even Cody's arm is now under control. His eyes are filled with disbelief, a source of terrifying power. With no prior knowledge of him possessing this skill, Taeyang jumps and laughs amidst a storm of energy. There is still so much he does not know about me, but a hand swiftly transforms into a gleaming weapon. So today, I will show him everything. Cody slices through the chains with his sword, turning them to shreds. Is that all it takes to defeat me? In the next moment, his body is wrapped in armor. He is becoming supreme. He charges forward with his sword. Taeyang remains unfazed, chuckling lightly. Can he really shatter the chains of the apocalypse so brutally? Like master, like apprentice. He draws his own weapons, and Taeyang easily blocks the opponent's attack, their swords clashing and releasing a surge of power. The ground shatters under the pressure. A small rock falls from the sky. Immediately after, it gets sliced in half. Taeyang deftly dodges Cody's sword. He then counters with a strike that forces him to block with his blade. The two fight fiercely, causing debris to fly everywhere. Boulders are sent flying and get sliced to pieces. Taeyang's face is emotionless, a fierce heartbeat in his chest. He gazes at Cody, who is equally combative. A feeling I have never experienced before. That is right. No doubt about it. This guy. They both wear excited expressions, facing off as the strongest. Inside the observation room, the screens are glitching. Vincent grinds his teeth in frustration. What the hell is happening? The staff below is in chaos. No cameras are operational. Contact the tech team. Send someone to the scene immediately. But some hesitate. It is too dangerous. If they get caught in it. Finally, Vincent turns around. I will go there myself. The person next to him looks a bit flustered. President of the association. Vincent's face is serious. The highest level training room was designed to handle it. Even dozens of level players at once. And yet these two have surpassed that. Taeyang wipes his mouth and bursts into laughter. If this goes on, the building will collapse before we determine the winner. Cody, clad in stealthy armor, agrees. I second that. Why do not you stop hiding your cards and end this? He is still gripping his weapon, just smirking. I have been giving it my all for a while now. The opponent immediately retorts. Do not play coy. The eyes hidden behind Cody's mask glint dangerously. Taeyang, you still have not used your grand power. Have you? Those words instantly change his expression. Taeyang hesitates and asks, Cody, how do you know about that? The opponent responds immediately. You are not the only one who knows the deepest secrets of the abyss. Cody holds a sharp sword proudly. I am also someone who made a pact with the grand power. Right now, the glare of his eyes falls upon your wicked face. Come on. Taeyang, which monster did you sign a pact with? He forces a smile, sly and cunning, revealing that it is not just China where people make deals with the Great Lord. Who would be thought that someone like you would be a pact maker with a Great Lord? He slowly puts away his weapon. But mentioning the Great Lord seems to have caught him off guard. He still does not know about the king. Taeyang instantly transforms with a power as fierce as hellfire. So keeping his trump card is definitely the best move. You are evaluating slowly. Vampire Lord. Moon. I write. Taeyang furrows his brows tightly. While the glow on your chest slowly shifts, his armor envelops him in a dark purple aura, and the sword swirls with fresh magical energy. Suddenly, a pair of wings unfurl. He looks incredibly imposing with those massive wings. At his back, fallen angel Lucifer. Falling angel. You calmly speak. Let us end this here. Taeyang's expression is laser-focused. One foot launches forward, while the other powerfully pushes off the ground. The training room bears the brunt of the explosive power, engulfing the entire space in a cloud of dust. Those standing at the door are shaken by the overwhelming energy crashing into them. Vincent grits his teeth to shield his face. You take a hit. And what about Taeyang? You calmly speak up. It seems they are coming. Taeyang remains unfazed as he looks up. Seems like it. Then, at this moment, your claws and Taeyang's sword are nearly touching, calling it a draw for now, and then his armor disappears. Yes. Next time we meet, it will be in the abyss. Taeyang's magical power is also fading away. At that moment, handle everything. Vincent rushes in. Worried. Are both players okay? He glides past the opponent, maintaining a casual smile. Yeah. Maybe we caused a bit too much ruckus, sorry about that. Finally, Tayan leaves a parting remark. Hope everyone handles the aftermath. Vincent, taken aback, reaches out as if to pull him back. Wait. Taeyoung, the player. But he does not stop. Walking away. Now I really have to go. The scene of the abyss is filled with overwhelming power in Taeyoung. Heading toward the abyss. The eerie flames still burn. And the abyss suddenly comes under attack. The flames should have extinguished, leaving only thin smoke. A displeased woman speaks up. Seriously. Rosalia calmly rests her chin on her hand, commenting that stubborn personality still has not changed a bit. Some sharp blades appear before the shattered wall, daring to break someone else's relic, planning to spark a power struggle. Someone clenches their fist tightly. Power struggle. I do not mind. I am always ready. But there is an easier way for both of us. Rosalia. Aji demands with authority, his fist creating a dent in the wall. Mixing with the packmaker of Cody, Rosalia remains composed in her chair, asking, what do we need a packmaker for? Her voice drips with sarcasm. Still can't get over the issue at the Demon Sea. A person sitting in the Duke's chair is quite generous. AG frowns in annoyance. Not for trivial reasons like that. Do not beat around the bush. He faces. I do not know how you did it, but your packmaker is using my powers without permission. Hearing this, Rosalia turns and laughs loudly. So those recent rumors about your packmaker are true. It turns out that way. She continued to speak and laugh nonchalantly. But compared to my power, your strength might suit that person better. However, his expression grew darker. She knew something was up. Rosalia. Spill it. Rosalia covered her mouth with a light smile, her wings spreading wide as she stepped forward. You are not exactly being polite asking for favors. Are you? Aji did not hesitate to unleash his power. It seems I am the one asking her for help. With that, Rosalia straightened up, clearing the way for her beloved minions. Today seems like a special occasion. Tentacles sprouted from her body, reaching out fiercely, fueled by her anger. That name, which the arrogant lineage stole my relics, needs to be taught a lesson in manners. Rosalia decisively pointed, and the tentacles shot forward. They launched a direct attack, creating an explosion in an instant. Ji was unfazed, brimming with power like a thunderstorm around him. Someone who is already rotting thinks he is worthy of lecturing her. He unleashed his magical power, summoning countless sharp blades that shot forward. Rosalia easily used her tentacles to smash them apart. We are not so different in origin. That face riddled with scars has a story of humiliation written all over it. Yet this time, Aji himself charged in with a massive sword aura behind him. But his foot got wrapped up by the tentacles, causing his eyebrows to furrow tightly. The tentacles wrapped around his leg, throwing him with great force. Rosalia continued to strike, transforming the area head into a domain of explosive power. And then the tentacles retracted amid a scene where magical energy gathered into rays, crashing down to the ground. Ada suddenly dove down from the air with a mass of tentacles. The powerful force combined with the terrifying tentacles launched an attack that shook the entire landscape, turning rocks into dust. Ada's feet hit the ground, while Rosalia stood firmly with an aura of authority. Ada faced the wreckage before her. The turbulent atmosphere stirred. And suddenly, Rosalia was pierced by spikes. The weapons behind Ada stirred. Blood surged. Aji held his weapon, reborn in victory from the chaos. Rosalia. Is this power really created by your second-rate successor? He pressed the blade against Ada's neck. She should be careful of what it is causing, otherwise. Rosalia, unafraid, tilted her face, letting blood trickle from the corner of her mouth. Ada kept smiling. Has she forgotten? The eye hidden behind her bright hair. Rosalia's entire face radiated danger. Questioning the true nature of her power, whole body stiffened. Everything around him and his weapon gradually became enveloped in thin shards of magical energy. Flames reigniting. Rosalia sat on her throne with authority, while Ada's eyes widened, as if she were manipulating the magical energy around her. Aji looked at this scene sternly. A personal space, an illusionary area created by deception. Such beauty being outdone by someone like her is truly insulting. Rosalia tilted her head slightly, smiling softly. This is where the power of the sorceress peaks. Do you really think you can handle me with just a mere avatar? Not your true body, of course. Ajirius, clicking his tongue. Wait, I will bring my real body right away. Rosalia immediately interrupted. No need for that. Ada smirks, his face full of cunning. If you are curious enough to beg for my essence, for old time's sake, I will let you in on a secret. Rosalia sits back in her chair. You want to know why my contract signer can wield your powers? Right, inside you lies the contract of the moon. A person who once brought all the Grand Dukes to their knees. Didn't someone already seize those powers? For a moment, the guy is taken aback. No way. Rosalia's lips curl into a smirk. Exactly. That very sigil. My contract signer is... Ada's sharp voice continues while Taehyun's face is filled with disbelief. The key to that guy. You appear at the entrance, wondering why everyone is gathered here. The crowd inside turns to look at you. Player Tayan. You slowly step inside, and Marcus walks over to explain. We have been waiting for you to return. We tried reaching out to the World Players Association, but it seems we missed each other. Taehyun's expression is serious. What do you need from me? Marcus bows slightly. Given the situation, I will cut to the chase. At this moment, both Jinhee and Taeguk standing beside you are extremely tense. The Players Association of America. Marcus bows deeper before your surprised face. Officially requesting support from player Taehyun. You carefully respond. It sounds serious. He adjusts his glasses. Exactly, right now. Marcus's mind is filled with the image of leading someone into the abyss. One of our players has entered the deepest level of the chasm, and has gone missing. We have coordinated with the World Players Association to launch a search campaign, but a search team of 4S ranked players was wiped out. Completely, he continues speaking under Taehyun's fierce gaze. Dylan Gray, Danny N. Harrington, Alexandra Biju, and Aiden Simon. All have perished during the campaign. His eyes widen in horror. Marcus's face is incredibly tense. Right now, we can't guarantee the missing person is still alive, but Cody says he can't give up until he sees for himself. Confirming it and going down into the abyss alone. His voice continues to echo. Taehyun maintains a cold expression. We believe Cody is also in danger. That is why we came to you, player Taehyun. Please. We beg for your assistance. And then you fall into deep thought. The incident where 4 SSS ranked players were wiped out in the depths of the chasm. You still remember it clearly. Even in your past life, it was a huge shock, but back then, there was no news saying it was a search team. And who was the missing person? Taehyun glances questioningly. Who is that? The missing player. And then Marcus falls silent. In a dark place shrouded in layers of fog, a monster stands guard. Behind the iron bars is a pitch-black space without a hint of light. An S-ranked player. There is a girl shackled by chains. Ricky. Taehyun freezes for a moment. Ricky. You bite your lip. Your expression is incredibly heavy. In your past life, the incident that caused many players to die unexpectedly was believed to be due to ambushes during reconnaissance. All because of Ricky, a special individual, who became the pioneer. Right. Even his silhouette is shrouded in gloom. She was someone who should not exist. Caught up in the Emperor's scheme. And you were the one who twisted her fate. Marcus furrows his brow tightly. Ricky and Cody are both members of the American Players Association. But at the same time, they are essential to humanity. He grinds his teeth, haunted by the specters of those who have unjustly perished. 4 SSS level players have already fallen. We can't afford to lose anyone else. Marcus urgently turns to Taehyung, trying to persuade him. If he agrees to help, the American Players Association will consider him a crucial ally and offer support in many ways. But Taehyung seems unfazed by all this. That is enough explanation for now. Where do I need to go? Jinhee jumps up in a hurry. Taehyung has returned, is desperately trying to stop him, begging him to reconsider. Even SSS level players have been taken down. This situation requires more preparation. Yet, Taehyung brushes him off. If it is that dangerous. His expression is filled with determination. At this moment, they might be fighting on the edge of life and death. I have to go. The memories of the past are flooding back. Ricky, cradled in his arms, speaks up, treating this as a debt he owes him. I will keep it a secret. In return, if I face danger in the future, you have to help me because I believe I can trust you. Back in the present, Taehyung lets out a soft smile. I still have a debt to repay. With that, he leaves Jinhee in stunned silence. Taeguk gently reassures everyone, urging them to trust Taehyung more. So far, he has always exceeded our expectations. Jinhee's expression darkens. I know, but... Yugwin clenches his jaw. I fully understand what is at stake. It seems Jinhee briefly recalls a shadow from the past. Seeing a young man standing before a storm of magic, surrounded by corpses drenched in blood, trusting without any caution. The slight tilt of his face is ominous. His emotions unreadable. Taeguk is utterly confident. Taehyung is different from that guy. Jinhee, still uneasy, clenches his hands. Maybe I am just overthinking things. The sky is a terrifying shade of red, shrouded in layers of eerie mist. The spectral mist is engulfed in crimson light, with magical beasts swirling around. A monster roars and thrashes about. It strikes down, causing the ground to shatter. She glides gracefully above, dodging the sharp axe blade. And then a sword slices through the monster's body. The massive body cleaves apart, and he exhales softly amidst the blood-soaked chaos, ignoring the fallen monsters behind her. She gazes ahead at the horde closing in. So many monsters? It feels endless. Suddenly, a voice catches him off guard. Then just wipe them out. Right, from the shadows, a pair of legs appears, and the monsters are quickly ensnared by vines. Screaming in desperation, a figure steps lightly from behind her. This person boldly emerges without warning, prompting him to exclaim, Taehyung. He speaks up too. I am here to help. The two face each other amidst the desolate scene thick with tension. She wears a mask of mild dissatisfaction, So Marcus sent you? Ah. Typically, I would have told you to stay out of it. But the current situation does not allow for that. Thanks for the help. The beast raised its head, sensing the overwhelming power swirling in the air. I finally understood why he was sent here. I could feel the immense magic enveloping this fortress. His expression was tense, shocked to discover that the place where Ricky went missing was the great fortress. She glanced around, lost in thought. Then he spoke up, mentioning that Ricky was sent to investigate this area, deep within the abyss. But back then, no one knew this place was their territory. The beast asked quietly, "Is Ricky still alive?" She quickly responded, "Yeah." I can sense her magic inside. There is a path down to the basement. He calculated carefully, realizing that if they went there, they might run into the great fortress, and the chances of defeating it were less than 1%. She immediately put her mask back on, saying, "Then let us go for a quick victory." He pointed out the glowing sword, asking if she was ready. Of course. She drew her weapon too. He slowly knelt down, and together they charged forward, ready to tear the monsters apart. Their body parts quickly fell apart, blood splattering everywhere. Any monster that dared to charge at them was taken down, the beast teased. "You were just struggling with a monster a moment ago." She was busy executing her moves, replying, "I was just saving my strength knowing you would show up." Suddenly, he recalled something. "Wait, did not you say last time we would have a showdown when we met again in South? I did not expect us to team up like this." The beast felt a twinge of sentiment. But if it was someone she could trust, that was not too bad at all. They continued to fight fiercely, two of humanity's ultimate strategists. The glow from her mask shone bright. If only they could truly work together. They effortlessly smashed through everything around them. It seemed rescuing Ricky was within reach. The beast stepped onto a path that had just been revealed. Walking with confidence, it looked like they had arrived at the heart of the fortress. An intricately built architectural space appeared before them. He guessed there must be a way down to the basement around here. She suggested a plan. "Let us split up and search." Just then, a figure sprang out, ready to punch, and she thought, "I might die here." With no defense, he was sent flying. Her body slammed into the wall, causing debris to explode. Seeing this, the beast swung her sword, channeling her power downwards. But a hand suddenly grasped the blade. To his surprise, the guy spoke up. "Finally, I get to meet the infamous one." Ignoring the blood dripping from his hand, he tilted his head and smiled. "I hear you are the ace of the new South Korea. Tian Hein." He struggled to lower his sword, asking, "Who are you?" The other guy held on tight. "That old man Jin, he did not say anything to you." The opponent's other hand pressed hard against his face. "How boring." Hein's head was slammed down against the ground, and his weapon was forcefully taken. His hand squeezed tightly around Hainan's furious face. "My name is Ji Hong, president of Ji Fi Tuzan." Ji Hong wore a wicked smile as he easily twisted the sword from his grasp. "Would you consider me your senior?" She suddenly lunged to attack, the force from her sword slicing through the air, forcing Ji Hong to awkwardly dodge. He narrowed his eyes, sensing the danger. She was indeed the one. And then Ji Hong looked over at him in admiration. If he could just fall over like that, he would not be called the world's #1. Tian Hein, feeling the tension, spoke up. "The Ji Hong guy. He claims to be the president of Ju Iak Tun." Ji Hong's departure was hardly surprising. I recognized him as an international fugitive, but he was a bit hard to read. What is suspicious is how a guy like him ended up here. Ji Hong touched his hair with a finger. "Think a little harder. How could an ordinary guy be waiting for you all in the heart of the great capital?" Tian Hein frowned slightly. Could it be that he was hiding half his face with a hand, revealing a sly grin, and then an overwhelming dark power radiated from him? Ji Hong subtly raised his hand, his face twisted with a mad, ruthless excitement. "I am just like you guys." As his strength surged like a thunderstorm, Ji Hong spread his arms toward Cody and Tiaf Hien. "Come on. Those who made a pact with the Duke. Let us kill each other for real." In a dark place filled with chains, someone knelt on the cold ground. Ricky looked utterly powerless and exhausted. "Cody." Tian Hein. Ji Hong stood there with his arms crossed, itching for a fight. Cody cautiously observed. "The leader of the demon horde from the Wicked Association is just a pawn with the Duke. What a nightmare. No wonder he is so hard to catch." Hein glanced around. "Let us worry about him later." Right now, all he could see was Ji Hong's crazed demeanor and the overwhelming dark energy surrounding him. If the Duke sent his pawn here, it means he knows we have infiltrated this place. His expression turned serious. The fact that the Duke is not handling us personally means he is either overly arrogant or caught up in something way bigger. Either way, we need to seize this chance to get Ricky out of here. This moment, Cody was ready for a fight. "Stick with me. We will attack him from both sides." His mask gleamed with a bright light. "I will strike first." Hein's eyes were filled with alertness. "I will cover you." So Cody immediately tore through the air and charged forward. He gripped his sword tightly, confronting the guy in front of him who looked puzzled. What is with that aggressive stance? Jae-hong sneered a bit. You think I can T-dodge? But in this space flooded with dark energy. Suddenly his feet were bound by chains and vines. T-hein extended his hand, channeling dark energy into vines. A divine revelation. Cody's sword quickly closed in on him. A decisive flash of light slicing through the air. Ji-hong's face darkened, his eyes hidden beneath his hair. A moment later, Cody realized in horror. His sword. He looked down at the shattered tip of his sword. It broke, and he did not even feel why. At that moment, Ji-hong gathered power in his palm with a smug smile. Seeing that, T-hein shouted in fear. Cody's mask took a surprise hit. Then he kicked hard again, sending him reeling back. His body out of control slammed against the wall, sending debris flying. In his struggle, Ji-hong mocked. You say you know who I am, but you do not know a thing about my skills. He is using his magic to weigh down Cody. What a letdown. Ji-hong flashes a confident smile, accompanied by a powerful creature that keeps shifting beside him. T-hein stares ahead, tense as he prepares to strike. He remembers the moment Cody's blade faced off against Ji-hong back then. He had summoned his creature in the palm of his hand, as if Cody's sword was being drawn into his grasp. Ji-hong calmly extends his hand to reveal that creature, realizing his skill has been activated. While the prophecy skill has been nullified, it is completely unusable now. System notification rings out, and he realizes something. For some reason, the prophecy skill has also been dismantled. A vivid image of a colossal golden glowing creature flashes in his mind. Just like what I saw in Jianglong's lab in China. T-hein quickly deduces there is a black hole nullifying skills around him. Is that what gives you your confidence? Ji-hong is slightly surprised. T-hein, have you seen this skill before? He is trying to stay calm, even though the tension is palpable. I have encountered a dilemma because of this skill before, but I think there is a scroll that lets people temporarily use it. Ji-hong added. Selling those temporary skill scrolls is quite a revenue source. A skill that nullifies others' abilities is something every awakener craves. For an awakener who constantly lives on the brink of life and death, that scroll would make them drool. Right. Suddenly, a look of bitter satisfaction crosses his face. Watching weaklings like you squirm is truly entertaining. I may disdain weaklings, but I loathe the awakeners like you even more. Ji-hong raises his creature high, eager to see if you are any different from those weaklings. And then that creature morphs into a terrifying black hole, reflecting his fierce demeanor. Let us get started. Shall we? He hurls that creature and his fury forward. Yet T-hein stands unfazed. He gracefully ascends, dodging that overwhelming attack. But Ji-hong charges at him again, ready to deliver his next blow. It seems he does not know about my skill. His eyes widen in shock, while Ji-hong wears a menacing grin. In that suffocating atmosphere, red blood splatters, and a slash across his body leaves him stunned. Just like that, Ji-hong collapses to the ground, mocked by my taunting. Is that all you have got in this fight? That black hole won't be able to absorb a skill from a Grand Duke, let alone from a king. T-hein stands proudly with wide wings, his weapon gleaming with a sharp light. It is hard to say who is more reliant on the power gained from a contract with a Grand Duke. Ji-hong kneels on the ground, cradling his injury as he reflects. I have learned something new today. This is my first time battling someone contracted with a Grand Duke. Ji-hong slowly rises. Yeah. I see how you fight. One of his arms is transformed, his face twisted in anger impressive. Really? Suddenly, the ground erupts, creating a shockwave. Kadiwu arm appears, questioning if the Grand Duke's skill can't be absorbed. At this moment, he had unleashed his power with wide wings spread behind him. I wish someone had told me that sooner. The atmosphere grew suffocating with the clash of the three monsters. Right now, T-Hill and Cody were lifted into the air by their wings, aiming down at Ji-hong below. Yet, he merely chuckled disdainfully amidst the charged air, making it hard for anyone to fend off both of their attacks. At once it is tough to hold back my power. His feet stood firm on the dusty ground. Ji-hong smirked mockingly. Enduring the filthy magic from all the abominations in this castle, it is becoming quite unbearable. The ground cracked under the weight of the damp earth, and the large boulder was easily smashed apart as T-Hill leaned in, gritting his teeth. Ji-hong, using his monstrous arm, shattered the heavy rocks tumbling down. He clenched his fist with a dangerous expression. It seems I have dragged this fight on for too long. Opportunities to battle top-tier awakened beings like this are rare. I am truly grateful to you all. The great beast loomed ominously behind Ji-hong. But now it is time to end this. The creature's eyes gleamed with a menacing light. He wasted no time preparing for battle. The king of beasts. Organ. The look on his face was truly enraged. The Grand Duke of the Abyss. The king of beasts. Organ. Both T-Hill and Cody were taken aback by his presence. Organ spoke with a cruel demeanor. You know this is not a valid reason to summon me. Right. If you possess my power, then those trashy wannabe awakened ones should be easy to take down. Now that I am here, I will crush them to pieces. Ji-hong turned around, his fingers lightly brushing against his nose. looking as if he was not given enough magic power to unleash his full strength. Can you give me a bit more power so I can defeat those two? Organ's red eyes were deep in thought. A powerful punch came crashing down, shattering the ground. He seethed with rage. Clutching his bleeding fist, his gaze fell upon Jai Hong, who lay defeated at his feet. What a pathetic sight. You think you can demand more power from me? Ji Hong lay motionless on the ground, only able to listen to Organ's words. Now you just lie there and wait for me. Let us hope we will have a chat. At that moment, he finally noticed the T-Hill crew. And those two pathetic losers. The fun is over now. His demeanor radiated a brutal, sinister vibe. Just try to survive in front of me. T-Hill suddenly shouted, Cotty. He turned to look at the person behind him. The Organ formula has already gotten involved in this fight. We do not stand a chance. Just stick to the reason we came here, and try to fulfill that mission. Cody seemed a bit pensive. T-Hill resolutely extended his hand and made a decision. You go ahead. I will stay back and deal with him. Instantly, his power transformed into a divine dragon charging towards Organ. T-Hill's face was a mix of tension and calm. Organ appeared like a block of stone, devoid of any emotion. Suddenly, a powerful surge of magic erupted from the sorceress hall. His legs moved swiftly. Suddenly, a few monsters appeared right in front of him. Magic sliced through, causing their bodies to split apart, only letting out miserable screams. A thought flashed through. Luckily, he avoided Organ's gaze. But my goal is not to confront him. T-Hill charged forward like a madman. Where are you? Ricky. Suddenly, he jolted. Realizing something, he saw magic hovering in the air. The magic is gathering into a small sphere. Ricky's skill. T-Hill continued to track the magic slowly drifting away. Is it telling me to follow it? The monster guarding the dungeon let out a loud growl. What the hell is this? Why are you here? Faint light shone down on Ricky inside the dungeon. A pair of blood-soaked shoes slowly approached. She slightly opened one eye. Finally, he found me. Before her stood T-Hill, his face smeared with blood. T-Hill. He gently tugged at the corner of his lips. I am here to settle the debt. Ricky. Now you have been freed from the chains. You dared to come to such a dangerous place, just to settle a debt. You are pretty impressive. T-Hill anxiously held her shoulder. A promise is still a promise. After all, Ricky weakly inquired. Where are you? He carefully scanned the surroundings. T-Hill was a bit surprised to hear that. So you know about the Grand Duke too? She softly replied to that inquiry. Of course. After all, I am an investigator for the World Player Association. Ricky recalled the fierce, cruel shadow of Organ, the master of this city, Grand Duke Organ. His magic is so dense it is off the charts, more terrifying and dreadful than any monster I have ever faced. T-Hill's expression turned seriously frightening. If she knew that, she would probably pull back in a hurry. I managed to hold him off for a bit, but who knows how long that'll last. Can you walk? Hearing this, Ricky reluctantly spoke up. It means my legs are completely drained of strength. He immediately helped her to her feet. I will support you. Let us get out of here. Quick. The two of them stood on the platform, slowly being lifted up. She seemed lost in thought, lightly biting her lip. Slowly. Can he just sit here? Can T stay here? Ricky commented. Confused. It is really strange. She began to pour out her heart. Ever since that time in Jiang Long's research room, even though each time I felt hopeless, thinking I was a goner for sure. But every time I saw him, I had faith that everything would be okay. Thank you for coming to save me. T. Hearing this, he gave a faint smile. The two stood on the stone platform in a heavy silence. Ricky's eyes widened in fear at a grim tone. Seriously? Right now? The Organ is waiting for them up above. No one thinks they can escape from me. Right. The massive figure of that guy loomed over T. Hill and Ricky's astonished faces. The Organ's face was filled with dark malice. This little witch has such high magical understanding that I once considered using her as a backup vessel. I have got my eye on you, so wherever you go is as clear as day. He was panic-stricken, clenching his jaw, realizing he could understand why the guy followed them here. But at this moment, the two were directly facing the ruthless Organ. Stuck with my mark and still so stubborn. Come on. Chosen one of the Emperor. Step forward. T. Hill defiantly challenged. Use that power from earlier on me. He continued to unleash his magical power, sending the divine dragon charging forward. You think I can't inflict a single wound on you? The Organ had to face the divine dragon's claws. Yet he simply grabbed its jaw and twisted it. The Organ's face was filled with extreme ferocity. If you are so eager to fight me, I will let you taste hellfire. The divine dragon was easily torn apart by him. Indeed. My eyes were not deceiving me. Then T. Hill charged in immediately. His face was filled with determination. Even if his skills did not work anymore, he still had to try. From the sky, he unleashed countless sharp, glowing red blades, blood blades. However, the Organ remained unfazed, letting the blades pierce through his body. This is my resistance power. Finally, T. Hill charged with his transformed hand. He did not flinch as he saw T. Hill approach him. The Organ witnessed him activating a terrifying power. The energy behind him seemed to transform into a furious dragon, the wrath of the lineage empowered by magic. The Organ painfully braced against that source of power. As T.Hill quotes claws tore through a part of his body with ease, he still did not fall. This powerful aura is the strength of the dragon race. Organ glances back. His arm, T.Hill, still swirling with magical energy, transforming into a beastly form. He marvels at the next strike from you, recognizing the power of such a formidable species. Suddenly, another massive surge of magical energy attacks from behind him. Ricky stands in a haze of dust and debris. Frowning in disbelief, how can a human fight at this level? She gazes at T.Hill quote's expressionless face, wondering who he really is. But then, the giant's hand suddenly grips his transformed arm tightly. Organ lets out a triumphant laugh, growing louder as T.Hill begins to panic. But Organ is ecstatic. Finding this thrilling, it has been ages since he felt this kind of adrenaline rush in battle. He leans in close with his grotesque face. The thrill of controlling another's power always excites him. Organ's grip remains firm on T.Hill's wrist. His voice steady. It has been ages since the king disappeared. Back when the ultimate goal was to engage in battles with the strongest. But as that being grew, the dull days dragged on, and he had long awaited a battle like this. As he speaks, T.Hill looks down at his restrained arm, feeling like today might finally be a real fight. Just like that, his arm is torn apart, and amidst the cries of pain, Ricky calls out in panic. T.Hill, Organ tosses the ripped limb behind him. Challenging. Show me your true song. O noble hair of the king. T.Hill clutches his wound in agony. Cursing the strength of the other dukes and the king, he watches Organ charge at him, realizing it is all utterly futile. T.Hill faces him while calculating his next move, now realizing he has only this left. He grits his teeth in tension. It all comes down to this, and then he unleashes a roar. Come forth, Rosalia. As the words leave his mouth, a chillingly powerful gaze awakens, appearing amidst the swirling chaos, as if channeling the very force of the universe. The sound of a tremor echoes, and before Organ lie countless colossal tentacles intertwining. Rosalia appears, standing protectively in front of T.Hill. Organ, filled with mock anger, sneers. Rosalia, the most loyal dog of the master, has finally shown up. Despite his injuries, T.Hill manages a faint smile, thinking, if only I could finish this without summoning anyone else. But Rosalia glances back, and then Ada's furious eyes lock onto the front. With Maluk radiating from him, Ada and Organ stand face to face. Hill grimaces in pain. Rosalia, he says, looking at Ada in front of him. I truly want to end this without involving anyone else. A duke summoned by the power of a master cannot possibly compete against the physical form of a duke. T.Hill recalls the terrifying surge of Maluk, knowing how hard it will be to withstand, and the risks are immense. The image of overwhelming power exploding vividly enters his mind. Mana could spiral out of control like last time, or the clash of dukes could annihilate everything. Even if he survives, Ricky may not be so lucky. His face is now incredibly serious. But this is not the time to be picky. Meanwhile, Organ is intrigued. Rosalia, I never expected you to get this close to the power of a duke. When did you form a summoning pact with this guy? The sky reflected in his bloodshot eyes was mesmerizing. Wait. Hold on. No wonder I felt such a powerful incubus energy. It turns out you are not just some ordinary contract holder. Rosalia nonchalantly flicks her wrist, causing Maluk to burst forth. You must regret realizing too late that I am not as easy to handle as those other vampires. Hearing this, Organ gets even more excited, spreading his arms out in front of me and T.Hill. A tough opponent to read it is exactly what I have been waiting for. Rosalia glances back with concern. T.Hill is silently enduring the pain. Contract holder, it seems you need some healing. Can you handle it yourself? His expression was stern as he replied. If I use blood restoration, I can recover. I responded. That is good to hear. Just then, the space around T.Hill began to shift, catching him off guard. He looked around in confusion. This place. Rosalia's calm voice echoed. Contract holder. You have been here before. My power creates a private realm, a place separate from reality. My own little sky. T.Hill stood alone in that vast expanse, continuing to listen to my words. I lied to the enemy about confronting him. But what I can do now is bring you here to buy us some time. Rosalia warned carefully. It won't last long, so focus on recovering first. We will deal with Organ afterward. He seemed to understand and spoke up. Can you bring someone else here? Just then, Ricky dropped down from the sky, dazed and confused. What is happening? The space just flipped upside down. A voice called out from behind her. Ricky, can you move a bit? Right now. She was sitting on him. Ricky panicked slightly. T.Hill, you suddenly disappeared last time. Why are you here now? But she awkwardly got off him. Sorry about that. Well, he just smiled faintly. This is a temporary hideout created by the Grand Duke's pact with me. You still look confused. Grand Duke. A hideout. Suddenly, T.Hill's expression turned icy and determined. Ricky, we need to find a way out of this situation. Meanwhile, Rosalia and Organ were still facing off. Gata slowly observed. The mana key has vanished. Even the one behind you as well. Have you used your power? Rosalia seemed unfazed, while Ada casually crossed his arms. Who knows what happened? Even if I told you, that beastly brain would not understand. Organ's face radiated menace. It is because of you. Gata fiercely attacked. It is. Rosalia's expression remained unchanged. Her aura extending ominously. Inside Ada's private space, a voice rang out. So while the two Grand Dukes are fighting, I need to find a way to escape from Organ. Right. The other confirmed.
Yep.
Ricky furrowed her brows. I get the gist. But what I do not understand is, you said you are the contract holder for the Queen of Skill Boost. So how can you use the powers of the other Grand Dukes? She vaguely directed her gaze at his oddly transformed healed arm. The skill he just used. And the blood restoration earlier, all very strange. The way Tayan looked to her now was truly dark. Are you really human? After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. Ricky. The first time we met, you said, people like us are monsters in our own way. And then you remember Ricky's words spoken with that cold demeanor. A person with such power is truly called a chosen one. Amidst those memories, Taeyong continues, saying we need something to bind us together. His expression at this moment is so resolute. My answer remains the same as back then. You see, I am the traditional type. So I can break a promise to a friend. Ricky ponders carefully. Right. I did say that before. Taeyong rests his hands on his knees, preparing to stand up. It is just that my skills can absorb others. Finally, she understands. That is why he can use all those skills. She stumbles on the ground, hesitating. If so, then it makes sense. But that is still way too powerful. Taeyong starts testing the strength of his new arm. Ricky is someone we can trust. Revealing this much to explain things to herself is okay. She will keep it a secret. He resolutely sinks into thought. Even if I never tell her about the regression, not even if I die. Suddenly, the space shakes, catching both of them off guard. Taeyong retracts his magic from his hand. Now that is settled. So let us think of a way out. The scene from Rosalia's battle with Organ comes into his view. Out there, Ada is struggling to control that guy, while Rosalia is still fighting to buy us time. Then he sees Ada's tentacle getting torn apart. I have used all my skills but can to stop Organ. Taeyong's serious face turns to Ricky and asks, do you have any plans? Ricky carefully calculates. Among the skills I have. Suddenly, she thinks of something. I have an idea. And he urges, go ahead and say it. She envisions a massive blue vortex of spiritual energy, just like a black hole. A gateway. A skill that opens a portal leading to a specific coordinate he can pass through. Hearing this, Taeyong decisively says, let us use it to get out of here. But she worries and hesitates. It is too dangerous. I have only used it to summon monsters from the other side. I have never crossed through it myself. The path swirling with magic appears firmly in her mind. The portal is created solely from human mana, and it is not a teleportation gate, so it is unstable. It could close while we are moving through, and in the worst-case scenario, you will be lost forever between dimensions. Ricky concludes helplessly. Maybe we need to find another way. But he immediately replies. But Ricky. You know. Taeyong stands watching the space beginning to collapse. This is the only way. He reaches his hand out to her. It is time to make a decision. Taeyong's face is filled with trust. Ricky, I believe in you. This makes her a bit uneasy, and then, among the pieces of space gradually falling, she reaches out to him. He pulls her up as a weak sound suddenly echoes. Chair. Wish. Left. Taeyong and Ricky look ahead in shock. Rosalia's head has been severed from her body and is being controlled by Organ. Ada is trying to hold on. Run fast. Ada struggles to open her painful eye. The further away, the better. And just like that, Rosalia's head was crushed to bits. And the guy was feeling pretty pleased with himself. He thought he could keep hiding behind Rosalia forever. Organ looked down at Ada's lifeless, bloodied body on the ground and mocked him. How embarrassing. That is not how a king should act. A king must be someone who can eliminate all his enemies without hesitation. If you have inherited the throne, you better fight like you mean it. Taeyong immediately summoned the divine dragon to battle. Even though he was attacked by its magical force, Organ showed no fear. Bring it on. He glared at me, still hanging on to a bit of magic. You know it won't work on me. Right. Is that all you have got? My eyes flashed with rage. I was tired of listening to his nonsense. Taeyong shouted. Ricky. The call made her jump a bit. He continued. Right now. Open the portal. Hurry. Without hesitation, she turned around and began to activate her magic. Got it. Instantly, a massive spatial portal took shape. Organ gripped the divine dragon tightly and resorted to some cheap tricks again. You won't escape this time. Taeyong stood firm, gathering magic in his hands. Not so. Just wait there. The magic transformed the divine dragon into razor-sharp claws. He clenched his fists with unwavering determination. One day, I will find you again. As the red energy surged, it created an explosive force that was nothing short of shocking. Ignoring the chaotic magic swirling in the explosion behind him, Ricky still felt a twinge of worry. Is this really the right choice? What if something goes wrong? He remained resolute, stepping closer to the portal. If you can trust the greatest sorcerer in the world, who can you trust? Taeyang showed no fear. Just go, and we will see what is on the other side. Leaves floated gently down as he awoke in a forest. Taeyang rubbed his head as he sat up, hearing someone's excited voice. Did it? Ricky sat before the magic door, ecstatic. We really did it. Taeyang. I can believe this actually worked. Her voice could not help but rise in excitement. Maybe we are the first ones to pass through an artificial portal. Taeyang smiled softly. I told you it would work. She shyly touched her face. I am so happy. Ricky continued. Because you are here. Not knowing that the monster's hand had already slipped through the portal, lying in wait to grab her. He was frozen in fear. And Taeyang rushed toward Ricky, who tilted her head in confusion. Organ was focused on the portal, his massive hand gripping her so tightly that it drew blood. Organ still wore a brutal expression. Where do you think you are going? He watched Ricky, who was bleeding and gasping in pain, and his voice dripped with death. The real battle has only just begun. His eyes were filled with malice. Look back. And then he dropped Ricky from above, prompting Taeyang to rush in quickly. Taeyang caught her perfectly in his arms, worry etched on his face. Ricky. He carefully examined her injured body. Her bones were shattered, piercing her insides. Taeyang's expression was a mix of tension and fear. She was in critical danger. Desperate. He searched for magic, a skill. Any skill that could heal Ricky. Now he was in a state of panic. If I could adapt to this bloodthirsty situation somehow, I can let this happen. Call Rosalia for help. Is she able to come right now? He tries to reassure himself. Do not stop thinking. Just keep finding a way out. Her wide-open words leave him stunned. Taeyang is okay. Although his face lacks color, Ricky manages a smile. I have always been prepared for something like this. But Taeyang kisses back, gritting his teeth in pain. I can give up. Didn't you promise to save me? The smile on her face remains bright. You have kept your word pretty well. I know it is too late to turn back now. Taeyang stays resolute. But Ricky painfully interrupts. Can I ask you one last favor? She suddenly brings up something unrelated. You said you could absorb other people's skills. Right. She lightly smirks, blood at the corner of her mouth. Will you absorb my skill? Her words shock Taeyang, making me realize I can still fulfill my role as a human. Ricky uses all her strength to speak. Can you help me with that? His whole body feels heavy. Taeyang begins to channel magic around him. Ricky smiles peacefully as the magical energy brushes against her. I have lived without regrets. Except for one thing. She gazes at his calm face. At least I should have confessed to you once. The magic enveloping her grows even stronger. The magical palace still looms against the bright red sky. Jae-hong and Cody are fighting with all their might. Ji-young's face is filled with excitement. Yep. This is what I have been craving, blood and glory. Cody fights quickly while pondering. I have to cut through soon. I can be stuck here forever. The powerful blade he strikes down is blocked by Ji-hong. He still wears a smug smile. Why are you trying so hard to run? Cody, just trade blows with me. But your mind is elsewhere. So cold. Although his arm holding the sword trembles, Jae-hong still laughs. If it is for Taehyun and that woman in prison, you should just give up. It seems like the organs have already dealt with them. He taunts. It has been a while since I felt their mana. I wonder what happened. The sword strikes powerfully amidst Ji-young's mocking tone. It is a shame. I wanted to fight him again. Ji-hong is momentarily silenced, and Cody decisively swings his mana-filled sword, sending his opponent flying. He stumbles to stay upright, his arm injured from trying to shield his face. At this moment, Cody grips the sword filled with power firmly. Nonsense. I believe in those two. Jae-hong emerges confidently from the mist, his arm transformed. Truly optimistic. You will soon face reality. Suddenly, the entire space shakes violently, rocks falling down. Cody looks shocked, and Ji-hong is equally surprised. What? A voice echoes ominously, freezing him in place. Softly urging, come meet me? He feels a bit awkward. Right now. I am holding off an intruder. The giant hand gripped the stone so tightly it was on the verge of shattering. I won't say it again. Ji-hong clicked his tongue, and Cody was a bit surprised to see him turn away. Is he just walking off? He felt somewhat dissatisfied. Yeah. My master with his unpredictable temper is calling his pawn back. So you are off the hook, Cody. But then Ji-hong suddenly stopped, warning him. Remember. This is just the beginning. The world will soon be plunged into chaos. He pointed dramatically at him. And the one bringing it will be me. Jae-hong, master of the Evil Car Association. Just like that, Ji-hong vanished before Cody's eyes. He wore a serious, masked smile. urging him to leave right now. Do not even think about it. Cody suddenly panicked and shouted, Ricky! Tayan! The people outside watched as a hurried figure appeared. They were stunned, staring at the person gasping for breath. Player Cody. He rushed over and asked anxiously, Tayan and Ricky, where are they? Aren't they coming this way? The person responding to Cody looked a bit confused. What do you mean? Another suddenly shouted. Over there. Someone is coming this way. In the distance, Tayan was carrying Ricky as he approached, and Cody watched nervously, his heart racing. But then he noticed the sad expression on Tayan's face, and the limp form of the person in his arms. Cody's eyes widened in shock. The heavy atmosphere hung silently beneath the blood-colored sky. He softly asked, Is she at peace? Tayan felt guilty as he looked at Ricky's cold body. I am sorry I could not save her. While everyone else was weighed down by pain, Cody gently reassured him. It is not your fault. Ricky chose to sacrifice herself bravely for humanity. His hand clenched tightly, filled with regret. And this happened because I was too useless. Cody made a decision. I will take her. You did well. Tayan. But he refused. Let me do it myself. Please take me to the American Players Association. This took him by surprise. But soon Tayan revealed his determination. I need to take what Ricky left behind. It is my responsibility to hand it over properly. At the headquarters of the American Players Association, Kevin stood speaking to everyone. Player Tayan regarding Ricky. On behalf of the association, we thank you. We owe you. Many listened with crossed arms. But we also lost several valuable players because of this. We are still overwhelmed and trying to recover. Tayan now stood opposite him. And what brought us together to speak? I hope it is worth it. Grigor, visibly displeased, slammed his hand on the table. Right. We do not have time to sit here and listen to you whine. You loser. A voice suddenly chimed in. Loser. Cody's anger flared. Are you talking about me? Grigor, suddenly. He stuttered. Cody. That is not what I meant. He did not even care about him. Tayan. At this moment, he spoke ominously. You will soon see if this is worth it. Everyone turned to him, their faces filled with astonishment. That skill. Kevin's expression darkened. How did you? In Tayan's hand was a box tightly bound by a magical force. Just like in the movies. That is right. This is Ricky's skill. Allowing the user to collect memories and remember. His face was filled with danger. With this, we will hear Ricky's final words. Tayan had absorbed 3 skills from Ricky through sheer determination. One of them is the Heart of the Superior Species. The Heart of the Superior Species. 5. Which generates mana crystals in the body. Mana. 30. This skill produces mana crystals, allowing for free control over the flow of mana. And most of the skills Ricky has ever used originate from it. Her obsession with differentiating between humans and magical beasts likely stems from Ricky carrying the heart of a magical beast. The second skill is the Destruction Gate. Used for escaping from the organ, the Destruction Gates opens a portal to the designated coordinates. Mana. 100. As long as that place was once marked with coordinates, it can transcend space to reach it. And the final skill. Memory. 5. Activates the memory magic. Mana. 300. Remembering. This skill allows one to see everything stored in memory. Thanks to this skill, Ricky became an outstanding investigator for the World Players Association. Kevin was utterly amazed. Memory is Ricky's exclusive skill. Yet Tayan could use it. Casually remarked, no one controls mana like Ricky does. Perhaps she found a way to transfer the skill to me. Inside, he felt a wave of guilt. Ricky. For not being able to reveal the truth about the violence. I will borrow your name. Kevin felt a bit disappointed. Oh man. She was so curious about what Tayan was going to show us with that memory skill. He fell silent while gazing at the orb in his hand, suddenly activating it, flooding the room with blinding light. What Ricky had stored in memory was the information she gathered while infiltrating the organ's core. It was the scene of stone statues of the magical beasts. The story of the magical beast language is still under research, so decoding it will take time. But just by looking at that mural, Ricky sensed it intuitively that those seated alongside the organ are the 7 great formulas. They are the Beast King, the Organ, the Queen Succubus, Rosalia, the Bloodline Lord, E.g. Moon, the Demon King, the Corn King, the Dragon King, Hazard, the Emperor of the Abyss, the Jopmunjin, and the Real No King, Lucifer. The 7 great formulas are constantly battling for territory, gaining and losing fame, maintaining a fragile balance, all while dominating the depths. However, who exactly sits at the highest position? The one still resisting in the mural, in that memory. A chilling voice echoed. Did you find your way here too? The colossal magical beast loomed as it gazed at Ricky, its rotten flesh on display. In reality, Kevin gasped in shock. Jun rubbed his head, murmuring, this can't be. According to intelligence from the US, all this time, Only 3 great formulas were confirmed. The organ, e.g. Moon, and Lucifer, their power remains a mystery. But thanks to the sacrifices of the players this time, we know one thing for sure. As soon as one great formula steps through the gate, humanity will face extinction. Yet it is not just 3, but 7 great formulas. Not to mention there could be one who surpasses them all. Oh my. And Taeyang is still calmly retracting the memory magic somewhere else. Jihong casually asked. Is that everything settled then? Sir Organ, the organ replied. Indeed. He smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with cunning. I can hardly believe it. A great formula of the abyss like you has to rely on the strength of this lowly species. The organ coldly replied. It is just a minor incident. Even without your help, I can still be reborn. I just do not want to wait too long. If you dare to babble like that again, I will turn you into dust. Jaehong responded. I will be more careful. But can I ask why you are in such a rush to chase after Taeyang? The guy stated bluntly. Hen is utilizing an extremely special ability. One that should only be granted to a chosen one. Jihong could not help but be curious. A chosen one? Who do you mean? The organ hinted at him. Someone who once sat atop the pinnacle of power, ruling the abyss in the past, the one who led the great dukes, challenging both the upper and lower realms. He exclaimed in shock. The lower realm king. He raised his hand to direct. But everything has changed now. I am giving you a new order. We are heading to Earth, my little pawn. Stir that world into chaos. Lure the key of the lower realm king and present it before me. Seize that key and dominate the entire abyss. Then I will become the new overlord. Jihong respectfully replied. I accept the command. Everything will go as you wish. Master Organ. Meanwhile, Taehyun suddenly asked Kevin. President, what will you do now? Kevin replied. We need to hold an emergency meeting immediately. Though I am not sure there are any viable options left, you confusingly asked. Is the American Players Association going to handle this alone? This is no longer just an issue for the American Association. Humanity's future is at stake. And this information must be shared with the world. He explained. If we do not, humanity will descend into uncontrollable chaos. You disagreed with that reasoning. Suggesting. But this is also an opportunity for everyone to unite. Ricky is not fighting just for her country. Please respect her wishes. Kevin fell silent for a moment. Finally, he sighed and responded. Fine. After gathering and verifying everything, I will share this information through the World Players Association. Taehyun spoke up again. From my memory skill, I have seen the form of light hidden deep beneath the ground here, in Ricky's memories. Kevin was surprised. You know about that too? The person beside him quietly said. President, player Taehyun is now our most important strategic ally. He replied shortly. That is correct. Then he said, Player Taehyun, please come with us for a moment. He nodded in agreement. And the 4 of them moved into the elevator. Kevin reminded him, Player Taehyun, if you have ever studied history, you probably know that since the abyss was discovered, humanity has completely changed. He replied, that is right. After humans began to awaken, they brought back unique resources from the abyss that do not exist on Earth. Since then, human civilization made tremendous advancements. Kevin added, most people think that way. But there are secrets that have never been revealed. The awakening and the abyss did not appear simultaneously. In the early days, the abyss was just a terrifying land far beyond human control. It only became a promised land later, after the users discovered a mysterious object beneath the Pacific Ocean. The moment they touched it, humanity began to awaken. Kevin stood before the container of that being and slowly said, let me introduce you. This is our salvation. The source of power that pushed humanity to evolve. Nameless. It is not an exaggeration to call it a god. But for many reasons, we can reveal that name. The's gaze narrowing in. I focused intently on the creature before me. A god. Nameless. I thought silently. Is not that just a ruler? Curiously, I asked. Has America been hiding something this terrifying all along? Kevin closed his eyes and replied. My stance has not changed. Only one nation is chosen. And only the most beastly among its people deserve to lead humanity forward. Unfortunately, despite keeping secrets for so long, we still have not seen any significant results from the First Awakening. Even the last 2 presidents could not extract anything from the Nameless One. Still, hints about its secrets are gradually being unveiled. Suddenly opened his eyes wide, saying, just now, it seems something moved. I saw the creature's face twitch slightly, as if something was about to emerge. Then, 3 eyes sprouted from it, staring intently at the 4 of us, leaving us all speechless in shock. They looked so small compared to that creature. Could this be a bad omen? Kevin gasped in disbelief. Nameless. Its eyes are open now. What on earth is happening? This has never happened before. He quickly turned to delegate tasks, urgently telling his subordinates to contact the research team. Hurry up. Was still in shock. It was not just about opening its eyes. The being known as Nameless was staring right at me. A voice rang out, completely different from ours. Truly the one resurrected by the power of the ruler was even more astonished. Thinking silently, it just spoke to me, did not it? Moreover, it not only knows about the ruler but also about my resurrection. The creature continued. Is it time to break this chain? Kevin saw the creature moving. This facility was built with America's most advanced technology. Yet the person next to him looked worried. Something seemed wrong. You need to leave here immediately. He shouted. This is the first result we have achieved after decades of research. Suddenly realized. Do not tell me those people did not hear what Nameless said. The creature kept talking to Tesh. Want to know the truth? Then activate your magical power. The power of the king. He heard that and turned to look at it. Then continued to speak to Kevin's group. I will stay here. They stared at him in shock. What? Everyone protested. What are you planning to do? If you get buried here, even an S-rank player like you might not survive. Player T he simply turned back to them. I need to verify this. Marcus gritted his teeth, saying, in a situation like this, you are still being stubborn. Kevin placed a hand on Marcus's shoulder, urging him. Marcus, get the president out. Seems T is calculating something. Then the three of them silently left, leaving space for Teach and Nameless. The room became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Raised his hand to activate his magical power. Then show me the truth you speak of. At that moment, a brilliant light shone from under the Nameless One's feet. The Nameless One spoke. You are truly brave. The key of the king. But if you want, I will answer your questions. From what I have heard, I have a ton of questions. But first, I need to verify the source of the answer. Are you really a god? The Nameless One looked at him and replied. The concept of a god in human minds is somewhat skewed. But here, no word can describe my essence more plainly. Looked straight at the other person, unflinching as he said, a god nurtured by humanity. So you are not an omnipotent god. The Nameless One did not refute. Precisely. I am not entirely a god. Just a fragment of a god. And since I have not merged with anything, I still can act on my own. I can only aim for one destination. Curiously asked. Where is that destination? It replied. Towards the true essence. TA's mind was in a haze. Thinking. Hearing that just makes me more confused. That means there exists another true god. And meeting the Nameless One is the path leading to that god. Right. The Nameless One seemed to hear TA's thoughts. Suddenly spoke up. Exactly. The power that humanity awakens also stems from that. And my awakening after meeting the Emperor was unavoidable. Asked again. So the Emperor's power is the power of a god. Why did the Emperor bring me back to life? Where is he now? Its eyes narrowed as if it were smiling. A horrifying scene suddenly unfolded before TA's eyes. He exclaimed his speculation. Arai, is this South Korea? Internally shocked. He thought, why do I feel so uneasy about this? Suddenly, he noticed a statue of a majestic figure riding a horse. The Nameless One said, that is right. What I am showing you is not your space, but the space that once belonged to the Emperor. Was surprised to see a person who had just run past fall beside him. A monster then charged in, its sharp teeth bared, ready to eat that person. The terrified individual raised their hands in defense. It continued. You have seen it too, only to see the person's hand gradually turning white. A beast suddenly lunged out, biting the monster that had intended to devour that person, exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that? The Nameless One continued the story. A boy was born alongside the fragments of the god, scattered across dimensions. In a moment of danger, he awakened and instinctively guided his body. Suddenly felt a pounding headache. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a different dimension. This scene, I have seen it in my dreams before. The lower realm Emperor was boldly appearing in the gloomy sky. He slowly raised his hand. The Nameless One continued. And then, he quickly conquered the abyss, only to witness a pure energy wiping out all the monsters. The lower realm Emperor sat majestically on a throne representing supreme power. He has become the ruler of the 7 grand formulas. Confused, he asked how being led by the gods relates to defeating those grand formulas. It replied. Precisely. Ending the realm war and becoming the Emperor of the lower realm is just a stepping stone to the next phase. What is truly inevitable is the great war with the upper realm, the battle for survival of the abyss. Only by winning in this clan war can the path to the gods be opened. Thus, the Emperor fought, facing off against entities from the upper realm with the grand formulas. But the upper realm is home to beings closer to the gods than the lower realm. The last Emperor still can't bridge that gap. Despite countless lives lived again through his powers, the outcome remains unchanged. The Emperor's spirit has been slowly eroded over time. And then, at some moment, he realized he was not the right one. He needed someone else to complete this mission. My key. The key that carries that meaning. You will end this endless cycle of war. The one who inherits the will of the Emperor and reaches for the power of the gods. Tayan mumbled. Led. The key. Rebirth. So that is it, he asked further. But there is still something bothering me. Why did the god Emperor shatter into such pieces? And what was the reason for the Emperor trying to reach the divine? And why choose me? The Nameless One slowly replied. The answers to those questions are beyond my understanding. The rest, without waiting for him to finish, Tayan helplessly smiled. Is it because I have to find the answers myself? The Nameless One added. You are not granted power by the gods. You inherit the strength of the Emperor. You are not bound by the directives like we are. So you can live the life you want after your return. From here on out, the quest for truth and strength depends on your will. What will you do next? After Kevin and the others had left for a while, they were standing in a safe spot. Kevin bitterly regretted. I should have stayed there. If I had sacrificed my life to get information from the Nameless One, humanity might have advanced further. Marcus was a bit worried about him. Was player Taeyong okay? She tried to reassure him. As far as I know, he is not the type to take reckless risks. But still, suddenly, a circle of light appeared, and Taeyong stepped out of it. Everyone gasped. Player Taeyong, he smiled and said, you have arrived. Marcus adjusted his glasses, assessing the situation. Ricky's teleportation gate. Kevin rushed over, anxiously asking Han. Where's the Nameless One? What about that body? Taeyong replied in a low tone. Nameless. He hesitated for a moment and continued. It is. Kevin stood there, stunned, unable to believe his ears gone. Yep. Taeyong reiterated. It is more accurate to say I absorbed its essence and power. Kevin was even more shocked. What? Cody crossed his arms and said. Taeyong, I have always respected your will up until now, but this time, you have gone too far. Don't you think you need to explain yourself? Taeyong just silently stared at them, and Cody kept advancing. He stood face to face with Taeyong, the tension palpable. And Taeyong's posture was surprisingly dignified among the group. Taeyong showed no sign of backing down. He said, Cody, when I confronted the Nameless One, I heard a voice. I followed its guidance. And afterward, it was absorbed within me. Cody skeptically asked, is that all? Did you have nothing else to say to the Nameless One? Taeyong's gaze sharpened, and he frankly replied, that, I can tell you right now. Kevin exploded in anger, yelling, don't dodge the question, answer us now. Vu Dan is a valuable asset to America. No matter how important you think you are. Cody suddenly interrupted him. All right, wait. There is one more thing. Taeyong, what are you planning to do now? He said with a determined look. I am going to start searching for that thing right here. The one I am truly capable of finding to change the current situation. Cody replied. Get it? Taeyong continued. I have voiced Ricky's final wishes, and now I am heading back to South Korea. Kevin, shocked, shouted. Wait, Cody, what are you doing? Stop, Taeyong, he calmly responded. Chairman, do not you understand? Taeyong has surpassed me. There is probably no one left on this planet who can stop him. Kevin looked visibly shaken by Cody's statement, trying to convince him. What? That is because he absorbed Vavu Dan's power. Cody added. We have more chances to connect with Vico Dan than ever before, but no one has done what he has done. Try to think about it differently. It is not that Sohyun absorbed V Dan. Vu Dan chose Taehyun. That is why I believe it would not be smart for us to become enemies with someone chosen by the gods. So right now, we are not the prey, we are the hunters. Taehyun. Shortly after he returned, the World Player Association announced the deaths of 5 S-ranked players, including Ricky. They also revealed to the public information about the 7 Great Dukes just because of the Abyss. The world mourned for the players who sacrificed themselves for humanity, while also trembling in fear of the power of the Great Dukes. Soon after, Taehyun had a meeting with Jinhai, who asked with concern, Player Taehyun, I have heard the latest news. Facing the Great Dukes, you must have gone through some terrifying experiences. Are you injured? Taehyun quickly replied. He continued to remind him, even if your body is fine, you must have suffered psychological trauma. But that is not your fault. Taehyun politely responded. Yep. Jinhai began to get to the point. I know this is a difficult time, and I do not want to pressure you. But I heard from the head of the Ajan Guild that you plan to focus solely on issues related to the Abyss. Is your plan changing now after facing the Great Dukes? Taehyun denied it. On the contrary, the Abyss needs me now more than ever. Taeguk stepped forward. Just as he spoke, the chairman was stopped by Jinhai's wave. All right, Taehyun asked curiously. Do you have something to tell me? Taeguk quickly responded. Actually, the chairman intended to keep it a secret if you continued saying you would focus on the Abyss. But I think you deserve to know, Jinhai assessed. You are really something else. Taeguk continued. While you have been busy lately, a mysterious epidemic has swept the globe. It has caused gray spots all over the body and high fever. It is a new epidemic. Have you heard about it? Tayan was stunned to hear this. He thought about those signs even after Venom had been defeated in the depths of the Chinese dungeon. Remnants of something that had tormented humanity for ages lingered on. It was just like the Grey Plague from his past life. But he had already beaten Venom. So why had not the plague been stopped? Why was it resurfacing now? Taeguk reported the situation. But according to the investigation, it seemed like this was not a natural outbreak. Experts speculated that here in South Korea, it was believed to be man-made, and some experts suggested that it was being spread by the Villain Guild. He muttered. The Villain Guild. He explained that the Villain Guild was not powerless. But they should not have the capability to create a virus source like this. It is possible that someone collaborated with that guild, and we are currently investigating it. The Villain Guild is a notorious organization present worldwide, with its headquarters in New Korea, and they are planning a large-scale extermination. And player Taehyun, you can't wait for Taeguk to continue. You suddenly interject. Now that I think about it, I have something I want to ask you too. Chairman, I encountered the leader of the Villain Guild at the castle of the Grand Alchemist Organ. What is the deal with that Jihong guy? The two people across from him were shocked, and Taeguk excitedly asked, You met Jihong? Taehyun confirmed. Yeah. That is right. He earned the trust of the Alchemist Organ and became his pawn, acting like he knows all about him. Chairman. Jinhee rested his chin in thought and said, Now he is even siding with those demons. How deep are you going to sink? Jae-hong. Taeguk asked. Should I explain? Jinhee responded. This is my burden. I never intended to keep it a secret. I just did not want to add more weight on your shoulders. But now that you know, I will tell you everything. This happened over 20 years ago. Back when I was not the chairman yet. I was just a newly awakened player. One day, a dungeon opened in a local area, and I rushed there immediately. But I arrived too late. The monsters had already moved on. Only a child, awakened after losing their parents, remained standing there. It may not have been intentional, but that child, just 7 years old, managed to seal a B-rank dungeon all by themselves. That was the first time I met Ji-hong. I immediately saw his talent and the storm of anger brewing inside him. I felt responsible because I had not arrived sooner to save his family. I felt a duty to nurture him. I adopted the boy and trained him, hoping that his hatred for monsters would not lead him down the wrong path. Wishing that one day he would become the new hero of New Korea. Ji-hong's talent exceeded my expectations. He absorbed everything I taught on him without complaint and rose to a high rank among awakened players, before even becoming a high school student. But looking back now, it feels pitiful. I pushed him too hard. Taehyun eagerly asked. When did everything go wrong? Ji-hyun suddenly fell silent upon hearing this. Taeguk spoke for him, saying that now we have so many systems and technologies to dive into the abyss and gain progress from it. But back then, it was not like that, even as a child. Ji-hong worked for the association in the abyss. Many players wanted to team up with the rising star of New Korea, Jae-hong. But despite his powerful talents, disasters constantly struck Ji-hong's ambush team, always leading to significant losses. As these incidents kept happening, the association finally started to investigate, and the result was shocking. They discovered the astonishing truth that he had deliberately led his teammates to their deaths. Taehyun asked in disbelief. Why would he do that? Taeguk replied. When asked why, he simply told the investigators. How do you expect me to slay monsters when I have to worry about the weak? If they survive, they will thank me for making them stronger. The association realized that Ji-hong's ideals were incredibly dangerous and feared they would face backlash. They tried to erase his data and remove him from the association. In response, Jae-hong killed the players sent to capture him and escaped. He became a top global criminal. Jinhee seemed to have calmed down. He proactively added, that bastard Ji-hong. He is completely missiled. He believes that tragedies make him stronger, so he tried to apply that to everyone. That is how he thinks he can save the world. But I never looked into his heart to see what he truly wanted and thought. I only pushed him forward. That is my fault. Taehyun listened in silence, seemingly able to feel Jinhee's sorrow. Taehyun acknowledged. You are right. The impact you had was not insignificant. Chairman. Taeguk was afraid he might say something out of line and hurried to interrupt him. Player Taehyun. Taehyun ignored him, looking directly at Jinhee and said, if you see him heading down the wrong path like this, you should have kicked his ass back on track. Is not that the responsibility of a father? I will catch Jae-hong and give you that chance. Jinhee looked at him gratefully. Taehyun. Just those few words clearly expressed his feelings. He began calculating in his mind. He did not like how that guy disregarded the weak, because he knew the pain of being overlooked for lacking strength. Taeguk curiously asked, so you will also participate in this suppression plan? He replied, I will join, but not right away. There are things I need to handle first. He thought to himself. It is just that it will be tough to fight if these issues still linger here. A new status window popped up after his conversation with the unknown. It displayed a mission. counting down to the global war that was about to begin. In the light of the aurora, a pristine castle appeared, and a haunting voice echoed. Can you see it? Damn. I believe it is time for it to start. Tayan was in disbelief. Is that Rosalia? Rosalia frowned and asked. What is wrong with that face? I laughed and said, do I look that bad to you? He looked at Rosalia's wounds and wondered, is it because of me? Deep down, he thought to himself, she is hurt from that battle with the organ formula. Worse than I imagined. Rosalia teased. Someone who faced the complex chains of a grand formula. Getting away with such minor injuries is lucky. Tayan asked, why is the castle in this state? I am a bit surprised. You mean that? Just before you faced the organ. Right, Muna's made it here. What a hassle. You do not need to worry about that. The major formulas of the Abyss are not friendly with each other. This is the price I have to pay for having such an extraordinary contract. Tayan suddenly said seriously. Rosalia. I will make sure they never treat you like this again. Rosalia rested her chin on her hand, her tone playful. What is with that tone? Just hearing it makes me happier. Tayan did not say anything else, just silently gazed into Rosalia's eyes. I asked. The contract has something to do with you changing since the last time I saw you. He said. I met a god and learned the truth about the king. Rosalia looked astonished at the reason for this change. Tayan's voice suddenly became heavy. He said. Rosalia. A global war with the races is drawing near. Rosalia gasped. You have encountered a god. How did that happen? Tayan summarized the events. Right in the world I live in, fragments of the god exist. And I accidentally met and had a chance to talk. Rosalia. You once said that even if I knew about the emperor, I could not do anything about it. Right. Now, everything has changed. A rare look of astonishment flashed in Rosalia's eyes. I said, you have progressed this far already. Much faster than I expected. This is not just coincidence. Perhaps it is fate, as the false memories are causing chaos everywhere, speeding up everything more than anticipated. If you have heard the truth, you must have realized your destiny. Right. Looking at how you seek me out like this, you must have found the answer for yourself, have not you? You were not granted power by the gods. You were chosen by the emperor to inherit that power. You are not bound by the restrictions like we are, so you can freely enjoy life after regression. What happens from here depends on your resolve. What will you do next? Tayan pondered and then slowly explained. At first, I acted just to seek compensation. I wanted to relieve my grievances and live a normal life without awakening. This time, I yearned to become stronger, to truly hold my happiness in my hands. But the more I understand the deep secrets of the Abyss, the more I believe there must be a profound reason for the Emperor to grant me regression and power. The Emperor once told Tayan, I truly admire your will and determination. You are not just curious. You are only questioning my will and determination. Right, that was the Emperor's wish. To have someone share the burden of the mission, with that very will and determination. Once you understand that, with that thought, he declared seriously, I will walk the same path as the Emperor. This is intricately tied to the fate of my world. Because to protect my world, I will be the one to end the impending war. Then he proposed, Rosalia, lend me your strength. I will elevate you to your rightful peak. Rosalia, impressed, remarked, indeed, you have noble aspirations truly commendable. But you are merely the Emperor's key, not an emperor yet. If you wish to reach the heights of a true emperor, the road ahead is still long. Hearing this, Tayan gathered energy in his feet. It suddenly erupted, radiating throughout his body. A notification system activated, detecting a surge of mysterious power. Leveling up to ranks, a terrifying energy was about to explode. Rosalia jumped up excitedly, and taking asked in disbelief, since when did you reach this level? Tayan laughed, saying, when I decided to walk alongside the Emperor, the fragments of the divine merged with me. So now, do you still doubt me? Rosalia. After hearing this, Rosalia laughed maniacally. I once vehemently opposed the Emperor transferring power to another. I believed only the Emperor was worthy of inheriting that path, but it seems I was wrong. Rosalia sensed something was off, a strange feeling. Oddly enough, just as he finished speaking, a strong light shone in from outside. He then recalled the days of yore, when he was just a little maid witnessing the Emperor for the first time. Rosalia and Tayan quickly sat down at the negotiation table. He said, from now on, there will be no hierarchy between us. When I wish for it, I officially recognize you as my equal teammate. All right. You mentioned the upcoming racial war. Right. So what do you know about it? Tayan replied. After the domain war ends and I become the Emperor, beings from the celestial realm will appear. Right. Rosalia seemed a bit disappointed. Is that all you know? What a shame. Tayan continued. That god is not as friendly as I had hoped. The wind leads me astray. You have deceived me, that sly bastard. Tayan cheerfully downed his drink. If I had not done that, how could I have gained your support? Rosalia sighed in defeat. Fine. I will tell you what I know. But I do not know everything. After the domain war ends, the racial war will erupt, triggered by the increasing strength of the lower realm kings, nearing that of the gods. And that is something the celestial beings in the upper realm never want. To be more precise, it is the upper realm king who does not want that to happen. Tayan curiously asked. Does the upper realm king also have an emperor? Rosalia replied. Exactly. A beast that once possessed a fragment of the divine. Just like our emperor, with that power. He reached the upper realm and was the first to approach the gods, the Dragon King. That is his identity. Tayan was astonished, thinking to himself, is not that the dragon who faced the emperor in his memories? He asked. Those who bear the fragments of the divine fighting to become gods. Is not that a bit ironic? Reveal it. He has truly touched the divine. Yet he has turned his back on the path the fragments have shown him and betrayed the god. Now, he is trying to usurp the god's throne. The emperor has made every effort to prevent this and bring everything back on track. The celestial king sees the infernal king as a threat that must be eliminated. Tayan is left wondering, why has not the celestial realm declared war yet? Rosalia explains that there is some kind of magic preventing them, a barrier that let them cross until the right moment arrives. I believe it is also due to the emperor's preparations. Before that barrier is broken, Tayan, hearing this, shares his thoughts. I have to defeat all the Grand Dukes. Building an army strong enough to oppose the celestial realm, that is the real meaning of this war. Right. I just looked him straight in the eye and said, now you understand why we have to face the Grand Dukes. Right. Next, I will explain about each duke, their territories, and their forces. The two of them discussed their plans for quite a while longer, until Rosalia's wineglass was nearly empty. I finally spoke up, saying, it is time to decide, oh great one. Where will you start? Tayan propped his chin in thought, his gaze sharpening. Then, he recalled the wounds he had endured, and in his heart, he found his answer, of course. It is he is the one I have a deep grudge against, and I must settle the score. But Organ controls the largest territory in the abyss, and if this conflict drags out into a war of attrition, we will be at a disadvantage. The other Grand Dukes will definitely seize this opportunity to intervene. Just then, a panic maid burst in, interrupting Tayan's train of thought. The maid rushed in, exclaiming, my lady. Rosalia asked, what is going on? The maid replied, urgently. A letter has just arrived from the Western Territory. From Muzarin. Tayan waited silently as she read the letter. After reading it, Rosalia looked up at him with a gleam of excitement. It seems a perfect stage has been set for you. You promised to take me to great heights. Did not you? Now show that it is not just empty words. Oh great one. The Western Territory of Rosalia is also a disputed area with Ag Moon, the dry desert. Here, a dramatic battle is unfolding between two female beasts. The purple beast lunged forward, wanting to shred Muzarin with its claws. It roared angrily and swung its claws forward. Muzarin defended against the powerful strikes with her sword, but the force was so strong it shattered her blade. She fell to her knees in pain, her subordinates around her panicking. Lady Muzarin. Muzarin is this ranked Sakibut warrior. The blue beast arrogantly taunted. Is that all you have got? The one Rosalia is so fond of is not anything special either. This beast's name is Brutia. Ranked Cess. She looked down with disdain, recalling that even the people here are weak enough to be called the weakest Grand Dukes. No surprise there. Furious, she dared to insult my queen. Brutia boldly stepped on Muzarin's shoulder and said, do you really want to say those words? Shouldn't you have taken me down first? With that, she stomped hard on her, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Brutia declares, in this abyss, there is only one rule accepted. The weak must bow to the strong. To both the person and their people. Soon, they will have to kneel and beg for mercy before me. Brutia. And the blood-soaked great formula I faithfully serve. With a haughty flair, she turns to leave, saying, listen closely. From now on, this desolate Kasen desert will belong to Ajimun's domain. Suddenly, a carefree voice echoes back. The law of the weak obeying the strong. Ah, that does not sound too bad. When Brutia turns around, she sees Tayan and raises an eyebrow in curiosity. A human, seeing his impassive face. She asks, who are you? Tayan chuckles and replies, the one you have looked down upon the most is actually the mercenary of the proud queen you just insulted. Brutia recalls, most of the monsters born from the abyss are lacking in intellect. They only know how to act on instinct, eat, sleep, and destroy everything in sight. However, occasionally among them, there are mutated individuals, possessing exceptional intelligence and strength right from birth. They are the ones destined to lead the entire pack. Just like human society with its class divisions, monsters also have their own hierarchy among them. Eventually, they will face another foe. They too carry the burden of a distinctive class gap. The abyss is where the strong devour the weak. But from the very beginning, have always been the hunter, never the prey. I have wiped out one strong opponent after another. And then, when there were no worthy challengers left around me, I encountered him, the supreme predator, ruling the abyss. The one hailed as the Grand Duke. All my previous glorious achievements became worthless. A complete and utter defeat. That was the first time I truly understood that there are beings in this world whose class surpasses mine. At that moment, the Grand Duke looked down at her from above and said, "You know there is an insurmountable class gap between us. And yet you still dare to challenge me. The class of a monster is determined the moment they are born. That is the limit for you. To surpass that limit, there is only one way. Absorb power from a monster of a higher class than your own. Do you want to become my subordinate?" At that moment, Brutia trembled with fear and shame. She knew very well that it was an insult. Yet, the transcendence from that humiliation was astonishingly unbelievable. With this power, I can do anything Brutia desires if she hides her sharp blade and continues to develop under his reign. Someday, she might reach the rank of Grand Duke. Brutia always wondered. But why? Why should an ambitious person like me, who seeks to overthrow the Grand Duke, and kneel beneath the feet of a mere henchman of the Grand Duke? While lost in thought, she attempted to attack Tayan in every way possible, but not once did she even scratch his skin. Brutia was left astonished. What is this? Tayan finally retaliated, suddenly gripping his opponent's wrist. His eyes glimmered with a red light. The power of the Demon Lord. Brutia stared at those eyes in shock. How? In an instant, she saw the figure of the Demon Lord on Tayan, and she gasped in surprise. Rosalia, she muttered to herself. My body won't move. You swung your weapon without mercy. Then laughed, saying, Senza, I have right. If the abyss is where the strong devour the weak, then you are my prey now. But I am not hungry for monster meat. You dared to invade someone else's territory and claim it as your own. So forgiving you is not really an option. You are a minion of Igi. Moon, are not you? Then talking to you is pointless. Call your master here. She began to stutter, struggling to say no, then declared boldly, Then she screamed, I am not a minion. I am a great demon. And I will conquer the depths. With that, Brutia opened her gaping mouth and charged at Tayan, who stepped back calmly and said, Divar. A massive mouth appeared, quickly swallowing Brutia whole without leaving a single bone behind. Tayan chuckled and thought. Looking back, devouring prey like this is not a bad option. Musarin, injured and being helped by his subordinates, witnessed the entire battle, stunned to realize that this was the contract holder of the queen. Watching Tahan smile triumphantly, Musarin sighed. There was a time when even an S-level opponent gave him a hard time. It was an indescribable emotion. Now, thanks to the resonance with the fragment of a god, he easily took down even those at the SSS level. At that moment, he was reviewing his stats. Name, Kimta. 20. Rank. Power, 306. Stamina, 308. Speed, 307. Magic power, 455. Willpower, 230. Fatigue, 70%. Remaining magic, 225 455. Innate skill. Divar. Can consume targets at will. Magic cost, 120. Tahan was surprised, having adjusted his stats. Was it because the rank of the Divar skill had increased? Or because the monster named Brutia was a minion of Igi? Moon. Whatever the reason, if he continued to use Divar like this, even the great contracts that were missing could be destroyed. Suddenly, a panicked monster rushed in. My lord, the contract holder. A stream of blood slowly congealed into a hand, and a voice from the void echoed. As predicted, Brutia is no match for you. From the bloody vortex emerged a monster, saying, I did not expect much from the start, but summoning you is already a success. The monster appearing is indeed the great contract holder from the rumors. Tahan smiled and waved his hand. What a coincidence. I was looking for you too. This saves me some effort. The great contract holder suddenly suggested, how about we celebrate this reunion? The key to the empire. That night, at a certain headquarters, Jinhee put on his coat, preparing to leave work. He suddenly stopped to look at the photo on the desk, where Jinhee and his teammates stood shoulder to shoulder. He smiled and said, everyone was so young back then. Right. Lately, I have been reminiscing about the past. I must be getting nostalgic. Just then, he pushed the door open and walked in. Chairman, you are still here, Jinhee replied. I was about to leave. Is there something up? He hurriedly announced. We just received news from the joint investigation team of the Player Association and the Nightwalker Association in the area of Mini, which is the base of the Brutal Association. There are abnormal signs. They are waiting for orders from the association. He quickly stepped out the door and instructed, gather all national level players immediately. I will go directly to the scene. He hesitated and said, But Jinny questioned. What is going on? He explained with a hint of worry. Tang still has not returned. And we can't reach him through the abyss. Are we going to be okay? He voiced his displeasure, wondering when the Korean Players Association became so reliant on just Taeyang. Taegisi hung his head, mumbling. Sorry, sir. Jinhee did not press him further and said, who knows? Maybe solving things ourselves is for the best. Taeyang mentioned he has something to finish. He is on his own path, at least this time. I want to be a solid support for the kid walking the right path. Taegijefti knew that his leader wanted to make up for past mistakes to ensure Taeyang would not face the same fate as Jai Hong. Jinhee confidently continued. We just need to fulfill our responsibilities. The day of reckoning has arrived. On Taeyang's side, the grand ceremony is about to begin. It seems last time we just rushed in and fought without proper introductions. The man bowed formally. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Grand Duke of the Abyss and the Lord of the Blood Clan. Moon, he replied. The contract holder of Rosalia and the key to the Empire. Taeyang. The man sized him up and said. That title of the key to the Empire fits you perfectly, if that is the case. I have a proposal for you. Cancel the Rosalia contract and submit to my authority. Then, I will make you my new contract holder. You will gain power and an army that Rosalia never granted. Join me in conquering the Abyss and emerge victorious in the race war. Taeyang corrected him. The victor won't be me. It will be the one who is right. Why should I lower my guard? Once the Grand Dukes find out I am the key, they will stop at nothing to seize me. All just to become the next emperor. You think I do not see through your blatant lies? Ajay. Such a cunning smile. It would have been better if you stayed ignorant. If you do not come to me willingly, I will have no choice but to use force. And do not expect your precious dignity to remain intact then. It is strange. You do not trust me, but you easily buy into Rosalia's words. Taeyang shot back. Because Rosalia and I are equal partners. The man sneered. Partners. Between a Grand Duke and a mere human. That is truly laughable. In the Abyss, only the strong have the right to dominate everything. Even the lower realms kings understand this. He subjugated all Grand Dukes beneath him. I never said I would not use force. If you know what is good for you and surrender, I will spare you. But if you refuse to listen, only force will make you understand. Then, I have a proposal for you. Moon, submit to my authority. And I will give you a place in the upcoming race war. The man laughed derisively. Knowing you are the key to the Empire. You have become so arrogant. You are just a nobody. With that, Moon pointed a barrage of swords at Taeyang. But surprisingly, they all shattered before even grazing his hair. Taeyang arrogantly declared. You won't be able to speak again. I will show you what respect really means. A drop of blood appeared in the air. He waved his hand, and a fresh wave of swords materialized. Then commanded them to attack Taeyang. All I saw was him spinning gracefully. Taeyang slowly raised his hand, and one by one, Moon's swords turned to scrap metal. He was furious, daring to use my powers as if they were his own. Maybe the only way to cure this thief of his ways is to kill him, said. Moon conjured a massive steel fist. Taeyang thought to himself. Even though he looked arrogant, the pressure from a Grand Duke was beyond any SSS-level threat. Calling for Rosalia might just be the right move, but at that moment, his steps quickened. Taeyang decided he wanted to test himself. Having assimilated the divine shard, how far could he go against a Grand Duke? Suddenly, a pair of fiery red wings appeared behind him, and Taeyang launched himself forward. Leaving Igyu, Moon stunned and unable to react. He was struck in a brutal uppercut. And without realizing when, Moon had a new sword in hand. That sword slashed at Taeyang, catching him completely off guard. Reacting to what just happened, the two quickly engaged in a brawl like true men. He scoffed, daring to wield stolen powers to this extent. Impressive? Taeyang gritted his teeth as he firmly grasped the sword, declaring, it is still too early to be surprised, because I have powers beyond yours. With that, he unleashed another power, combining blood with beast transformation to shatter the sword. Moon looked on in shock as his precious artifact was destroyed. What? Isn't that from the organ? Combining the powers of Grand Dukes together. Truly a ridiculous display. He lashed out in anger, conjuring a new 2-meter scythe. Taeyang quickly seized the scythe and then broke it with one hand. Moon began to panic, thinking to himself, I can't believe that guy who just recently crawled under Rosalia's skirt has reached this level. Not far away, the beasts under her command were observing the battle. Musarin was astonished, witnessing it firsthand. He still could not believe Taeyang was overpowering Moon. Could it really be a human? This is no different from watching a battle between Grand Dukes. Taeyang provoked, feeling what it is like to have a brat on your back. Moon. He was seething, veins bulging. Do not get delusional. You bastard. You still know nothing of my powers. What you know is just a tiny fraction. Someone like you does not deserve me to go all out. I will end this here, Taeyang calmly refuted. He switched to using Dragon Fury, unleashing a deadly aura enhanced by magic. Tayan shot a cold glare at Ai. Moon, the one who knows nothing here, is you. His expression showed a hint of disbelief. Without giving Moon a chance to react, he grabbed him with one hand, then unleashed a poisonous skill from the demon, enhanced with deadly attributes. As Taeyang stabbed through him, blood sprayed out like a fountain. The swords hovering in the air had not even fully formed before turning into blood, streaming down to the ground. He felt a bit doubtful. Did I really do it? Moon admits. I must confess. You have surpassed everything I expected. This is my failure. That is right. No matter what that guy says, you are still standing firm. Suddenly, the ground around Taeyang transforms into a massive pool of blood. Moon continues. The fact that I have to use all my power against someone like you is already a humiliating defeat. This shame, I will repay in full. What was that, you crazy crank? Moon speaks softly. This is the blood realm. Open your eyes and take a good look. This is not some pathetic imitation. It is a deep power that only the true master of the arcane can wield. Taeyang calls out in panic, Rosa. But before he can finish, he is cut off by the guy. If you think you can call her, go ahead. Give it a shot. But do you even have enough magic to do that? Your body suddenly feels revived. Amidst Moon's maniacal laughter, Taeyang feels the panic rise as his magic is being drained from his blood-soaked body. He thinks, this is my fault. I was too eager and never expected he had this up his sleeve. Moon laughs. Just drawn in that pool of blood, a slow, agonizing death approaches as Taeyang struggles to hold his breath, flailing desperately, but it is no use. His body sinks deeper into the pool of blood. Moments later, Taeyang lies motionless in the blood. Moon approaches, touching his body, saying, you have worked hard. Now let me see what this so-called key looks like. His hand halts as Taeyang vanishes in an instant. Moon is taken aback. Where did he go? Something's off here. Suddenly, his voice echoes, sounding quite familiar. So it is easy to see why you would be confused. But this is not your domain. This is deep inside him. Moon turns back, asking, is he? It is like he is talking about someone completely different. Taeyang just smiles mysteriously. Now, inside this body, it is no longer him but a Po gangster, who grins and says, welcome to my world, Lord of the Bloodline. Moon curiously asks, what is your world like? So are you the embodiment of the royal key? A Po gangster replies, I have no idea what I am anymore. Anyone who reaches this place is curious about my true nature. But no one has ever gotten an answer. He continues, do you think you will be the exception? You are standing in front of a grand master here. Did you know that? Why do not you just come clean? He sneers. Guys like you. I do not get why you always act like you are so superior. Remember, there is always a mountain higher than the one you stand on. Both are gearing up for a life or death showdown. They clash, unleashing a flurry of swords. Moon says, you are no different from the ones outside. Just then, a mouth filled with sharp spikes lunges at him, and he is taken aback. Wait. Hold on. Could it be a blood sword? Before Moon can even react, he sees his sword getting shredded apart. A Po gangster exclaims in delight. Amazing. He licks his lips in hunger. I am in need of a magic boost. This is truly a delightful gift. He was furious. How dare anyone insult the Lord of the Blood clan like that? If that is the case, I will punish you first, and then you can confess your true nature later, said Moon unleashed a new attack. A Po gangster calmly replied, you dare to turn someone else's mind into your own territory. That is just as reckless as that fly from before. But if it is a Grand Duke, maybe you have what it takes to pull that off. Even so, this original form of mine has achieved quite an accomplishment. Moon waved his hand, and a torrent of blood waves surged forth, crashing and raging. A Po gangster powered through each wave, then excitedly remarked, that is like using a similar force field to counter an enemy's power. Just as he unleashed his ultimate move. Revelation. Moon was stunned. But before he could react, he got punched right in the face. The force of that punch sent him flying hundreds of kilometers away. A Po gangster started mocking. With such excellent skills, you still do not know how to use them properly. Are you just going to sit back and watch from the shadows? The Taehoon guy is truly a joke, and to let your magic run dry, forcing me to reveal myself like this. But thinking back, this is not necessarily bad for me. Then he taunted again. Get up, you cowardly Grand Duke. I will show you what a real fight looks like. A Po gangster gathered power for another punch. This time, Moon was about to get a taste of his own medicine. He attempted to resist, but the guy dodged successfully. A Po gangster quickly unleashed a flurry of punches at Moon. He gritted his teeth and cursed. You bastard, not allowing Moon to fight back. He swiftly grabbed his opponent's head. A knee strike landed intimately on his opponent's face. He was thrown back again, blood splattering from his mouth. A Po gangster was having a blast, like a kid with a new toy, and called out, where are you hiding? Moon seized the opportunity to counterattack, angrily cursing, damn it, as if hearing a familiar call. A Po gangster instantly appeared right in front of him. He kicked Moon hard, turning him into a stream of blood that tried to escape. A Po gangster taunted. Since becoming a Grand Duke, no one has ever made you look this pathetic. Right. Moon slowly emerged from the blood mist, using his strength to throw a not-so-strong attack at his opponent. A Po gangster easily defended himself, then smugly said, "You must really be furious now." Suddenly, a circle surrounded him, catching him off guard. A Po gangster ran fast to try to break it. Suddenly, a flash of light shot by, causing him to stumble and lose his balance. A Po gangster slowly turned around. "This time, I will tear you apart piece by piece, leaving not a single scrap of skin behind," he silently assessed. "That is a sealing sword. A blade that can lock the power of anyone it strikes into its edge. Are you planning to use the sealing sword to drain the king's power? The process of resurrection will take a long time. Since I am in T. Hill's body, I must have been overconfident and exposed my weaknesses. Now what to do?" Thinking that, a Po gangster laughed and said, "Wait. Original form. Do not tell me you are still asleep. Causing this much damage is more than enough. My part is over. Take care of yourself." With that, T. Hill suddenly appeared behind Igmoon. He shouted, "That is enough for me, you bastard." And a surge of power pierced through the pool of blood. The sky turned a gloomy red with cracks appearing. T. Hill stood warily, pausing in the collapsing void. Igmoon gritted his teeth, cursing, "You damn bastard. A Grand Duke like me getting wrecked by the soul of an emperor." He just smiled, the grin of a victor. Just then, Rosalia broke through the space and shouted, "You fake memories." T. Hill smiled with relief and called out to Rosalia, "Wait, are you okay?" He reassured her, "I am still alive." Rosalia turned angrily. Igmoon twisted, and Han questioned, "Are you dragging Rosalia into this mess too?" "This time, if I will back off. One day, the Emperor's key will definitely belong to me." And with that, Han began to fade away. T. Hill looked at Han and said firmly, "No way. Next time the loser will be you." He sighed in relief. "I am just glad you are safe. If I knew Igmoon was coming out himself, I would have shown up sooner." T. Hill replied, "I did not call you here. Do not blame yourself." Then he tiredly lay down. "Rosalia, is it finally time to officially declare war over this territory?" I quietly smiled at T. Hill while Rosalia huffed, "This fake memories guy is really annoying." Meanwhile, somewhere else, a battle was raging on. The chaos erupted loudly. "Looks like this really is the mess of the evil association. Those monsters are swarming like ants." And Jill whispered, "We need to act fast. They are stalling for time so the leaders can escape. One vehicle has already made it out." Just then, Jinhee and the others from the association arrived. He announced, "President Ajin, the one who arrived earlier, is on their tail. They probably need more backup. We need to clear this place and head to the headquarters." Everyone received the order and responded in unison. "Understood." Jinhee forcefully kicked the door open and shouted, "Stop right there. Evil Association. We are the Korean Player Association. And you are completely surrounded. Surrender now." A mocking voice rang out. "It seems you still do not realize who is really trapped here." The vice president of the Evil Association appeared, the last figure in this dark trio, the silhouette of a shadow demon. Jinhee broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing the shadow demon. This was who Ajin was chasing after. Was it a trailer truck overturned under the metal bridge? With a light blue vehicle quietly lurking in the industrial gloom, Ajin turned around and said, "This outcome far exceeds my initial expectations. I did not think I would run into you here." Dong Su frowned and chuckled. "So the one monitoring us all this time has been you." President Ajin. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. She spoke without hesitation. As predicted, the group collaborating with the Evil Association is the Tian San Corporation. On the other hand, remained unfazed. "It seems I have revealed a bit too much." Jean smirked confidently. "I have had my suspicions for a long time. The Grey Plague spread by the Evil Association could not possibly be created by just a few ordinary monsters. I am sure there is someone with high-tech skills behind this, and I have been curious about how the T-San Company is actually the one reaping the most benefits from producing the antidote at lightning speed. I used to regret not having enough evidence to dig deeper. But now that I have caught you right from the headquarters of the Evil Association, I do not need proof anymore. First off, as an investigator, I have to ask why act like this. Casually chatting like you are catching up with an old friend. My nature as a businessman drives me. I simply thought exploiting the Evil Association would bring in more profit for the company. Furthermore, I am not thrilled about the new Korean Players Association being monopolized by 4 major organizations. Listening to this old con artist make excuses. I am annoyed but still keeping my cool. Sounds like you are out of your league and have to resort to tricks. That is enough. You can finish your presentation at the association. Deng-su suddenly lowered his voice. Wait a second, do not you think you are acting like you have caught me a bit too early? I have no intention of going down without a fight. Seeing the malice glimmer in the opponent's eyes, I felt a bit wary. A guy who has reached rank should not be acting all high and mighty like this. He transformed and quickly dodged my attack. And he was just at rank. I have surpassed that level already. Thanks to my beast transformation. You did not expect Deng-su's power to rise so quickly. Did you? It is hard to believe what the heck is going on. I thought to myself. Could this be the beast transformation experiment Tayan mentioned? Turns out. It is not just the virus leaking from there. He grinned slyly. His eyes sparkling with confidence as he declared. My powers are almost at a national level now. What is your plan for this? As an Sai player. Deng-su wasted no time throwing a punch straight at her face. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was raging at Jin Hai's location, with Kang Hoi-wook and Sung Jin charging forward together. Strangely, the fake monster stood still, seemingly unaffected by the previous attack. Noticed this too and spoke up. Fake. Sung Jin. Before Kang Hoi-wook could finish his sentence, he jumped in. So that is it, no matter how many times we test it, the result never changes. That guy does not feel a thing when he gets hit at all, and Ji Woo and Si Jiang were not giving up. She shouted. In that case, let us switch to wide-range attacks. The two quickly attacked the fake monster from behind. Si Jiang eagerly asked. We took him down. Right. He turned to look at the side. Warning. Hold on. The fake monster's voice echoed back. It is pointless. Followed by dark tentacles. Both of them were suspended in mid-air in an instant. Do not panic too much. Everyone. Jin He did not hesitate and charged him with a punch. That blow shattered the tentacles. Successfully rescuing Han Ji Woo and Si Jiang, the fake monster arrogantly asked. Now do you understand why I have never been caught in any chase? Because from the very beginning, I am simply not someone who can be caught. The more he bragged, the more ridiculous it sounded, just like a gaming troll. Si Jiang was also feeling frustrated. What a hassle. Jin He spoke up to reassure them. Do not panic too much. Deep down, he was quietly speculating. If Han keeps boasting about his strength and really can't he be caught, then why was he like that just now? After thinking, Jin He whispered to everyone. I have something I want to test. Can you all help me out a bit? Next, the whole crew charged at the fake demon, and Han remarked sarcastically. It seems those so-called national strategists of the new Korea really have not learned a thing. No matter how many times they try, the outcome remains the same. I told you so. Ones who truly fell into the trap were you guys. Just as the fake demon finished speaking, Han Ju, Kang Hee, Sung Jin, and Si Jiang were tightly held by the tentacles. She was fuming. Absolutely furious. Jin Hee, meanwhile, secretly plotted to ambush the fake demon, and without even turning around, Han easily read his intentions. This old man was really asking for trouble, but the second time would not be so easy. Saying this, the fake demon unleashed a barrage of tentacles toward Jin Hee. He closely observed his opponent and began to deduce Han dodged my attack and released the two captives. Which means with that skill, Han can't attack and defend at the same time. The key lay in the timing of the attack. The moment Han exposed a weakness and lunged forward. That was when Yang had to seize the opportunity. Hold Han tight for me. And following the plan, Yang struck a powerful blow at the fake demon. He was utterly astonished, muttering to himself. Holy crap. Not giving the fake demon a moment to recover. Jin Hee, with a cold glare, charged in, showcasing the new Korean martial arts. Second form. Triple Realm. The force behind that punch was monumental, like a massive boulder smashing down. Chunks of rock were falling, while a Yun silently observed with keen focus. Once the tremors completely subsided, the rock had formed a straight line in the direction of Jin Hee's fist. Jung excitedly rushed over to ask. This time they had to have defeated it. Right. Henyu hesitated. Flustered. Saying, wait, from within the rubble. The fake demon staggered out. Chuckling. I never expected you could analyze my abilities in such a short time. Truly. Jin Hee, the seasoned warrior. Your master is certainly no ordinary person. Knowing the name he mentioned was definitely Ji Hong, he quickly demanded, where's Ji Hong? Did Han escape back to the abyss? The fake demon found it laughable and retorted. Did you really think I would spill the beans to you? I know I can take all of you on at once. After all, my role is just bait to gather data. It is a pity to leave this base behind. But you won't be able to extract anything more from here. Jin Hee also did not bother with Han anymore, calling out loudly. Yeah. She immediately responded, charging forward with a spear. The fake demon showed no signs of concern and revealed. The age of the demon beings is about to begin. Cursing in frustration, he shouted. Damn it. Escaping again. Old man, chase after him. Jin Hee replied slowly. There is no need to chase that shadow anymore, he asked in annoyance. Jake. Hang then spoke up. President, you are worried about my sister. Right, please do not worry too much. You know my sister is not someone easy to defeat. He was surprised to hear her say that, but he quickly understood her feelings and replied. Of course. I have complete faith in her. Back to the clash between Aihong and Dong-su. It was unclear what had happened. But he was spitting blood. His eyes rolled back as he mumbled. This is unbelievable. Dong-su screamed in madness. Clearly, my skills have already reached a national level. How could I possibly fail against someone at S rank? Aihong smirked. Who said I am still stuck at S rank? While everyone else is hustling to become a national force. You think I am just going to sit back and do nothing? She began to reminisce, furrowing her brow as she remembered. I thought you invited me out here to share your feelings. But surprise. It was just for practice. Feeling awkward, she scratched her neck, knowing Azan could not join the special ops team due to an injury. So she needed to be trained. At the very least, she pouted, responding with a huff. So what? He sighed, trying to explain. I am super busy. I can waste time on pointless stuff. My goal is to help every member of the special ops team reach national level, including Azan. Do you want to be left in the dust by your little sister? Hearing this, Aihong blushed in embarrassment, saying, that is really not fair. But honestly, I do not want to fall behind that girl. Realizing his taunt had worked, Tahan quickly added, then stick close to me. The leaders, magicians and Onsamiro, have already reached national level, and we are still lagging behind. How pathetic is that? Back in reality, Aihong was delivering some serious hits to Dong-su, feeling a surge of determination. Ever since that day, I started my grueling training sessions with Tahan every week. Finally, I have reached national level. And I never expected keeping this under wraps would actually work out so well. She jabbed her spear at Dong-su's head, interrogating him. Do you have any more evidence for me? If you do, spill it quickly. The more evidence about the spirits, the better. He panicked, crying for help. Please show yourself. Are you just going to stand there watching forever? Not far away. A pair of legs moved silently. Ji-hong stretched and mocked. You wanted to take this on. Yet now you are leaving the aftermath to someone else. Chairman Dong-su. You should be grateful I am cooperating with you. Otherwise, I would be taking you out a long time ago. Aihong glared at him. This guy. Ji-hong acted all chummy and greeted him. It has been a while. Yeah. Hope you are still doing well. Meanwhile, elsewhere, dark clouds gathered ominously, and a swirling light suddenly appeared. From within it came a familiar voice. What? Is it already midnight in the New Han?